Welcome everyone to the 2026 Pokémon World Championships here in San Francisco. Competitors have been competing all weekend long, preparing for exactly this day, Championship Sunday, and we are here in the Chase Center Arena. We are going to be starting with Pokémon Unite, but we got all the Pokémon titles here, and we are going to be crowning champion after champion on that stage. Welcome, everybody. This is your pre-show. I am Zoinks, joined by Wonder Chef Danley and Soap-chan. We're going to be talking all things World Championships as the crowd starts pouring in. What's going on? It's early in the morning, but we have incredible Pokemon action to be breaking down. And what a weekend it's been. Wonder Chef, how fun has this World Championships been?
It's been amazing, and there's so much to go today. First, we're starting off with Pokemon Unite. Of course, we all here on the desk are very excited about that, the grand finals. And then we're going over to Pokemon GO grand finals right after that, followed, of course, by the 3 different spots for TCG and then VGC a little bit later on. Of course, it's going to be juniors, senior, and Masters. So lots of action throughout the entire day. I know that Zoinks, you and I both love all of the games, and I know we're very excited for it.
Oh yeah, Championship Sunday, you can't miss a single moment. And I mean, that's been the case for the Pokemon Unite Championship Series as well. Our tournament has been unbelievable. It has been a lot of fun, and the landscape of Pokemon Unite has been changing quite a bit this year, leading up to this Championship Sunday moment. Danley, about this tournament, any favorite moments that you could think of that happened overall?
Look, I think we have to be completely realistic here. The entire tournament has been my favorite experience. Like, this is the grand finale for Pokemon Unite, because for anyone that is unaware, this is our last ever championship at Worlds. After this, we will no longer be around, so we're crowning our last champion. We're basically experiencing the best of the best we could ever have for Pokemon Unite. And so, I mean, we've had an incredible weekend. We have had so many upsets. We assume that our top teams are going to be making it to the grand final, but time and time again, our underdogs coming in and surprising us with some incredible plays.
Yes, that is so true, Danley, because we saw earlier in the tournament, Fennel, one of the highest contenders that we had before going into Worlds, getting eliminated. Then we saw Root Dignitas, #1 for North America, getting eliminated. And then we saw teams like Exist climbing up. Zeta Division, of course, they were our 2nd place last year in 2025. But they weren't performing as great in their own region in Japan, but completely stepped up when it came to Championship Sunday right now, as they got themselves to. Of course, Kamai has been so incredibly powerful, being the 1st seed in Europe, did incredibly well, almost undefeated in groups. Going into the bracket stage, they defeated Grêmio Esports in the semis, much like Zeta Division defeated Exist And here we are now, Zoinks.
Yeah, we got our two finalists set. You can see it on the bracket there. Zeta Division from Japan versus Komai from EU. And let's start breaking down these teams. Zeta Division are going to be the first of our competitors to take the stage. Vidopo, Nomu, Rom, Misutama, and Resta. And fans of the Pokemon Unite Championship Series, specifically at Worlds, will recognize a couple of those names. Zeta Division, the runner-ups from last year's World Championships. Two of those players are the same as that last year roster, and they have a second chance to take a World Championship title, the final one available.
That's right. You know, I feel like we're going to hear a little bit something similar to that for the next team after this, but I've got to talk about this. I said it so much on broadcast yesterday, but of course, for everyone out there who isn't as familiar with Pokemon Unite, the story of Zeta is ridiculous. Not only are they returning into this arena, into this grand champion potential spot, but they only qualified out of Japan in the 5th place spot when normally there would only be 3 places. There were 2 teams that were extremely strong that qualified through the other qualifier for everybody, kind of a last chance-ish qualifier called ACL, that qualified in 1st and 2nd place. They both took their spots and moved them down because they were both Japanese teams, and then both of those teams lost, one of them to Zeta. So the only reason that Zeta's even here is because the entire region was so strong, and then they fought up through that region from the final place to make it into our top 2, potentially our final world champion.
Right. I kind of want to add on to this as well. We did have an opportunity to talk to the Japanese casters, right? They're very passionate about their region, and apparently even the Japanese community was surprised that Zeta was able to make it so far in the tournament. Everyone thought it was going to be Fennel, everyone thought it was going to be Reject, but after these 2 teams got knocked out, and all of a sudden we have Zeta coming into the grand finals, this wasn't something that the community originally anticipated. And knowing Japan, they rally behind their teams as they make it into the grand final. So you know Zeta is going to have huge community support, especially coming into such an important matchup in their entire career.
So true, and honestly, when we talked to Shinohara, one of the Japanese casters, such a great person and incredible crew that they have there with TPC, the Pokemon company in Japan. Honestly, it was incredible to hear from them, just the storylines that Japan has really built all throughout 2026. And like you said, so many strong teams, that 5 teams made it into Worlds, just as strong as that. They made it into the bracket stage as well, and there were so many Japanese teams that they had to face each other in multiple moments of this bracket stage, if I'm not mistaken, quarters and then semis as well, Zoinks.
Yeah, it was a long road for them, but same for that other roster that we want to be talking about on that world stage. Out of EU will be Komai Esport. Gatlu, Toast, Gek, Narami, and Adesu. We can hear the crowd going wild for this roster all bracket day long in day number 2. And Gatlu and Adesu, 2 players who were members of Nouns Esports in year 1 who had a chance at a world championship, ended up being runners-up in London in 2022.
Right, amazing that we now have 2 teams that both have players on them that were runners-up. The first Worlds and now the last Worlds. So I should say the second to last Worlds, you know, getting that opportunity now for the final Worlds, they will be facing off. One of them will finally achieve that dream, that revenge match of being able to become the world champion. We'll see which of those 2 can be. My favorite moment of the tournament right there. Gatlu and Adesu, I love it so much. The storyline, though, of course, of Komai as well, really interesting. I kind of felt like they weren't bad the entire time, but the rest of the season, maybe they weren't quite as strong as they're showing in Worlds, which obviously has been incredible.
Yeah, I mean, look, they have to be driven now. They're here. They're going into grand finals. We are going to be going for a complete reset. There is no advantage for anybody. And knowing Adesu, I saw one of Adesu's tweets last night. He said he's broken the top 8 curse.
Yeah.
He's motivated. He's got that energy. He has Gatlu to also be there to back him up. I had a quick chat with Gatlu right after the show yesterday, and I saw the fire in his eyes. You know, that instinct, that killer look to say that title is mine, and to know that this is his last chance to claim that title. I think they're just going to go all out in today's grand final.
Love to see that fire. What are you thinking about Komai, so?
Well, honestly, I think they have been so consistent, right? First seed in Regional League, they did incredibly well, but we know as well that a competition when it comes to regional, going into international, going into world stage is a completely different beast. And the way that Komai has been handling all of these team fights has been just so focused, determined, and they have a strategy that works. And their strategy is we have so much available in our options, the Pokemon pool, and everything that they can use that they can adapt really well. And I believe that when I spoke to them, they were saying, well, it's very interesting because this meta is so versatile, it's just so wide that when you prepare, you're like, wow, there's so many options. You need to be completely confident that you can deal with any threat.
Exactly. Prepare for everything. Prepare for every opponent. Well, there's only one more to prepare for on this grand final stage. We want to give a bit of a heads up to everybody in the crowd as well. World Championships is going to be going on all day. Have some very exciting announcements for Pokemon coming up throughout the event, so make sure to stay tuned for every title all day long. But for those of you here in the arena, remember, we love to cheer on our competitors and get them started at the beginning of every match. In Pokemon Unite, we hit a ready go before every single game. You'll see it on screen. We would love to get you to join in karaoke style. Hit the ready, hit the go, and encourage our players to start the match. You can see here, we got a screen right now of the crowd predicting who is going to come away the champion. Currently, Zeta Division leading, but feel free to use that QR code and join the conversation. But I think it might be time for us to start beginning that conversation. We got a grand finals up and coming, and we are on the analyst desk, which sometimes means we have to make some difficult decisions. So it's time for us to do our predictions. We will begin. I introduced the segment, so I may as well start. I'm agreeing with the crowd. I am going Zeta Division along with Danily, and the rest of the crew is going with Komai from EU. Wonder Chef, how are you feeling about Komai?
You know, current chef, it's so torn, right? Current chef is so torn. Zeta is amazing. Kamai is so good. And both of them are pulling off upsets the entire weekend. But as you can see on there, the picture of 2022 chef that hasn't been updated in 5 years really likes Kamai, really loves Gatlu, really loves Adesu. I mean, just such a fun team. And I do feel like, of course, we got to be a little bit biased. As I would just love to see EU finally take a spot at Worlds. Japan has won World Championship, and I do absolutely love Zeta, love the entire Japanese scene, but it would just be such an amazing story.
All right, and then defend our pick of Zeta Division.
I thought I was going to be outnumbered. I was told originally, like, hey, everybody's picked Kamai. And I was like, do I say Zeta Division? So I had to say it, you know. But ultimately, I would have loved to have supported both teams. But I think at the end of the day, my heart is telling me Zeta Division, because as much as I love Komai, I kind of feel like between the two teams, Zeta, they seem to be a lot more composed in these very high-stress situations. And I think yesterday was a really great example of Zeta testing that resolve. They were about to get knocked out of the tournament. They dropped 2 games, it was a best of 5, and they came back with a 3-game reverse sweep. A lot of teams might have collapsed under the pressure, losing 2 games back-to-back in a best of 5, but they said, that's okay, we reset, going into game number 3, they get that one, and things start to pick up, the momentum picks up, they start to look really good, they're very quick with the draft, so you can tell that Zeta, once they have that momentum, this team is deadly.
The power of the reverse sweep is so incredible heading into Championship Sunday. So yesterday, you had the opportunity to talk to so many of our players on that stage with interviews. You caught a little bit of a vibe from a lot of these players, I'm sure. You went with Komai. So what is leading you in that prediction?
So funnily enough, I would say that my position here for Kamai Zoinks is more towards what I've watched on in-game. More than it is even from talking to them, because these are players that we have been knowing them for so many years now through Championship Series, that I was trying to, you know, try to get the bias away, because I'm usually very unbiased, right? No region whatsoever that I am, you know, preferring during tournaments, but I decided to be a little more unbiased than usual. So trying to look more objectively onto just the games, the drafts. I totally agree with you, Danily. I've been torn as well, Chef, in regards to these 2 teams and who would I choose, because they are incredibly strong on their own. The way they fought through group stage and bracket was impressive, and that 3 reverse sweep was amazing. But Kamai just felt more cohesive, I would say.
All right. Well, I mean, that's a good breakdown. I think both these teams have so much to offer on this grand final stage. If you are watching this event, you are in for a treat. The final Pokémon Unite World Championships are about to begin, and what follows after that is also going to be incredible. Finals for every single game here in the Chase Center. So exciting. The stage behind me is remarkable. Absolutely incredible. We have a wonderful, wonderful event set up for you, and these competitors are getting set as well. This grand final is going to be so exciting. We're split on our predictions. So is the crowd. This is going to be so unbelievably fun. I can't wait to get into this one. Thank you to our analyst desk. I'll have one more fist pound down the line. Let's send it over.
stand at the start of a new day, looking out on a new adventure. No one knows where the road will take us. Ready, set, cause now it's time to go. Maybe we can finally see who we're meant to be. Every step of the way tells a story. Every challenge will show us who we are. Now we ride side by side to glory. Together you and I will touch the stars. And then we'll do it all over again. Cause even if we lose our way, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. And it's even better than last time. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way, with all our friends. Here we go again. Look around, see familiar faces. All of us on a path to the unknown, standing tall on the edge of greatness. See you when we're walking victory road. And then we'll do it all over again. Cause even if we win the day, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. Memories last a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way, with all our friends. Here we go again. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way, with all our friends. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go again.
Welcome to the Pokémon World Championships. Trainers from across the globe have spent the past year in relentless pursuit of one goal, becoming a Pokémon World Champion. It all comes down to this. This is Championship Sunday. Of more than 2,000 trainers, only 24 remain, each with one final opportunity to claim the most coveted title in all of competitive Pokemon, World Champion. Broadcasting to you live from San Francisco, California, who's ready for Championship Sunday? Take a look above you and witness the banners featuring champions from last year. And this year's finalists hope to achieve the same honor across Pokemon Champions, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon GO, and Pokémon Unite. It's time for us to stop talking history and start making it. Let's get this show on the road with our first featured title of the day, Pokémon Unite.
Kyogre solo, and it's Talon! I think this is reject. I think they have it. It's the Take again! The Icy Wind Glaceon!
3 KOs in a row all the way down.
And they secure. Narami takes it down. The kid makes the magic happen. And Komai is humming. They are a team. Undeterred, undenied.
Evil Geniuses need to take a buff as all 5 members of Zeta Division are glowing red.
But Vin stops Resta with the Underdog! Holy macaroni! What an insane final stretch!
No, it doesn't go in!
Wait! Mewtwo scored! Mewtwo scored!
With the Hundo Banger! What just happened?
Hundo Burger going in a huge lead, but that was such a fast fight. Zeta Division runs it back 3 games straight for down 2 left, and that won't be enough with 23 seconds left. Back Zeta Division, incredible run.
Baby Southtown looking for the way in. Heavy slam in, secured by a Desu. And this is gonna be Komai's show to finish this thing out. Komai takes a massive fight, a reversal win, a clean sweep in our semifinals.
For the past 5 years, the world's best Pokemon Unite teams have battled for one goal, becoming world champions. We saw the introduction of a league format this year in the Pokemon Unite Championship Series, the most demanding competitive format in the game's history. Now, only 2 teams remain. With this marking the final Pokemon Unite World Championship, the stakes have never been higher. One last title, one final champion. One team will close this chapter of Pokemon Unite history forever. Zeta Division left last year's World Championships with a 2nd place trophy. At Worlds this year, Zeta Division proved that they have leveled up, starting off strong in the group stage and then dominating the bracket stage. Zeta Division will return to the championship stage for another chance at the greatest prize in Pokemon Unite, a World Champion title. Komai led the way in the group stage with a flawless 3-0 result, including a win against defending world champs Peru Unite. Komai found even greater heights in Day 2. A star-studded lineup of opponents fell to Komai in epic matches, including a 3-0 victory in the semifinals. A Desu and Gatlu will return to the championship stage for the first time since 2022. This time with a brand new roster with the same goal, to become world champions. 2 teams who have felt the sting of 2nd place now have a chance to rewrite history, but only one can become the final Pokemon Unite World Champions.
Whether they pulled off a reverse sweep or a clean 3-0 to get here, both of our teams share a competitive spirit. It is time to meet our finalists for Pokemon Unite. First up, welcome to the stage, Komai! Give it up for Nirami, Toast, Gatlu, Adesu, and Gek. And for the opposition, we have Zeta Division. Get loud for Mizutama, Nomu, Rom, Resta, and Vitopo. Before we get into the matches, we have to get a word from the players themselves. Over on the side of Komai, this is the first appearance on the stage for Europe since the first World Championship. What does it mean to represent your region in such a fashion?
It means a lot. I hope it means a lot for everyone in Europe. But right now, today, it's just me and my teammates.
And Zeta Division is no stranger to the final stage. How have you and your team been preparing to ensure it's a championship finish this time around?
今回は2年目で経験あるんだけどどのような準備をしてきた？
そうですね、去年の敗北の経験を生かして、自分たちなりに努力して、最高の形で決勝の舞台を迎え入れることを、目標にやってきたので、絶対に優勝できるように頑張ります。
We've been doing everything we can to prepare for this moment, and we're dead set on victory.
Victory is in the air for one of these teams. I won't hold you any longer. Feel free to make your way to your battle stations and join the rest of your teammates to prepare for your matches. Best of luck, everybody. And with that, it takes the best of the best to get us ready for this matchup. Let's hear from our casters for Pokémon Unite.
It's taken us 5 years to get to this point, and here we are. Komai once again looking to become a world champion. We have Gatlu and Adesu, the two-time runner-up. On the side of Zeta Division, we have Vitopo and Rome, the two-time runners-up. We will have a grand final with a brand new champion. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the final Pokemon Unite Grand Finals. I am Jake, your resident content cowboy. Yee to the ha. Joined by the one and only Doopsnacks. Hello, Doopsnacks.
Hello, cowboy. Whether you've been watching Unite from day number 1 or this is the first time you're tuning in for Pokemon Unite at the World Champions, it's our World Championship. It's our last time. So let's have a good time. Showtime.
Yeah, it's showtime. This is the last one. We will crown our final champion. And it means no matter what, we're leaving here today. So we can kind of do whatever we want. We can pop up again if we want. Whoa! We'll do that a lot.
It's going to be, how far off can we get? Am I off? Nope.
You're off.
Yeah, we're good. We figured it out. We're just testing the range here. It's going to be important because Unite has a ton of energy to it. We bring a lot of energy to it because that's what it deserves, and we need a lot of real estate to move, as you can see.
That's right. If this is your first time watching Unite, it's a 5 versus 5 competitive battler, action-packed matches. That is what you are going to see the entirety of Championship Sunday, with, again, 2 teams who are looking to become a first-time champion with multiple members who have come this close. Last year, Zeta Division loses in the grand finals in Anaheim. In our first year of competition, 2 members of Komai come this close, but they go down to North America. And now one of them will get that final moment, that final trophy. They will become our final champion.
They get to finish writing their story. For one of these teams, they leave in shambles, and the other one, they're going to be crowned champion. But of course, these teams don't get as far as they do without the support of their friends and family. So we have a friends and family interview for you right now. Take it away.
And hello there, everybody. We are here to ask some questions. We have Sari, the coach of Zeta Division, and Zara, a fan of my esports. So, Sari, first question to you. What's it been like watching Zeta Division perform this weekend?
今週末のゼータディビジョンのパフォーマンスについてどう思いますか？
いやもうめっちゃ強くて、もう安心して今日も見れます。
They've been so strong. I feel really confident watching them play.
Thank you so much for that. And same to you, Zara. I know we have seen you out in the crowd cheering for Kamari each time they are playing on the stage. What's it been like getting to watch them perform?
This is just a dream come true. I think this is a very, very happy moment for us. I think we're really, really proud of them. Let's go, Kamai.
Let's go, Kamai. Feeling proud. Now back to you, Sari. This is Zeta Division's second chance to play in the grand finals with Vitopo and Rom being on that stage last year. How does it feel seeing them up there once again to have a second chance at that World Championship position?
ゼータディビジョンが決勝に2回目たどり着けたことについてどう思いますか？
いや、彼らは去年2位という結果に満足せずにここまで必死に頑張ってきたので、今年は絶対優勝できると思ってます。
So last year they ended up second place, but they didn't get comfortable and they worked really hard to get back here. So I'm really excited to see them.
Yes, hard work. They have definitely worked hard indeed. Now, Zara, back to you again. You have been there supporting EU region for quite some time. How has it been feeling seeing Gatlu and Adesu have that second chance spot at getting that World Championship title alongside Kamai?
It's absolutely amazing. I mean, I was there to watch them at Worlds in London when they were in the finals, and unfortunately they couldn't make it, but I think this time they can definitely make it. I have a lot of faith in them. They've worked so hard. I've seen it like with myself, and they're just, I believe in them. They can do it.
Thank you. It's been wonderful to hear from both of you here today. Any final words of encouragement you'd like to give to the team?
あと選手の方に最後のなんか応援メッセージかなんかでやりますか？
もう最高に楽しんで楽しくプレーしてほしいです。
I just really want them to have fun and play hard.
And same for you, Zara. Any words of encouragement you would like to give to Kamai Esports?
We're all proud of you, Komai. We know you can do it. Let's go, Komai win.
Thank you so much, Sari and Zara. We're going to go throw it back to the casters to get this action started.
Thank you very much, Kello. It is almost time. The stage is set. The two-time runner-ups on both sides. For Zeta Division, they were the 5th seed team out of Japan. Counted out, even though they are the strongest region in our game, it looked like there were many Japanese teams that were going to go deeper in this tournament, but Zeta would not quit. They fought the entire way through, coming back to secure their spot in the grand finals on a reverse sweep after losing the first 2 games. And on the other side, Dupe Snacks, we have Komai.
Yeah, players that have been around the game for a very long time, of course, in Adesu Gatlu and their captain, Gek. And then they got the 2 young upstarts there, Narami and Toast, really bringing and throwing life and energy into this team. Both of these squads on what I like to consider a Cinderella run here. Nobody really put all their money on them to be the final 2 teams to make it, but here we are. All these teams needed was a chance, and they absolutely snatched that opportunity.
No question about it. There were so many amazing teams showing up to this competition. Huge teams like the top squad out of Japan getting eliminated first in day 2. Our former world champions going down first match of day 2 as well on their side. Just incredible the entire way through. A story you would never expect, but a perfect ending for Pokemon Unite. 2 teams that were so close to hoisting that championship trophy. One of them will now walk away as the final Pokemon Unite champion.
That is without a doubt. Just one best of 5 separates 5 players from their championship title that they've been yearning for. Again, Zeta Division on the doorstep last year. 2 of their players, Vitopo and Rome, just falling short against Peru Unite. And on the other side, you have Komai and Adesu and Gatlu in London falling just shy in the World Championship chase of that year. Everybody has the opportunity to correct the record and again, stamp themselves not only as a Pokemon Unite World Champion, but the final Pokemon Unite World Champion.
You know, I think a lot of what happens here is going to be decided early on in these matches. In fact, it's going to be decided before the match. In this draft screen, we're going to find out what Pokemon they're going to be bringing into battle. And I have a feeling that the team that outdrafts the other, outpicks the other, outskills the other in what they are bringing to Thea Sky Ruins will be the team that wins the entire thing.
Yeah, typically when you draft better, play better, and execute better, you tend to win. So that strategy makes a lot of sense.
Well, that's the kind of analysis people go here
right, that's why we're here.
You know, if you play better, you end up winning, and I've always said that.
Yeah, you know, if you want to play not good, that is not the way to get yourself across that finish line if your goal is to be champion. which I'm pretty sure that's the goal of both these teams.
Taking a look at our crowd here in San Francisco. The Chase Center is going to be filled throughout this day for all of our incredible competition from our multiple titles. And we have a ton of people here ready to crown our
we go to the Ready Go?
Unite champion. Something we do here for Pokemon Unite that, let's be honest, we stole from the Japanese casters is the Ready Go. At the start of our match, we see the Ready Go at the beginning, and we are all going to do that here together. So in just a moment, we are going to test it here and get a little energy from you in San Francisco.
We're going to have a fly through of the Thea Sky Ruins. It's going to cut to a screen with the 10-minute timer clocked up, and then it goes into the Ready Go. We're going to have a couple, well, at least one practice round here. We're getting told it's ready, so let's get into it. We'll do this together. Again, we'll have the flyover. As soon as you see the 10-minute timer, it's Ready Go. Let's get into it. Let's give it a whirl. Little test run here. Beautiful Thea Sky Ruins. Ready Go!
That's right, San Francisco. That's what we're going to be doing the entire time. Oh, and it looks like they were playing. For a second there, I thought it was a real match. I was freaking out.
I was hearing my voice, and I was like, am I talking? What is going on here? I know I have all the faith in the world that the fans in the stands are going to be able to deliver the energy that these teams want to hear and feel being in the Chase Center. And of course, let's give them a little pep in that step by being active participants.
That's right, bringing the energy to this. And we can see our players right now practicing, getting ready for this match here. Zoroark is a Pokemon that I'm going to have my eye on. I really do feel like if Komai allows this Pokemon onto the battlefield, it will be a huge problem. Vitopo qualified basically because of this Pokemon. The high skill level of that player and the top level play on that Pokemon.
Without a doubt. I mean, when you're looking at Zeta Division, it's really tough to say that their run was not absolutely anchored by Vitopo going into that hyper carry mode. You mentioned Zoroark. We've also seen them do it on Urshifu, the Rapid Strike Urshifu, or as we like to call it, the Blue Shifu, hitting those crazy combos with the Unite move. I've never seen a tally as high as Vitopo yesterday on this Blue Bear, getting 49 hits off that Unite move.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a matchup here. And then on the other side, you know, when you take a look at Komai, they've had some incredible plays throughout the day. Some hero saves last night by Adesu on their team. Adesu playing in that attacker role. A lot of Pokemon that we've seen throughout this tournament. Espeon has been a huge one. But Adesu bringing out the Mewtwo. Why? This Pokemon incredibly strong, but not seen as much in the competition lately. Adesu, however, making huge hero plays on the Mega Mewtwo.
Yeah, I mean, just the mobility or escapability that Mewtwo has, especially through those two dashes, right? It can dash, then dash again. And of course, it goes into that unstoppable mode when it's lining up that big Psy Strike, which deals damage and has a stun associated with it. So it's a great engagement tool. It's a great disengagement tool. And overall, its Unite move, that infinite Psyburn from space that just reigns supreme on the heads of their opponent, is a great way to start or end a battle.
Yeah, and so many powerful picks that these two teams are going to be fighting over. A Pokemon that has gotten so much priority lately in the Unite Championship Series is Surfetched. Played in that top path, got Lou on it most of the day yesterday for Komai, having some incredible games. But when you recognize your opponent has a strength in a Pokemon, there are a couple things you can do. You can ban it away from them, and you can also pick it for yourself, as no two Pokemon will be the same in our matches.
Yeah, of course, as we go through our ban phase here, there's going to be 3 bans per side, and then we go into the snake draft order. So it'll be 1 pick 2, 2 and 2, 2 1, and that's going to round out your teams of 5 to make sure that these teams are able to square away. A lot of teams prefer that first pick. On the other hand, a lot of the best teams like that last pick, where they've got as much information as possible that they can make that big counter pick to counter punch inside that 10-minute game.
That's right. There are so many different strategies when it comes to the Pokemon you are picking and the order you want to play them in. And it also is based on which map you are playing on. You know,
right.
It depends if you're on Thea Sky Ruins with Groudon in the middle, Kyogre, Rayquaza. Each one lends itself to a different strategy. Kyogre map, you might be seeing Pokemon that are a little tankier than others. Some things really high HP, because if you get that Kyogre buff, it's incredibly difficult to take them down. Meanwhile, Groudon giving you all of that crazy attack damage, some of the more powerful carry Pokemon maybe played on that map.
Without a doubt. And again, we will see all our maps here because it is a best of 5, and we'll be cruising through those as we are watching, again, these players warm up as they get ready to battle in a best of 5 for the World Championship title.
It's going to be incredible when they get to face off. Obviously, the nerves between these two squads must be intense with everything on the line here. Not only is everything on the line looking for the championship, but this is our final championship series match. This will be the last time Pokemon Unite crowns a champion here at Worlds. You want to be the final champion. You don't want to miss your final shot.
As we have another pan of the crowd here, they're getting anxious. I know I'm getting a little anxious. I want to see these teams scrap it out and get into the action. And we will be in there shortly. Until then, though, we've got some stats.
Take a look at the top Pokemon by ban rate throughout this tournament. So these are things that both teams say, okay, it's not coming out onto the battlefield. No shocker here. One of the recent releases to our game, the Feraligatr, getting our top ban, followed by Comfey. Feraligatr, incredibly powerful, crazy amounts of burst damage, especially with its Unite move and its attack crunch. And then Comfey, one of the most difficult supporters to shut down. It can just hop onto a Pokemon and basically act as if another version of it, just giving it more HP, giving it more speed, huge shields. It's so tough to fight.
On down the line, Blissey, Zacian, Snorlax, and Mew. Feraligatr, worth mentioning, so strong that the only game Gatlu didn't play Surfetched is because Feraligatr was available, and at that point, he was pretty much no-lifing that Surfetched. That's just how strong Feraligatr is when it's allowed into that draft screen.
Yeah. Powerful Pokemon that neither team wants to see here. Snorlax being a real top defender, and now we're going to see the Pokemon that make it through. So even though Snorlax, Mew, top banned, Zacian as well, also when they are not banned, they are picked almost every time they can be. Blastoise has been an absolute menace this weekend.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Blastoise has been the top Pokemon by pick rate on this screen for every year, for the last like 3 years. It is so strong. I mean, both kits, right? You can Rapid Spin and Hydro Pump, and you can have those big surfs if you're playing a more true defender style. And of course, that big swirling Unite, that Hydro Typhoon, which has the capacity to get big knockups on multiple members on the opposing team, and often is curtains if you hit multiple targets.
Yeah, you'll notice that our top Pokemon by pick right here, 3 of them are in that sort of defender support core, Blastoise, Snorlax, and Psyduck. All incredibly powerful and all sort of filling more of that tanky defender role, even though Psyduck is a support. These are playmaker Pokemon. They're so difficult to fight. They're not the ones in there doing the damage. We do see a few of those here too. Mew from long range. Espeon is one of kind of the best attackers in that bottom path. Then we have Zacian, incredibly powerful, not shocked at all that it is one of our top encounter rates. Almost every top path player in our game has this in their repertoire.
Without a doubt. So encounter rate, if you're new again to Pokemon Unite, means it was either picked or banned, which means it showed up in the draft screen in some capacity. So Feraligatr leading the charge, unsurprising. If it's not banned, you better believe it's getting picked. It is just so strong.
Yeah, and down the line, Blastoise, Snorlax, Mew, and Psyduck. Mew is one of those attackers that it is getting some bans, especially when you know that there's a powerful Mew player on the other side. But with only 3 bans per team, it's sometimes hard to target ban exactly what's on the other side. For instance, Zeta Division, so many powerful choices. They have the Zoroark. Yesterday, Latios and Latias on their side, especially played in tandem, so difficult to deal with, and they were bringing that out. But you can only ban so many things. You can only take away their Blastoise and their Zoroark. It's just, there's so many options right now. The meta feels incredibly diverse.
It really does, right? Gek actually said it in an interview yesterday. The game is so balanced right now that a team can bring a strategy that you never even considered, and you just go, oh no, that can actually work, and we're not ready for that. And a perfect example is the Galarian Rapidash they had to face down. It gave them so many problems, they ended up just having to ban it because in their book of strategies, they didn't have anything to combat that.
That's right. Komai almost knocked out of our tournament, I believe in our top 8. as they were running into C2 from Japan, playing Galarian Rapidash, and they had no answer for it.
None.
One answer that you do have, of course, is that draft screen, and they were able to get rid of it, and they were able to beat that team. But if you could just find the Pokemon that your opponents can't counter, if they don't have time to figure out exactly what they're going to do about it, and they don't ban it, that could be a way that you win Dooms.
Without a doubt. I mean, you have to not be afraid to just take the tough thing off the table. You know, sometimes it feels bad to use a ban on a Pokemon that is not considered S tier or the best thing going. But hey, if your team can't deal with it, just get it out of there and then face the next problem head on.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what these teams are going to have to decide as they start to head towards these matches. As we mentioned, so many powerful picks that you really only get to pick a few things that you don't want to see. You can ban it, you can steal it away from your opponents, but at the end of the day, you're going to have to face something powerful by a top-level player. And as we've mentioned, so many of these players with so much to prove here. Some of them, their first time on a world stage like this. And again, others, this is their second time. Not a single champion amongst them yet, but there will be in just a short best of 5.
We're taking a look at Komai. You know, their Achilles heel has always been that top 8. They finally broke through that ceiling and then breezed through the top 4 into this grand finals. Can they keep up that pace? And it's really tough to contend with the momentum of a reverse sweep too on the side of Zeta Division. So both of these teams really finishing yesterday strong and in a commanding fashion, leading them to this moment and set up for success. And now it all boils down to execution.
Yeah, I wonder which you'd rather have, walking through on a 3-0 victory, feeling strong, or recognizing that your team is the kind of team that can adjust and pull out a victory when you absolutely need it by winning the reverse sweep. Well, that is what Zeta Division out of Japan did. They were down 2-0. It looked like they were going to be heading home. I think most people thought they were the weaker team, but they found another level. They changed their strategy. They went in there with what they play best, and they absolutely crushed the next 3 games.
Without a doubt. And when you think about Zeta Division and Komai, we keep saying they've both been runner-ups before. That being said, Zeta Division's finals run, grand finals run, was a much stronger showing than the last time Komai's players made the world stage. They got absolutely rinsed in 2022, straight up 3-0, curtains, pack them up, send them home. Zeta Division, on the other hand, took Peru to the limit, and yes, they went down in 4 games, 3-1. However, every single one of those games was balanced on a knife's edge.
The thing I worry about for both of these squads is what happens to the team who loses that first game. You know, for Zeta Division, they won their first game against Peru, and then Peru came back, figured them out, and were able to take them down. Komai, if they start to lose their first game, are they going to fall back into that year one? What happened there where they just seem to fall into this quicksand and not be able to pull themselves out? We're going to have to see, but both of them have proved through this tournament that they can win when they are behind. And it's one of the most exciting things that you can see in Unite. A reverse sweep happens all the time, and there's nothing I'd rather see in these grand finals than a Game 5. We have never had one on Championship Sunday.
All right, you can go ahead and scan that QR code to see yourself on the video board. Go ahead and get your phone out there, Cowboy.
I'll scan it. Maybe I'll get on the video board.
I'm concerned that we haven't been on camera enough. Been looking at our graphics. There we go.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's actually really cool. I did not anticipate that. Are we on? Are we going in? That would be so
I'm trying to get in right now. Can you imagine the ego on the two of us? Can we get on the video board that we're already on?
It's loading up. We'll get there in a moment.
It's loading up. It's something that we actually do care a lot about.
Well, it's our last go here at the Pokemon Unite World Championships. Let's have a little fun. What do you think? The camera is on, but are we on the screen? Just leave it open. I'll keep talking, or you can talk.
Taking a look at our crowd here in San Francisco. I know we are all excited and hyped to get into our match as our players are getting ready on the big stage. Once Unite gets started, it goes pretty fast, guys, with 10-minute matches, extremely fast pace, all leading to this big fight in the middle over that Groudon, Kyogre, or Rayquaza.
And now I love that people are having their camera up, and just finding themselves on the Jumbotron. It's a very excellent thing. I'm glad we did that, especially for you and I, who are going to try and pepper that thing with our own presence all day long.
Yeah, we're getting up there.
Yeah,
we have to.
Put put us on the screen. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? What about us? I think is what everybody at home is asking. I think that's what everybody is ultimately asking. Oh,
hey!
Listen. They looked at us and they were like, listen, we know it's an arena and what you guys are thinking is obviously bigger capes, right? But we said, no, use that on Pikachu. It's going to make for great key art for our 30th anniversary of the game of Pokemon. So shout out to us for being so kind. Shout out to Pikachu for wearing that cape so darn well.
Yeah, Pikachu looks great on it. Obviously, we inspired that. And no, you are not seeing double unless you're seeing 4 of us. Then yes, you are seeing double.
You might be concussed.
You might be concussed, but we do look like the same person. We often get confused for each other.
It's great. The very first interaction I had here in San Francisco was, hey, Spraggles! And I was like, no, I'm the other guy. And then we both went, oh.
To be fair, when someone says, hey, Spraggles, and I'm like, hey, they go, oh. So it happens to me too.
Well, I'd like to think that at least somebody cares about us somewhere.
I think they're out there somewhere. I don't know how we get confused. We only look alike, sound alike, dress alike, stand next to each other all the time, have the exact same takes on everything.
We don't do ourselves any favors, to be fair. We haven't really taken it to heart and been like, well, let's differentiate a little bit. We just kind of, I don't want to say lean into it, but we're not course correcting either.
No question about it. You know, something I'd like to do as our players are getting ready is get a little energy here in this stadium in San Francisco. How you feeling, Chase Arena? It's pretty good. That's pretty good, but I think we could do a little bit better. I think we can. Let's try this. All right. Oh, whoa, they're getting loud. Beautiful. All right, let's see. Do we have a Get Loud up there on the Jumbotron? I love it. Do we have a Get Quiet? Do we have a Be Silent? Do we have one of those?
Oh, yeah, let's try and get everybody as quiet as possible.
Yeah.
And on cue, we'll just erupt, right?
Yeah, I want to see if we do. Okay. So I want to see everyone, not a sound. I want to be able to hear a pin drop in the arena. Nothing. And now, for just a moment, we're going to start with a light clap. Just a little something like, oh, okay. A little bit of a golf clap. Oh, that was something kind of neat. All right. Oh, now something a little more interesting happened. Kind of get a little more energy going a little bit. Oh my gosh, one of your favorite players is on stage playing something you absolutely love. And then here we go. We're heading to the grand finals. Let's hear it. Get loud, San Francisco! Not bad.
Not bad at all, and that's a way to lead into our draft here. Our bands are locked in. Adesu grabbing Espeon off rip. Zoroark banned. Vitopos just prime pick. Blissey, Zacian, and then Feraligatr, Surfetch, Mimikyu. Toast on Mimikyu was going crazy yesterday. Now Nomu locking in the Crustler, something that Gek, as their defender player, loves to play.
Yeah, this phase of the game so important, Dupe Snacks. We are stealing things away from our opponents. We are banning things away from them. Gek was amazing on Crustle, and now Zeta Division has that. Using the priority for that Espeon, it has been a power pick all weekend, especially when paired with Machamp, which is not currently banned.
No, and it's been terrific. So we'll see where Komai wants to invest. Gatlu going with the Quaquaval. Gek on the Snorlax has been a presence to contend with.
I absolutely love this Quaquaval pick, a recent addition to the game. And when a player gets ahead on this Pokemon, it is so difficult to shut down. Ooh, Bitopo on the other side, playing my absolute favorite, the three-headed bird, Dodrio. This speedster is incredibly powerful, especially when it comes to harassing your opponents, invading their central area, putting pressure on them all game. So you're going to look for that from Zeta.
Resta again on the Latios, worth mentioning. Rom immediately to Latios, gonna take those planes to battle as Toast grabs their, it shows Scizor, but you can either be Scizor or Scyther, and Toast is most likely gonna be Scyther here. Worth mentioning, Mizutama on this Mega Lucario, great secure, great rip on objectives. It's really, truly the meaning of an all-rounder and can help take over a game. Tell me about this Latios combination.
Yeah, they are powerful Pokemon. One the attacker, Latios, and one the supporter, the Latias, but both of them do incredible damage. They work even better when they're together, getting increased move speed, the ability to fly to each other across the map, and a Unite move that combos together, dealing extra damage on the same target. And we saw Zeta use this this yesterday perfectly. We're going to see if Komai has an answer for it. One Pokemon they did not want to see, and I'm not shocked, is that first ban. That is Zoroark. Zoroark from Bitopo was so incredibly powerful as our players are now loading in for our first match here of our grand finals. You can see the Pokemon selection up on the stage. What a time to be alive, Noob Snacks.
All right, we've got our flyover. We're gonna see that 10-minute. We're gonna get our ready go. Everybody, let's do it.
Here we go. Zeta Division, Komai, our first match. Ready, go! Komai, your purple team. Zeta Division, your orange team. We are getting this thing started here in just 1 moment.
You know, better to pause when everybody's in base, right? Before things actually develop. You know, make sure it's all sorted out.
I'm not going to say that production did that to us on purpose because I yelled ready, go with a lot of energy, but I think they might have.
You know what? Just for the sake of the ready go, let's just remake the whole thing, right? Let's get us.
You want to start from the top?
Yeah, let's just
do pre-show again.
Yeah, all the way back to the top.
Back out here.
Let's do the warm-up. Let's do the practice. Let's get into our first game and hit them with another ready go. And I promise you, production will get us to that 10-minute thing that we said was going to happen, so we can all get into the ready go together.
You know, I'll tell you this: when this show goes live, and not this rehearsal that we're having right now,
right?
It's gonna be big.
It's gonna be so good.
I'm sorry, production. What?
How long?
This is live? Okay.
Okay. You know what? I am feeling anxiety right now. I can't imagine being in the seats of those players who are now at this point been waiting all night, all morning, gearing up for this moment. And just when they think they're gonna get into the Thea Sky Ruins and start rocking and rolling, we've got a quick hit pause. That being said, I'd much rather have it happen when both teams are in home base than in some pivotal, critical moment in the middle of the game. So let's get this sorted to make sure that we are keeping this competition above board and we can crown our true champion with no asterisks.
No question about it. We want to make sure that these matches are perfect as we are taking a look at our stage right there. I absolutely love it. And that is going to be changing throughout the day for all of our titles. This is going to be a very special day of competition. The most incredible stage set here for Pokemon's 30th anniversary in San Francisco, and they really have gone all out.
They absolutely have. I want you all to know that in that middle table with the two chairs, Spraggles and I tried to allow them for us to cast from there, and they said absolutely not.
There's no way we are doing that. I can't believe you even asked.
I said, what % chance do we have? They said an absolute 0%.
If it was a negative, we'd give it to you.
It's a 0%.
That's what they said.
Well, according to our stats team, you can round to 0 and you can round to 100. We'll see if we can get that shakedown for our final Pokemon Unite competition match right now.
This is one of those tough moments where, of course, these players getting into this game, they're ready for it, but they are now put on ice here for a second. This does give you the opportunity to refocus, really discuss what happened in your draft screen, and recognize some mistakes that you may have made outside of the pressure of running right back into another game. So before we have the information about what happened, you can say, we really didn't expect them to immediately steal Crustle from us. That's something we're gonna have to prepare for.
Yeah, I mean, especially something that I don't think Komai has scrapped up against this tournament too much, which is the Latios combination. Now, obviously, these high-level players are familiar with what all these characters can do. However, this is a great opportunity to use this pause and look, hey, we might be on ice for a second, but we can use this to gain momentum, at least strategically, getting into this game and making sure that we're checking all those early game boxes so that we can execute on our game plan.
You know, we talked a little bit about some of these team compositions. I love that you can see them up on the stage right there. As we're looking at the composition here from Zeta, the Dodrio, the Mega Lucario, Crustle, and the Latios back to the other side. Espeon, Quaquaval, Snorlax, the Scizor, which will probably be Scyther, and Psyduck. When you look at these two teams, it feels like Komai needs to win fights, right?
Yes.
But we have opportunities on the side of Zeta Division to not necessarily win a fight, but win a huge objective. You have crazy burst damage from this Latios. You have Dodrio that can be extremely aggressive, surprising with all of its mobility. And then, of course, Mega Lucario, probably the scariest thing on their side, because if you leave Mega Lucario alone for just a moment on an objective, it will use its Unite move, go Mega, and then rip through it before there is much you can do about it. If Komai is not careful, even if they're playing well and they take their eye off the ball for just a moment, Zeta can steal the match from them.
Without a doubt. So when you think about Dodrio, it actually plays the game in a much different way compared to a lot of other characters. It has high mobility. The way it scores is actually in pieces. It's split up into 3, 1 for each head, of course. And because of that, it scores incredibly quick.
Yep.
And it can really flank easily because it has such high speed. So it's one of those things, if you take your eye off the ball, you can lose track of that Dodrio, and then it's right behind you, dealing massive damage on a flank. And then Mega Lucario is in your face with that close combat and that big power-up punch. You mentioned Quaquaval is incredibly strong if it gets ahead. But if you look at the side of Zeta Division, Dodrio can give it fits, and so can that Mega Luca. So just a small investment on the side of Zeta to make sure one of those characters is higher than Quaquaval, it could just become a 1v1 for the rest of the game. Like, my only goal is to make sure Gatlu does not get this thing online, and I think they'll find some success with that.
Well, with how well Gatlu was playing yesterday, there is a question as to who you're kind of trying to target on the other side, right? What player do you want to shut down the most? And if this Quaquaval gets online, gets its Unite move, starts dancing through some of these battles, it could be very tough for the side of Zeta. So that would be a good player to shut down. One that's going to be extremely hard is going to be a Desu on this Espeon. Espeon evolving at level 4, all of our EVs do in this game. They're so strong early. Espeon probably the strongest with the ability to secure easily with Psyshock.
Yeah, and not to mention, it could also go into that stored power, which we saw yesterday as well, which is pretty solid against Dodrio, right?
Yes.
Because stored power has that sure hit and can really track a Dodrio, so it helps at least mitigate some of that crazy mobility that Dodrio has to escape fights that it doesn't want to be in. So I'm going to be looking to a Desu to see how they cover. Let's talk about the support core of Komai, which has been critical. Gek, the captain of the team on that Snorlax, and very quietly, the kid Narami on this Psyduck has been having crazy psychic pulls. You put the disc down, and then you yank somebody out of the tall grass, and they've been setting up great KOs for their squad by doing that.
You know, you and I love to talk about the support cores of these teams because while all of these, carry Pokemon are flashy, they're picking up huge KO streaks, sometimes wiping out the entire enemy team, none of that happens without these playmaker Pokemon on their side. And we've seen huge plays from both of these teams. Gek in particular on Komai, I feel like has made some hero plays for the squad.
Absolutely has, right? And we keep talking about Gatlu, Adesu, Gek, and now Narami, but also there is Toast. And Toast, we've most primarily on the Mimikyu, we've seen them go across a couple things, of course going to be on the Scyther this game, also is a great shutdown player. Like, they can make huge plays. They're always pacing the other team as well and stressing them by attacking from different angles.
So amazing seeing this hype crowd here in the Chase Center, the arena filling up throughout our day. I've been told it seats almost 300 people. Wait, nope, I'm getting something else. 18,000 people. Was way off.
Yeah, you don't know numbers, my friend. Here's the good news. We might be game paused, but all that's doing is allowing for more people to file in and enjoy the experience of Pokemon Unite live here in the Chase Center. And it's an experience unlike any other that you will get today because this game is fast-paced action. No turn-based action here. We're all about the smoke once we get into the Thea Sky Ruins.
That's right. The texture of all of our games here on Championship Sunday is so interesting, exciting. Each one having their own flavor, and Unite, no question about it, is the most high energy of our titles. Non-stop action and battling throughout in our 10-minute matches here, Dupe Snacks, as we're taking a look at our hype crowd.
I love how the plushies were brought. Of course, there's Pikachu, who's using our capes from last year. We are representing our teams here. Zeta Division got the jacket on, got the jersey on, dripped out of control to support the squad as they make their run to Championship Gold.
Man, I absolutely love this stage.
It's awesome.
It's so cool what they were able to do with this. It's an even bigger step up from last year, which was already an amazing stage in the arena. This is just incredible.
What's that, production? You do want us to cast from the table in the middle. Amazing. Are we sure it's set up?
Should we run down there right now?
Right now.
Okay. What's that we're lying? Fair. Fair. Our game is being remade here to make sure that all of our players can get in, and then as soon as it is ready to go, we are going to head down to Thea Sky Ruins and watch them battle it out here in our first game of the best of 5. We've got one of the greatest signs. You have to Blissey ult me and only me, said by the legendary 2-time world champion Overlord.
I will secure, also a great sign. And I've been watching those signs pop up throughout the fans all weekend long. And the energy, commitment, and passion that these fans have for this game cannot be denied. And you know what? I asked for the game to be remade so we can hit a hard, ready go. So let's make sure that we are now getting a second bite at this game 1 ready go apple. Let's make it a big one.
As our players are getting ready to head into the match right now. I always wonder with moments like these, you know, whether it's a technical issue, a player needs a moment or something like that, how that changes the mental state of these competitors as you're getting ready for this match. There's so much on the line here, and I don't know about you, Dupesnacks, but I know for me, I would just want to be thrown into the deep end right away.
Yeah, 100%. And I don't want to bring up, you know, past history or old wounds, but if you recall, this same EU team with a lot of these players got stuck on ice on stage in the World Championships and fell apart afterwards. If you recall that, I'm hoping the mental fortitude is there and they are ready to go. And I'm hoping that Gek, again, is keeping this team from tearing apart at the seams, because Zeta Division, again, we know their resilience. Komai, the question is really still up in the air, because we've seen this team have some bizarre missteps. But if their focus is there and then their intensity is there, they can deliver in a big way.
Well, what you'll notice about Unite is it's often a game of momentum. It seems like a team that's winning keeps winning here, but both of these squads with the reverse sweep yesterday really shows you that they can pull it out when it counts, change everything. And there is something about a team that's been losing and then they start to win. It's just so hard to defeat them at that point. It's like they've figured something out, and then once they hit that, their opponents can do nothing about it.
That's without a doubt. You know, is this an opportunity where you can put me and the Cowboy back on screen?
Ooh. What's your plan?
No.
Oh, you have
no
plan
whatsoever.
Great.
At all,
Welcome
actually.
back.
I just feel like we're dressed nice, and, you know, I'd like to be seen.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. The fact that this is our last day, I mean, it sounds like it with how we're acting, doesn't it? It really does seem like it.
Listen, I feel like production is minimizing the amount of time we're on camera because they don't know if we actually have capes or not.
Yeah, they're wondering if we're gonna...
Like, are they gonna unfurl
they got
a
a cape back there?
Do they have crowns? They have those epaulettes, those gold shoulder things with tassels. Nobody knows.
I love that you're bringing up all the things that we asked if we could bring in. They said absolutely
no
not.
to all of them. They said no to all of them. But you put positive out, maybe get some positive
maybe
back.
we get something back. Surely, if someone in the audience had a crown and brought it to us, I couldn't not wear it.
I mean,
I can't wear it. The crown.
Production, what's that? You're gonna get rid of us before the end of the show. Okay,
sure,
yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah,
that's where we always thought we would be. In the trash
here, Dupesnacks. Stadium filling in too.
That's great.
You absolutely love to see it.
I love this ripple effect. I love seeing myself in the Jumbotron. That's terrific. I'm a big fan of that. I cannot deny. This is a great experience. It's a great experience for those of you in the arena, of course. Great experience for our players on stage. Phenomenal experience for me and the Cowboys.
Selfishly for us, this is a great day.
It's so good.
Yeah, we're absolutely loving it right here. And this is our final Pokemon Unite cast. It really is the most amazing way to send this game off. You know, last year in the arena, it was absolutely electric. And this is even bigger, Dupesnacks.
Yeah, exactly. That's, again, why everybody at home assumed larger capes. But no, look, just look how sharp we look. And here, and here. Well done. Let's talk about these teams again. Zeta Division on that reverse sweep. You talked about momentum and how critical that is, but we've seen time and time again the momentum not necessarily carrying into the next day. We've seen teams go on miracle runs through day 2 of a bracket, hit grand finals, and fall apart. Is this going to be the case for Zeta Division? That's a question that remains unanswered.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, can these teams keep that momentum? Can Zeta keep that huge win going from being behind to now winning? Or are they shaken by the fact that the team on the other side 3-0'd their opponents as we're getting set up for our match right now? And it sounds like we will be soon heading into our game.
And once we do, 10-minute timer on the screen. Ready, go. We're all going to do it together. And we're going to show everybody at home what they're missing out as they're watching through their screen, because we're going to have a raucous crowd here to get loud and deliver the energy to these players on stage.
You can see the screens. Our players are loading in now for our first match of our grand finals here in San Francisco.
I need to take a deep breath. I want to get into it.
Here we go. Ready? Go! Komai Esports, your purple team. Zeta Division, your orange team. The first game of our grand finals begins now.
We see the players on their mini-map cruising towards their path, and we'd love to see the characters on the screen.
Here we go.
As Nomu is immediately going crosstown shootout, and they're going to go for an invade to slow down the progress of Toast. Narami sussing it out quickly and going to A-press him down.
Yeah, this play right here is taking one of your Pokemon, especially with an experience share, across the map, trying to steal away some experience from their powerful central area Pokemon. Nomu looking to see if they can secure this buff for their squad, and no, it goes over to Toast.
Resta and Rom downstairs there with the Snorlax, and Adesu moving through the Espeon. Already evolved, and Toast decides to collapse in the bottom pad. Vitopo now peeling back up top, trying to see where all the action is.
Yeah, here we go. Adesu seeing the side here of Zeta. Vitopo throwing some of that tri-attack at them as we head to our top path here. Mega Lucario starting off extremely strong, almost already level 5.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side, look, we are struggling to get our evolutions. Toast and Narami have to pull up for get a little support on Gatlu. Swablu and Terrier, big dual wing beat, and we do have our evolution for Gatlu. That's a start.
Meanwhile, we have a fight in the bottom path. It looks like Dodrio was there for just a moment, and we might have a scrap in the center of the map here as Scyther and Dodrio are very close to each other. Vitopo moving in now, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, Vitopo actually seeing that there's two players there. The K opener going to go to Komai. Narami gets the credit, but the damage done by Gatlu and Toast. And now Nomu struggling to evolve, but they're losing sight of Mizutama, who is getting now matching parity with Gatlu on the levels, and Gatlu quickly caught out. The pressure's on. The tri-attack's going to seal the deal.
And Gatlu overstanding his welcome in the central area there of Zeta Division, kind of giving up a lot of the experience lead that they got from KOing that central area Pokemon, unfortunately. Those are some of the plays you have to make, though. If you could extend that victory even further, it would be incredible. Adesu, they are on the stored power build, which is going to be tough for the bird.
It is going to be very difficult. Nomu finally hitting the Crustle, going to be able to space out. You see that big rock tomb shelling Toast away, which means Zeta Division is going to grab the first Regidrago.
Great secure from Zeta Division, giving their entire team some team-wide experience and a buff that allows Nomu to score faster. And it looks like we have two members of Zeta hiding in the tall grass, trying to take down Toast.
Oh, they know when those timers are going to be on the respawn. Vitopo and Nomu are going to put pressure on Toast. Toast actually bailing into the bottom pad, which means once these things spawn back up, if Zeta Division wants to hang out long enough, they can take them all.
And that's how aggressive that Dodrio can be. Toast just had to leave here and see what they could secure in the bottom path. Here comes Nomu. Meanwhile, Dodrio taking all the experience on the side of Komai.
Yeah, Nomu coming down from the central area, giving Zeta Division the rest of the information they need, which means Vitopo knows that they're pretty safe to grab all the experience from the side of Komai. Meanwhile, up top, it looks like Narami and Gatlu are doing a good job. We do have Quaquaval online.
We do, yeah, and it looks like they did pretty well into this Lucario, but Gatlu's going to need to be careful right here. Lucario has incredible secure potential. Quaquaval does not. They're moving forward, looking for a fight.
4v3, big heavy slam. Quaquaval closed it out. They're all over Nomu. Nomu getting shredded. Big X scissor, but the block, eject button out of the crust to get back on the backside. Reste, the Latias, is trying to make it happen. Toast secures the Regice, and they might look for a push here. They got a 4v2. They're going to get the cheeky scores in now, and they're going to go for the big 36 over, and now the points lead belongs to Komai.
That's right, 159-53. Komai ahead. We have Adesu trying to fight Vitopu on this goal zone, but they are not able to take them down. Even the Unite move could not save them. We now have Vitopo scoring, stacking up their attack weight in this bottom path, making them more and more powerful for all of these fights. But here comes Komai right back at it, looking for Nomu, and they pick up a KO.
Now they're moving forward. Narami, Gek gonna be the security guards for Toast, that big Scyther. Tons of burst damage, but incredibly fragile when it comes to taking damage themselves. Narami, nice little psychic, repositions Rom, heavy slam there to separate Resta. The block is back, we're trying to put damage down. Narami gets hit with a Unite move, they're low on HP, dual wing beat, knockout, pressure's on, heavy slam again, and Quaquavel's moving into the back line. Nomu's getting shredded, huge psychic reposition on Mizutama. They're on the backside, they missed the close combat, and Adesu closes the door. Nomu getting shredded, dual wing beat, and Espeon gets credit. Holy smokes, Komai is here to play.
Komai is absolutely cooking in this bottom path right now, but they're deciding not to break this goal, Doob Snacks. They want to keep this bottom path open so they can continue securing some of this experience. Meanwhile, Vitopu trying to take everything away. Big KO, and they're going to be able to get out. They're running away from the central area, and that is the power of Dodrio. That is the power of Vitopo.
Vitopo up a level. If Narami hits that psychic and drags, Vitopo will go down to Toast. They used, I believe, the full heal to cleanse that away so they can get the knockout and escape. And on top of all that, they got Narami's Unite move.
Let's talk about a quiet battle that has been happening throughout this match, and that is the battle that Latias and Latios are playing. These two Pokemon are looking to continue stacking up their Aeon power. They get stronger and stronger throughout this match and have crazy potential as the game goes on. Komai looking good now, but these could turn into real problems for them later.
Big Quaquavel dunk downstairs, 240 wound, 110. Komai is there in the face of 4. Nomu goes down, now Gek can move forward. Mizutama peels back. Rom using their Unite move on a Desu, prime target, half HP gone. Resta is eviscerated, but Toast is gone as well. Gek is looking for Rom. Mizutama strikes down on Narami. Close combat does a bit of damage. Vitopo stressing the scoreboard downstairs. Close combat is there, back on top of Adesu. Nice heavy slam, and okay, we took care of the trash then, and now Komai is pivoting to Registeel. Nomu back into the action, but it's going to be tough.
Meanwhile, while this is happening, Dodrio scoring in the bottom path, trying to even up this scoreline. Nomu stopping the big-time Rebel Rouser Unite, and here come the Latios and Latias.
They took their eye off the Registeel, and since they took the fight, Nomu bought enough time. Now Gek is trapped in the wrong tomb. They have these slammed back over the wall, but now it's Zeta Division that has control of the Registeel objective.
Absolute swings back and forth here. Lucario back. This is going to be very difficult for Komai to stop at this point with the incredible secure potential on the side of Zeta, and they do take it there. It is the Latios getting them the Registeel, a huge buff that is going to give them extra attack and special attack.
Somewhere off screen, we had Vitopo on the Dodrio, level 13, go down. Tons of experience in the hands of Komai. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game, and it is getting close.
It's getting very close here. Less than 100 points separate these two teams, and when Dodrio is on the side of Zeta, you cannot feel good about that. It can run away from our final fight in double time and make some huge plays. Regieleki now being taken by Zeta. No one from Komai in a position to deal with this. In fact, they're just looking for experience on their side of the map. I think they recognize they have to win a huge fight. We are at the 3-minute mark, which means in 1 minute here, we are going to have Groudon spawn in the center, and these two teams are going to need to decide how they want to play the final moments of this match.
Take a deep breath. 40 seconds, and our boss monster here in our first map is going to materialize. Meanwhile, these teams are waiting. The calm before the storm, getting their levels up, and Zeta Division on the hunt, trying to get vision.
And you can see Zeta Division right here with some extremely aggressive positioning. Do they decide to go in? It looks like they're going to use the power-up punch, fly backwards, and throw some damage onto the Snorlax here. They know exactly where they are on the side of Komai. This makes it difficult for Komai to engage.
Ooh, Narami's getting real close to that Dodrio on our minimap. Rome and Resta, Nomu moving forwards in the bottom path here. We've got 5 seconds, brother.
Yeah, here we have 5 seconds till our first.
Oh, no!
God, they're over the wall. This could be too early, Doob Snacks.
Oh, straight into the Unite move. They get hit with everything under the sun. The Latios, it's a huge KO. Rock Tomb bubbles out to support Core and Adesu. They're trying to put the store power on Nomu. Groudon's getting worked on. We've got the Mega Lucario going for the rip. Groudon in the central area. All of Komai spaced out. Get into the backside. Toast friendly using their Unite move. The SBI Unite pops up a couple, but everybody's still standing. The power nap is just on Nomu, and there's only 3 players standing for Komai. Gek does get the knockout, but the rip has started. Narami is there to make a hero play. They can't get it. It's Vitopo, and Zeta Division secures the first objective in our grand finals.
And here they go, rushing to score here. They just need one huge one to even this up. 241, 248, but this match is incredibly close. In just a moment here, these players are about to find out how close it is. When it says it is close battle, that means no one knows which side exactly is up. But with these Groudon buffs, Zeta Division is in a perfect position to win. They just have to have one player sneak off and score. For Komai, they need to run to the other side of the map. They need to KO members of Zeta, take these buffs for themselves, and make something happen. Komai now looking to figure out exactly how they are going to make that fight. We have two members of Komai in the bottom path, and here comes Zeta Division sneaking through the tall grass.
Getting the information, but of course the Dodrio has a great capacity to score and stretch this lead that Zeta Division have. Gatlu has exposed themselves. The Rock 2 forces out of Desu and Narami. Backdoor, heavy slam by Gek. They're trying to block and isolate. Gatlu looking for a target, and they're trying to pin down that big Resta. Resta gets out, and now they're trapped. Another Unite move back from Rome, and it's going to pinch in the middle. Toast is using a Unite move, but it's a fruitless endeavor. They're getting absolutely eviscerated. Meanwhile, Vitopo's on a scoring mission. They're up by over 100, and Zeta Division is cruising in the next 10 seconds.
Beautiful Groudon fight, perfectly played by Zeta Division. As we mentioned earlier, you leave the Mega Lucario alone, and they are taking that objective. Komai having the Quaquaval fly over on the jump pad, getting absolutely caught. I don't think it's what they wanted to do at all. I think the Rock Tomb got them stuck in a crazy position that they did not expect, and then everything started to go wrong. The beautiful Unite move from Latios, able to pick up the KO on
Latios and Latias,
yes.
They both honed in on the right target. And you know what? If the other team gives you an inch, you take a mile, and that's exactly what happened. I have no idea why Gatlu springboarded into the middle. They landed in an absolute blender, and Zeta Division made them pay in the biggest way.
We're going to have to take a look at some of those moments in a replay here in a second, but that is something that I want to watch back as well. I think it was a Rock Tomb that ended up forcing them over the wall. As we take a look at some of these moments here, this was a nice early fight here from Komai, but they did end up paying for it. They could not get Nomu in this situation, and Gatlu does go down.
Again, great early game action out of Komai. And if they were sticking with their game plan in the final stretch, I think they would have been fine. Here we have a great little fight here on the Regice, going to be able to lock it down as well.
Yeah, Regice here being taken. We have Gatlu getting extremely aggressive, pushing forward towards the side of Zeta. Very aggressive plays from them. They knew they needed to win a fight as a team. They were not able to do it. And as we mentioned before, Latios and Latias getting stronger and stronger and stronger throughout the match. By the end there, they were able to use that Unite move as a delete button on Gatlu.
Oh, without a doubt. And now you're seeing when Komai is taking agency in these fights and not on the back foot, they're doing very well. Unfortunately for them, the Gatlu over the wall, I can't wait to see it so we can really analyze how that went down.
Yeah, here we go. Looking at some of the scores. Mizutama moving forward right here. Rome, our player of the game. I mean, are you shocked there? The damage just starts going up and up and up, and I really do think that catch on Gatlu from the side of Zeta Division entirely, but especially the Unite move that finished him off, really was what set up Zeta to win.
Yeah, one thing I want to talk about, we mentioned a lot at the top of the show, Vitopo being a critical member of this Zeta Division team, getting them to the finals here. However, Vitopo, a very quiet game in game number 1. So if you look at what Komai was putting together, and if their plan was shut down Vitopo, they succeeded. However, they kind of lost sight on every other player in the game.
Here we go, right back into draft.
Same
now,
bands.
Komai is going to need to deal with what just happened there. Adesu picking the Espeon here first. They like their strategy. It really was going well for Komai. It just went catastrophically bad there at the end when Gatlu got caught. As we're seeing the next couple of picks over to the side of Zeta Division. Are we going to see the same Pokemon? They did just win with it, so you might not need to change much up.
Suicune on rip, and they are one of the few teams that have been playing a Suicune. And I talk about the Suicune Unite move, how devastating it can be if it tracks and freezes multiple targets. When you have the skill set on the rest of your team like Zeta Division does, it is curtains for you, son.
Yeah, and what they're really setting up here with these bans, the Feraligatr, the Surfetch, the Mimikyu, they're targeting out a lot of these all-rounders, and we're seeing exactly what Gatlu wants to play here. Quaquaval looked pretty good last match, but Quaquaval into Suicune sounds like a nightmare, Dupesnax. It wants to fight at close range. It does not want to be stunned by this Pokemon.
worth noting that Mizutama went with base model Lucario. Comfey enters the game here, one of the most banned Pokemon all tournament long. Rome on the Zarina. We'll see how Komai reacts. And now they're going to get the Machamp Espeon combination. So you're going to see a big submission and then that Psyshock bam stun.
I was wondering what the final pick was going to be here for Komai, and the reason I was wondering is because what Pokemon would they want to play into this Suicune? I don't think it would be the Scyther. We've got a slightly tankier Pokemon with the Mega Charizard X, and if they can pick something up, especially something that already has a Comfey on it and delete it fast, you're kind of getting 2 KOs for the price of 1. One combination that we have on Komai that has been absolutely brutal throughout this entire tournament is the Machamp and the Espeon. Machamp with submission, making themselves unstoppable, running towards the enemy side, grabbing one of their opponents, throwing them over their shoulders, and then letting a Desu on this Espeon hit them with the Psyshock and Psybeam. It's kind of a 1-2 punch that knocks out most things in the game. The question is, does a Desu want to play that build, or is he still feeling the stored power? I think without the Dodrio around, we're probably seeing the Psyshock.
I think you want to go Psyshock 100%, right? Especially because Rome or Vitopo is going to be carrying the Comfey, so doing the suplex stun right there is going to get you that, what I like to call that little BOGO deal. You get the big guy down and the Comfey comes for free.
Here we go. Heading into game number 2 in the Chase Arena, our final Pokemon Unite World Championship as our teams are loading in.
Ready?
Pretty good, Doomsnacks. You saved that well.
You think?
Yeah, I think you did great.
Yikes, brother. Unite staying true to itself. Bell to bell here, say the thing.
Here we go. Komai, your purple team. Zeta Division, your orange team. Up 1 game now in our best of 5. Gek running across the map, looking to see what they can take away from Zeta. When you have an Urshifu on the other side, you want to be very aggressive because this is one of the toughest early game Pokemon. Kubfu really struggles to get online.
Struggles in a big way. Gek doing a great job with Invasion. You think, hey, are they going to get knocked out? What are they actually trying to accomplish here? And it's the waste time.
Yeah.
And Gek is being incredibly successful right now. And now they're pulling out the slow smoke from Resta. Vitopo, still that Kubfu does get both buffs, but slowed down immensely.
Yeah, and you want to slow this down, right? Because if you do not slow down this Urshifu, it is going to enter the battle very quickly with that Rapid Strike. It's going to be a real problem here. Nomu trying to secure that, but it looks like Gotlu was able to take that in the bottom path. Kubfu now looking for their moment, looking for their level 5. They have it. They have evolved. This is a scary place, especially with the Comfey Collar. They're going to need to be very careful on the side of Komai.
Right there, right in the middle, looking for their opportunity is a little Machop and saying, I just want to get my points in. Can I? No. They're going to get frozen for absolutely no value here. We'll see if they get knocked out. Resta and Vitopo cruising through the central area here as Komai is committing to the top path.
Yeah, and beautiful stuff from Komai there, right? They recognized that that fight was not going to go well for them. However, they put a lot of pressure on top. But we do have the Urshifu making their way to the top path, seeing if they can punish some of the players. Nomu here in the bottom path, just trying to attack them on this goal zone. Rom now already level 6.
Giving them fits here. Rome with so much mobility. You see that big stomp out of this arena and just gliding in. Queenly Majesty ticks going up as they're about the action, and now they're just wasting time because they're able to prevent Gatlu from evolving as Toast is getting bullied in his own central.
And look at this here. Here comes Vitopu. This is the power of some of these Pokemon like Urshifu, the Dodrio. They can really move through the enemy central area. And look how aggressive Zeta is being, never letting up here. They've already taken game 1. They want to finish this.
They absolutely do, and look at that quick little freeze from Nomu. Rome as well. I mean, everything is moving for Zeta Division. They have complete control of Reggie Drago. Narami trying to move forward as a little duck, see what they can do. Bubble! Narami! Honestly, you don't know the value that just brought to a struggling Komai team, and sometimes all you need is a cheeky objective steal to get yourself back in it.
Yeah, there's something about just taking something that you shouldn't have gotten from your opponents. Your team can kind of get the energy they need back in this match. Narami heading to the bottom path here. The Charizard, Toast heading to the bottom. Adesu as well with the Unite move, making their way to the bottom path, looking for a fight.
consistent freezes from Nomu, always getting at least one target, sometimes multiple. Very impressive. You've got the Whirlpool down, push it forward, Ice Beam lined up. No, Regirock is working. Rome is stomping. Narami trying to give cover. Nomu with the support. And here comes Mizutama. Power up punch, close the door, moving forward. Nomu getting credit, but the pressure's on. Toast is pinned against the wall as Charizard. They're knocked out. And running away is Rome. Resta hopping off as the Comfy jumps right back on, and the Regirock belongs to Zeta Division.
Regirock being ripped apart right here, and the Serena playing so well for the side of Zeta, and also the fact that it has the Comfey on it just makes it more difficult to fight. You don't realize it when you're fighting it all the time, but you are fighting two Pokemon at the same time.
Good little psychic pull from Narami. Can Komai do anything with it? Heavy slam over, suplex, forces out the Urshifu Unite, 11 hits down, blocked to separate Mizutama from the team. On the backside, we're getting a Desu knocked out, but Topo's still going. Mizutama's right there, and they get suplexed into path. Gek looking for cover, but the goal zone is closed. KO streak of 3. Gatlu keeps trying to hold it down, but they're going to be dispatched. And now it's Narami and a Desu. Toast isn't even paying attention. Complete control for Zeta Division.
Toast with the Unite move coming right back, trying to stop them right here, but gets taken back up into the air.
The Ice Age freezes Komai, and that allows Zeta Division to keep pushing. KO streak of 2 for the legendary dog, as they're going to peel back, and it's finally a Machamp. Gek steps up, block back suplex, but is there enough in the tank?
Here we go, Machamp Unite move looking to get a KO right here. Desu coming in, missing the Side Shock and Side Beam because Vitopu was able to move out. Beautiful plays there. Zeta Division dominating game 2.
Holy brother, you take your eyes off of Topo when you're getting ranched by Mizutama. You take your eyes off Mizutama and it's Nomu buckling you with the ice blocks. Zeta Division in complete control.
Zeta Division in control. Komai struggling here. There are a few bright lights. They finally have their levels where they can have Unite moves, especially that Charizard. Unfortunately for them, they were absolutely shut down the last time they used it. They need to get a great fight online and isolate some big targets.
Good suplex. Block there to ensure at least Mizutama. Here comes Vitopo and Comfy. Snatched into the air. We're going to try and burn him down. Urshifu unites up. Combo hits him 36. They're looking for more suplex. Can they convert? No, 42, 45. The numbers keep climbing. Nomu with a huge freeze on the backside. And it's Rome looking to stomp through the rest of Komai. Rome might be a water type. Nope, they're a grass type. They're burning it down for sure.
Don't worry, we make a lot of mistakes here. No one will notice that one. Snorlax in the top path. We have the Psyduck moving with it, but here comes Vitopo once again in this central area looking to make something happen, Snacks, like they have been all game. Just take over the map, take all the experience from Komai. This is such a difficult match. If they were able to get a huge pick, a submission into the Psyshock, into the Charizard Unite, they could take down one of these huge targets, but Zeta has been playing so well.
They've got to make sure. Oh! Big Machamp Unite for 3. Mizutama is there, though. Pressure on Gatlu, Fruitless Endeavor gone.
Here we go, Vitopu heading back towards their side. Gek now in the top path. Rome, level 12 up here as we have Toast, also level 12, but you would really hope that your central area Pokemon would be out-leveling this right here as we have 13 on the other side for Zeta Division. Komai is not out of this, but the fights are looking grim for them.
Listen, this is exactly how some of their matches went yesterday, getting bullied most of the game and finding it in the final moments. Nomu is very low. There's a quality knockout opportunity. Charizard Unite does lock down the Suicune. Now Rome has to stomp away. Right back in is the Blue Shifu, getting combos up to 45, 47, 56, 57. We keep pushing, make it 60.
Wow, unbelievable from Zeta. You just see the level that this player is playing at as they score another 50 points. 75 to 312 from Zeta, and they are dominating all of these fights. You can see why Comfey is one of the most banned Pokemon in our entire tournament.
Right?
It is so difficult to shut down a player that has this on them, especially people that are playing at this level like Vitopo.
Okay, take a deep breath, Komai, just like I did. Figure out the typing of your Pokemon, because apparently I'm still learning that, and see what you can cobble together in the next 40 seconds, because you got a big fight to win.
Regieleki now being taken down by Komai. They have to deal with this, whereas Zeta gets to do whatever they want on the map. What they want to do is hide in this tall grass and see if they can catch a member of Komai early before this fight. 30 seconds until Kyogre makes their way to the center. Narami hitting a Psychic. Gatlu moving in. They might take the fight early as they grab the Suicune.
Suplex over the wall. Rome is 2. Nomu's low. Nomu's knocked out. Ice Age gets 3. The block is there to protect the team. Vitopo looking for a flank. Right back into the middle is Mitsuzama. Rome on the backside looking for Toast. Vitopo eyes down Gax. We finally have the Charizard unite, but they're punched. They're shielded. They're back. Finally, Mitsuzama goes down. Rome is on the chopping block. Suplex stun.
Whoa!
Up on the heavy slam. Gatlu needs to use a move, but we have a huge Urshifu unite again. Make it 60 and counting. They're pushing back, and it's just 2 players on Zeta Division, but they're fighting so well.
Vitopo somehow making their way through the relentless assault from Komai. The Charizard Unite move picked up multiple members, and now, for just a moment, the calm before another storm. Kyogre in the middle, Zeta coming back. We now have Charizard coming back in just 5 seconds, but will Zeta start this before Charizard is ready to fight? Here comes Lucario looking for Gek. The block right now, no one wants to make a mistake here, but Zeta wants to scrap.
So Vitopo getting straight into the middle, little bit of a freeze, follow-up suplex.
Vitopo is split. Vitopo goes down. Narami's getting chased. They're snuffed out and stomped. Just 2 players for Komai. Toast is on the chase. Singular unite move from Rome. And Rome is in fact burning for Komai here in game 2. They're not going to worry about Kyogre. They're going to assault those goal zones.
They are heading towards the central area goal here of Komai, and this is going to increase their points lead considerably. There's still time on the clock, but now Komai's only shot is going to be able to quickly get that central area objective and make something happen. 171, 528, and we can see Rome attacking multiple members here of Komai, fighting them on their own goal zone. It doesn't look like there's going to be enough time for Komai as Charizard finally hits the map. Gatlu working on Kyogre in the center.
And meanwhile, the rest of Komai getting snuffed out as the scores keep going in. Zeta Division with an exclamation point on the line that was game 1. They hammer home game 2, and they're up by so many points. With 13 seconds left, it's gonna be tough.
And you see Zeta Division right here. Look at how smart they are, deciding there's no reason to fight near this tier 1 goal zone. They just have to stop them from scoring in here and in the home goal zone. Beautiful plays from Zeta, an absolutely dominant performance here in game 2, and they are now 1 game away from being your final Pokemon Unite World Champions.
You said the team that would win the first game would gain the momentum and carry it through, and right now we have Zeta Division with all the momentum in the world, but Zeta Division knows what being down 0-2 means.
Yes.
Because they did the reverse sweep yesterday, and they have to keep the pedal to the floor. You cannot let a team with the skill level of Komai scratch and claw their way back into this. You gotta snuff them out now.
Just like we saw yesterday, both of these teams have been in a position to reverse sweep, so this is not over by any means. But if you're Zeta, you have to feel good about how that match went. Game 1 was very close. Game 2, they were in control the entire time.
Nomu on this Suicune was a problem, brother, and you can see why Zeta Division committed a first pick to it. A Pokemon that has been quiet all weekend long and now surging onto the scene with the surging strikes from Blue Shifu. And really, blue's a good color on Zeta Division game 2 win.
Look at that, 95,000 damage from Rome on the Zarina. This is a Pokemon that's received a lot of bans throughout our tournament because if a team plays it, they are incredible. You are pointing to a pretty big number there. Vitopo, 18 knockouts.
18 knockouts, 2 assists, 1 feint, and that gives you a KO plus A over F, a cough of 20. 91k damage out of Vitopo. I mean, every one of these characters was a problem, dude.
Yeah, real problem. Toast not coming online as fast as they needed to on the side of Komai was also a real issue. Mega Charizard had some huge moments throughout that match, but you want it early and you want them often. You want to be megaing in a lot of these fights, picking up huge KOs, and they only had a few that went their way. And even when they did, Zeta played so incredibly well that they were able to stem the tide, get right back in there, and win the refight.
Look at that heat map, brother. Everywhere. Once Rome got online, they were skating all over the map, finding targets and taking them down. as we have our crowd right there, primed up, ready to go for game number 3.
Oh, I'm getting word from our production, Doopsnacks. This is actually a huge deal. Your mistake in the last match, that is our 10,000th mistake.
Whoa, let's hear it!
We did it, everybody!
Look how excited they are about our 10,000th mistake.
Big deal, a big deal for us. A lot of us said we couldn't do it before we shut the game down, but you know what? Yes, we can. Never give up on your dreams.
Of just catastrophic mistakes on the biggest stage. You love to see it from the boys. We won't be back tomorrow.
As we're getting ready for what could be our final match, Doopsnacks, between these two squads. Komai, they're really going to need to figure something out. There is something about a loss that huge that gets you to recalibrate everything, go back to what you know, go back to what you know is going to win. Stop trying to play better than what you are. Play the Komai that got you here in the first place. But they need to make it happen right now, as Zeta Division could become your champion in just 10 short minutes.
Again, Comfey available for one of these teams. Blastoise is the first pick. The bans, the exact same. And Zeta Division has been navigating their draft after these bans incredibly well. They feel confident. Komai feels like they're just going with the flow.
Here we go. Next couple of picks over to Zeta. They are going to take that Crustle. And they are going to take Latias, which we saw in game number 1. Obviously, this could easily lead to Rome once again being on that Latios, which was incredibly powerful, difficult for Komai to shut down, especially towards the late game when the burst damage was just so high that Gotlu went down immediately. They're back on the Quavel, which for Komai, their early game in game number 1 has been their strongest showing throughout this entire tournament. So I understand heading back towards this.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to make sure that whatever Toast picks isn't super duper susceptible to an invade, because you really want Narami to be sticking in path with Gotlu to get them unlocked. And this has been the Achilles heel of Komai on Saturday. The games they have lost in rough fashion have been because across the way was the horse, the Galarian Rapidash.
This pick right here from Zeta Division is the most targeted pick that we've seen throughout this entire series, recognizing that Komai had a very difficult time into this Pokemon yesterday, so much so that they needed to ban it. This could be the ace in the hole for Zeta right now and how they win the entire tournament. Adesu back on their hero Pokemon from day 2, Mewtwo Wai and Toast on the Talonflame. Incredibly fast, so we have a very quick speedster on both sides.
Yeah, and I mean, Talonflame does a decent job holding its own in the early stages as well. It has some decent secure in its kit. Rome is going to Latios, and this Latios-Latias combination in game 1 we saw was incredibly strong. So, Komai, with their back against the wall, they are fighting with Blastoise, Quaquaval, Psyduck, Mewtwo Wai, and Talonflame.
Zeta Division with everything on the line. The championship 1 game away, stealing away the Crustle, which had some huge plays for them in game 1. The Latios coming back out, and now 2 speedsters on the side of Zeta as we're taking a look at our crowd here in San Francisco.
Hopefully we do the flyover right and we can grace this game with a team ready go.
There our battlefield, Thea, Sky, Ruins with Rayquaza in the center. This could be your final match of Pokemon Unite in the championship series. 1 more game for Zeta Division and they will become your champion. Komai needs to win 3 in a row. It's been done before. Members of Komai have done it before, but Komai, this is tough.
Ready?
Go! Komai, your purple team, Zeta Division, your orange team, as we are 1 game away from crowning Zeta the champion.
But standing in their way is Komai. You are down, but you are not out yet. Keep your eye on the prize and keep on fighting and make your story happen. Narami immediately sussing out Nomu, putting a press pressure on, which means auto attacks on your opponent.
That's right. You're looking to shut this thing down before it could really do something towards this central area. We have Toast right now looking to see if they can get some of this experience. Nomu trying to steal it right here, but that does go over to the side of Komai. Not only is Toast trying to get this experience right here, but they're also trying to shut down that Dwebble if they can.
Yeah, I mean, just the little rocks peppering you on the top of the head for that miniature stun is so annoying, and Toast actually getting surprisingly low, does close out with the knockout, so Toast gonna hit Path, but not quite level 5.
Yeah, you could see the red buff was taken there by the Dwebble, and that's why getting that KO, they get the buff back, but they're still not yet level 5. They're gonna take some of this experience right here, and Talonflame is getting closer and closer. It does evolve at level 7 to its final evolution.
Mizutama eyeing down the Swablu and Altaria. Great presence from Komai. Rock Tomb is there, and that actually isolated Gotlu very quickly, and something they need to watch out for.
Vitopo is now something they're going to need to watch out for as Dodrio really gets to decide how they want to play this. Looking for the Talonflame in the center as we're fighting over some experience right here. Vitopo moving forward, seeing if they can get the KO on Toast. Toast actually has to run away from their own central area, and this has been the story of all of these matches. Zeta Division doesn't look at my half of the map, your half of the map. It's all their map.
And it's working. It's working great. We see Toast behind on levels. We see Vitopo doing whatever it is they want. The Galarian Rapidash, the horse with the sharp stuff coming out the top of its head is looking good now because they just hit their evolution. Narami's headache takes over after a Rock Tomb from Nomu. And really, Komai is just kind of turtling up all over the map.
Yeah, Komai not up on levels, so they're going to need to fight together if they can make something happen here. But Zeta Division with Vitopo already at 7, really taking over the map and stealing everything they can from the side of Komai. Rome now getting the blue buff here in the bottom path, while Dodrio is going to clean up some of the experience. Just calm for a moment as we have a huge objective spawning in 40 seconds in the top and bottom path. But before that, we have a fight over some Altaria as well.
Desu doing a decent job trying to keep pace on these levels, but being left alone as the Mewtwo Y is difficult. Rome and Resta seeing that they can put some pressure on, and they do indeed. You see the life bar of a Desu just getting clunked every single time. Here comes Gek for a little bit of support on the Wartortle.
Yeah, now we have the block there of the Psy Strike. They're looking to make something happen in the bottom path, but they are behind in levels, and that is a really tough place to be. Blastoise desperately needing their level 7. Toast is still not Talonflame.
Level 6 is vicious. Ticking over to 7 is at least something. Nice reposition. Rome getting knocked out by a Desu. A Desu's going to have to anchor this team for a bit because Toast is so far behind. Here comes Nomu and Vitopu. Rock Tomb pins Gek. A Desu slides back. Regirock getting worked on. Try is in there. Gek secures. And this is a great opportunity for Komai now.
This is a huge moment for Komai. Quavel alone in the top path and moving as a unit here. We actually have something happening from Komai. Zeta Division in control of this match up until this point, but that was a huge swing of momentum and experience towards the side of EU.
Komai, Quavel, just super, super quietly level 9. And Vitopo going down is kind of huge. A Desu getting big now. They're getting credit for a lot of these big-time knockouts.
Yeah, this is actually getting kind of tough for Zeta Division. All of a sudden, we're seeing a lot of cracks in the armor of this squad. In control for a while, but Komai gets together. They Pokemon unite, if you will, and now they are winning this game.
Gek gonna try and hold down this pad in the face of 3 players from Zeta Division and doing a pretty good job stymieing that push. In the top path, we've got Quavel working on Regieleki. Narami's there for the support, and we'll see where Komai's next move is as the Talonflame secures. The Surf is gonna get, the Surf gonna pin back that Altaria, and the Unite move from Rome does hit Gek.
Yeah, and you can see that Rome used this not to get a huge KO, but just to charge up those Aeon stacks as here comes Komai in the top path looking for a fight. Talonflame in the air, big time flame sweep!
Gets Nomu, and that's a knockout. Dodrio unite back to pad to get with the team. You see that big triangle, Galarian Rapidash unite, Toast takes the skies again. Big Mewtwo Y unite, gonna disjoint Zeta Division. Good fight from Komai, Regieleki hits, and the scoreboard belongs to EU.
Good morning, Komai! Welcome to the World Championships Grand Finals. Where have you been this entire time?
They just needed a little bit of a wake-up call, and it turns out their alarms were set to 5 minutes left in Game 3.
205 to 4. Komai in commanding position here. Zeta actually for the first time getting beaten in this series. Komai looking incredible. It must have been the switch over to the Mewtwo Y. You gotta believe in a Desu.
You gotta believe in a Desu. There's a little headache ticking up from Psyduck. It's enough to slow down Zeta Division, at least for now. And what I'm impressed by is how far behind Komai was and how far ahead they are now.
Regirock now just being taken by Zeta. No one on Komai really ready to do much about this. And Talonflame actually taking as much experience as they can in the top path. Got a little bit of a fight breaking out here. Rome looking for a Unite move. Adesso, Mega, Mewtwo, Wise, and peels out with Teleport.
Yeah, Teleport, using that to just escape there, not overextend is good. Here comes Mizutama, their own team's Rock Tomb, keeping them from pushing forward. Here comes Rome, lining up a target. Mizutama can't use that Smart Strike to get a prime target, so they peel back for just an instant. Gek on half HP, Narami as well, but they're holding pretty strong.
We talked about this when we saw the Latios earlier, but there is another game happening here that really only Rome is playing. They are trying to get as much Aeon power as they can, and they get that by hitting that Dragon Pulse on their opponents or KOing wild Pokemon. The more times this happens, the stronger it's going to be in the late game, and we saw the power of that with how quickly they were able to dispatch of Gotlu on the Quaquaval last time. Big fight starting.
Here comes the Galarian Rapidash with a flank. Vitopo forced out. Narami going to put a Bubble Beam on them. We do have the Rapidash Unite move into the middle. Toast gets the knockout on Dodrio. Mitsutama push back as Quaquaval secures. They do grab a berry. The chase is on. Nice stun. We take to the sky with Fly, and the door is closed on the Rapidash finally.
And here we go. They have the Regieleki walking towards the side of Zeta Division, and Komai is going to use this opportunity to make something happen in the bottom path. Already up on the scoreboard, 250, now 263, 303 to 79. Nomu in trouble right here.
X's are back on deck. Vitopo peppering in some damage with the tri-attack. There it goes, back to the skies, Fly. Toast gets credit for another. Ejects into the bush, but Vitopo predicts and gets a big charge-in knockout. Gek goes down, and now Komai has overextended their welcome, and Zeta Division is more than happy to show them the door.
And here comes Quaquaval. Do they decide to fight? No, Gotlu intelligently runs away.
Out of there.
You know there's a part of Gotlu that's thinking, I think I'm going to fight everyone from Zeta right
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to springboard in the middle of their entire team. Not a good look. Gotlu, just get out of there for now.
That's very heads-up play here by Komai, intelligently moving away from that fight because in 23 seconds we have Rayquaza hitting the map. This could be our final objective of our World Championships. Zeta just needs to win one more game. Komai playing incredibly, but everything is on the line. 10 seconds left. The question is, who is going to start this fight? Can they stop Rome and the crazy amount of damage from this Latios? And at the same time, can Zeta kind of get this match back under control? Gek hiding in the tall grass on the side of Zeta Division, possibly looking to make a big flank here as Blastoise is now moving Dubsnax around on the minimap. We see Zeta getting extremely aggressive. Here comes Gotlu!
Gotlu Unite move right in the middle. Mewtwo Y Unite to stun them down. Hydro Typhoon hits a bunch. Vitopo is taken care of. Mitsutama is low, putting the triangle down there, knocked out. Everybody on Zeta Division is getting scrubbed. Gotlu sacrificing themselves, and the team converging to Rayquaza. Nomu's looking for a way in, but Rayquaza's getting low. We've got Resta stepping up. Can we have a hero play? Rock Tomb's too early. Can we get a secure? The whole team's gone. Komai is going to take Rayquaza, and Komai is looking to take game number 3.
Komai coming back in this, but it is not over. They have their Rayquaza shields, 1:12 on the clock. Toast was knocked out in that final moment, I think by Rayquaza itself, possibly helping Zeta Division secure a win here. But with a minute left, Zeta needs to make a huge play, and unlike our other objectives, they cannot steal these buffs away from Komai. All they can do is simply break these Rayquaza shields. Komai in a great position here, but it is not over.
All right, Gek getting pinched a little bit, going to surf towards a pad and going to create the chase onto them, waste some of that time. They're going to go for the score. They're going to get pinned, isolated, and knocked out. Zeta Division eyeing up what a comeback looks like.
Yeah, Zeta Division looking to make something happen here. Here comes Vitopu Udesu in some trouble right now. Multiple members of Komai have already been caught. That's 2 down. Oh my! You can't go down here.
Gotlu is in a blender. They have just a shrivel HP. Oh no! 3 players down. We got to cover the pads. Toast is sitting there. Resta and Vitopo looking to make a move.
And here we go with the Psyduck scrambling across the map with Resta not able to score with the double KO from Talonflame. 10 seconds left. Komai can breathe a sigh of relief. They are still in this tournament. We're heading to game number 4.
What a bounce back from Komai. That beginning of that game felt in shambles. Just a couple cheeky plays, nice little secures, and all of a sudden, the team has life.
And this is very scary for Zeta Division. Now, obviously, they're up in this series, but this has been happening time and time again. Zeta Division reverse sweeping to get here. Komai reverse sweeping to move on through their bracket. Zeta is also a team that was up in the grand finals that they lost to a team coming back. They have to be worried about how this is going after game number 3.
Ooh, we're watching some great plays from this game specifically. And right around that 5-minute mark is when the Komai alarms were set to wake up, because they showed up and really closed this game out in a meaningful and powerful way.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you're hoping for, of course, in our grand finals. If you're a Komai fan, this is exactly what you want to see. This team does not shrivel when they are behind. They instead get big, head on in there and fight their opponents. Look at the aggression here from the Blastoise. The flank unite move, taking every KO they can. And the patience here of this fight, so impressive. Ripping through Rayquaza, then once their opponents come back in, knocking them out before the secure. Great stuff from Komai.
I'll tell you what, whatever studying Komai did overnight about this Galarian Rapidash, they certainly snuffed out that problem. 0 knockouts, 5 feints, 1 assist. Mizutama, an absolute non-factor here in game number 3.
Yeah, I would say the Galarian Rapidash was the a completely useless Pokemon for them, and I know the reason they picked it, because they recognized that it was the kryptonite yesterday for Komai, but they did not have the strategy behind it that C2 had.
Komai wins a game, and now they're slowing down and potentially snatching back the momentum from Zeta Division. I am shocked that Zeta Division didn't go back into the well of game number 2 for game number 3, because all of those Pokemon were still available, and they could have easily just ran it back and said, you couldn't deal with it once, let's see if you can deal with it now.
Yeah. The question is, how does Zeta want to react to a moment like this? Once you lose a match, it can shake a team. We've seen it many times. We've seen teams that are almost unbeatable throughout an entire season of Unite, and then something happens, a bad match happens, and their mental falls apart. We'll have to see if Zeta can bounce back from a game like that. After being so dominant in game 2, you have to wonder where they went.
Yeah, I mean, they just took their foot off the gas pedal, right? I mean, we've seen it time and time again. You're like, oh, you know, we've got some games to give. You know, maybe they're cheekily thinking, well, if we win this game, what Pokemon do I want to be represented by as being champion? When in reality, you gotta win first before you get represented by something. And we've got the Zarina ban, the Zoroark ban. Zacian has been unleashed from this ban section, and Gek is still grabbing Blastoise first.
I think it's a great call, a huge playmaker here. We do have Zacian from Mizutama, and given how he played last game, I'm excited to see them on a Pokemon that they're more willing to play, or that they have more experience with, I should say.
Without a doubt. How do we react here from the side of Komai? Nomu on the tree prio is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, they are prioritizing Nomu's pick every single game, and clearly they are working through that player. Gatlu, Narami, Quaquaval, Psyduck. We're keeping it with the birds over there. All water types as well.
Interesting. We're looking at the Umbreon here from Zeta, and we have a Mew from the side of Zeta Division. So obviously we're moving away from the Latios and Latias that we've been seeing for a few games out of Zeta. They're deciding that strategy is not working the way they wanted to. Komai here now getting some late picks that are extremely powerful. Adesu does get the Espeon all the way at the bottom of the draft, basically.
That was the fastest lock-in on
Yes,
Urshifu ever.
Yeah, it was the fastest Urshifu we've seen. But the real question is this going to be as powerful without the Comfey as an accelerant for these Pokemon, right? That's a huge deal. Toast now with the Talonflame. They had a great Talonflame game, the best we've seen from them, I'd say, throughout this series here. Adesu very comfortable here on this Espeon. And Gatlu had an amazing game, especially in that top path, all alone with Quaquaval.
Yeah, well, they got to have a good game because they were left alone in the top path. And if I'm Zeta Division, I'm just not letting him be unbabysat. Like, don't let him take over.
Taking a look at our crowd here, getting hyped for game number 4 between these two squads. Zeta still one game away from becoming your champions, and there is our battleground. Thea, Sky, Ruins, Groudon will be our map here. Zeta Division 2, Komai 1. Komai needs to win 2 in a row right now, Doob Snacks.
Let's get ready as we're getting into game. A good ready go.
Ready, go! Komai, your purple team, Zeta Division, your orange team, Zeta, 1 game away from becoming the final Pokemon Unite Grand Finals World Champion.
Whew. All right, Narami, Gatlu heading to the top path. The birds of a feather flocking together here as they're going to see what they can do in the face of Mizutama. Zacian, an early game menace, quickly stunned, good secure.
Here we go, Gatlu looking to stop Resta right here. Gek in the bottom path, in some trouble. Mew, incredibly difficult to fight, especially early with that Electro Ball.
Yeah, absolutely. It puts so much pressure on. Of course, it has so many tools in its toolkit, and that makes it difficult overall. Nomu trying to out-secure, going to grab a berry, as really Komai doesn't care. They just want to make sure they're getting their wild Pokemon down.
And they do here, and that means Adesu does evolve as they are moving forward right here. If they can evolve, they can try to out-secure the Mew, which is the plan.
Toast level 5. They weren't level 5 last game until 7 minutes in, so doing a lot better already. Boosted auto, step up, Adesu hitting that on the chin so Gek doesn't go down.
You can see the power of that Psyshock, right? An incredible amount of damage while at the same time a huge stun. Here we come. Vitopo back down to the bottom path.
Toast baiting in Vitopo. The Psyshock misses. Vitopo decides to peel back, and that's what they were setting up. Present Toast, allow them to retreat, hit a Psyshock, and maybe take a big fight.
Vitopo actually staying in this bottom path. They did not expect it right here. They pick up a KO. Adesu in some trouble right now, deciding whether or not they want to stay here to fight. If Vitopo decides to dash forward, they can pick up a huge win, but we do have members of Komai here to counter it, and it looks like Vitopo sussed that out. They say, this feels too good to be true.
Yeah, I mean, Vitopo really hiding out. They got their prize, right? They got a knockout. Why overextend and give up that value you just picked up? Gatlu now doing pretty good job keeping pace, actually outpacing Mizutama, and they haven't been helped, though. Here comes Resta for the support on this Umbreon.
Yeah, Resta now up in the top path is this Umbreon. I'm not sure which Umbreon we're going to be looking at here, whether it is going to be Mean Look or it is going to be Foul Play. More often we see the Mean Look, so it can shut down your opponents and keep them in an area where you can KO them as a team.
Yeah, Umbreon, a Mean Look on the Talonflame would go pretty hard right now. Nomu getting chunked. Resta and Vitopo moving forward. Are they eyeing up a combat? No. Nomu going to leash everybody along, fly to the skies. That's a knockout, but Regidrago is going to go to Zeta Division.
Zeta Division takes Regidrago, but they do lose their Trevenant for that fight. As now we're now moving back down to the bottom path, it looks like Trevenant is going to be here for the spawn of the Swablu Altaria at 7 minutes, 20 seconds. Resta in some trouble right now.
Yeah, tons of damage down, but the wish from the Umbreon going to keep their HP topped off so that they don't get burst down by the big Talonflame.
Here we go, Gek, Adesu in this bottom path, seeing what they can secure. Obviously, we want to get as much experience as we can over to Adesu, but Gek only level 6 here, still a War Turtle. We need level 7 before we get Surf.
Yeah, look at the swap though. Quaquaval going down, the rest of Komai going up. They're showing a different look here, and Mizutama thinks they've got it free. Nice pull by Narami. The fly to the skies is going to fall just short. They can't land on their target. E-ball eaten by Gek on the front line. Regi stepping up. We've got the side shot, but it's Narami that gets credit. Snatched is that Reggie.
Reg Ice over to the side of Komai. Beautiful secure right here. And they're actually moving forward with this fight. Another psychic catch. They're looking for Resta. Quaquaval gets the KO. Time a KO here on Zacian, looking for it with Toast, but no, they just barely miss.
Solar Beam does hit Adesu, but that's enough for Narami and Gatlu to flip the script and get a knockout on that 151. And now Komai fading back, and they've got the slightest score lead.
Zacian way behind here in the top path, only level 7 right now compared to the Quaquaval, already at level 9 for Komai. This match incredibly close between these two squads, no one dominating early.
All right, nice pull on Nomu, but I don't think they know that they are outgunned right now. Big Solar Beam on Gek, trying to figure out our position and our way in.
And here we go, 5 members of Zeta hiding in the tall grass right here, not letting them know that Vitopo is there, but it looks like Komai is pretty aware that they don't see this Urshifu anywhere on the map.
We've got the Quaquaval flank attempt. Vitopo susses it out, and now Gatlu just has to run away.
Yeah, Gatlu has to run away because multiple members of Zeta could collapse on this Pokemon. As we see Rome heading to the top path with Mizutama, seeing what they can make happen. Gatlu all alone here right now. Psyduck is on the way, but here comes Vitopo looking for the KO, and they get it.
That's absolutely Fisher-Price. Sai-Yai coming out from the side duck, gonna lower the damage that's gonna be dealt. Fly to the sky, and that's a big knockout for Toast. Flame sweep, hits a wall. That's the only target it ever gets 100% of the time.
Here we go, Mizutama.
Oh, nice pull!
Huge sidekick, and they're looking for the KO here on the Zashi, and it does go down, but right back the other way, they take Talonflame.
What an exchange there. What a pull by Narami. Hornleech back into the guts. Reposition. KO Shiga 2 for Rome. Narami's on the backside. Give credit to Resta. 3 players in a heartbeat dispatched. And now Zeta Division takes control in the top path because we've got a Reggie spawning.
Here we go. Gotlu looking for something right here, but incredible positioning from Zeta. And look at the Talonflame, seeing what they can do. It's a little too early. They can't get the secure. Beautifully played by Zeta Division. Reggie Rock to their side, giving them increased defense as well. It wasn't enough for the Trevenant as they go down.
We saw on the left-hand side of your screen, Nomu actually went in and horn-leeched 3 players from Komai away, giving them that window of opportunity to secure the top Reggie. Meanwhile, Vitopo wasn't even scrapping with them, scoring points downstairs.
Vitopo almost level 13 here as Gotlu's trying to make something happen in this bottom path. Looking for a fight, big-time Unite move. They go in.
Vitopo went on the backside, right into the Trevenant. Big Unite move, picking up a bunch. Hits are at 31. The scales are continuing. Komai is falling. Vitopo's taking over. They're taking that last performance personally, and they are putting the team in their backpack.
Look at this here from Zeta Division. These fights are beautiful. Komai taking this opportunity to score and keep this close. 103-128. Mizutama, a bit of a non-factor this match as well, but Zacian is now getting online. Resta peeling back towards their squad. So aggressive this player from Zeta Division is. Reggie Drago now just being ripped apart. This is something Zacian can do so well. With Metal Claw and the increased attack speed, they take that no problem.
Nomu's gonna end this game with like 400,000 damage taken and like 12 feints. But all they're doing for Zeta Division is buying time everywhere on the map so that Vitopo can get huge, so Mizutama can catch up. It's a great look right now.
In trouble right here. Gek has to peel back, but Gek also doing this job of getting a lot of information for the team. Gotlu right now fighting over this, and look, stolen by the Umbreon.
I mean, what a look by Zeta Division here. Komai had some moments, but so does Zeta. Vitopo almost level 14. Getting caught here, nice little pull. Mizutama with great cover.
Here we go, 2 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. We do have an objective in this top path. I don't know if Komai wants to fight over to get some experience. It looks like they are sending Talonflame back. Reggie's Seal can be massive. The increased attack and special attack can change a fight in a huge way, but are they able to get it? Toast eating a solar beam right there from the Mew. No one looking for this fight. Zeta, however, looking to set themselves up perfectly for the final moments here with such a high level Urshifu. This is going to be difficult for Komai. Over the wall, we are looking for something. Nomu just getting chipped a little bit right here, but everyone from Zeta is ready to fight. These could be your final Pokemon Unite moments in our championship series. The question is, how does this fight start? Zeta Division chipping at the Groudon, looking for their opportunity to move in. Gotlu looking for a fight. Toast on the other side. Here comes Gek with the Blastoise peeling back. Huge solar beam.
You into the mist. Hydro Typhoon eject button does get Vitopo. Gatlu collapses. Surface there, but Vitopo gets out. The rocks fall. We're looking for the move. The forest on the top side. Curse is there. Flame sweep. Doesn't hit anybody, but does get a reposition. Fly out of the backside. Rome is gone. Vitopo trying to work through the rest of the team. 2 players down for Zeta Division. Mitsuzama waking up. They crash land us Toast. Looking for a couple more. The rip is happening on Groudon. Mitsutama the whole way. They're completely alone. No one is with them. Zeta Division is going to take Groudon. Zeta Division is running to score. No betas for Zeta. They're looking to be alphas today.
103-228, 1 minute left on the clock. Komai is behind it. It all comes down to this. Zeta Division with the Groudon buffs and a beautiful fight. The fly on Toast just barely misses Vitopo, and because of that, the entire fight goes sideways. A beautiful rip there from Mizutama. 50 seconds left. Komai is going to need a miracle play to stay in this tournament as they are looking for this fight. Narami, Gotlu, Toast, Adesu, Gek, all positioned here. 40 seconds left. The solar beams fly. Multiple members of Zeta looking to score. 30 seconds left. Doob Snacks.
Surfing in, we're trying to make a play. Quaquavel on the backside getting roam. Toast doesn't land on anybody. The defense between Resta and Nomu, they're anchoring it down. They're standing tall. They're peeling back. They'll give up that goal zone because they just counter-scored. A hundo burger. Back the other way. 10 seconds left.
10 seconds left. The defense, a huge Hydro Typhoon, but it looks to be too little too late as the clock is counting down. And Zeta Division fights on their Tier 2 goal zone. Zeta Division are your final Pokémon Unite World Champions! The comeback story. Zeta, second place last year, the bottom seed out of Japan, and now your final champion.
Japan, a region that loves this game, that supports this game, that invests all the time into this game. You want to talk about how strong a region is. Japan is without a doubt the strongest. Their 5th place team out of their whole region just crowned themselves world champion.
Amazing, amazing stuff. What a story for this squad. Being counted out by their region, and now here they are, the victors.
You can see the excitement, and well-earned, well-fought, well-deserved, and what a set of games.
Unbelievable for these two squads, both of them second place runners up. Zeta finally securing that victory, and we're going to take it down to the big stage with Zoinks for your winners interview. Take it away.
All right, congratulations again to your world champions, Zeta Division! Vidobo, you did it, the final Pokemon Unite World Champion. You do it on stage, you get a second chance after last year. How good does it feel to win on the world stage?
今回は2回目優勝を目指そうことになってたんだけど、で最後の最後の優勝になポケモンユナイトになるので印象を聞かせてもいいですか？
そうですね、今、切実にもうポケモンユナイトで WCS、最後の年だったということで、優勝できるのはすごい誇らしく思うし、長年やってきて、一歩届かずがずっと届いてたので、めちゃめちゃ嬉しいです。
So yeah, it's extra special to be able to do it on this final stage, and especially that first step didn't come through for us. We're just incredibly happy.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you're going to have to celebrate so much after this big win. But alongside this team of yours, this team of 5 looked incredible. How good does it feel to work together as a team and become the world champions?
やっぱり5人でチームワークを生かせて優勝できたんだけど、それについて聞いてもいいですか？
そうですね、秘訣としてはやっぱパッションでやっていかせてもらってるので、気持ちかなと思います。
It's incredible. Working together, we were able to achieve our goal, and we're just overjoyed.
All right, amazing. One final question. Anything to say to everyone who is supporting you here in America as well at home in Japan?
応援してきた方々に一言例えば日本の人への一言お願いします。
もういつも本当に励みになってます。応援ありがとうございました。
We're just so grateful for your support. Thank you so much.
All right, let's give it up one more time for Zeta Division! Analysts, take it away.
What an incredible grand final set to close out Unite at Worlds 2026. I am so happy for Zeta Division, extremely well earned. Of course, we've got the rest of our casters here on the desk. You saw us all a little bit earlier in the pre-show, but Kella will be joining us this time as well, and hopefully we'll get to see everybody else pretty soon. But wow, what an amazing tournament and a great way to close out what I think many would consider the greatest Pokemon Unite tournament that we have ever seen. And Danley, of course, you got a chance to, we were kind of watching together, and I mean, how do you feel just in general about how both these teams played?
I put my money on Zeta Division. I knew coming into the grand finals that they looked so clean in yesterday's games. Like, there were times where they kind of faltered, but I think it was especially that semi-final matchup where that was where they solidified their position at Worlds, their form, that perfection, the lineup, their Pokemon that they played. Like, we see there are definitely Pokemon that they can play at that top level. And as soon as I saw that draft in Game 4, I thought that was it. This is the championship winning draft. They got it. It was clean. It was smooth. Zeta Division just impressed at the last Worlds for Unite.
That's right, and it does seem like, before I get to ask you any more questions, I do think we are going to have an announcement for something that's coming up very soon in Unite. So I'm very excited to see what that is, because to be honest, I don't think any of us have had a chance to see it. So let's check out something new. It is perfect that we stopped right before Kellosaurus, before we got to that video. Kello, we've got all the EVs!
All the evolutions! I'm so happy, and I can hear that the crowd is happy about that announcement as well. The fact that we have the complete set of evolutions now. Flareon and Jolteon are going to go and join Vaporeon. So that Generation 1 is complete. I'm so happy.
Genuinely, we didn't see this or know about it before this, to be honest. I didn't even know I was going to throw it all, to be honest. But that's a great way to surprise us. So that's very, very exciting. I mean, we were all kind of hoping eventually we were going to get everything, but what a great set of announcements. So if anything in there you're excited about?
I'm a big fan of evolutions as well, and I know everybody, much like myself and Kelly, are so excited about Jolteon and Flareon. Personally, Flareon, which one are you guys, from the two of them, most excited about?
Flareon.
Flareon
100%.
too?
Well,
2 out of 2?
I like the player Flareons, but Jolteon is actually my favorite evolution, so I'm really excited we finally got it. I mean, Sylveon might be close there, so I'm definitely a Jolteon enjoyer.
Okay.
I'm going to be excited of that one. But speaking of electric types as well, I mean, Toxtricity was an awesome choice. I mean, that's a Pokemon I really liked. Just lots of really cool picks within there. Actually, it was a lot of electric types. Now that I think about it, I haven't had time to. Exactly,
Yes.
exactly. So I mean, all of those are very exciting. Can't wait to see how those play out. But I mean, wow, that was a little bit of a surprise. Definitely at the end of an amazing set. I mean, anybody have any final thoughts on these DLC announcements before we move on to the set?
You didn't say which one you were more excited about.
Oh, you can't make me choose. You cannot. No, I cannot.
Unless
Sorry,
it was
both.
Sylveon, then
I'm excited for both.
fair enough.
All right. Well, it's all for Kello. If anybody out there knows Kello, it's definitely all. But okay, going back to it, of course. I mean, we've got to give so much love to Zeta Division. I mean, what an ending to an incredible story. And the story, I mean, is the entirety of Pokemon Unite at the World Championship Series. I mean, truly, the fact that we got a second chance for some of these players on Zeta Division who have been playing for such a long time, and then also a second chance, of course, to Komai, who did an amazing job with. To give so much love to them. They played their hearts out on stage this entire weekend. They made it not an easy fight, right? They definitely didn't go down without a fight, didn't get swept, so it's great to be able to see that. But okay, I kind of asked you, Danielle, already your thoughts on some of this set, but any thoughts on these teams and their paths throughout this weekend, Kello?
I honestly, having interviewed Sari, their coach, a little bit earlier, I know that they must be feeling really proud of them right now. That just, you know, not only this weekend, but it's this whole season. The fact that, you know, they didn't exactly place the highest in terms of the Pokemon Japanese Championship in order to make it here, right? The fact that they have actually put in the work, put in the effort, it has clearly been demonstrated here. Just that hard work, and honestly, I'm feeling proud of them. I'm sure, as I said, everybody there supporting them is feeling proud of them, and I'm hoping they are feeling very proud of themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's such an incredible showing, especially from Europe in general this year. And just to kind of actually step away from the arena for a moment, Soph, I want to ask you, of course, you had a chance to see Brazil, you know, a region that you are very familiar with, placed extremely well as well in this final thing. Well, you know what, real quick, just a little bit of love to them.
A lot of love for all of the regions in Pokemon Unite, a lot of love for Japan, and shout out to the Japanese fans that are here in the arena today and everybody in the audience as well at home. And of course, I'm always going to be a crazy Brazil region fan, but that's about it for me for now.
All right, well, we've all got our thoughts in. Let's send it up to our champions, of course, on the stage to receive their awards.
The tenacity of these teams was terrifically tested across 4 full games. And now we must recognize our finalists in Pokemon Unite and crown our first champions of the 2026 Pokemon World Champions. Let's get into it. First up, we have our runner-up team, the Pride of Europe. But they can stride onto this stage with their heads held high. Give it up for Komai! Congratulations to Nirami! We have toast. It's Gatlu. And Adesu. And finally, Gek. Our next team not only pulled off back-to-back stage appearances, but can now add champions to their resume. Everybody, give it up for Zeta Division. First, it's Mizutama. We've got Nomo. Showdown ROM. It's Resta. And finally, Vitopo. Everyone in the Chase Center, give it up one more time for your Pokemon Unite finalists. Pokemon Unite has been a wonderful addition to the tournament circuit. And we want to thank every one of you that has supported the World's journey, whether it is our devoted developers, staff, competitors, and all of you trainers in the arena. This may be the end of Pokemon Unite's tenure on the World Championship stage, but it is not the end of our journey. Our analysts are prepared to reminisce upon the wonderful memories we have created throughout these years.
Wonderful memories they have been indeed. These last 5 years has absolutely blown by, and that cannot go understated. From the fans to the players to the energy that is just brought to the broadcast, and passion exists throughout all of those categories. I think our mark has been undeniably left on the World Championship Series in one way or another. It is the 30th anniversary, and if Pokemon has taught me anything in the last 30 years, it's that a trainer's adventure never truly ends. And with that, Cowboy, take us into the sunset, brother.
Yeah, this is a huge moment for all of us. We love the Unite Championship Series and what we've been able to bring you. So just a final bit of gratitude from all of us here at Unite. Thank you so much for this. Thank you to the players for competing at the highest level and showing us what that looks like up on the big stage in front of thousands of people here in an arena with everything on the line. Thank you so much to my fellow casters who are amazing and care deeply about this game and making something that you enjoy. Thank you so much to our crew that puts up with us when they definitely probably shouldn't have. Thank you so much to Pokemon and TPCI for putting on this tournament right away. It really feels like Unite came at the perfect time for so many of us in this community, so it means a lot that they created this series for us. Thank you to our incredible producer, Will, who is an amazing leader and an even better person. And most importantly, thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up live to events like this and cheering on these players. Thank you for every comment, for every like, for every time you shared it, stop to take a picture, just reminisce about this game and this community. It means a lot. Thank you so much, everyone. I had the privilege of welcoming you to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series just a few short years ago, and now I have the honor of saying goodbye to all of you. So this has been the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are. This is the final stretch. Let it go!
Blessing for Revenant Sports with an egg bomb! Are you kidding me? Get the Zapdos! Get the Zapdos! No way! There's another player for Producers win! Wow!
Wait, look at these builds! Yeah, go get a snort. They're going in for Squawk. I don't know if this is too risky here, Donnelly. With 10 seconds to go, nouns have been cleared, and Luminosity, they have done it. They have broken through with a score comp.
They eye their way in. Rayquaza's low. It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite are your world champions! Feels back here. He's slow beam! Slow beam on the Charizard! No, the Ice Age back the other way! And the legendary dog does it!
DUACL 2026ファイナルズアジアリーグチャンピオン戦ネレー勝利に向けて日本一に向けて必要な最後の画量転生を打ち破る本当に楽しいポケモンユナイトでした
Peru finally does it and becomes your world champions. And I assume they were going to go from that camera. Clearly, it is the other camera, but I'm not turning around.
Nobody deflates a moment like old Spraggles and Snacks. Holy smokes.
Of course, we have the stairs. These ones. This is a solid angle. Yeah, creeping this way.
Yeehaw.
We're gonna slay.
Oh, we're so gonna slay.
Okay, delicious. About to find out.
Oh, man.
It's really good.
Is EU back potato? I don't know. You don't know? We'll take that as a yes!
Wondership, how you been? I am a Cramorant enthusiast, so that it does work. Enthusiast not capitalized, though it's not my title, it's just a description.
Zoinks now currently erasing his power rankings behind him. You can see how difficult this is for him, not only apparently physically, but also emotionally, for him to erase these power rankings.
I'll do it more in depth later.
The coin is here. Something exciting for you right now. We have an interview lined up.
Thank you so much, Desu from Nouns, everybody.
Chris, I think you're scared.
I think he's scared too. Sometimes I just get scared at night, but it's just because I don't have a light on. Oh, hey.
So why don't you bring us home here?
Always glad to share the stage with you.
この大会を通してチームワークを深く学べたと思います。
Being able to play and perform in like the big moments when it really matters, it's definitely a special feeling.
Aprendí a hacer nuevos amigos y a confiar mucho en mis compañeros.
Well, if there's nothing else to be said, you and I are going to lock eyes right here as we send it back to the booth. Take it away.
Goodbye, everybody. A final yeehaw to you and yours.
We did it.
We did it!
Let's go!
What a wild ride. And again, to everyone who helped build the Pokemon Unite community and give it your all, thank you so much. While this may be the end of our Pokemon Unite World Championships, the action don't stop, won't stop. We've got another title, another opportunity for glory. It's time for Pokemon GO. Trainers from around the world have come together for an incredible weekend filled with Pokemon GO competition. And now, everything comes down to this. After we've seen so many incredible plays, unforgettable moments, and trainers making their name on the stage, we still have so much more to come. And this stage is ready. Our trainers have been preparing for this exact moment. And in just a few moments from now, our Pokemon GO finals will be underway. Wait. I apologize, I'm getting something seems to be happening. I'm getting an alert. Oh, okay, yeah, so I think we need to go over to the desk for some more information. Analysts, you got us covered?
Attention trainers, we have a Pokemon emergency. We've just detected a very powerful psychic type presence in this very arena.
It's Mega Mewtwo X. It's an unexpected challenger has entered the arena, and it's standing between the Pokemon GO Grand Finals and us. There's only one way we're taking it down. Every trainer in here, we have one goal together. Let's defeat Mega Mewtwo X.
Take out your phones, launch Pokemon Go, and get ready to join the fight. Bring your strongest Pokemon. We need every single trainer here to stand together. Let's show Mega Mewtwo X what happens when trainers stand side by side in battle.
And take a look at that countdown. We've got just a couple of minutes until it attacks. There's only one way we're stopping it. Every trainer, one goal, one battle. Take out your phones, launch Pokemon Go, and get ready to join the fight. We are going to need every trainer we have.
Trainers, this is Mega Mewtwo X we're talking about. One of the most powerful Pokemon we face has just taken over our arena. And it's going to take all of us working together to bring it down. So if you haven't already, get those phones out, open Pokemon Go, because we need you for this fight.
And that clock is still ticking. Look around this arena. We've got trainers here from all over the world, all here for Championship Sundays. No matter if you're Team Mystic, Team Instinct, Team Valor, we need you to band together and be on the same side to defeat Mega Mewtwo X, because it picked the wrong arena to challenge. So get ready, trainers. Bring your strongest Pokemon, bring your best strategy, and most importantly, bring everything you've got, because taking down Mega Mewtwo X isn't going to be easy.
We're getting closer. If you've got Pokemon Go open, you are exactly where we need you. Keep your eyes on the big screen and get ready for your next instructions. This arena is about to become one giant battlefield. Thousands of trainers, one Mega Mewtwo, and one chance to take it down.
Trainers, get ready to enter that raid lobby now. Make sure that you get into the battle, select your team, and prepare to take on Mega Mewtwo X.
Wait, hold on. We're getting another alert. There isn't just one Mega Mewtwo X. There is multiple Mega Mewtwo X have been detected, and with battles taking place across the arena and sightings near Moscone. So trainers, your battle may not match what we're seeing on the broadcast. That's because there's multiple Mega Mewtwo X raids happening simultaneously. Don't worry, you're in the right fight. Every battle counts, every victory matters. Select your strongest Pokemon and get ready.
It's almost time. Thousands of trainers, multiple Mega Mewtwo X, one goal, take them all down, and who knows, maybe we'll even get the chance to catch one. Get ready, trainers. When that clock hits 0, we take back the arena.
All right, trainers, it's time to battle Mega Mewtwo X. Everybody together, give it everything you've got. Let's go, Pokemon trainers.
The timer is ticking down. If you are in one of those original raid lobbies, you might have 40 seconds, 50 seconds on the clock until we take on this Mega Mewtwo X.
Anticipation is building. We are moments away from taking on this challenge, but if everybody battles together, we can do it.
19, 18,
17, 16, 15,
14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's go!
It's time to battle Mega Mewtwo X.
Make sure to work together and take down this Pokemon.
It is not going down easy. Make sure you all brought your strongest Pokemon to take it down. Over 240 trainers are trying to go for this single task.
Mega Mewtwo X looks like it's getting desperate. Health bar now into the yellow. We're getting closer and closer to taking it down.
We're over halfway there, trainers. We've got this. Keep up the pressure.
Don't give up yet. It is starting to go into the red health bar, but we need to keep on pushing.
How are we doing, casters? We nearly there?
We are so close to taking back this arena.
A little more, trainers. Don't give up now. We can do this. Mega Mewtwo X is ours for the taking.
We are almost there. Mega Mewtwo, it's almost been defeated. Send in your strongest Pokemon. Fight to the very last. Victory will be ours.
Now we have to band together for our unity attack.
Hold your devices into the air. Do it together.
There we go. It's amazing seeing everybody in this arena get involved. Last moments here to take down the Mega Mewtwo X.
Charging is complete.
Hold up those phones, trainers. Charge up your unity attack. Mega Mewtwo X must be defeated.
We're so close now. We've just got a little bit more to go over the finish line.
The shield is wearing down. We are almost there.
One more time. Hold those devices up, trainer. We have to save this arena and the Pokemon GO Grand Finals.
For a third unity attack, it is an excellent one as we take down the final shield for Mega Mewtwo X. Let's go! You did it, trainers. Together, you defeated Mega Mewtwo X and saved Championship Sunday. Give yourselves a huge round of applause. What an incredible sight. Trainers across the arena and beyond, all battling together to take down Mega Mewtwo X. And trainers, the battle might be over, but don't put those phones away just yet. It's time to catch that Mega Mewtwo X.
Wow, what an incredible moment, seeing everybody with their hands in the air in this beautiful arena, joining together to catch Mega Mewtwo X. What a moment.
And I even got the shiny!
Let's go!
Let's go, Caleb! Woo!
Let's go.
What an awesome time. And thank you all for being a part of it. Because trainers, we have now defeated Mega Mewtwo X together. And hopefully you made the catch, because now it's time to turn our attention back to the stage. We just had thousands of trainers band together to take down Mega Mewtwo X in an epic battle. And we have our top 2 trainers in the entire world about to face off on the biggest stage in Championship Sunday. And it finally comes down to this. Butters, how are you feeling about this Grand Finals?
I am feeling amazing. This is a Grand Finals rematch. They played each other in the winners finals just yesterday. Of course, Hiromaru did win that decisive game number 5 to come in on that winner's side of the bracket. That means our former Pokemon GO World Champion, Emmy Weedle, is on that loser's side of the bracket. And what's most fascinating to me, Homesize Henry, is how about Hiromaru using the exact same line of 3 for 4 straight battles, and it was a spicy line of 3 at that.
What I really like about Hiromaru is Hiromaru has chosen to try and break the meta rather than bring in a Pokemon like Shadow Hippowdon that maybe not necessarily every trainer believed in. But taking a look across the most used Pokemon, this Pokemon like that Kanto Ninetales that M.E. Weedle used in that finals, and Hippowdon did very well there. Now, Hiromaru was able to emerge victorious there. It was a dramatic best of 5 series, but at the 2025 World Championships, you will remember Pato Man entered from the winner's side, and Beelzeboy won 2 best of 5s, getting that bracket reset and becoming world champion. Will history repeat itself, or will Hiromaru become the first Pokemon GO world champion for Japan?
There's so much incredible history to be made, and we're only a few moments away from seeing which of those two incredible trainers will be our world champion at the end of the day. If the winners finals was anything to go by, this is certainly going to be a treat.
It's a great point because it did come down to the decisive game number 5. It was incredibly close. Emmy Weedle said it yesterday in his interview that he had 4 elite battles, and after that it was tied 2-2. He said he had a rare misstep in that game number 5, but he had the entire night to think about it, to adjust his strategy.
And it is time for the Pokemon GO Grand Finals!
It's 2026. Mewtwo has fallen. Hundreds of trainers entered the battlefield. Now, 2 remain. And only one will be crowned the 2026 Pokémon GO World Champion. Let's meet our finalists, shall we? First up, making a run for the record books, we will be getting ready to be introduced to our finalists soon enough. We've got one coming for the record books, and now we are going to be throwing to get us set up for the match ahead.
He's gonna go for the acrobatics, and it lands in the flash. One second time, one more will do it, and then Cosmo takes the 2 energy. It doesn't try to go for the swap. There it is. Beautifully played by King OWT. He wants to hang on as much as possible, but the disarming voice is there.
He is one of the Pokemon GO PvP goats for a reason.
It's got nothing left. What an incredibly well-piloted game. What a series from her.
He's gonna go for it. He doesn't go. He tries to go and he catches the weather ball. Absolutely huge from the world champ. But it survives. Jins can't believe it. PvP David. He pulls. I don't even know how he found that win con. It knocks out. They're doing the way. My God, Waterfall look at that. Even Marshall Golden is absolutely in shock.
Hiromaru is in sub-touch position. Does he swap? No, he throws the energy ball.
Hiromaru has changed the script, and he is making to the grand finals. 2 and 1 shot away, and Emmy Weedle will secure his spot yet again, and he does to win.
Across the globe, our trainers have been battling all season, using new and exciting Pokemon in ever-changing and unique metas. But all of those journeys ultimately came down to this. Before Pokemon GO enters a new chapter next season with the introduction of 3v3 battles at Worlds, this final 1v1 match will crown the last Pokemon GO World Champion of the current era. History is in the making. From hundreds of Worlds competitors, only 2 remain. GG's 489 Hiromaru and M.E. Weedle.
Going for his 2nd ever World Championship title, the first in the planet to ever possibly achieve that, if possible.
2022 Senior World Champion is back on the big stage, with the opportunity to not only become the first ever 2-time Pokemon GO World Champion, but also the first and last World Champion of the current 1v1 era. Emmy Weedle has everything to play for here on Championship Sunday. Qualifying for his first ever World Championships after a top 12 finish in the Japan Championships, Hiromaru was one of a number of talented Japanese players looking to make their mark in San Francisco.
Hiromaru, in his first ever World Championship, looking to pave his own legacy.
Having played and beaten Emmy Weedle on day 2, this grand final is a rematch to relish. Hiromaru cemented his place in Championship Sunday on the winner's side of the bracket. However, Pokémon GO is no stranger to a bracket reset, and Emmy Weedle is ready to write history.
Your hippo's still going to be hungry after our battles.
Buckle up, trainers. This show's just getting started.
Now we are right and ready to get going with our Pokémon GO World Championship. Let's go ahead and meet our finalists. First up, making his first Worlds run. He's already taken down champions to get here. Let's give it up for Hiromaru. Up next, he's already gotten a taste of World Championship caliber in 2022, and now looking to do the same thing in 2026. Welcome to the stage, M.E. Weedle. Word is that your Hisune Electro has been putting in work. What do you think your greatest strength as a player has been in this tournament so far?
今までここまで勝ち残ってきて、でまさしく今から決勝になるんですけれども、ここまで来たこの大きなきっかけとなるのは何なんでしょうか。相棒のカバルドンを信じた結果です。It's a power. Yeah. Can you say it again? 相棒のカバルドンを信じた結果です。Yeah, he wanted to trust his mighty Hippowdon.
The trust is real, the trust is real. Now, M.E. Weedle, I know you were saying in your post-game interview yesterday that you felt like you had 4 strong games. What are you doing to make sure you have full confidence going into every single game today?
Nothing different, to be honest. I feel like if I keep up the performance that I had in those 4 games that you mentioned, then I have the potential to flip the bracket, win the whole thing, so I'll give it my all.
I know you'll both give it your all. Thank you so much. Go ahead and sit down at your battle stations, and we'll be getting into your match soon enough. All right, casters, I know we're ready to get into this matchup. Take it away.
Going ahead, these 2 titans in our game, they started out with 16 different groups on day 1 of Worlds. Now it's down to the final 2 here in the Chase Arena. We're about to see who's going to become the 2026 San Francisco World Champion.
Elite talent, perfect plays, and not just over a single day, but 2 long, grueling days of competition. These trainers have shown us they have everything it takes to be on this stage. And Amanda, as Mewtwo once said, the circumstances of one's birth are irrelevant. It is what you choose to do with the gift of life that truly defines you.
And what transpires here in this arena will be remembered forever.
From the first Pokestop spawn, the first egg hatched, and the first legendary raid boss defeated.
For 10 years, Pokemon GO trainers have been chasing Pokemon around the globe, and now 2 trainers will be chasing their dream of being the world champion.
Hiromaru, the heart and the hope of Japan, is in search of his first title. Meanwhile, M.E. Weedle.
Yeah, well, M.E. Weedle, our 2022 Senior Worlds Division Champion, is searching for his 2nd crown. They were able to take it to Game 5 in their first best-of-5 matchup. M.E. Weedle getting knocked down to that loser side of the bracket, coming back up to be able to play here. And the real question is going to be, who will take it all?
Hiromaru seems so calm, cool, and collected. M.E. Weedle with a bit of a stumble. We came very close to an All-Japan Grand Finals, but Kantono could not hold off M.E. Weedle's determination, defeating him in Game 5, another incredible series that we capped off yesterday with. And it all comes down to this. M.E. Weedle has fought so hard, 2 best-of-5s coming up just short. Hiromaru needs to win Emmy Weedle needs to win 2 more sets straight, whereas Hiromaru only needs to win 1.
Absolutely. If Hiromaru can take this first game of 5, he will be immediately crowned that champion. Emmy Weedle will have to flip that bracket, but if anyone could do so, it's someone who has that amount of prestige, that amount of clout behind his name. He has been someone who has been on this stage before. He has what we call the gauntlet. He is a world champion. He was our Stuttgart regional champion, and he was also the EUIC champion.
One trainer in search of another crown. Another trainer in search of their first, and maybe that dream is a pie in the sky, but they're gonna fight as hard as possible to turn it into a reality. Such fascinating Pokemon we've seen over the weekend. Again, Hiromaru with the Shadow Hippowdon and Hisuian Electrode has been absolutely electric all weekend long. But does he have what it takes to bring down Emmy Weedle again?
Absolutely. Some of these Pokemon we saw all weekend, that Tinkaton was everywhere, that Shadow Kanto, Ninetales, everywhere, Licky, but Shadow Hippowdon, trusting in the Hippowdon to take everything. You heard it in his interview. I have no doubt that we're going to see it in some of these games.
And don't forget about Jellicent either, a water and ghost type Pokemon that was largely overshadowed by picks like Galarian Corsola, but it has such unique coverage, and it really helps Hiromaru to shore up some of those matchups and address the core breakers that Emmy Weedle is trying to bring.
So going ahead, taking a look at these teams yesterday, he really relied on a certain 3. We have to wonder if he's had some time to think about that, if he's recognizing that those 3 will still be his strongest against the opponent that he played in the winners finals, or if he's going to do a little bit of a mix-up, change up his plan now that we're here in the arena.
Everything comes down to refinement. When you watch the winners finals yesterday, you probably noticed a lot of similar Pokemon being used match in and match out. Each of these trainers, through their 5 battles, actually used the same team 4 times. These Pokemon are absolutely instrumental, and for Emmy Weedle, he relied so heavily on the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, Shadow Quagsire, and Licky.
What Emmy Weedle told us a little bit earlier on was that actually up until the first game that he played against Hiromaru, he actually used Empoleon for every single battle to get him into those winners finals. However, that was not a Pokemon that he's really relying on against Hiromaru's team, relying more on the Pokemon like that Shadow Quagsire.
It's one of the more fascinating things about Show 6 Pick 3 and the Championship Series for competitive Pokemon Go, because you can bring different tools to address different opponents, but it kind of makes you predictable if you keep running the same picks over and over. So let's see which trainer made the best adjustments and who has the best plan going into the most important games they've ever played in their careers.
Emmy Weedle saw that, taking a look around the arena, taking it all in, as this is the largest Pokemon Go tournament. 30 years of Pokemon, 10 years of Pokemon Go, and 5 years on the competitive circuit.
Emmy Weedle, with such a fascinating opportunity here, could be our first Pokemon Go Senior World Champion and the last individual Pokemon Go World Champion before we switch to a team format next year. What a legacy that would be.
He is coming in from that loser side of the bracket in our double elimination tournament. That means he's going to have to win this first best of 5 to be able to play one more time with a bracket reset. But as we've known, as we've seen, this man is no stranger to a bracket reset. He's had plenty of time to be playing this game.
No mental mistakes, perfect execution. Our trainers got a lot of rest last night. I'm sure that they're ready for a big, heated competition. This could go 3 battles or could go the distance all the way to 10 games. Hiromaru is going to be tested by a former world champion. And again, this is just his first World Championships event ever, and he's done so well.
Hiromaru calm and collected throughout this entire tournament. While his expression might not be so much, his skill expression in the game has been absolutely top-notch, being able to go in, sweep his bracket day number 1, stay on that winner's side, and now we're going to see what he can do here on Championship Sunday.
The mighty Hippowdon going to be taking on Emmy Weedle's Shadow Kanto Ninetales. It's going to be dynamic. It's going to be fiery. There's going to be fireworks galore as you take one more look at the teams. Just compare the accolades. Emmy Weedle with so much hardware, medals, trophies, and beyond. Meanwhile, Hiromaru, the heart and hope of Japan, trying to bring that trophy home.
And I know that we just see these teams of 6, but actually Hiromaru is bringing some unique things that we didn't see very often in that tournament. Not only that Shadow Hippowdon, but also the Jellicent was something that we really didn't get an opportunity to see very much.
Exactly. Jellicent, such an interesting Pokemon. We've highlighted it briefly before, but I think it's going to come out pretty much every game in this series. It's too good to leave on the bench. It's up to Emmy Weedle to address that and find ways around it.
Both of these trainers looks like they're getting locked in. We're getting ready. Make some noise for game number 1 here in the World Championships.
Licky lead from Hiromaru into Emmy Weedle's Shadow Quagsire. Mudbomb is going to get the same type of attack bonus as does the Aqua Tail, but this Shadow Ball does hurt quite a bit, and the Shadow Quagsire cannot absorb 2.
Going ahead and actually taking that first one, Hiromaru has noticeably gone for that Shadow Ball quite a few times with that Licky when he does have the Body Slam already loaded. Emmy Weedle, one of the few people wanting a Shadow Quagsire with Mud Bomb, and it actually does a little bit more damage to that Licky. No Protect Shield used by Hiromaru.
These trainers know their damage calculations inside and out. Second Mud Bomb going to connect here, but I gotta be honest, I think Emmy Weedle needs a few more Mud Shots to get the job done because this Licky is so bulky. Meanwhile, the second Shadow Ball is ready to go.
Not fooling around here, going for the big attack each time. No Protect Shield used by Emmy Weedle, and this Shadow Quagsire is going down.
That's the first knockout of our World Championship Finals here in 2026. Out comes the Shadow Hippowdon, the key Pokemon for Hiromaru in his first 2 days of competition.
This Hippo might be hungry, but is not going to be able to take this Energy Ball very well at all. He will have to put up a Protect Shield, and then he does it. Last second, great Protect Shield there, recognizing how much damage that could do while he continues to soar up extra energy, throwing his first attack now.
Such a great call. I think Emmy Weedle could have baited the Weather Ball Fire there, but chooses not to. Meanwhile, Weather Ball Rock firing back the other direction. That would definitely knock out the Kanto Ninetales, so Emmy Weedle wisely protects it. Here comes another charge stack.
Going talking about that bait now, the bait call has not been called as a second shield is used in this mid-game matchup. Hiromaru has no Protect Shields left. A quick pivot out by Emmy Weedle into the Licky.
Switch timer not yet up for Hiromaru. He can't go to that trusty Hisuian Electros. He's going to throw the Earth Power. Big shield call for Emmy Weedle. Lets it through. So much damage.
Each time, Shadow Ball after Shadow Ball. Now the Earth Power going through. Emmy Weedle's Pokemon are getting desperately low, but he's starting to throw back some attacks of his own, and with no Protect Shields remaining for Hiromaru, is going to have to take the brunt of it all.
Yeah, I think that Hiromaru wants to preserve his switch, and he thinks he can get maybe one more charge stack. In comes the Hisuian Electrode to start gathering up that energy. Can definitely absorb one Shadow Ball and a couple of Body Slams, but the first charge stack will be Energy Ball here.
This is all about pacing. Emmy Weedle does have one Protect Shield left. He's using it on the Licky here because he's got quite a bit of energy, and now he's going to go for an attack. No, actually swapping out into his Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and he's going to be able to take this attack.
This is so critical because Hiromaru throws the Wild Charge. This is going to debuff his Hisuian Electrode and make it much more susceptible to any charge stacks that Emmy Weedle decides to throw. He needed a helping hand, and the Kanto Ninetales offered just that.
Great timing by Emmy Weedle. He knew that that charge attack was thrown, and the Hisuian Electrode would need to build back up energy before throwing anything else. Since its attack was lowered, it's essentially knocked out right there, but the Hippowdon already has an attack.
Well, in spite of all his heroics, Hiromaru with the Rock Weather Ball, able to pick up the KO, and with that, he takes game number 1.
Really relying on that Hippowdon. He warned Emmy Weedle in the beginning. He said, this Hippowdon's gonna take you down. If game 1 is any reflection of this, I think that Emmy Weedle should have been taking notes.
So creative. I really like how Emmy Weedle forced that Kanto Ninetales back into the battle to absorb the Wild Charge. It definitely gave him a bit of ground, but it just wasn't enough. It was a road too far for him to travel because the Hippowdon stored that energy, banked that Weather Ball Rock, and was able to come right back out and fire it off.
Now, in a typical game for Pokemon Go, we play best of 3s, but here on this big stage in the Chase Arena, we are going for a best of 5. So this first game is a good fact-finding mission for them. I know they played yesterday in the winners finals, but it's going to be a little bit different on this main stage with all eyes on them. Hiromaru has a great lead here with that 1-0 victory. If he gets 2 more, we will crown him that champion. But M.E. Weedle said that he knew that he played great before. He just needed to do a little bit of refinement, and it wouldn't surprise me to see him start putting on some points on the board.
No, exactly. Emmy Weedle has been under the bright lights, our first Senior Division World Champion. We're going to jump right into game number 2, everybody. This time, Floor just takes the field for Emmy Weedle, leading into that Jellicent.
Now, Emmy Weedle said once before that he actually has an attack rated for just because it works better for Licky. Licky coverage. If you take a peek at Hiromaru's team, there's no Licky to be found this game. Going ahead, using that trusty Jellicent and already throwing his first charge attack.
This Florges actually is very close. There goes Disarming Voice getting fired off here. It's going to need 2 charge stacks to bring down the Jellicent, but the pacing is slightly in the Florges' favor as well, as Disarming Voice number 1 connects, and number 2 is ready to go.
Go ahead, outpace. It's Hiromaru's turn to see if he wants to put up a protection as this next charge attack will be able to go through. It looks like it's going to connect, knocking that Jellicent very down low, but still, Jellicent has a little more gas in the tank, gonna go for one more surf.
Yeah, Hiromaru waiting the turn, does not want to get caught on, so he expects the Florges to stay so he can fire off the surf with the Jellicent. Now he's taking control of switch advantage. Out comes Kento Knightos, gives it right back up again to go back to Shadow Hippowdon.
Hippowdon did so well for him game number 1. Last time, Weedle went for the energy ball. Will he be able to call the bait here? He calls the bait! This is huge for him! Yes, it does a ton of damage, but it doesn't threaten a knockout like that energy ball. And now Hippowdon's gonna start chomping away.
Insane call out in the most important battle of his life. Hippowdon, meanwhile, throwing back the Earth Power. Galarian Corsola protect shields up. No defense fall either. So Galarian Corsola might be able to astonish all the way down. It's going to be so close, everybody. No, he doesn't get there.
Oh, you see how hurt he is by this. He ended up wanting to throw a weather ball just for a little bit of chip damage, but decided a little too late. This Corsola is standing strong, and I don't know if this Hisuian Electrode is afraid of no ghosts.
Galarian Corsola is weighing down on Hiromaru. He has the Jellicent in the back, yes, but it's got very little HP. It's nothing more than a sacrificial shield, a third shield that he can swap in to absorb a charge attack. So he's got to be very careful how he plays that Pokemon from here on out.
Already throwing yet another Nightshade into the Hisuian Electrode, getting the Protect Shield off of Hiromaru's side. He's really been relying on this Hisuian Electrode for these past couple games. Now going for an Energy Ball. It's going to do a little less damage, but it also doesn't lower its own defenses.
Weedle feels so safe. No Protect Shield here on his Ghost-type Pokemon. Makes a pivot out into the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. This is a little bit curious, but I think the Kanto Ninetales might be able to do it for Hiromaru.
Weedle's head in his hands as a really good matchup for him. Starts to slide away with this fantastic catch from Hiromaru. Tons of energy on the Electrode and goes for a bait of his own with this Energy Ball. Weedle, no shields. This is huge.
Massive call by Weedle. He is not stumbling whatsoever as he's able to call the Energy Ball. Does get the defense drop, but the Embers and the Weather Fireballs are coming through. We're going to see another charge attack connect here.
Weedle stumbles but doesn't fall down. Weather Ball connects. He takes out a Hisuian Electrode and he ties up the series.
What an insane turn of events. The swap into the Jellicent, we called that out as being one of the only win cons there for Hiromaru. But calling the Energy Ball in the Kanto Ninetales when you were at risk of losing your most important Pokemon? Weedle is playing so well.
You saw it on his face. He kind of gave a shrug like, well, if this is it, this is it. But what a call to make and what a time to make it. Starting out strong, Weedle was really in the driver's seat for most of this game. But Hiromaru doing everything he possibly could to get back in that matchup with a great catch onto that Jellicent to soak up some of that energy.
These trainers are taking mental snapshots throughout the game. They're trying to project forward. What is my win condition? How do I execute to get another win on the board? And right now, everybody, we are tied up 1-1 in this best of 5.
Speaking of the board, take a look at that stage as we zoom down. We get to see that whole team of 6 for each of these. This arena is absolutely incredible. We just took down Mewtwo X, and one of these trainers is about to take down the other to be the first San Francisco World Champion.
The stage is bigger than ever. The lights are brighter than ever. Again, Weedle with so much experience, but Hiromaru, the challenger, we're going to see a Hisuian Electrode lead into the Shadow Kanto Ninetales for game number 3 and a swap into the Licky Licky.
Licky Licky was that top used Pokemon for this whole weekend, and it does great in a lead, also in that safe swap position, being able to soak up energy while also being able to deal out energy quite quickly. Immediate pivot now by Weedle into his own Licky Licky. They're going to be sticking their tongues out at each other for quite a while, Will.
We like to call that the chip and dip, right? Weedle knows the mirror matchup is going to be close, so he fires that Weather Ball, connects the damage, and then makes the pivot out. Now his Licky Licky has an advantage, but keep one eye on the switch timers, everybody. Hiromaru will be able to switch his Pokemon out first.
Now, should they try to do an attack at the same time, it could be a charge attack priority. The one with the higher attack will win that first. Weedle goes straight for the body. body slam, doesn't want to let Hiromaru get off any more damage first. This is not enough to knock out, so we could see a quick pivot out. That's exactly what's going to happen. You saw him now hook up back in with that Hippowdon.
Yeah, maybe a little indecisive there. Reached for the Kanto Ninetales, but decided to defer to the Hippowdon. He needs to protect you with the Shadow Ball, but he doesn't. That's a lot of damage coming through. Half of Hippowdon's health is already gone.
This is a dance. Quick swaps by both of these trainers. The minute that the timer is up, but Hippowdon is going for an attack. And look at Emmy Weedle. He closes his eyes. He doesn't put up a shield, and this doesn't do much damage at all.
Absolutely insane. Definitely could have been an Earth Power there. And Hiromaru trying to get to one here, and he fails again, unable to get to the charge attack.
This is sort of the thing. When you've been in the arena before, when you've been playing on the big stage, you know that sometimes you can make a mistake but bounce back. Does Hiromaru have this in him, being a first-time competitor here?
Nightshade will connect into Hisuian Electro, but the options are starting to dwindle down for Hiromaru. That Kanto Ninetales and Licky Licky in the back for Emmy Weedle are still relatively healthy, and the Galarian Corsola has been so problematic for him.
This is the big thing with Hisuian Electro. You have to go for these energy balls a lot of times, because if you can't swap out, those wild charges would really lower your own defense. Still enough to knock out the Corsola, but there's still 2 shields to hide behind on the side of Emmy Weedle.
I mean, you've got the shields, but you don't have HP, right? We gotta manage our HP and keep our Pokemon in the battle. Energy Ball will pull the shield away here, but Emmy Weedle realizes he's applying so much pressure with the Kanto Ninetales. A little bit of energy on the Licky, and the counter swap into the mirror.
Huge, hoping to land that on the Kanto Ninetales. Unsuccessful as that Licky Licky pops into the battle to absorb it all on the chin. Hiromaru going up just a little bit more, trying to get off as much energy as possible before throwing his next body slam right at the last second.
Yeah, reaches the double up here. If Emmy Weedle shields, he will get the knockout, but instead opts to let his Licky Licky go, put it all on the Kanto Ninetales. That Pokemon comes out right away, and the Ember will knock out, but the body slam was queued up first.
Going ahead, using that last Protect Shield here. The real question is how much is in the tank for that Hisuian Electrode? Will it be able to get farmed down? 2 Weather Balls already loaded, doesn't even throw them. Goes for that fast attack, farm down, taking game number 3.
3 Embers was enough. Emmy Weedle now up 2-1 in this grand finals. One final reminder, everybody, this is a best of 5, and if Emmy Weedle wins this next battle, he will force a bracket reset and a fresh best of 5.
Coming in from that loser's side of the bracket, Emmy Weedle had quite a run in this tournament so far. In the group stage, day number 1, he 2-0'd everyone except for 1 player. And then in the final stages of day 2, he took out so many well-known and talented trainers, getting up to this place where he went 2-3 to Hiromaru to be here on the main stage.
Both of these trainers carrying the torches for their region. I feel like whenever you beat a trainer from your region, you have to take their energy, take their skill, and win it for them, win it for your friends. And these trainers have so much riding on this series here at the World Championships. Kanto Ninetales and Galarian Corsola. Such a problematic duo for Hiromaru. Let's go into the next game here, everyone, as soon as our trainers are locked in, and we are ready.
Ooh, this is more of a better lead for Hiromaru at this part, as the Energy Ball is the only thing that really is going to start threatening the HP of it, and the pace is a little bit slower. And actually, Emmy Weedle going straight for it at the very beginning part of the matchup, and Hiromaru puts up a Protect Shield.
Yeah, such a great call out early. Do not want to take a lot of super effective damage from a Shadow Pokemon on your first go-around, but the swap and the catch, this is actually fine because you want to throw Surf into the Licky Licky, not the double resisted Shadow Ball.
I think Hiromaru is saying, okay, you know what, that's fine, I'll take that. Licky Licky usually has a great matchup against the Jellicent. Jellicent goes for 1 more fast attack before swapping into its own Licky Licky. We saw this in game number 3, going for a chip and then going ahead and dipping out, absorbing the energy of the Licky Licky onto the other.
I will say that the Weather Ball from Emmy Weedle's Kanto Ninetales last game did a bit more damage and made this mirror match a bit more comfortable for him. So Hiromaru has a lot to work through as he fires off yet another body slam.
These 2 trainers have probably had this mirror matchup quite a few times in the games that they have played against each other. I wonder if they do know who wins charge attack priority, because that does change how you play out these matchups here. Body slam still coming through, a lot more energy here, throwing the next one on the side of Hiromaru. I don't don't think Emmy Weedle's going to protect shield this up.
No, I don't think so either. He can withstand this body slam plus a couple more rollouts. Even though he's deep into the red, these trainers know their Pokemon so well. Another body slam getting fired off here, and we're getting very close to ending this mirror match.
Truly, welcome to the slam as we see it over and over again. Looks like Emmy Weedle actually throws that body slam and catches here on the side of Hiromaru. This is a not very effective attack against a ghost-type Pokemon. Going to be able to just get a little bit more injury, and Emmy Weedle actually says, this is fine. I'm coming in with my other Jellicent counter with my Galarian Corsola.
In Pokemon Go, Ghost-type Pokemon can learn so many different fast and charge attacks, and the difference you're going to see here is the Hex Jellicent versus the damage-oriented Astonished Galarian Corsola. Look at it just chipping down that HP with every fast attack.
Now going ahead, using that first Protect Shield on that bait of the Surf, and actually using both Protect Shields now on this Galarian Corsola, correctly shielding up that Shadow Ball, and just continuing to fast attack completely down. This Corsola is loaded with energy.
This is very nice. We do have that Hisuian Electrode that is healthy. The Licky Licky is very weak, waiting down that switch timer so he can make the swap out. Oh my goodness, fires off the Nightshade into the Electric and Grass type.
He fires it off immediately, takes a look up, well, hoping that it didn't go into that Licky Licky, but no, this Hisuian Electrode has to take it, has to start trying to ramp up energy. Quick pivot by both of these trainers, blink and you miss it, and this Ninetales comes back in.
You swap, I swap, we swap. Shadow Ball into that Shadow Kanto. Ninetales takes it deep into the red, but it will eventually take this matchup for the Licky Licky.
This is huge, coming out with so much energy. Emmy Weedle already pumping his fist in the air as he gets that last Protect Shield with that first Fire Weather Ball.
He's got a second one ready to go. It's super effective damage. Emmy Weedle thinks he's got this game in the bag, and with it, he will force the bracket reset.
You want a bracket reset? You got a bracket reset. Emmy Weedle takes the first best of 5 matchup.
Shaken. But a stumble doesn't have to mean a fall. Hiromaru and Emmy Weedle are now locked in a fresh best of 5, everybody. No more resets from here on out. This is it. Whoever wins the next 3 battles will be your Pokemon Go World Champion.
It's so great to see these two trainers playing off against each other. If you take a look at the lines that they brought in this 3rd game, or this 5th game actually, Jellicent was a Pokemon that Hiromaru really relied on. But there were 2 heavy Jellicent counters in the back for Emmy Weedle with that Galarian Corsola and also that Licky Licky. So as long as he got the Ninetales off of it, he was completely fine throughout this matchup.
Exactly, and speaking to the point of alignment, I think Emmy Weedle also found that he was in the right spot at the right time. So often his Kanto Ninetales was lined up against a Hisuian Electrode, and I think that really the only way that Hiromaru can absolutely rein in that Galarian Corsola is to put his Licky Licky on the field against it. And I don't think Emmy Weedle wants that to happen.
Well, Emmy Weedle did say that he built his floor just specifically to counter Licky Licky, so he definitely has a plan to be able to outmaneuver the top used Pokemon in the World Championships. Hiromaru is a trainer that we have not had the opportunity to see play very often. This is his first Worlds competition. He managed to be able to qualify for Worlds, getting in the top 12 of the Japanese qualifier. So I think a lot of trainers recognize that he is a very good trainer, but they haven't got to see him very often. It's so cool to see him on the main stage. But a little fun fact about these trainers is although they've never played against each other in an official competitive circuit, they battle against each other and go Battle League all the time as they fight for that #1 spot on the leaderboard.
It's incredible, right? You can queue up against anyone else in the world and try your skills. I know they picked up on some tendencies and noticed what each other like to do in critical moments. But Hiromaru is no stranger to taking down world champions, having beaten Beelzebub in round 1 of day 2 and Emmy Weedle to end the day. He's got to beat a world champion 3 times if he wants to win the crown this weekend.
He says, okay, I see that crown that was on your head. It looks pretty nice up there, and I'm trying to take it for myself. Dethroning champions after champions. He's got to be able to take 3 games to do so. But even so, this is the first time Japan has had anyone in the finals. Absolutely incredible plays by all of the region. I believe 8 of them were in the top day.
32?
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely incredible.
I think that Hiromaru needs to get more value out of his Shadow Hippowdon. Not once, but twice. We saw it get astonished down, farmed down by Emmy Weedle, and that Pokemon that is so instrumental to his success thus far just came up flat. He needs to find a way to get it more involved, to fire off more charge attacks, maybe even shield it more often, and try to get more value, because that is the Pokemon that he believes is the key for his success.
You see both of these trainers taking a moment to mull it over, but now it is time to go to the grand finals reset. We have that Jellicent again in the lead by Hiromaru up against that Shadow Quagsire on the side of Emmy Weedle.
Water types on both sides. In competitive Pokemon Go, water typing has always been very strong, and the Mud Bomb here helps the Shadow Quagsire in the matchup so much. He's gonna fire off the first one here, and this will connect.
I know that Hiromaru said that his Powdon was going to be able to take it all. He's actually opting to put it on the bench for the first game of this bracket reset, going for the Surf against the Shadow Quagsire. No Protect Shield by Emmy Weedle.
I think you need 2 charge stacks regardless if you're playing Jellicent like Hiromaru is, and Emmy Weedle is unafraid of either one of them. Second Mud Bomb will connect. Hiromaru knows his damage calculations. His Jellicent can hang in there.
He knows it, no problem, going ahead, taking that, and I think he will end up trying to go for another one. Now going for the Surf. Does Emmy Weedle let this go down? This is actually the perfect opportunity for a farm down. Hiromaru seems to recognize it as well as he goes ahead, undercharges the thing, and comes in to get a couple energy advantage of his own with his Ninetales.
Wow, what a great undercharge going into the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. This is also good news for him, because that Kanto Ninetales from Emmy Weedle keeps finding his Hisuian Electrode, and right now it's on the field in the mirror match.
Going ahead now, just throwing the Fireball. As you can see, fire on fire damage, not going to be doing too much overall. Both of them charging up a little bit extra. Emmy Weedle actually opts to go for the Energy Ball. It hits a little bit harder and has a potential for a defense debuff on the opponent's Pokemon.
Also very valuable information. Emmy Weedle did win the charge attack priority tie, so if these Kanto Ninetales pace at the same time again, he will go first in that exchange every single time. He looks like he's very far ahead in terms of energy, so maybe he doesn't need to worry about that yet.
It looks like he didn't even bother to opt for any more. Wanting to go straight for that charge attack here, hoping maybe to get the farm down at the end. You can see that didn't do as much damage as he was hoping for, and actually Hiromaru can take this mid-game matchup if Emmy Weedle doesn't shield, and that's exactly what happens.
And do you see the trend here? Emmy Weedle let his Quagsire get weak. He let his Kanto Ninetales get weak. He wants to farm down Hiromaru's Pokemon, and Hiromaru is not allowing him to do that. He pivots immediately into his Electrode.
This is Corsola against the world. No Protect Shields used for the Quagsire, no Protect Shields used for that Kanto Ninetales, and no Protect Shield on the first attack from the Hisuian Electrode, recognizing it is most likely not going to be that wild charge, that heavier hitting attack, letting the first one go through, but he's going to need to shield this one if he doesn't want his Corsola to go down.
Again, trying to think about win conditions here. Emmy Weedle might just double shield his Galarian Corsola and try to fast attack all the way through. It's going to be really tough, because if he throws charge attacks, he needs to throw 2 Nightshades plus a third. Here comes another Energy Ball, and Emmy Weedle thinks he won't win the pacing battle.
Well, the big problem is when you only have one Pokemon left, you don't know what a switch timer is at. I think Emmy Weedle is very reluctant. He doesn't want any of his attacks to get caught on anything else. Now just getting a little bit more energy. He's not going to throw an attack. He's coming in. He's trying to fast attack down everything, but he's not able to do so.
Just by a hair, this Hisuian Electrode gets to the Energy Ball, and that is the final charge attack that Hiromaru needs to bring down that Galarian Corsola and win that battle.
Now, Will, I think maybe some people at home or maybe aren't super familiar with our game are wondering, why? Why did Emmy Weedle not throw any of his charge attacks? He had so much energy. He was at the most energy that he could possibly have. There were 3 Pokemon left on the field. What gives?
So every time you use a charge attack in Pokemon Go PvP, it takes a turn, and that allows your opponent to also take that turn. So if Emmy Weedle's biggest priority is not allowing that Hisuian Electrode to get to another charge attack, he's not going to throw a charge attack of his own, because that just means another Thunder Shock piling on to that energy that's already accumulating.
So these 2 Ninetales being able to take down each other right at the very end there, and I mean, at this point, he knew exactly what he needed to do. Hiromaru knew exactly what he needed to do to be able to win this matchup, and that was get to enough energy to knock out the Corsola.
Exactly. This Pokemon has been so problematic for Hiromaru. Personally, I'm shocked that we didn't see the Licky Licky from him, but he still found a way to get past the Ghost-type Pokemon even without it.
So going ahead, Hiromaru took game number 1 of the first game of this Championship Sunday. He ended up taking this game as well. Will Emmy Weedle have a repeat of what he did before, being able to take back that series, winning the next 3 games?
It's so hard to say, right? Currently, we are taking a look back at that matchup that just occurred. Everybody, a turn in Pokemon Go PvP is just a half second. Just a half second, and if you miss one of those, it can totally derail your plans, your pacing, and your ability to execute on your win conditions. So we have an incredible judging team here. They're taking a closer look at how that last game went down, trying to see if anything was awry.
You did see Emmy Weedle kind of throw up his hand at the very end there, recognizing that he believed that he missed some attacks, and that is very big. When you have the strategy that you need to be able to get all of your damage into a certain Pokemon to get it off the field, not being able to get even one of those attacks could be absolutely detrimental to your game.
Yeah, and just look at how close that game was, right? The Galarian Corsola almost able to farm down all 3 of the remaining Pokemon because the Jellicent that Hiromaru had in the back didn't have any energy, and he was deep into the red. It might have absorbed maybe 1, maybe 2 Astonishes, and it would have been over. So Galarian Corsola came very close to sweeping that game.
Yes. So while this match is under the review, let's go ahead and review how Hiromaru did in the championship series so far. Keeping in mind that this was his first ever tournament in the group stage, he too won all of his opponents to be able to make it into day number 2, where he then took down our former champion, Beelzebub, also brought Emmy Weedle down to that lower side of the bracket, and unfortunately for him, had to bring knock down another one of his fellow Japanese trainers, and Dunebug97, a very popular trainer within the North American circuit.
Yeah, our 3rd place finisher, Kantono, with his Shadow Gliscor, Shadow Politoed team was so much fun to watch yesterday. And we came very close to having a all-Japanese grand finals, but Emmy Weedle just would not be denied. Fought so hard through that loser's side bracket, and he is here on the main stage yet again as our judges continue to debate that previous game.
So I know we kind of talked about it briefly. A lot of people haven't had the opportunity to see it before, but Licky has been the most popular Pokemon of day 1 and day 2 usage. It is also on the team of Hiromaru and on the side of Emmy Weedle, so it doesn't surprise me that we've seen it quite a few games so far.
Little nuance here. I don't know if you noticed this, Amanda, but that Licky from Hiromaru is an extra large.
He a big boy.
Yeah, it's a lot taller than Emmy Weedle's. Not that makes a big difference in terms of combat, but I just want trainers out there to know that if you're out catching Pokemon and you find an extra small or an extra large, when you bring that Pokemon into the battle, it does visually, show that in the games.
Another Pokemon that has been very popular so far in the series is ones that we actually saw a mirror matchup of in that middle matchup where we learned that Emmy Weedle wins that charge attack priority with the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. It's the main reason there's been quite a few different shifts in the meta, and it's the main reason that I think that Hiromaru is keeping his Tinkaton on the bench.
We talked earlier about how these trainers were running the same teams of 3 in most of their matchups yesterday. Emmy Weedle had 1 deviation, though. That was a Shadow Quagsire, Licky, and Galarian Corsola team. And maybe he said, you know what? There's something to that. Maybe that Galarian Corsola is the key, and I believe he's brought it to every single game thus far.
Doing quite well for himself, being able to flip that bracket, coming from the loser's side of the bracket. They're losing game number 1 in a huge stadium, can do a lot to shake your nerves, but Emmy Weedle looked unshakable there. He knew from the get-go, he knew from game 2 that he was rock solid. You saw him pumping his fist, you saw him looking around saying, I know that I have what it takes to be a champion.
He's so dialed in. If you watch his eyes, he'll look across the stage at his opponent to fish for any reaction. He wants to know if you're bothered, if you're frustrated, if you're feeling confident. He's trying to feel out the player just as much as he's feeling his way through the matchups on the screen.
Well, lucky for Hiromaru, he looks unshakable as he plays these matchups. You barely see him having any sort of doubt in his eyes or any type that he's making any sort of misplay.
Yeah, exactly. Very confident. And he's got a lot of reasons to be. We talked about his record so far this weekend. I mean, when you come to your first World Championships and you not only beat the reigning World Champion, Beelzebub, but you also take down the first World Champion, Emmy Weedle, that's a pretty good resume to start things off, right?
I mean, both of these trainers have some interesting resumes, making a lot of firsts for them. Hiromaru is the first Japanese trainer to be able to make it into the finals of the World Championships, and Emmy Weedle, this is the first time a previous World Champion has been back up here on this main stage.
You're exactly right, and given how competitive Pokemon GO PvP is in the Championship Series, a lot of trainers think that would never happen, right? You never have a repeat world champion because the best trainers are lined up against each other constantly, and eventually one of them will be eliminated. So this is definitely a fascinating story, and I don't know if Emmy Weedle was on a lot of trainers' radars coming into this weekend either.
I think Emmy Weedle has always been a very powerful trainer. He has a lot of different assets to his name. People know that he has a lot of titles, but he hasn't really had those top cut finishes this season that he's been looking for. But I think that he would definitely take that trade-off, be like, okay, maybe the regional competitions, maybe some of the other things, I didn't perform as well as I hoped, but now on the big stage, he gets a chance to shine.
As our judges take a closer look at this matchup, we will defer over to the bracket. Let's take a trip down memory lane and see where these trainers have come from and the talented competitors that they have faced over the weekend, because I mean, my goodness, I really feel that metaphor, right? If you defeat a trainer from your region, you have to carry on that legacy. You know how talented PvP David is. If you're Emmy Weedle, you have to say, I have to do what he would do in this situation. I have to fight as hard as possible and try my best to win.
Absolutely. Not even before that, Emmy Weedle played against Boom20, who is actually running the same team as PvP David, so maybe giving him a little bit of a leg up to be able to do so. Going for a 2-1 there, playing against Marto Galde, one of our most decorated trainers from Latin America, before he played off against Hiromaru.
Hiromaru started off that top 8 by defeating Dunebug from the North America region, and then took on Encantono. Again, that was such a fun series to watch. The ground types came out to play in the Shadow Hippowdon and Shadow Gliscor, and another nail-biter finish that Hiromaru was able to walk away from victorious.
So it's really funny because for Pokemon Go, it's not that there's a necessarily big rivalry, but of course people like to cheer for their regions to win. This would be the first time someone from Japan has been able to call himself a world champion, but Emmy Weedle has a completely different story. There has been EU winners already, and I was gonna say that, but I'm like, it was him. He is the EU winner.
It's him. He's him, literally. Well, we're going to get back to those games as soon as our judging team reaches a decision, everybody. But I just want to thank you all for joining us in that Mega Mewtwo X raid here in the venue. That was so much fun. I hope everyone got shinies and maybe some good stats as well. But the background, you got that regardless.
Absolutely. I know that Caleb said that he got the shiny Mewtwo. I would just also let him know that I also got the shiny Mewtwo. And also took some really fun photos, because if you looked around the arena, you saw everyone raising their phones at the same time, everyone working together to catch that Mewtwo X. It was such an amazing experience.
I mean, this relates back to what you were saying about these trainers matching in the Go Battle League. We have such a tight-knit community, and even though you might be an ocean away, a lot of trainers are familiar with each other. They have battled against each other. They kind of have that like second tier of knowing before they actually meet. So the World Championships are such a great place for everyone to come together to put a face to a name, as they say. You know, that trainer that beat you with Bastiodon, that's them right there.
Okay, yeah, and not only are they competing for the prestige, for the crown, these trainers are also competing for some fantastic prizes here. First place is going to go home with $20,000. That's a nice chunk of change, but I would even take that $15,000 for second. If whatever doesn't want it, they can give it to me.
Oh, you would settle for that?
I suppose.
It's so much on the line. Not just the title, we talk about that quite often, but I mean, this could be life-changing for a lot of trainers, especially if they traveled far to come and compete here. And look at this gorgeous venue and our gorgeous fans. Let's hear it, everybody in the stadium. Let's wake up. Competitive Pokemon Go World Championships 2026. You just gotta be there.
Yeah, we see you pumping your fists. We're pumping our fists as well. Thank you for coming out, seeing who's gonna be our world champion. We are so excited to be crowning one. These two trainers have performed well all weekend, and they deserve all the praise that they are getting here on stage.
Such talent on the stage right now. Again, Emmy Weedle made those corrections, ran that Galarian Corsola, and it's been so hard for Hiromaru to weather that storm. I can't wait to get into the next battle, I'm gonna be honest.
I hear you, Hero. While we're still looking through this, a match under review means that even though one person may have won that first matchup, there could have been something within that matchup that, you know, maybe didn't go according to plan. So the judges will decide if it is going to be favorable for Emmy Weedle. That first game will essentially be erased from the leaderboard, and we are starting over with a fresh new game.
I mean, this is literally the biggest competition of these trainers' lives. We want to get everything right. We want to have an equal and fair playing field for all of our competitors, and especially our two finalists here at the World Championships. Hi, everybody. How's it going?
It's good to see you all. You're looking good. Now, real question. We were talking a little bit earlier as casters. They were asking for some caster predictions. And I know that you said that you were really impressed with Hiro Maru's gameplay throughout the weekend, and you think that he potentially has what it takes to take the series.
Exactly, just so decisive, especially his Hisuian Electrode play just was outstanding, and I felt like Emmy Weedle, fought really hard in their series yesterday, but kind of ran out of answers. The moment that sticks in my mind, Amanda, was that Game 5 when Emmy Weedle was just completely out of shields, and that Hisuian Electrode from Hiromaru was able to land the energy ball into the Shadow Quagsire. You could see Emmy Weedle, grimacing on stage. It was so painful to watch that, and I think on his mind, right, he's thinking, I just can't allow that to happen. I can't allow myself to be out of options, especially in the biggest series here at the World Championships.
Well, at the first best of 5, he was put on the back foot there on the side of Emmy Weedle as Hiromaru took game number 1, but Emmy Weedle took his foot, put it forward, and won the next 3 matchups to be here in the grand finals reset. I had Emmy Weedle as my prediction to be able to take it all because this man has done quite a bit. Not only has he been a regional champion, not only has he been an international champion, he has been a previous world champion. He wants to do it again for our last year of individual world champions.
I mean, and he's adored by the community, right? We remember at EUIC, the crowd surfing, kind of lifting him up to the air. Emmy Weedle has had such a storied career for such a young trainer, and the talent doesn't lie. We see it in every single performance, and
absolutely,
like you pointed out earlier, might not have had the strongest individual season, but I think in my mind, a lot of it comes down to peaking at the right moment, right? You can have a great start to your season, but if there's a meta change or a new Pokemon comes along and it doesn't quite click for you, then I think you want to be firing on all cylinders when you get to the end of the season.
A lot of trainers have saying that, this was a quite open meta, a lot of different Pokemon to choose from, as we can see from what the trainers have brought. And we actually can see the highlight of what the dispute is going to be here. We see the energy ball going through here. Now keep in mind, there's a bunch of shields in play.
Yeah, we're going to take a closer look. So this is what the judges are reviewing right now, everybody. I've been curious to see which moment is being called into question, but I think it's got to come down to the fast attacks and how that damage is applying. Astonish is coming down. Again, the Thundershock on that Hisuian Electrode is 2 turns, which is 1 second, whereas the Astonish is 1.5 seconds and 3 turns. So in that regard, it really comes down to the slimmest of margins. A half-second difference really makes a world of difference in competitive Pokemon Go.
So as a refresher there, we saw 2 shields for both opponents. Emmy Weedle did not want to throw that energy into the Hisuian Electrode because he didn't want the Hisuian Electrode to be able to get extra fast attacks through while he threw, because he recognized that Hisuian Electrode, if it had enough energy, would be able to knock out his only remaining Pokemon.
Absolutely right. Only 2 shields to spare, and he spent both of them on that Galarian Corsola. We saw just how close that matchup got. He was able to fast attack down one of Hiromaru's 3 Pokemon, and the Jellicent was not far behind. So if you would have gotten past the Hisuian Electrode, this game likely would have had a different outcome. So as our team continues to look at it. Also, thank you, production, for allowing our fans to see just a bit more closely at what we were taking a look at.
And again, like you pointed out, Will, the turns in Pokemon Go are so quick, 0.5 seconds, that every literal, not even second, 0.5 seconds matters. So it doesn't, I take no fault for them taking a little extra time to figure out exactly what went on in the matchup and make sure that everything was fair before we award a game win.
Well, Amanda, you mentioned this, but let's put it in writing. We had some caster predictions about which trainer we thought would win. I would love to see everyone in the chat get involved as well. Who do you think has the momentum in the series right now? Who do you think is going to become your next Pokemon Go World Champion? Just like the hardware, it looks like Weedle's side of the scale is a little bit heavier.
Well, I will say that I think Butters is missing from this, and 2-0 Butters also believe that Hiromaru was going to be winning, so making it a little bit more even overall. I truly think it could be anyone's game. Every single game between these 2 trainers has come down to the absolute wire. Hiromaru only winning with a 3-2 victory. It wasn't like a solid sweep against Emmy Weedle in day number 1, and now Emmy Weedle taking up that second game in the grand finals and winning 3-1. It's still anyone's game.
Yeah, definitely a dominant series, I would argue, from Emmy Weedle so far today. And Keep those predictions coming in the chat. And remember as well, this is your last chance to get all those sweet drops that we've been offering this weekend during the World Championships.
Oh, sweet, sweet drops.
One more thing I wanted to mention, Amanda, is that we have our judging team on the floor, but we also have a head judge that's available. And this is the World Championships, the biggest stage for the championship series. But even if you're at a local card shop or a regional event, you do have a judging team that is there to help. If you feel like something didn't quite go right, you do have that ability to reach out to them, to ask questions, and never feel like you're inconveniencing anyone because, again, the most important thing is a fair and equal playing field for all of our trainers.
Absolutely. And Go is an extremely fast-paced game. So sometimes like this, when a match is actually under review, we actually get a little bit of time to pause and think and reflect about everything that has happened so far in not only the World Championships, but this competitive season. Will, I know that you've been casting in North America. We got a chance to cast together at the European International Championships this season. Is there anything that's really stood out to you this year, which is a big year for Pokemon Go?
So this is a big anniversary year, right? 10 years for Pokemon Go, 30 years for Pokemon, and 5 years for Pokemon Go in the Championship Series. We had every year, right? We have some trainers that are new, maybe they're a bit younger, they come onto the scene and they absolutely crush it. But one theme that stood out to me are some of the old timers still winning competitions, right? We had Arrow win in Los Angeles and we had Stone Collection win in Seattle. Those are trainers that competed at over 40 events without a title until this year. So all of our elderly Pokemon Go players, we can still win.
I'm feeling you. My back's hurting already. I know that Arrow ended up performing at the World Championship. These are the top Pokemon used for day one, but this was really what we saw for the bigger field, the top 32 players for day two. Licky in that #1 spot, like we talked about in day one and day two, but Shadow Cantor Ninetales in that top second spot, Galarian Corsola in the third.
Exactly, such a unique meta. I know a lot of trainers in the video game or the trading card game or Pokemon Unite, they say, what's going on with the Pokemon Go meta? All you need to know is that Dondozo was top 10 on day #2, which is pretty cool. We also have an update for everyone about the action down on the stage. We did have a rematch ruled, there was an appeal, and the rematch was upheld. So we're gonna start fresh here, everybody, on another series between these two titans.
Hiromaru on that left-hand side up against M.E. Weedle. This is now officially game #1 of the Grand Finals reset. Both of these trainers have had a little bit of time on stage to think about and reflect how they played that first game, hopping immediately into this now, going up with a Hisuian Electrode against a Corsola. What ended that other one is now starting this game.
And in the lead is typically the position where we see Pokemon like Hisuian Electrode because that Wild Charge does double debuff your Pokemon's defense, so you can throw a charge attack like that and bail out. But this time, an Energy Ball is used by Hiromaru.
Hiromaru going for the Energy Ball. Could have opted for a Wild Charge and immediately popped out, but Energy Ball still does a decent chunk of damage, as we see. No Protect Shield removed by M.E. Weedle. Either way, just gaining up a ton of energy, now throwing its first Nightshade into the Hisuian Electrode.
Both trainers willing to let those initial charge attacks through. Now the pivot into the Licky, maybe a little bit early, not in time quite yet to catch a Nightshade, but now we're in the mirror matchup. And honestly, Amanda, this is the closest mirror matchup between these two Pokemon that we've seen so far.
I actually really like that play by M.E. Weedle because it's not the fast attacks of the Licky that threaten the Galarian Corsola there. It's that Shadow Ball potential. And so being able to just go ahead, stay in. Yes, her Astonishes aren't going to be doing too much, but now he's got some energy that he banked before he popped out into his own Licky to be able to start soaking up some of this damage.
Exactly. We are now in the mid-game, and controlling switch advantage does matter quite a bit in this game #1 of our bracket reset. Another body slam getting fired off here by M.E. Weedle, but I think that Hiromaru looks like he's a little bit ahead.
Going ahead now, just keep rolling out here, and now Hiromaru going for another attack. We know that M.E. Weedle's Shadow Cantor Ninetales wins that charge attack priority. We still haven't seen it yet, despite seeing so many Licky mid-game matchups here.
Exactly right. Another charge attack yet again as these two Pokemon whittle down each other's HP. So many fast charge attacks back and forth. Neither trainer willing to swap out.
Actually, just going immediately for another attack. Doesn't even bother going for another rollout first. He wanted to make sure he'd be able to get that off. Should Hiromaru throw his attack first. Both of these down. Desperate low. Immediate pop out here by the Hippowdon. And now M.E. Weedle responds in kind with this Shadow Cantor Ninetales.
Yeah, and the pacing is just so fast. That Weather Ball is only 8 turns. Meanwhile, the Shadow Hippowdon is a little bit slower to reach the Weather Ball of its own. although would deal a lot of super effective damage and likely knock out that Kanto Ninetales.
I mean, these weather balls are going to be thrown back and forth here as that first one goes through. Hiromaru puts up a shield because, again, that energy ball would threaten the knockout, but even a weather ball does quite a bit of damage to the shadow Pokemon. Now going ahead and just charging up, throwing right before the next one is available.
Yeah, I really like the swap out there to get a couple sand attacks in and try to match the pacing of the shadow Kanto Ninetales. Another weather ball pulls away the final shield for Emmy Weedle, and you got to remember, there's still a Hisuian Electro on the other side, and Emmy Weedle is now exposed to all incoming charge attacks.
Going ahead, going for the heavy-hitting energy ball, actually getting that last protect shield from Hiromaru's side as well. Maybe not what Emmy Weedle was hoping for, as now it's going to be outpaced, but this is exactly what he wanted. What am I talking about? Catching this weather ball onto the low health Licky Licky. Looks like Hiromaru is completely untapping, hoping maybe he could get a sand attack or two. Unfortunately, unable to do so. Now out of energy and now out of shields.
Switch timer is now locked for Emmy Weedle for probably another 40 seconds or so. He cannot swap out, but he does get to the Nightshade against the Powdon. This is the final healthiest Pokemon for Hiromaru.
And this is why Emmy Weedle didn't immediately pivot when that Licky Licky came in. He went got one more Astonish first, because now it put him ahead on energy. He was able to put that Powdon down quite low. Licky Licky on the side of Hiromaru coming in, going for that heavy-hitting Shadow Ball, trying to knock out the Corsola, and again with an undercharge, but he was kind of shaking his head. No, it was still enough to knock out. He's at the Body Slam.
Wow, one more rollout and the Body Slam is there. Hiromaru is able to KO this Kanto Ninetales and take back game one from Emmy Weedle.
He says, hell, who needs help on your Pokemon? They're going with what we call a 3-ball flex there. All 3 Pokemon remaining in that game number 1 as he takes it away from Emmy Weedle.
There's always upsides and downsides, right? We saw Emmy Weedle make that inspired catch of the Rock Weather Ball from that Shadow Hippowdon, and we thought, oh, it was a genius play. It was so clever, right? But then he shook his head. And a lot of trainers are probably wondering why. The reason was because of that switch timer, because after he makes that swap out, that switch timer is going to tick down for 45 seconds. And at that point, Emmy Weedle really was out of options. He kind of exposed himself there.
It was a good catch. All the energy had to go somewhere. If it was anywhere, he wanted it to be on that low health Pokemon. But in the end, Hiromaru being able to hang on after knocking out that Corsola. One more rollout to knock out that Ninetales with the Body Slam secures him game number 1 in this Grand Finals reset. Keeping in mind, he also won game number 1 of the regular Grand Finals. So Emmy Weedle has the opportunity to once again pull it back and win the next 3.
Exactly, but it's going to be tough, right? I feel like Hiromaru in this Grand Finals reset has made so many adjustments. I think he's playing better than ever. Led that Hisuian Electrode. Usually likes to keep that Pokemon in the back and kind of spring it on Emmy Weedle when it finds an opening, but just throwing it out there in the lead and saying, you know what, deal with it, deal with the wild charges and energy balls, that's definitely tough for Emmy Weedle to contend with.
That's true. We've been also quite often seeing that Hippowdon coming in when there's just a little bit of health left. Yes, he seems to fight for switch advantage, then completely give it up as that Hippowdon comes in trying to get a little bit of an energy advantage because that he can outpace his opponent's Pokemon.
Well, I think the number 1 Pokemon that Hiromaru is worried about, maybe it is a little spooky, that Galarian Corsola, because that Pokemon almost fast attacked through his entire team in a previous game. And if he leaves a weakened Hippowdon or a weakened Jellicent out on the field, just 1 or 2 Astonishes, and that Galarian Corsola suddenly not only KO'd a Pokemon, but is now ahead on energy.
So these 2 trainers have been playing against each other quite a while, not only in this championship series, but also in the Go Battle League. Have to see how they want to do now that they've had the opportunity to see each other face to face, battle against each other. One more time, we have a match under review for this game number 1.
Production has it. We would love to take a closer look at the situation that is currently being looked at. But again, this is the World Championship stage. Want to get everything right? Give our competitors the best, fairest shot at who wins the title.
I mean, and this is a big moment for both of these trainers, right? A lot is on the line. Hiromaru coming in, his first ever competition, making it all the way to Championship Sunday is absolutely a huge feat. Meanwhile, Emmy Weedle, someone very decorated within this circuit, knows what it takes to become a champion. He's done it once before. He wants to do it again. Both of these trainers deserve their time to shine in the spotlight.
Exactly. I think the argument, again, has been kind of like, the newcomer versus the experienced trainer. And one of the most inspiring things about Pokemon Go PvP is that it is relatively simple to pick up. right? You've got 3 Pokemon on each team, and your fast attacks move at the same pace, and you're able to learn your counts. And as much as it seems like a tap-tap game, there's actually quite a bit of math and calculations that go into this, and knowing your charge attack priority ties and knowing what's super effective and when you can swap out, those are all critical parts.
There's definitely a lot of strategy within the game. If you've been watching throughout the weekend and you've been able to get a chance to win specific Pokemon, I know sometimes people are like, oh, but I don't have a good Tinkaton, or I don't have a good Pokemon that I would like to play with. Well, they gave away Beelzebub's actual Tinkaton that he used last year in Anaheim to help him win the series with the exact same attack spread.
Exactly. Our team is just always upping the ante and trying to give our trainers the best rewards. And I think that adding a strong Pokemon like that to your roster is very valuable. You don't want to miss out on that. Make sure to capture every single Pokemon, review them later, and keep some of the strong ones. You know, even if I don't think I'm going to battle with something, most Pokemon are just 1 or 2 updates away from being meta relevant.
That's true. We just had a moveset update that will be viable quite soon. For Pokemon Go, it's very engaging. It changes every couple of months, so it's not that you're always using the same Pokemon over and over. Not only that, we've had international championships in limited metas with different Pokemon that you've been seeing on this main stage.
Our wonderful partners at Scopely always keep things exciting. Moveset updates, damage adjustments, a lot of Pokemon coming in and out of the meta, but these 2 trainers have mastered the current format to the T. There's some shared picks on each side. I think that's definitely something to take away, but the story, as in with most competitive Pokemon, is defined by those outlier picks.
And definitely that one of those outlier picks is one that has been really taking Hiromaru far. Shadow Hippowdon was something that a few trainers did bring to Worlds. We saw it on a couple of teams, but it definitely wasn't a top meta pick.
So if I could ask you, right, in terms of team reading for Show 6 Pick 3, if Tinkaton is so good, and we keep talking about it in the drops, why are we not bringing it against Emmy Weedle?
Well, Emmy Weedle, the other Pokemon that is almost everywhere, is that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Tinkaton was in the 3rd spot for day 1 usage, dropped down to the 5th. It hits so heavy with its charge attack Gigaton Hammer, but it doesn't like those fire-type Pokemon, definitely doesn't like the ground-type Pokemon with that Shadow Quagsire or the Empoleon that Emmy Weedle has on his side. And Emmy Weedle had said before, he used Empoleon in every single matchup up until these winners finals.
Another obstacle to Tinkaton for Hiromaru is that Shadow Quagsire. This was one of the more fascinating moveset choices to me. The fact that Emmy Weedle opted for Aqua Tail Mud Bomb. When Man Team was like, what, top 5, top 6 usage? They were everywhere all over the tournament. And if you're a Shadow Quagsire, I think one of the most depressing things is to be paired up against a Man Team, because there's really no way you can hit it with your double resisted Mud Bomb or your resisted Aqua Tails.
Well, Emmy Weedle definitely had a plan to play around that, as he is sitting here on the seat on Championship Sunday, wondering if he can do it once again as he did in London.
This is really a test of these trainers' fortitude, because maybe you expected to go out and you felt confident. You said, maybe 3 games, I'll win it. I'll take the trophy home and adios, right? But these trainers are having to sit through this, figure out the game state situation, and try to reach an amicable conclusion. I think we might have just arrived at one based on the body language we're seeing.
Yeah, we're getting this information same time you guys are. We're going to let you know as soon as we know what is going on between these 2 trainers, but agreeing with you, will look like there was a thumbs up there, so we'll have to see what will be going on, if we're going to keep that game number 1 or if we're going once again into a grand finals reset.
I want everyone at home to take in this arena, close your eyes, imagine yourself on this stage.
So sorry to interrupt you, Will. We're just getting some information here. There is not going to be a rematch for that game number 1, so we're going to go ahead and keep that score. Number 1 game going there for Hiromaru in the grand finals reset. He's got 2 more to go to become the world champion.
2 games away, but it might as well be miles away, because Emmy Weedle is so formidable. And in particular, his Galarian Corsola has been very difficult for Hiromaru to deal with. He's not been able to find that alignment he wants. Hiromaru's Licky, I think it's squared up against the Galarian Corsola maybe once in this entire series so far.
Oh, I will have to see how they want to play out these matches. Normally, when trainers start to lock in, you can only pick 3 Pokemon on this list of 6. So a lot of times the trainers will run through a bit of a matrix in their head, right? Okay, so if I lead that Licky, what am I going to do if it's that Corso lead? What am I going to do if it's the Florigist lead? And you just do it for every single one of the Pokemon until you have a formula formulated. Let's see. Looks like we predicted that right away. We got that Licky up against a Corsola on the side Hiromaru, and it looks like an immediate pivot out to the Shadow Shadow Quagsire on the side of Emmy Weedle to be met now with that Hisuian Electrode.
What an insane lead for Hiromaru there, and he swaps immediately to the Hisuian Electrode. If a single energy ball connects, it might KO a trio of Shadow Quagsires. It's just how much damage it actually does. He's got it ready. He could fire it at any moment, but he wants to overcharge and fire on the charge tech priority tie.
But here's the big deal. Yes, Wild Charge is going to debuff yourself. In no situation would he be throwing the Wild Charge into the ground and fire or water type Pokemon there. So now forcing himself to throw those energy balls. Emmy Weedle knows that it's not a bait. He has to protect up no matter what if he wants to keep that Quagsire around. Protect shield going up on the Hisuian Electrode, and it's got a ton of energy to farming up a little bit more, threatening that second shield from Emmy Weedle.
Emmy Weedle is going to scratch, claw, and fight as hard as he can to win control switch advantage because he does not want his Galarian Corsa up against the opposing Licky Licky. Meanwhile, Hiromaru continues to apply the pressure, but Quagsire is just so fast. Here comes the Aqua Tail.
Going for hard counter City there in the lead, getting that second protect shield. This mid-game matchup is going to help decide it all. Trying to go for a catch, you see Hiromaru waiting and actually gives up what he potentially had with the Galarian Corso with the Licky Licky, coming in with his own Licky Licky, kind of negating that whole mid-game matchup.
This might be a catastrophic misplay here, but he's going to make the best of it. Hiromaru kind of shook his head. He said, oh no, I should have sent out my Shadow Hippowdon instead. But you can't slow down, you can't stop, you have to keep on battling. Gonna throw the body slam there and try to even up this mirror match.
Every single second matters. Yes, he might have brought in the Pokemon that he didn't want to, but it's too late now. We'll see how he recovers in this matchup as his Licky Licky is starting to put damage into Emmy Weedles here, sticking out its tongue, throwing the slams, seeing how low that it can go.
Body slam back and forth as these two normal type Titans whittle down each other's HP. Switch timers are up, but neither trainer wants to risk swapping out and giving away switch advantage, especially Emmy Weedle.
This game got much more dynamic now at this point. He had a great time now. He's got a ton of energy on that Licky Licky. He's got 2 body slams loaded, but he's going to need 2 to be able to knock out Emmy Weedles, as the first one just isn't enough. Does he want to throw it right away? We're seeing actually now charge tech priority. It's going to be on the side of Hiromaru.
Absolutely critical to try to wrestle back control switch advantage, but Hiromaru, even though he's going to double resist any type of ghost attacks, he doesn't have that much HP. He might lose the Licky Licky regardless. It's so close. Can he get to the Shadow Ball? No!
Oh, it's astonishing as the Galarian Corsa stashes down the Pokemon, coming in with a very nice lead and energy here, going to throw the Nightshade before the Earth Power is available. But everyone keep in mind, the shields are gone. There is an energy ball loaded on that Hisuian Electrode, and it wins charge attack priority over both of Emmy Weedle's Pokemon.
No, you're exactly right, but I think Hiromaru needs to hang on to that energy for the Quagsire matchup in the back. It's very critical that he doesn't make another mental mistake here. Nightshade number 2 getting fired off, and this might be a Game 2 win for Emmy Weedle.
This Hisuian Electrode is quite low. It has a ton of energy, but it's got 2 Pokemon to go through. It might not have enough as he throws his first one to get that Corsola out of the way.
Energy Ball will connect. Galarian Corsola will faint, but Emmy Weedle looks like he already knows he won this battle. Out comes the Shadow Quagsire, and that's a farm down. Emmy Weedle with the equalizer.
Going ahead, taking that mid-game. Both of those shields knocked down. Emmy Weedle knew his back was against the wall. That Energy Ball narking into that Quagsire would have been absolutely destroying the Quagsire. He fails on the swap, but he kept playing, and you know what happened, Will?
What?
A little bit of a fumble on the side of Hiromaru, sending in that Licky Licky. You see him kind of shaking it off right now, recognizing, I had that game. I maybe had that game. I gotta settle down here. I gotta focus to be able to win game number 3.
Gotta shake the nerves. Gotta zoom in. Don't think about the crowd. Don't think about the magnitude of this moment. Focus on what you do best, which is competitive Pokemon Go PvP. These trainers, either one, I'm serious, either one could take this. They are about as evenly matched as we have ever seen in a Pokemon Go Grand Finals. And it's just gonna seesaw back and forth.
And this is a big thing. Again, I know that we keep saying it, but it deserves to be said. This is Hiromaru's first time playing live in this huge setting with everyone. He's on the Championship Sunday stage. Of course, your nerves are gonna be doing a little bit to you. You're not used to this sort of thing, but I hope that he can shake it for this game number 3. We'll see as the Jealous takes a field up against that Shadow Quagsire.
We have seen this matchup before. I do think that 2 charge stacks on either side is the recipe for success. but Emmy Weedle's been a lot more willing to give away control switch advantage, especially if he doesn't think there's a Licky back there, but at this point, he might need to think twice.
Going ahead now, going for that first attack. The Surf does land. We've seen Emmy Weedle in the past couple games content to let Pokemon go as soon as they've done their damage, right? So it's saying, okay, Quagsire, you're getting that Jellicent low. I can potentially use you, the next Pokemon that comes in to farm. Now throwing his second Mud Bomb. As we saw in another game, it's not going to be enough to knock out, and I don't know if we will see a Protect Shield use on the side of Emmy Weedle. Yeah,
this is nice though, forcing that charge attack priority tie. Hitomaru might be able to KO the Shadow Quagsire here. Goes for an undercharge as well. He likes to do this, allowing minimal farm. Simultaneous swap. Oh my goodness, Shadow Kenta Ninetales finds it Licky.
What a read. Emmy Weedle says, I know no matter what, he's going to swap. If this doesn't knock out, I need to be quick here. Coming in with that Kanto Ninetales to get off as much energy and damage as possible, as quickly as possible.
Moving the pieces around, and the pieces fell in a place that Hitomaru might not like in hindsight, but he's going to fire off the Body Slam here to try to deal some damage to that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. The shield comes up from Emmy Weedle. That's the first step back into this game.
Going ahead, first a Body Slam bait, now a Shadow Ball for the real deal, getting both Protect Shields in this mid-game matchup. Emmy Weedle has a ton of energy on the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. It's up to him where he wants to deploy it, because there's still 2 Protect Shields left on the side of Hitomaru. Trying to go for a catch, unsuccessful as Corsola comes in to sweep up that Jellicent in the back.
Emmy Weedle is not shaken here. He anticipated the swap. He knew he had so much energy on the Kanto Ninetales and that Hitomaru was going to try to waste it. But again, he switch-locked his Galarian Corsa. Hitomaru went fishing, and he reeled in a Corsola on the other side.
He said, okay, I'll wait. Even if you don't throw, I'm going to get that Corsola out of the way with this Licky coming back in. Emmy Weedle has a choice to throw now. He definitely wants to throw the not Ghost attack, the Power Gem. It is enough to knock out the Licky, but Emmy Weedle has 0 shields left. There's a Hisuian Electrode coming in. Hitomaru has 2 to hide behind.
Yeah, that Kanto Ninetales has so much energy as well, so I would not be surprised to see Hitomaru let this Nightshade through. He's got a bigger threat, and it's lurking in the back on the bench, but he's got to overcharge a ton of energy, avoid a catch. It's going to be real tough from here on out.
Now, before, you see them waiting, trying to go ahead and do that, letting that Quagsire go down, but look how low this Hisuian Electrode is. There's 2 shields left, but guess what?
Failed catch attempt, and Emmy Weedle nods. He knows that this is the end for game number 3. The wild charges are not going to slow down. They're going to plug in and power up. That's 1 KO. Hisuian Electro looking for another one, and there's another.
This Hisuian Electro looks angry, wants a bit of revenge. Wants game number 3. Wild charge for you. Wild charge for you. Game 3 for Hitomaru.
Well done. Well done. In spite of the stumble, Hitomaru finds his way in that battle number 3, and now he stands on the absolute precipice of becoming your Pokemon Go World Champion.
That's a mentality of a champion, right? Do you recognize, okay, maybe I could have won that previous game. I can't let that shake me. I have to put that in my past because I need to focus on the future, and the future is me winning this game.
Emmy Weedle needs to win 2 battles here to become your world champion, but he's no stranger to equalizing things just when it feels like he's out of it. So in this next battle, he's looking to make some adjustments. That swap out right there, that's so instrumental to Hitomaru. He's able to pull that Galarian Corsola back onto the field and get that alignment, even though he didn't have it earlier on in the game. He's going to look to do that again, I'm sure, in this next battle.
It's so dangerous, right? And I think a lot of times trainers opt for so many different opportunities while they're playing this game. Do I want to go for switch advantage? Do I want to go for shield advantage? It looks like Hitomaru is definitely going for that shield advantage there. As you saw, he had 2 shields to hide behind at the end. We're hopping into this game. If Hitomaru takes this, he is our San Francisco World Champion. A lot is on the line for both of these trainers.
Licky in the lead. Shadow Hippowdon and Hisuian Electro for Hitomaru. Meanwhile, Shadow Quagsire again in the lead for Emmy Weedle with the Shadow Kanto Ninetales and Galarian Corsola behind it. Shadow Ball number 1 connects.
Going through, we've seen it quite a few times by Emmy Weedle, knowing that neither one of the attacks that are thrown is going to threaten the knockout, and what he wants to do is get a ton of energy. This first Mud Bomb goes through, he'll win that charge attack priority, throwing right before the Body Slam is available.
If Emmy Weedle is worried about his Galarian Corso being trapped, he's got to feel a huge sense of relief because the Licky Licky on the field right now means he can see the problem, he can address it, he can do something about it, and it looks like he's going to allow his Shadow Quagsire to absorb another Body Slam.
Body Slam #1, going through the first that Shadow Ball, actually an immediate pivot because he recognized that that's exactly what Hiromaru was going to do time after time. He lets a little bit of help, he comes in with a Hippowdon, and Emmy Weedle says, okay, big Corsola counter out of the way, it's coming in, show me what you got. Earth Power coming through.
Shadow Hippowdon has been the most valuable Pokemon for Hiromaru, but that Earth Power is unable to trigger the defense drop, but it does a heap of damage, and at this juncture, Hiromaru will likely Protect Shield it up, but he decides to at the last second.
Yeah, because if we take a peek at those back lines there, this is actually one of the few times that Hiromaru has put up a shield in the mid-game, not saving it for the Hisuian Electrode in the back, but Emmy Weedle has that Kanto Ninetales, and let me tell you one thing, Will, grass doesn't really like fire.
No, it does not. Next Nightshade will connect into the Shadow Hippowdon. This will likely KO that Pokemon and force Hiromaru to choose his next. But look at the swap. Emmy Weedle already going for the Kanto Ninetales, and it meets the Electrode.
This is going to be very close. One shield left for both of these trainers, going for that Weather Ball #1. You see Emmy Weedle kind of shaking his head. No, he thinks he really has to concentrate on this moment. Wild Charge would be enough to do it, and a Trailblaze, or not Trailblaze, an Energy Ball bait would also be enough to strip that shield.
Wow, does not allow the catch. Emmy Weedle clutches it up. He thinks that's the play that he needed to make. He's doubled up on the Weather Balls. Here's the first knockout, and Emmy Weedle is almost at the equalizer for the series.
Not throwing that Weather Ball was huge for Emmy Weedle. They're just getting more energy. Yes, he's going to be able to have to use the shield for the Wild Charge, but he's got a Weather Ball of his own already lined up to go there, getting that first Protect Shield. Weather Ball coming through. No Protect Shield by Hiromaru.
Hands shaking. Palms are sweaty. That is a Game 4 win for Emmy Weedle, and our Grand Finals reset will go the distance, everybody. We're heading into a decisive Game #5.
Emmy Weedle said, I saw that 3-ball flex you did a little bit earlier on. That looked fun. Let me go ahead and try it too, as all 3 Pokemon remained on the field to take that Game #4. And this is the Grand Finals reset. We have one more game to decide who will be the 2026 San Francisco World Champion.
A season of effort, a career of accomplishments, and it all hinges on the next 4 minutes. This is the peak. This is the summit that these trainers have dreamed of their entire lives, and they are standing here, feet on the ground, eyes to the sky. Game 5 is on the horizon, but only one of these trainers will be your world champion.
Hiromaru came in from that winner's side of the bracket, defeating Emmy Weedle in a 3-2 victory on day 2 of championship. However, Emmy Weedle ended up snatching that victory back in the grand finals here on the main stage here on Championship Sunday. All eyes are on these 2 trainers in the next few moments, both of them taking a breath, taking a moment to realize, this could be me. I could be next. We're hopping in to Game #5.
Jellicent in the lead versus the Shadow Quagsire for Emmy Weedle. It all comes down to this, everyone. Hisuian Electrode and Licky Licky for Hiromaru on the bench. Meanwhile, Shadow Kanto Ninetales and Galarian Corso for Emmy Weedle.
We've seen this quite a few times, and we've seen a lot of simultaneous swaps. So we'll have to see if either one of these trainers are going to do anything a little bit different now that this is truly the moment that will define their careers. Surf #1 coming through from that Jellicent. No Protect Shield used by Emmy Weedle. It looks so, by the book so far.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen a very similar song and dance before, but will it change up here at the finale? Mud Bomb #2 connects. Jellicent hangs on as expected. It's already got the Surf, not waiting a turn, actually throwing the charge attack here. Emmy Weedle, his Shadow Quagsire would be the first Pokemon KO'd.
Going ahead, letting that get knocked out, keeping the Protect Shields in the back, keeping in mind what could be coming in, just getting a ton of farm there with this Kanto Ninetales.
No, that is a crushing KO there as he's unable to get to the Surf. Out comes a Licky Licky as well, and Emmy Weedle knows this is a good sign. His Galarian Corso, his most valuable Pokemon, is still in the back.
This was huge, even though Hiromaru ended up having the Pokemon that remained at the end. Emmy Weedle got to dictate the Pokemon that are coming in. If that Licky Licky was on that Galarian Corsola, it would have been devastating. If that Kanto Ninetales was on the Hisuian Electro, the same story here. It's going to be very engaging by the very end of this tournament.
Weedle just wants all the energy his Shadow Kanto Ninetales can muster. Weather Ball coming through. I gotta be honest, I don't know if this is enough. Licky Licky does hang on. It's got a charge attack ready. Firing the Shadow Ball. Weedle forced to shield.
Oh boy, no Protect Shield now by Weedle. The Shadow Ball would do a ton of damage. Weedle with such an energy advantage at the beginning, throwing this first Weather Ball as you see Hisuian Electro coming in, getting the first Protect Shield off of Hiromaru's side.
That's only the first Protect Shield, and it looks like Hiromaru might have an advantage, but there's such a long road still to go, and Weedle takes those shields right back away from his opponent.
Going ahead, just taking them. I have to wonder if you're Weedle, if you're going to stay in, or if you're going to make him throw energy. No, swapping immediately into that glaring Corsola here. Energy Ball number 1 coming through here. This is Hisuian Electro trying everything it can to take out 2 Pokemon.
Going on good timing. A defense drop here would be absolutely massive. Does get it. Does that mean the second energy ball is enough? Doesn't throw in the charge attack priority. I think Hiromaru is trying to double up on charge attacks, but his Hisuian Electro needs to hang on.
And the thing about Hisuian Electro is it's to be able to get out of that red here. Going for 2. Looks like he is almost there. He's at the wild charge. He's out a sliver of health here. Going for the attack.
Wild charge number 1, getting fired off. Galarian Corsola fades. Out comes the final Pokemon, Shadow Kanto Ninetales, but the Ember connects.
Going ahead now, look like the Ember went through before the charge attack went through here, and Weedle puts his head in his hands. He recognizes what a horrible situation it is to even still win in this type of scenario.
Oh my goodness, everyone. What just happened on stage?
I think we all need to take a moment, take a breath, because this is huge for both of these trainers. This came down to the wire, and I think a lot of us recognize that he had 2 charge attacks stored. First one for the Corsola to be able to knock out, second one for the Ninetales. Ninetales energy went through first, knocked out that Hisuian Electro.
Exactly. I mean, you got the double charge attacks, right? It's as simple as just tapping the button and swiping the bubbles. But in a moment like this, when the emotions are so high, the peak of a career, the moment of a lifetime, sometimes things just don't go your way.
Yeah. I mean, everything was in the driver's seat there for Hiromaru. Regardless of how this last game is going down, these trainers have been playing absolutely incredible all weekend long on this stage, giving us such an amazing performance, such a show.
I mean, they've given everything, right? The sweat, the tears, the effort, not only this weekend, but also all season. Every single motion, every single Pokestop spun, every Pokemon captured, every egg hatched, every friend made along the way, it all has built up to this very moment as our 2 Worlds finalists are going to have a discussion with the judges.
Now, this was the best of 5 matchup. We've read it to all the way to game number 5 here, and even so, absolutely down to the wire. It was anyone's matchup until the end here, and so truthfully, I don't blame them for taking a moment here to look over what's been happening.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, face in his hands, I don't think Weedle has moved from that position as Hiromaru talks with his translator there. My goodness, I'm gobsmacked, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever been in a situation quite like this.
And especially when there's so much on the line, right? We have Hiromaru coming in, first championship, first Japanese trainer to be able to make it to the finals here. Weedle, our only ever Senior World Division champion, looking for his 2nd title, already breaking so many records, being the only other world champion to be able to make it back to Championship Sunday. Wow. What storylines we have for both of these trainers, but in the end, there can only be one.
Yeah, I mean, just think of the accolades, right? Being able to bookend competitive Pokemon Go. First ever Senior Division World Champion and finishing as the World Champion. And that's what's really on the line here, as these 2 trainers have given everything to this series. They've given everything to this event. And I'm sure their hearts are absolutely beating out of their chest.
Yeah, we're getting some word here. It looks like that there will be a rematch for this matchup there. So that means we are getting a brand new best of 5.
Rematch ruled. Game 5. Well, everyone, that was pretty fun the first time. Why don't we do it again?
look at both of these trainers here. I know that they made me look a little bit defeated at this point. They've been on stage for quite a while. The nerves are so high between these trainers. You still see Emmy Weedle's head in his hand a little bit. He knows that it's going to be another game.
And I can't imagine, right? I can't imagine the whirlwind of feelings that both of these trainers are feeling. They thought it was over. They thought that was the end. But there's one more challenge ahead of both of them. And this is the real test, right? Can you put those feelings aside? Can you return back to baseline? Can you lock in one last time when it matters the most?
Oh, I don't blame Emmy Weedle. There's a lot of emotions going on in this very moment. If there is something that doesn't play out correctly within the game, it's automatically warranted as a rematch.
Sure.
So that means that we are going into a new decisive game number 5 for this moment.
My goodness, what a photo finish it would have been, but history will show that this next battle is the true final battle of the 2026 competitive season. A lot of discussion on the table there. We don't have any insight into that. We can't hear what the judges or the trainers are saying, so we trust them to make the right decision and get this next game on the road.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, there's a lot of emotions on the field here, but it just means more Pokemon Go games for us. And as I know, a lot of people in the audience, a lot of people at home love to watch all of these matchups. So while we maybe have played a few more games than was expected, you know what, Will, I'm here for it.
I'm here for it too. I wouldn't rather be anywhere else. And this is a hard moment, especially for our competitors, but they have to push through. They have to pull the pieces together one more time. Even though you thought the plan was perfect, you thought the team was excellent and the execution was immaculate. This is it. There's one more round to go here in our best of 5 grand finals reset.
Yeah, Hiromaru, winners finals up against Emmy Weedle. Took it down to the line here. Best of 5 matchups, 2-2 at the end, ended up being able to take game number 3 to put him in this seat on the winner side of the bracket championship Sunday. However, Emmy Weedle coming back here, lost game number 1 of the grand finals, but won the next 3. They've been neck and neck this entire time, taking it down to almost game 5 every single time.
I said it and I wasn't being hyperbolic. This is absolutely the closest we've had in terms of our skill levels for our grand finals competitors in competitive Pokemon Go. It's been 5 years of champions, and this has to be, I mean, I can't even see the dividing line between these two trainers.
Yeah, truthfully, it could be anyone's game at this moment. It looks like these two trainers are getting ready for their next battle, as we will see who will become the 2026 San Francisco World Champion. Tensions are high. I think a lot of things are on the line for both of these trainers. Nerves got to be really, really shaken up at this point, but my goodness, they got to settle it down to see.
Well, Emmy Weedle talking with his opponent. There's so much shared respect on the stage there between these two young, talented trainers. So much on the line, but I cannot wait to see how it plays out.
Yeah.
It's tough, right? Because, I mean, if you're Emmy Weedle, you probably felt like, you know, you had the right team, and if you're Hiromaru, you feel like you made the right plays. You got to do it one more time. When it matters the most, and when your energy is already peaked, and you're, you know, trying to calm down, man, this is difficult.
Yeah, game after game here, these two trainers have proved time and time again why they are here on Championship Sunday, showing you all what they have. They've been going back and forth. They've been bringing unique Pokemon. They've been having fantastic catches, great team calls, saving shields till the very end. And this is getting to the point where we're going to find out who will be the champion.
Shadow Kanto Ninetales, as well as that Shadow Quagsire and Galarian Corsola have been very valuable for Emmy Weedle. Meanwhile, that Shadow Hippowdon has started to find some light. It's looked as impressive as it did yesterday when Hiromaru was using it on the main stage. But his Hisuian Electrode has really stolen the show, and it almost took the whole thing.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say earlier on. I mean, I know that he said his Shadow Hippowdon was going to be his MVP, but I think that the Hisuian Electrode has really helped pilot his success so far here on Sunday. These games have been so, so close.
Get Emmy Weedle trying to focus in, scan the battle codes. Our trainers are going to get started here shortly, everyone. I see more and more fans piling into the arena as well. If you're new here, you are in for an absolute treat. because this is about to be cinema.
I see both of these trainers, they've been up here for a while. They've gone through the gauntlet of trainers. So many different people who could have been named champion. There have been so many good competitors throughout the weekend. It's boiled down to two. We are really at the point we're about to have one more game to see who will be that champion. But it's so gut-wrenching for both of these trainers at this moment. You see Emmy Weedle, his head is in his hands. Hiromaru really looking like quite tired and devastated himself.
I'm telling you, I don't know. I've never been in the situation, right? I don't know if many of us have, but you have to find a way to push those emotions to the side and do what you came here to do. Do what you've been doing all weekend long, which is playing incredibly good competitive Pokemon. And our two Worlds finalists are looking to do exactly that. So much on the line, and they've already given so much, but they have to give a little bit more one last time.
Both of them have their phones in their hands. They're looking at the screens. We're thinking that we might be getting into these battles fairly soon as they just take a moment to decide what they're going to lock in for this matchup. If you're just tuning in now, it's been a nail biter through this entire series. We are at the Game 5 of a best-of-5 matchup in the grand finals reset to see who will be this champion. Both of these trainers doing so incredibly well throughout, but the emotions, the tension, everything is so high. Jumping now into game number 5.
Jealous lead from Hiromaru versus that Shadow Quagsire from Emmy Weedle. This is probably the 4th or 5th time we've seen this matchup play out. We know just about exactly how it goes. This time, though, Emmy Weedle overcharged to the Mud Bomb.
Going ahead, throwing that first Mud Bomb. If this has been anything like the past couple games that we have seen, we're not going to see any Protect Shields used on this first Pokemon from either side here. Hiromaru charging up a little bit extra, throwing the Shadow Ball here first. It's going to do a little bit more damage than that Surf would. Shaking things up a little bit. No Protect Shield used by Emmy Weedle.
I really like the adjustment there. Brings that Shadow Quagsire down deep into the red, and second Mud Bomb is ready to go. And Hiromaru is actually sticking to the script outside of that Shadow Ball. He's going to no-shield both of the charge attacks from the Shadow Quagsire.
It gets the Jealous hit low. He ends up staying in for a little bit more, charging up a little bit more energy and swapping out with some energy loaded, and now swapping in the Sweet Electrode into that Shadow Cancer Ninetales on the side of Emmy Weedle.
Got a couple of Thundershocks off the swap, so he is going to be able to equalize the pacing just slightly more closely than he would from a dead heat, but he's going to go ahead and fire the first Wild Charge, and at this point, the Cancer Ninetales will use the first Protect Shield.
Protect Shield was loaded because this is charge attack priority, meaning the Pokemon with a higher attack will go first. That was the Electrode. Now the Weather Ball's been fired off, getting a shield back in kind. There's going to be some more energy being thrown here as the Weather Ball number 2 goes through. Does Hiromaru want to use both Protect Shields in this mid-game matchup? Absolutely.
Wow, in spite of the slight head start, he's still not able to beat that Shadow Cancer Ninetales to the punch on the second Weather Ball. Wild Charge will command the second shield, though, from Emmy Weedle.
Coming now through, no Protect Shields left for either trainer in the games, but the switch timers are also back up. Emmy Weedle actually swaps out first, anticipating the swap of Hiromaru. Hiromaru actually stays in a little bit more, gets a ton of energy on his Hisuian Electrode before swapping in to soak that damage on his own giant Licky Licky.
I think that's incredible, right? Hiromaru saw the swap coming, did not fall for it, didn't even blink. In comes the mirror matchup that we've seen several times today, but this is the last time you'll see it this season, trainers, so let's settle in.
We know that Hiromaru's Licky Licky does win that charge attack priority if it comes down to it. So both of these trainers are not only keeping an eye on the health and energy of their Licky Lickies, they're also keeping an eye on that switch timer, because every time an attack is thrown, a little bit of that timer gets eaten up. And when you have a Pokemon that is thick like this, that can take a body slam after body slam, look at this, Emmy Weedle switch timer already up.
Exactly, and as you called out earlier, the charge attack priority tie will go to Hiromaru's Licky Licky each and every time as that charge attack connects. Switch timer is also up for Emmy Weedle, and it's likely up for Hiromaru as well. This is when things start to get serious, because either trainer could swap at any half second.
And you don't want the attacks merely lost on anything else. Actually, Emmy Weedle opting to go first. There was quite a bit of energy onto that Licky Licky, swaps into that Quagsire, and ends up taking it out, but there's a little bit of health left on it, and there's no Protect Shield. In comes the Hisuian Electrode to completely farm it down. Now, no matter what comes in, is going to have to take a charge attack.
That was massive. I mean, this Hisuian Electrode is almost at the double. There are 2 Pokemon remaining. Emmy Weedle will likely have to send out his Licky Licky, loses the charge attack priority tie. Here comes a Wild Charge. How much energy is on that Shadow Cancer Ninetales? Hiromaru needs to recall now.
There was a blind Wild Charge there, and an immediate pivot to swap, going in with a Surf for this Jellicent that had saved up all of that energy energy earlier on. This is a shadow damage here. This Surf connects with the Ninetales.
It KOs, and that is it! Hiromaru, let the emotions wash over you. You are a Pokemon GO World Champion!
Heroes rise and heroes fall, but Hiromaru takes it all!
So well done. So many battles fought in spite of the rematches, in spite of the stumbles. Both of these trainers gave everything they could to this grand finals, and we thought it'd be the Hisuian Electrode show, but Jellicent came in there to steal the spotlight.
You see him pumping his fist. This is a trainer. It's the first time he's competed at the World Championships. This is the first time a Japanese trainer has been on the main stage, and this is the first time that he is taking it all home.
Hiromaru is going to bring that trophy back home to his region, and he could not be more proud. What a series. What a bracket.
Oh my goodness, you see Emmy Weedle's mom there clapping in the crowd, proud for her son who did such an amazing job throughout this tournament, throughout this whole competitive series. Emmy Weedle, fantastic trainer, but Hiromaru took it all.
What a series. What a time, and what a set for a lifetime of memories as we head down to Farid on the floor for an interview with your new world champion.
Hiromaru, you are the world champion. Can you share what's going through your mind right now?
ひろまるさん、ポケモンワールドチャンピオンズの優勝者です。今考えていること、思っていることを言っていただけますか？
いろんなことがありましたが、もうとにかく嬉しいです。
There was a lot going on, but I'm just very happy.
The number of games that you had to play shows a level of mentality that is amazing. How did you fight through that entire set after the bracket reset?
もう数多くのラウンド、もう無数の戦いをこれまでしてきました。で、ブラケットリセットも発生しましたが、そのブラケットリセットが発生してたとしても、どのような対策で突き進んだのでしょうか？
一回負けても焦らず、落ち着いて自分の考えている選出をできたのが良かったかと思います。
Even though I lost and reset the bracket got reset, I was able to re-strategize and was able to come back through.
You are representing Japan here in San Francisco, and you have won. What does that mean to represent your nation?
ひろまるさんは日本から来て、で日本で、初優勝ポケモン GO なんですけれども、今立っているその気持ちをお伝えできますでしょうか？
自分がこんなところに立っていられるなんてちょっとまだ信じられないんですが、日本初のチャンピオンになれたのは本当に嬉しいです。
I can't believe I'm standing here and I'm at loss for a lot of words, but as standing here as the first Japanese champion for Pokemon GO, I'm very proud.
We're all so proud of you. This is your first World Championships. You are now a World Champion. We're going to head over to the desk where you have something special waiting for you in-game.
今回、ひろまるさん、初参戦ワールドという認識の上、ワールドチャンピオンとして、君臨しました。今からゲーム内で確認していただきたいのですけども、特別なギフトを用意しております。
So, as world champion, you get a special pose, you get a special outfit, and these should now have been added to your account. So I'd like you to go onto your trainer account, into your style, and you can click onto the outfits just here. Hiromaru, that is your world champion outfit. That is your world champion pose. Chase Center, give it up. It's Hiromaru! What an incredible grand final that was for Pokémon GO. There is so much to digest, and we have some brilliant analysts who'd love to take you through everything that's happened here this weekend in San Francisco.
Thank you, Fareed. And what an incredible grand finals and performance from Hiromaru throughout the entire week. He fought so valiantly and had so much grit throughout in his first ever World Championship, and probably not going to be his last. Cyril Butters, how are you feeling after that one?
I'm not sure if I've seen a Pokemon Go trainer with the belief in his Pokemon as Hiromaru just demonstrated not only yesterday, but today to become your Pokemon Go World Champion. How about closing it off with back-to-back charge attacks 2 times in a row to seal the deal? The anticipation to call a counter swap after 4 shields went down. An incredible world champion.
I really felt like we were doing a dance the whole time between the Corsola and the Licky Licky and seeing where that alignment was going to stack up. And then at the same time, you had the Electrode versus the Ninetales as well. There were just so many components that were so instrumental in this victory. Honestly, every single second was just spectacular.
And when it mattered the most, it felt like the defining lead matchup of that series was the Jellicent versus the Quagsire. So often was Jellicent taking the knockout there. However, the reveal at the end, the adjustment in game number 5 to throw the Shadow Ball, bank the serve, and almost flip Hisuian Electrode's worst matchup against it. Electrode was trying to dodge the Kanto Ninetales all set, but he ends up safe switching it with the bank charge attack. Weedle has to try and predict the switch out, but he stays on the field, and at the end, the surf connects, Ninetales fell, and Hiromaru was crowned champion.
It's such a great point because the shift from yesterday to today for Imi Weedle was the Galarian Corsola, right? He didn't bring that early on in the winners finals. He brought that in the grand finals, and that was the problem, Pokemon. I believe he got 3 or 4 crucial fast attacks down with the Astonish and able to do that. And as you see, these are your top 3 here. Of course, we have 2 trainers from the Japan region in your top 3. Imi Weedle is your finalist as well.
And we got Kanto in that 3rd place 4 years ago in London in Pokemon GO's first ever World Championship. We had Crescent Angels from Japan get that 3rd and highest finish from Japan. And since then, they haven't eclipsed that until this year. 4 years later, Kanto getting that 3rd place, Emi Weedle another grand finals in a World Championships, and Hiromaru taking the crown and taking the title to Japan on the 30th anniversary of Pokemon.
And I want to talk about some of these Pokemon as well. We had so many familiar faces in the form of Licky Licky, the Tinkaton, also Dondozo really making a splash here at the Pokemon World Championships. But the unsung hero, and I cannot believe I'm actually saying this, is that Hippowdon is a world champion. Not only that, but in that final, we had so many other interesting choices. Of course, the Florges doing incredibly well, the Electrode too.
What I like as we take a look across Hiromaru's team is if you take a look at the Hippowdon and the Electrode, and you take a look across the other 7 teams, you don't see a Hippowdon, you don't see an Electrode.
True.
Sometimes to be crowned champion, you have to take a risk. You have to choose Pokemon you believe in, even if others don't believe in them as well. And it pays off as Hiromaru is our new world champion.
We can see so many of our decorated players in that top 8. Of course, there's the prize money as well, the $20,000 in that first place that will go to Hiromaru, as well as the trophy and all the accolades. But more importantly, he has etched his name in the history books of Pokemon GO.
And of course, you get a trophy if you're in the top 4, and it worked in the previous seasons where if you got top 4 at the World Championships, you do qualify for the next season Pokemon GO World Championships as well. So congratulations to all of our trainers that got in the prizing here at the Pokemon GO World Championships.
All right, trainers, are you ready? Let's crown our world champion.
The best of the best. delivered a bracket reset. And now we must deliver the props our finalists deserve. Join me in celebrating our 2026 Pokémon GO World Championship finalists. First, we have our runner-up, M.E. Weedle. And our next finalist, first World Championship run, first World Championship title. Everybody, get loud for Hiromaru! Everybody give it up one last time for your 2026 Pokémon GO World Championship runner-up and champion! Soon enough, we'll get things going with the Pokemon trading card game. But for now, let's wrap up Pokemon GO at the analyst desk.
30 years of Pokemon, 10 years of Pokemon GO, and for us in Championship Series, it's our 5th World Championships, and you cannot talk about Pokemon GO Championship Series history without mentioning the legendary chapters of Emmy Weedle in Hiromaru.
And that is, it was such an incredible road. Getting to the World Championships, even qualifying, is a feat in itself. And Hiromaru has tried 3 separate times. In his 3rd time this year, he made it. And it just shows how far he can take it the moment he makes this big stage, and that any trainer truly can take it all.
And I love that we got the bracket reset as well. You know, at the end of the day, the best of the best qualified to be here at the Pokemon World Championships. And then we ended up with 2 trainers remaining. We wanted to make sure that we had as much action as possible, and to be able to reset that bracket just meant that every single moment was more instrumental to that victory. A lot of incredible memories.
And I think as we take a look back across our top 12 Pokemon from day number 2, we're going to see quite a few Pokemon on screen, but also the Pokemon that are missing are the ones that are interesting to me. No Hippowdon, no Electrode. Hiromaru forging his own path, and he did so incredibly.
And even the Jellicent as well. And we saw in the winners finals, he used that trio in every single battle for 4 straight games to get on that winner's side of the bracket. If he didn't do so, he could have lost the World Championships by being on that loser side. But he had that cushion, and it reset, and he was able to take the championships.
And that's something so impressive about Hiromaru and Kantono as well, who got 3rd place. They didn't go with the flow of all the other players. They went against the meta, they went against the grain, and they did it their way, and they made it so far into this tournament because of it. And that's a beautiful part about Pokemon GO and Pokemon in general, is that yes, there are certain Pokemon that a lot of people use and a lot of people love to use, but you can also make your signature Pokemon, your MVP picks, work in the right moments.
I love that sentiment. You know, you can indeed sometimes win with your favorites, and then maybe a Pokemon favorite is still yet to be conjured up if you do have great success with it. I know you've enjoyed Dozo throughout this tournament, haven't you, Homeslice?
3 Dondozos in the top 8 is more than I ever could have hoped for. Just seeing so many trainers go against the grain, have incredible success, has been really fun to see. Even as those top Pokemon are revealed, Pokemon like the Licky and the Kanto Ninetales, the choice to run that Hippowdon is suddenly clear. Hippowdon resists the rollout. It has super effective pressure into that Kanto Ninetales. And honestly, it was a really tough Pokemon for Emmy Weedle to try and play around because of the insane pressure from that Hippowdon.
And in the end, the most meaningful Pokemon was the Hisuian Electrode. It is 12th on the usage here, and it's countered by the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. That's probably the strongest Pokemon in the entire meta right now. So to be able to do that, the belief, as we talked about before, it really is the story of Pokemon.
Definitely. And, you know, some of these picks, it takes a brilliant mind to be able to convince others that these Pokemon can even be usable, can even win it all. And we can take a look at some of these caster predictions too. Hey, I see a couple. Wait, hold on. There's a powder on your side too as well, Henry. So we're kind of all, you know, winners here on this one. A lot of Hisuian Electro there. You know, I appreciate the spice from Farid, and maybe those Pokemon didn't necessarily make it to the grand finals, but maybe in his hands, he would have done it.
Not gonna lie, feeling pretty good with this Hisuian Electro here.
Yes, there we go.
I mean, obviously I was going to pick my boy Gastrodon, but there was a lot of great utility from Pokemon like the Florges and the Thievul as well that we got to see throughout the competition on the broadcast. But of course, the superstar really is that Ninetales as well. We saw it time and time again. It was a popular choice amongst us casters, so I do think I was onto something there. Even if I didn't necessarily have the winning numbers there, I had some good scores, I'd say.
I'm feeling pretty okay with mine. Hippowdon, the only Hippowdon on the bracket, ends up taking home the World Championship. 3 Dondozos in the top 8. We saw quite a few Manteens, but the Manteens did kind of fizzle out towards the end of day 2. And Annihilate, it appears it won back-to-back World Championships, but it was unable to get the 3P.
Yeah, Annihilate, of course, one of the strongest Pokemon ever. I had that in my predictions as well, but we actually did pretty good, which isn't always the case. It's always the trainers that are doing awesome, but it's nice to see the caster predictions go kind of well for us as well.
And definitely, and that's, you know, just a really cool part here of Pokemon Go, because you can just build your team however you would like to and try to make the synergies work. They might not make sense on their own, but paired with certain Pokemon, you got the Hisuian Electro paired with the Shadow Hippowdon, maybe something no one ever thought of, and maybe the only team with those specific 2 Pokemon combinations is what makes certain Pokemon unleash their true potential.
I think as well throughout this 2026 season, we've seen so many different archetypes rise to the top as different, you know, meta evolutions come through, and we are in that forever forward meta, and this is kind of the end point that we've been able to achieve. We only got a glimpse at the Turin event very at the end of the summer, and now to be able to be here at Worlds and see how it has evolved over time has been incredible. Going into the next season, things are completely going to change.
The end of the 2026 season, I think, was a very special one, as we had a lot of trainers being able to win first-time events. We had Arrow winning in Los Angeles, Caspian Pike, who had a great performance at Worlds, winning in Indianapolis, and then the crowning jewel of the 2026 season, Hiromaru, in his first ever Worlds, able to take home the crown and be crowned our 2026 World Champion.
I think 2026, the story has been ascension, just as it was in the regional championships, in some international championships as well. We're won by some dominant trainers, but here in the World Championships, a trainer that we haven't seen before from a region we're not as familiar with, but these Japanese trainers pulled off 2 of the top 3 of the Pokemon World Championships and had 8 of the remaining 32 in day number 2.
And speaking of regions we're not very familiar with, that makes it, including this year's World Championships, 3 years in a row that APAC as a whole has taken the World Championship title. Banding with Yakai in 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii from Hong Kong. And then we got Beelzebub from India last year in Anaheim. And this year we have Hiromaru from Japan. They have way less tournaments, way less chances to qualify, but that means that everyone that comes out of those regions are absolute monsters at the game, and definitely a region that if you didn't respect it for, you better respect next year.
I feel like you've just thrown the challenge gauntlet down for all of the other regions going into the 2027.
Yeah, we got to pick it up.
Yeah, like, come on, guys, step up your game. What are you doing over here? I think that's one of the nice things, though, is at the end of the season, yes, it's the end of one era, but it's the start of a new one as well. And for a lot of trainers watching that particular game and the tournament all weekend long, they're going to be inspired. Whether they're a veteran of the competition or maybe a new viewer tuning into Pokemon Go for the very first time, hopefully we're going to see the game grow and grow.
Well, to that point, we are ending the era a little bit for Pokemon Go Championship Series, where we've had 5 of the individual World Championships. But next year, we're going to have some team Pokemon Go World Championships. And I believe we are ready to head over to TCG. So let's get onto the stage.
Two titles down, 2 more to go. Our next title has challenged our trainers to adapt, innovate, and outplay the competition. And now, 3 more names will join the ranks of those imprinted upon the banners above. Everybody, it is time for our Pokemon trading card game finalists.
The perfect math, a 2-0 win.
Double KO on both the Draclo in about 5 minutes flat.
The final piece of the puzzle.
And that is too much.
A punk helmet, because why not?
That's a KO on Enzoroark. We retreat, we gust, we KO, we win. It's going to
Contact his boss's orders!
Contact the boss! He's going to KO with Moltres!
He's absolutely stunned.
It seemed like she had no way back.
It is so hard to get to this point.
As we head into a third and deciding game.
He's going to extend the hand here.
A miracle run continues.
It seems the inevitable is coming. That's it. Boss's orders, KOs.
We are going to a game 3 since Henry's last stand.
There's the Hapshed.
And Diego Cataraga is back.
If Andrew Hedrick finds boss's orders, he will win the game.
Now an opportunity to become world champion.
Everyone at home, everyone in the Chase Center, are you ready to meet your TCG Junior finalists? First up, you saw him rocking the pillar at NAIC, and now he's come to make his mark on the World Championship stage. Give it up for Luke Giffen. Next up, you've seen him as the victor of the Japan Championship Series, and now looking to take off against a new rival. Everybody give a warm welcome to Araki Yuta. All right, Luke, it wasn't that long ago that we saw you competing at NAIC, getting that victory. How have things changed for you as a competitor from then until now?
Not much. I've just found a new deck and played it a lot.
Reps are very important, and a new deck, something to look forward to. All right, Yuta. You've been playing for about 4 years now. You're coming to us after winning the JCS. How have you been preparing to make your debut on a stage like this?
ゆうたくんはポケモンカードを始めてまだ4年目になりますけど、世界大会に来てどのような準備をしましたか？
PTCGL のオンライン大会に出たり、知り合った仲間とか友達とかとたくさん練習しました。
I enter tournaments and play with friends and practice.
Lots of reps, practice, practice, practice. That's what it takes to make it here on the World Championship stage. But it is time for you to make your way to your battle stations and get our TCG finals started.
Two of the world's best competitors in the juniors division fighting to see who will be this year's world champion. cannot stress enough how big this match is and what is on the line for both of these competitors.
And one thing is for certain, Ethan, it is going to be a good old classic Dragapult mirror match, as you can see on your screen. But of course, with anything about Dragapult, it is always about which variant you are going to bring to the tournament. And it seems that both of our competitors have decided to go two separate ways.
That is the versatility, of course, of Dragapult EX. The most powerful EX Pokemon many would consider in the format. It's all about that Phantom Dive attack, dealing damage to the active Pokemon while spreading damage counters onto the bench. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to the TCG portion of tonight's Championship Sunday. My name is Ethan Heggie. Emily Foreman is joining me. And what a match and what a plethora of matches we have in store for you all today.
If it's one thing that is for certain, you just never know what you're going to sit across from in the Pokemon trading card game. Over the past season, we've seen plenty of decks take home the gold, and especially across different divisions, we've seen different decks really kind of rise to the top. So I'm interested to see two of our competitors who are champions in their own right, who is going to come out on top of the world.
It is a battle of North America up against Japan. Two national champions made their way through the opposite sides of the bracket. As you see, a lot of Dragapult in this in this bracket. Luke advancing into the semifinals, tipped down Michael in that mirror match. Yuta doing the same against Bosen Chang. They meet now in the finals.
It's so interesting to see which variants of Dragapult really come to the top of the meta at a time, because there are so many micro decisions and micro thinking that you can really do. I mean, technically, they all kind of counter each other in some sort of way here. So I'm excited to see Luke return to the stage here, but of course, Yuta as well, a very well-known junior in Japan.
Both have put a lot of time into this deck. Talked to them a little bit before the match today. Essentially playing Dragapult for the end of the season. Those repetitions are going to come in extremely important for this mirror match. You can see who is predicting on each side, and it looks like Team USA, not the most representatives, but Emily, you are one of Luke's supporters here today.
Well, I gotta tell you why, Ethan. It's because I looked back on Luke's tournament, and I did see that Yuta had actually taken a loss to Dragapult de Dunsparce a little bit earlier in the round. So I am going off of that knowledge, but I think for you, Ethan, you're gonna go based off of the matchup, and Dusknoir is going to have a lot to say about the Dunsparce.
It's so hard to pick one of these trainers. I wish I could put that logo right in the middle, say either champion is fine, and that is definitely the case. That Dusknoir's Cursed Blast ability, 100% something to keep in mind in this matchup. So players get ready, get down to the table. We are going to be seeing that Dragapult mirror match. A lot of key factors going into this matchup.
And truly, it is champion versus champion. As you can check out the accomplishments here on the stream. I mean, LAIC champion and NAIC champion. Luke is on a roll to claim his third champion title within the same season. Still looking on over to Yuta as well, the JCS champion. The champion of Japan is here. It is a star-studded finals, Ethan.
On a direct collision course to see who will become this year's champion. As you mentioned, Dragapult EX in both players' deck, with using that the Dunsparce runaway draw to provide a bit of consistency, and there are certain cool combos you can do by benching that Pokemon repeatedly throughout the course of the game.
One of the Pokemon that I think everybody in the trading card game really truly loves to see hit the bench is going to be that Badoo, and starting to use Itchy Pollen to lock off a lot of these items. So it's really about who wants to go first, who wants to go second, who essentially has the better setup here, because once Badoo comes into play, Ethan, a lot of engines stop running.
Definitely an important factor. Lily's Determination, a supporter card that since its release has warped the metagame to be a popular and heavily relied on inclusion. That's another card that if either of those players can consistently evolve into their Tricloak and cycle through their deck with that card, they're gonna have a lot easier of a time setting up.
And while these players are definitely playing different archetypes of Dragapult, I'm not going to talk about it just yet, but things like Ace-Spec, that one-of card in the deck that you can play to really turn the tides, has been different for both players. So I am very excited to see when certain things are going to drop down.
Two similar decks, but two very different backgrounds for these players. Testing in different regions, playing different formats, different tournament structures. Those differences can be advantages for both players given the circumstance.
So excited to see Luke again here up on the stage. He masterfully won grand finals in NAIC just a couple months ago. And not to mention, Ethan, there's been a whole expansion set that has been released between NAIC and World, and that is Pitch Black. And it seems to just not have too much of a meta turn, at least on our juniors division here.
Talked about the A-Spec as we're setting up, definitely important thing to mention. Most of these Dragon Bolt EX decks consistently playing that unfair stamp card. It's an excellent disruption tool. Run me through the A-Spec that Luke has decided to play this weekend.
Well, Luke has definitely gotten a little bit tricky with his A-Spec, and it is going to be the Hero's Cape. Now, Dragapult already has above 300 hit points, but Hero's Cape is actually going to give an extra 100 HP to this Dragapult, and especially within the Dragapult mirror, Ethan, where there are damage counters flying left and right. Both players are going to be starting to set up multi-prize knockout turns. It's really important for Luke to protect these multi-prize knockouts from happening.
No tool disruption over on Utah's side, nothing like a tool scrapper or jamming tower. So once that Hero's Cape comes down, it may make things tricky for you to be able to deal with that Pokemon. There's so much damage that flies back and forth. Speaking of which, we cannot go without talking about Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain.
Yeah, I've already talked about Budu, so why not mention Budu's best friend, and that is Monkey Dory, who has been meta ever since the card has come into our game. Essentially can take these damage counters that you receive from Dragapult's Phantom Dive and send them back. Not only can you use it a little bit more defensively, but Dragapult EX players tend to use it a little bit more offensively. Once again, we want to see these players set up multi-prize knockouts and then use something like an unfair stamp to try and stick their hands so they can't draw any more cards.
Did talk about the Pitch Black expansion. No, super important archetypes, of course. Some decks emerged, some decks got better. One big major card that we are seeing in Utah's list, looking through, it is that special red card. In fact, both players playing that extra form of hand disruption. It's going to be even more important on Luke's side since he does not have that unfair stamp.
We did have rotation, as we like to call it in the trading card game mid-season. We did lose a very popular supporter card of Iono, which shuffles your player's hand to the bottom of the deck, and then you draw as many prize cards remaining. It's a little bit different with that special red card here. So I'm excited to see when those are going to come into play, because once again, it is very, very important to find.
Talk about the coin flip. These first couple of turns, so crucial for the setup. Does a player find that Budu on turn one? How consistently do the energy cards come into play? And one more fact to always think about. How does the energy stick in play? Neither of these players are playing a card like Crushing Hammer. We see how impactful that card can be in the mirror match. These players are going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable spreading their energy out, maybe committing to that Monkey Dory a bit earlier than usual.
On a normal day, Dragapult players would love to go second, even though, while very popular in the Pokemon trading card game, you want to go first to evolve up, but just in case your hand doesn't have too many options, you still want to be able to use a supporter like that Lily's Determination that you mentioned to refresh the hand to try and find those Buddy Buddy Poffins, but most importantly, to use that Budu to get Itchy Pollen into play.
These players eager and anxious to set up, draw their opening hands, and a basic Pokemon to put into play to start. Looks like a few options for Luke. We gotta wait to put those prize cards out. We have a prize cam for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll see those prize cards, we'll see what pieces are unavailable. There is a Budu in the prizes, and that's the only copy of Budu for Utah, and double Tricloak. Both players struggling right off the gate.
Those are the consistency cards that Ethan and I are talking about that are key to this Dragapult deck when the inevitable hand disruption decides to hit. And Everyone, there are Pokemon trainers from all over the world today, and whether you just left the professor's lab with your first partner Pokemon, or you've taken your first steps onto Victory Road, you are about to be a part of history. So San Francisco, are you ready to grab your trading card game champion?
Action underway, game number 1 in our Juniors Division Finals. Utah starting things off with the Pokepad and immediately going to get the bad news that Itchy Pollen will not be an option for him in game 1.
And that's definitely going to be something that Luke is taking into account right away here. As that opening prize check is very important here. Didn't get to see the rest of the hand, Ethan, but as long as there's at least that energy attachment of that fire energy, can't be too bad.
Heavy reliance in the list for Utah on that Dawn supporter card. We've seen that in Alakazam as a consistent way to get Pokemon into play. It's great in this Dragapult deck. Get those Dreepy, get the Dracloak evolved using Recon Directive to add some consistency to the plan. See this Pokepad, grab Dreepy, put it into play, and start to develop the board.
While Utah has done a great job of grabbing the Dreepy, we have to talk about the secondary engine that this deck is technically playing, and that is going to be this Dusk Noir line. That's Cursed Blast, and Utah not showing it already means that may not have an opportunity to go and get these Duskulls ready to go. The energy attachment is key, but the problem is that is a great sign for Luke that his Dunsparce, when he puts them into play, are actually going to be safe for quite some time.
Action on Luke. You see that Dunsparce, top deck 4-turn, Pokepad, excuse me, not yet available. The Buddy Poffin to kick turn off. Start to see some Dreepy come into play, and even considering immediately Badoo as a disruptive option.
A lot of the times players really want to conserve their energy attachments. Different variations of Dragapults really love to have that energy acceleration with something like a Blaziken EX, but none of these Pokemon are actually in the deck here, so these energy attachments are actually very important. But the thing is, for Luke, Ethan, the moment that he sees that there is no Badoo on Utah's side, he really just wants to stop the engine before it keeps going.
Item cards, such a heavy reliance for this deck. Pokepad finds Dracloak, Dracloak finds more cards, and once that ball starts rolling, it's really hard to stop. But if you can get in the way, disrupt the setup even just a little bit, the tides start to turn and the floodgates can easily open.
The only problem with this deck search for Luke here is that, as a reminder, there are 2 Dracloaks within the prizes, and because of this variation of Dragapult, there are no rare candies to get straight into Dragapult from here, so it's going to be the energy attachment onto the Monkey Dory and the Pokepad as well to find that 1 of 2 copies of Dracloak in the deck.
Fearing Itchy Pollen as an option, wants to play those item cards before potentially shut off, but no supporter card in hand for Luke. The hand is looking pretty weak. Otherwise, Pheasantipity can't use that until a knockout is taken. We will see the first Itchy Pollen of many in this series.
It's going to be a really weird turn for Luke if he's unable to find the Dunsparce to use that runaway draw and draw a couple of more cards here. Passing back on over to Utah's turn, and there's that Dawn that you were talking about, Ethan. Gonna finally be able to at least set up a little bit of a part of the Duskull line, but also grab that key Dracloak here.
And immediately thinking towards the next turn, no supporter card in the hand. Energy, item, stadium, none of those super impactful. Wants to grab that Meowth EX so he can use that last-ditch catch ability on the following turn to find a supporter like Lily's Determination.
And 8 cards is definitely what Utah wants to find. I mean, granted, off of this Recon Directive, another energy card like a Fire Energy, so at least Dragapult could potentially get into play next turn, feels pretty good. But the problem is with this Meowth EX, it is a very good card. You are able to go find a supporter, but the problem is it only has 170 hit points. It is very susceptible to a Dragapult Phantom Dive. It is going to stay on the bench for the rest of the game if he puts it down.
Recon Directive, not a great choice, not very good options. Buddy Poffin cannot be played thanks to items being shut off. We'll see the Fire Energy attached to Dracloak, so it's almost ready to go for the following turn. Risky Ruins comes down, meaning any Pokemon that are put into play from this point will have 2 damage counters placed on them. Let's see what the rest of the hand looks like. Big Recon Director for Luke. Can he find some sort of help? and immediately finds Lily's Determination, a huge find off these 2 cards.
That's exactly what you want to see if you are Luke, but let's talk about that risky Ruins, Ethan. It is a very important key card here in this matchup. If you have any Pokemon that you place onto the field, if it is not a Dark type Pokemon, it gets 2 damage counters. And the thing is, we already talked about this in our kind of pre-match conversation. Monkey Dory loves to see those damage counters all ready to go to send them back to the other side.
The Dark Energy already in play means those counters can be moved over to another Pokemon, kind of get in this weird spot where Monkey Dory moves the damage counters over one turn, and then the other player's Monkey Dory moves it back and forth. There's that Dunsparce you were talking about, Emily. Now looking for energy cards. Of course, cannot evolve that Dreepy since it came into play this turn, and immediately evolving into the Dunsparce, using that runaway draw, looking for some help. Now, item cards are online for Luke. There was not an Itchy Pollen played back. Now we'll see Buddy Poffin re-grab Dunsparce and potentially another Dreepy.
This is exactly what you want to do if you are Luke. You have to look on the side of Utah here and know that there's only going to be one Dragapult in play. So why not get every single engine that you have in the deck up and running right now here? But the question is, Ethan, I mean, Luke has prized 2 Dracloaks here. Wouldn't he want to find at least one more?
Definitely an option for the following turn. See an energy play down. See the Monkey Dory use that Adrenabrain to start 2 damage counters from Dreepy, moved onto the opposing Dracloak. Now just considering how else to play the turn. Preemptively playing Pokepad, preparing for potential Itchy Pollen shenanigans for the future. As things stand, Utah will have the option to strike first with that Dragapult EX and energy already being in the hand.
What's really unfortunate for Luke here is that there are 2 damage counters very keyly on that Dreepy that came down on this turn. So Phantom Dive, not only does it do 200 damage to the active, but it does 6 damage counters to the bench as well. So Utah can very well either take the next Dreepy or even that draw engine of the Dunsparce, excuse me, for next turn.
This is a big decision with Meowth EX. Does Utah want to set up the board or play something like the Lily's Determination or get aggressive? Use Boss's orders, KO that Dracloak, as well as the Dreepy on the bench. And immediately you see, put to the top of the deck, Utah wants to get aggressive in this mirror match.
Part of the reason why Utah is playing this Dusknoir line is to get aggressive. Most of the time when you have Duskulls and Dusknoirs, you use them to spread these damage counters so you can just destroy your opponent's side of the board. And while, yes, I mean, not much else to go with alongside on Utah's side here, taking at least the big draw engine off the board and leaving Luke having to find a way to get these Dreepy back, it's the only way for him to go.
And importantly, will not be threatened on the following turn from a Phantom Dive. Luke is not playing any cards like Rare Candy to evolve Pokemon up and skip that stage of evolution. Here we go. Utah playing the boss's orders, brings up Dracloak, Phantom Dive taking 2 prize cards, knocking out the Dracloak, Dreepy, and leaving Luke with a poor board.
Only has 1 Budew, a Dunsparce, and a Dreepy to go. And you can imagine, Ethan, that Dracloak might be seeing a boss's orders next. At this point for Utah, can absolutely get aggressive as well. While being under item lock for sure this turn, it might be the fact that he's already really far ahead. So unless Luke, I was about to say, evolves this Dunsparce, we could potentially see another 2 prize knockout this turn.
This is so risky to use Itchy Pollen on the active. It would bring Dragapult EX up to 3 damage counters on it. And if Utah can find a Monkey Dory plus Dark Energy of his own, that bench Dracloak is in a world of hurt.
It's not exactly what you want to see if you're Luke. And let's go back a couple turns, Ethan. I mean, Utah was very, very far behind, had only half of the Pokemon he wants to see out on the field. And now Luke only having 1 Dracloak to really work with now.
Will play Buddy Poffin. Look through the deck. There is 1 Dreepy remaining, so can place that down. And this risky Ruin from Utah is putting in so much work.
Exactly what you want to see if you are on Utah's side here, but ooh.
Okay, from the top rope, Xerosix Machinations comes down, now forces Utah to only keep 3 cards in his hand and discard the rest. Does get to choose. Look at this spot. Luke can discard some resources. Now, if Yuta wanted to try and play a supporter card to find the Monkey Dory Dark Energy, it may become a little bit too difficult.
And doesn't also very keenly have a Dracloak in play just yet either. So that draw engine that Dracloak provides with Recon Directive is actually not in play just yet. So the question is, what is going to be prioritized? Just keeping the consistency cards or finding a way to get that Dracloak for next turn?
Now, Yuta did take 2 prize cards on the previous turn, so we'll have access to those cards taken out of the prize cards. You see a lot of item cards, and that's what Yuta may be thinking about in this spot. What cards will I be able to play on the following turn? Is my opponent going to use Itchy Pollen on my active? Are they going to try and play around Monkey Dory? But even if you don't use Itchy Pollen, there is still 2 damage counters on that active. You'd have to use your own Monkey Dory to move that counter off.
Like you had said, Ethan, there are a ton of item cards within this hand for Yuta to get those Duskull set up. And the problem is, I feel like Luke is just going to have to Itchy Pollen again, unfortunately, as you pointed out already. Now, the thing is, Monkey Dory, with that energy onto it, is now going to finally come into play. We are going to see some mind bend shenanigans. If Yuta wants to attack next turn, it's just going to have to flip heads for it.
Needs to buy some time, and this is a great way to do so. Mind bend 60 damage to the active, but more importantly, confusing this Dragapult EX. If Yuta wants to use Phantom Dive this turn, we'll have to flip a coin. If heads, it will go through as normal, but if he flips tails, not only does the attack fail, but he'll deal 30 damage to itself.
And Yuta, holding on to the very key card of Poképad here, is going to be able to get this Dracloak out from the deck to use Recon Directive. I don't believe Yuta kept a supporter in hand, so ideally this Recon Directive should give him potentially a Lily's Determination to refresh the hand. But more importantly, Ethan, where are these Duskulls?
Currently missing in action. Yuta would love to see those come down. Now, having Duskull in play early on in the game is a huge advantage. 60 HP means a Phantom Dive can directly take a KO on that Pokemon. Always got to be careful about how many prize cards you're giving up compared to the threat. So here we go, 2 cards. And look at that, Lily's Determination. 2 options for both players now off of these crucial Recon Directive abilities.
Gotta feel good if you're Yuta, especially because Yuta is not under item lock anymore at this point. So a very fresh 6 cards, unfortunately for Yuta, because has already taken some prize cards, so Lily's Determination will only give him 6 instead of 8, but still, I'm sure that is a very welcome 6 cards.
Just thinking about how to approach the turn, it's going to be an energy attachment to the active. You are seeing that correct, ladies and gentlemen. Dragapult does only need 2 energy cards to use Phantom Dive. However, Yuta very scared of what this confusion could do to Dragapult EX if he goes for a powerful attack. Wants to play safe and maybe retreat this Pokemon to the bench.
But what do you retreat into, Ethan? You have your draw engine up and running finally, but you also have a Pokemon that gives over 2 prizes, and that would even up the prize race for Luke. So I'm interested to see what Yuta is going to retreat into. Maybe his own Monkey Dory, if he were able to find it?
Badu could definitely be valuable, but it's in the prize cards. It's unavailable. We'll have to go into the tank and think a bit about what is the best grab. 6 cards from Lily's Determination, drawn off of the top of the deck. We have seen the energy attachment for turn. Looking potentially for the Duskull, as you mentioned, another Dreepy. It's going to take a look at the discard pile, see what resources have been played on Luke's side. Looks like a Night Stretcher. That's, of course, a powerful recovery card. There are 3 in Luke's deck, which is slightly above the average, especially without playing Dusknoir.
And what's really important about Luke and his deck list, from what we were talking about a little bit earlier, Luke has not revealed that Hero's Cape yet. Traditionally in Dragapults love to play that Unfair stamp as an ace spec, but Luke actually still concealing it here. Maybe wants to get into Dragapult first and use something like a Crispin to accelerate energy before slapping the Hero's Cape onto his Dragapult and having over 400 hit points.
That is the difficulty of both ace specs in the deck. Super powerful, but also very difficult to find. You need to get a bit lucky at times, draw into them off Lily's Determination, something like Flip the Script, or of course, Recon Directive. There are games that can happen in the Pokemon TCG where you look through so much of your deck, but you're unable to find that powerful ace spec, and it can definitely change the tides of battle.
Risky Ruins still in play as well. And this Risky Ruins has been here essentially, I believe, since turn 1 or 2, Ethan. So these damage counters are still very much down here. But finally, a Duskull found for Utah can absolutely line up a Curse Blast turn.
That is now the question at hand. What does Utah want to retreat into? That Duskull does seem like a decent option. Of course, Cursed Blast KOs itself to put damage counters on the opponent's Pokemon, but it also would be in range of an easy prize thanks to Mind Bend. It looks like the Dreepy will be promoted. That also would be KO'd from Mind Bend. Really just thinking that Dusclops or Dusknoir down the line could be a key to victory.
This is a massive turn for Luke if he is able to fire off all of these cards. Just as a reminder, everybody, there is still 2 Dracloaks in the prizes for Luke, so he's really kind of needing to work with the Dunsparce and the Dunsparce as much as possible. These are the only 2 Dracloaks. The problem is, if you were to evolve up into Dragapult EX, you're essentially losing one of those draw engines, but still, let's see what Lily's Determination is going to give Luke, because that's a massive 8 cards.
Luke now with a lot of options at his disposal. What is the best approach, do you think, for him to end this turn? What attack or Pokemon should be up in that active spot?
Just doesn't feel comfortable, right? Because the supporter for turn was the Lily's Determination instead of Crispin. So while, yes, Luke is able to use Mind Bend to have another knockout, essentially, onto Utah's side, maybe it's okay to put Badoo front at this point? It's really hard to say.
That Monkey Dory just so valuable once it has a dark energy on it. See Recon Directive number 1 and number 2. Already a Dragapult EX in the hand, so we'll see that Psychic Energy grab. No, just wants to get double Dragapult. That is an important thing in this matchup. Recon Directive, while so valuable, Dracloak is so frail compared to that Dragapult EX.
What I am worried about, Ethan, going into this next turn, while yes, Itchy Pollen is a great attack here, you have to wonder if Luke is considering evolving up into the Dragapult EX to try and protect the draw engine, but still Itchy Pollen here. Let's see if Utah's gonna at least have an energy to retreat to start launching the Phantom Dive once more.
Lily's Determination found yet again, and the rest of the hand very weak. Just going to use the Recon Directive, and that assist from Lily's Determination will draw Utah another 6 cards. Those cards being shuffled back in, randomized through the deck. See if there are some key pieces found for Utah on this turn.
And you want to talk about key pieces. That Duskull is now ready to evolve. I believe Utah showed just a little bit earlier that he does play a rare candy and does play 2 in the list here. So if he were to be evolving up into the Dusclops, could potentially take one of the Dracloaks onto the bench, giving a knockout here, and then taking 2 more prizes, would be down to the final 2 that he would need to win this game.
Dusclops with 90 HP would require something like Monkey Dory to put it in range, which we do already see in play. And Dusclops really wants to get into the fray. Says hello from the shadows onto the top of the deck. We'll see everything get re-randomized again and get ourselves back underway.
Yeah, the flying out of the deck, right? I mean, Utah did not have that in the beginning of the game. No Duskulls down. And now actually has a full board ready to go to start sifting through here. So Recon Directive and the rest of the hand, like you said, Ethan, wasn't giving him much before, but I don't think it's giving him much now either.
Did find that Dusclops. Was able to be kept into the hand. Evolving it up, still has those 2 damage counters on it. And now the consideration for Utah. What is the attack of choice? Is there an energy card in hand? This Dragapult EX with 200 HP remaining is in perfect range of a boss's orders KO, and after a slow start, Luke has an opportunity to capitalize.
This needs to be a massive turn for Luke, especially because of that 1 damage counter sitting on that Dracloak, Ethan. Dusclops is currently sitting at 70 hit points. So if Luke is able to get into Dragapult EX, find a Psychic Energy, not only can he knock out this active Dreepy with Phantom Dive, he can also take that looming threat of Dusclops off the board as well. There's the Crispin, does also have the Heroescape. Is the final piece of Dragapult there?
Crispin definitely an option, and this is where the crossroads can feel overwhelming for Dragapult EX. A knockout, always nice onto multiple Pokemon. You've got to be thinking about the energy cards in play. That Dragapult EX is the immediate threat. what should Luke do in this spot? Should he go after that Dragapult, or should he just take the guaranteed 2 prize cards?
It might just be you're already a little bit far behind. You mentioned this a little bit earlier, Ethan, that Dusclops technically does give you a prize card here, but the prize mapping is also really important as well. Double checking that he wants to take that boss's orders, like you alluded to just a little bit earlier, could potentially take a Dracloak as well. There's a lot of Pokemon on the bench with 70 hit points here, but like you said, as long as that Monkey Dory has a dark energy onto it, he can get anything done. But there's that Crispin here, finds that missing energy piece here. Let's see if he's going to be able to get it done.
2 different energy types found from the deck, one attached directly to a Pokemon, and that does not count as your energy attachment for turn. Can only play 1 from your hand, and this is how the deck is able to fire off Phantom Dive attacks from essentially out of nowhere.
I think what Luke has done also really well is keep that Dragapult DX on Yuta's side in mind. It does have 200 hit points remaining, but this is the board that you love to see, Ethan. With that Risky Ruins in play, there's some automatic damage counters that are already now in play for Monkey Dory to send back over onto Yuta's side. And there it is, the big reveal, Hero's Cave. That is a very, very brave Dragapult.
Brings Dragapult EX up to essentially 420 hit points. Dragapult EX strikes back with a Phantom Dive, KOs the Drippy, KOs the Cursed Blast Dusclops, and leaves Yuta in a spot where he has to work to get himself back in this game.
And what Luke has done extremely well is he's set up that Dragapult that's about to come into the active spot and be the attacker, already has 200 hit points remaining here, and that Dracloak as well with the 30 hit points on it too. Both of them actually have some damage onto it, but still, I mean, Luke has set up double Monkey Dory. This is exactly what you want to see, and thanks to Crispin making it all possible.
So double Recon Directive at Yuta's disposal. A decent amount of cards in hand from that Lily's Determination on the previous turn. We are seeing the impact of Monkey Dory, with Luke having double Monkey Dory set up and a bit of support from Dunsparce and Dracloak. We now get into the middle to late game where stability is the #1 factor.
Let's talk about the prize map here, especially if Yuta were to use Phantom Dive into this active Dragapult here. Double Monkey Dory means that at least 6 damage counters are able to be thrown back to the other side of the board. You gotta look at it here, right? Dragapult only has 190 hit points remaining. Then double Monkey Dory Adrenabrain sends 6 damage counters already over to the damaged Dracloak. And then those 6 remaining damage counters that Phantom Dive has yet to use will go on the final one. That could be a 4-prize turn.
Time will tell. So we get into this game immediately. Pheasantipity EX placed into play. We'll see that flip the script ability, drawing 3 cards because one of Yuta's Pokemon were knocked out on the previous turn. Now just deciding how to sequence this turn. Do you play item cards to find Pokemon out of the deck? But that would shuffle the deck, meaning those cards placed on the bottom from previous Recon Directive abilities would be shuffled back and the order of the deck would change.
Thing is, both players are still also at 4 prize cards here, and I feel like now that Special Red card has been brought into our game, a lot of players are playing very masterfully around it. Special Red card only turns on if your opponent does have 3 prize cards left. So honestly, Yuta just using it as Ultra Ball fodder at this point, because Luke still sitting at 4 prizes with a very, very set up board.
And Yuta has a solid response on deck. Monkey Dory from the Ultra Ball put into hand has yet to attach an energy card for turn. And I see what is maybe the most powerful card in the game right now, Unfair Stamp in the hand. Will this be the turn that Yuta wants to play that powerful ace spec?
You might have to, but still though, what I really want to see Yuta target down is going to be that Dunsparce on Luke's side here. We talked about draw engines a little bit earlier, and while having Dracloak is great, having to Dunsparce and Runaway Draw is even better. Sift into 3 more cards here, so Yuta has a very big decision, right? Can move some of these damage counters over to the Dracloak, get that out of play, but Ethan, I might think the Dunsparce might be a little bit better.
It's tough. the Dunsparce draws more cards, but you have to reset it up every turn. And once that Dracloak evolves into Dragapult EX, it becomes even more difficult to KO. We see the end game for this deck lots of time looks like Monkey Dory, as many as possible, and 2 Dragapult EX to force your opponent to take difficult prize cards. It does feel that Dracloak just is a looming threat down the line and something that needs to be taken care of this turn.
It is so hard to say what Utah should do. There are tons of paths, and that is the big thing about the Pokemon trading card game. We call it sequencing, making sure that you're doing things in the correct order, because certain decisions on turn 2, for example, can really affect you even in those final tense moments.
Looks like everything is back in order. Recon Directive number 1. We'll choose one card. One of those was the Dawn. It is going to be the Psychic Energy. That's not quite the Dark Energy that Utah is looking for, but instead going to commit to a Dragapult EX down the line, so Utah does not need to rely off of a supporter card like Crispin or Rosa's Encouragement.
A little bit worried about these Dracloaks sitting on the bench for Utah as well. Does at least have a Dragapult EX in hand, so if Utah wants to get out of Phantom Dive range with that Dracloak on the bench, can at least evolve up into the Dragapult EX, give him a little bit more health to work with.
It's a tough spot for Utah. Luke is threatening game in 2 turns with a knockout on Dragapult EX and a knockout on that Meowth or Pheasantipity. So Yuta may have to ask himself, what Pokemon assists my opponent the most to getting to that winning board state? Going to evolve up into Dragapult EX to protect that Pokemon, give it a bit more HP, and there is the Team Rocket's Watchtower. Now all colorless Pokemon in play do not have abilities. Boss's orders to combo with that. Dracloak is going to be KO'd, and there is a timed unfair stamp, forcing Luke to just 2 cards in his hand.
This is exactly what you want to see if you are Utah, shutting off this engine. And Ethan, this Team Rocket's Watchtower has become a very big favorite for a lot of decks. A lot of the times players are really thinking about shutting something off like Mega Kangaskhan, but it actually also not only shut off Meowth EX, but it also does shut off that full engine of Dunsparce. So one big thing is Monkey Dory was pulled, but it wasn't actually benched here. So I'm wondering if Utah is really respecting double Monkey Dory on Luke's side.
5 cards drawn. Of course, have seen the supporter card played for turn and that boss's orders. There is Monkey Dory for future turns. Does not have a way to accelerate another energy to it this turn, since that Dragapult EX was evolved as well as energy attached to it. But all things considered for Utah is setting up a win potentially down the line. You can take 2 prize cards this turn that Badoo with just 30 HP can be knocked out from Phantom Dive. And on the following turn, if you can use an Adrenabrain of your own, plus a boss's orders, Dunsparce not evolving could be the difference maker.
And that beautiful line that we talked about a little bit earlier with Double Monkey Dory taking away both Dracloaks, that is essentially now gone and shut because of the evolution up into Dragapult here. But another 2 prizes for Utah.
And smartly placing all of the damage counters on Badoo, does not want to give Luke any option to Adrenabrain. Action over on Luke. What did he find off of that unfair stamp? Just 3 cards in hand. Pokepad can find the Dunsparce. At a minimum, giving it that extra HP would prevent Utah from winning the game on the following turn.
I have a surprise for you, Ethan. I think Luke has the answer to that Team Rocket's Watchtower, and it is going to be the Risky Ruins. Usually in the trading card game, sometimes we say unfair stamp is a lie, and it certainly is right now, giving Luke a ton of options back that he really, really needed.
3 great cards drawn. Night Stretcher, Psychic Energy, and Lily's Determination. The knockout is lined up immediately, and it looks like Utah understands the writing is on the wall. Luke Giffen is going to take game number 1.
Masterful play from Luke, setting up not only the Dragapult EX, but what can't Double Monkey Dory do? Even if Utah were to attack back into Luke next turn, Utah still has those 6 damage counters to throw around. And traditionally, they tend to go on Pokemon like Pheasantipity EX, and all Luke would have to do is find boss's orders to take the game home. So why not for Utah to give himself a little bit more time to really work with here, and I believe he'll probably be wanting to go second this time.
We saw in game number 1 these 2 different Dragapult EX decks clash in their own unique style. for Yuta, going into game number 2, what does he need to do differently, or what cards may he need to have access to fight back and force a game 3?
Maybe a Duskull, Ethan. I mean, let's talk about it. I mean, Yuta had access to, the attacking part of the deck, but truly did not have access to the other parts. But here are some of those key moments from our game number 1. I mean, that unfair stamp did its job. I mean, it stopped Luke for just 1 turn, but still, when you're able to just find the Pokepad that you have in your hand and the Risky Ruins, everything back online.
A perfect board for Luke at the end of the game. Dragapult EX guaranteed to not be knocked out in 2 attacks. Thanks to that Monkey Dory healing damage off, that was just too much for Yuta to handle. As we get into game number 2, see the starting Pokemon for both players. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages for going first or second in the mirror match. A lot of it comes down to what resources you have at your disposal.
Well, Yuta is giving us a show of what a mulligan is. When you don't have a basic Pokemon to start in your hand, you do get to refresh the hand, shuffle it back into the deck, but you have to give your opponent a card or, 1 card, and, sometimes you mulligan 4 or 5 times. You got to give your opponent 4 or 5 cards, but no, I'm sure Luke loves to see another card in his hand for that early setup.
That is the big factor in this matchup. Cannot stress it enough. We saw Itchy Pollen do its job in that first game. Yuta not having access to it, and it feels like there were a couple moments where a good timed Itchy Pollen could have gotten Yuta back in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. But the problem is, it's just that Luke was way too far ahead. In fact, just had the freedom to continue to set up Monkey Dory. See if Yuta's going to have a basic Pokemon to show, and he will. But even the rest of the hand wasn't looking exactly too good.
There is a supporter card in the hand, so it does seem manageable. A lot will come down to who goes first in this second game. Looks like Yuta will, looks like Luke is starting. So Yuta opting to go second in game number 2. And look at that start for Luke. Budu in the active spot and Buddy Poffin to find these Dreepy and put them into play.
We got to get fired up here, everyone in San Fran. If you are cheering for Yuta, give him your energy now. But if you're cheering for Luke...
What are these prize cards, Emily? All of the energy acceleration and double Dreepy in the prizes. Are you kidding me?
Not exactly what you want to see. I mean, I'm sure Luke was really happy to open that Buddy Poffin, saying, okay, I can freely get my 2 Dreepy out. Little does he know, or maybe he just had that wake-up call now. Those are the only 2 Dreepy he's going to have access to. So Yuta is going to realize when these Monkey Dories start coming down, that might be the way to go here. But you got to look at the rest of Luke's hand, Ethan. Already has the 2 Dracloak in hand. So even if Yuta were to retreat into Badu and use Itchy Pollen, Luke still at least has an energy and an engine online.
Big turn for Yuta. Item cards certainly going to be shut off on the following turn. Wants to find those powerful Pokemon searching cards. Not as bad as Luke's prizes. Let's make sure we get that straight. But unfair stamp in the prizes, definitely a big deal, especially towards the top.
This is the only copy of Risky Ruins in the list as in the prizes, like you had mentioned, but you called me out really good. There is at least a Lily's Determination in the hand, and hopefully Yuta is going to be able to either find those Dreepy or find a Buddy Poffin to start filling up the bench, not only with Dreepy, but hopefully with Duskull this time.
Really looking for those item cards and Pokemon. More importantly as well, Dracloak for the following turn. Just to look through the deck board, draw more cards, and put together these combo turns on the following turns.
Yeah, but without energy acceleration for Luke is going to have to play very, very carefully here too. Might have to be the one that's attacking early this time to try and sift out those Crispin from the prizes, or at least get something going so that he can find double Monkey Dory again. That is a great 8 cards for Yuta.
Almost as good as it gets. Maybe missing a Dracloak guaranteed for the following turn, but we will see the full bench filled up. Double Buddy Poffin, double Dreepy coming into play. And now the question, Emily, how do you want to fill these last 2 bench spots?
Might have to be at least 1 for Duskull or going double Duskull. I mean, your opponent only showed 2 Dreepy, so there is a very strong possibility because Yuta does play Rare Candy, that Rare Candy Dragapult EX and Rare Candy Dusknoir could even wipe the board.
would have to be on a future turn. That Itchy Pollen shutting off those options. The whole squad is here for Yuta coming into play. Itchy Pollen will strike first, and now Luke, the first player to be unable to play item cards in this match.
As we mentioned, though, a little bit earlier, Ethan, Luke does at least have double Dracloak in hand, so that tends to help you quite a lot here. But see those recon directives going through. Pheasantipity is usually the one that you want to take off. That the Dunsparce EX is actually a really great card for those big basic boxes, but in the mirror, you want to have at least all of the access to the card draw you can find.
Looking at the hand, it's not super strong. No fire energy, no other Pokemon put into play, and more importantly, no supporter card. It's just going to be an Itchy Pollen. Now Yuta allowing himself to start powering up Dreepy, and we'll see another Lily's Determination. No ability to use Pokepad or cards like Ultra Ball, needs to directly draw into these Dracloak on this turn.
This is exactly why so many players play 4 copies of this Lily's Determination within their list, because it's really the main supporter that you want to see between turns 1 and 3, right? A fresh 8 cards, especially because Dragapult really can take its time setting up all of these damage counters for itself here. So, Yuta, can you find Dracloak with no item access? Big 8 cards, Ethan.
Making sure everything is clear. Let's take a look at the hand. And I see a 1 immediately. Using that recon directive right away. No other Dracloak in the hand. See Ultra Ball go to the bottom of the deck. Another Lily's Determination for the following turn. Will just be another Itchy Pollen. Badoo slowly making work on the opposing Badoo. And here we go. Luke needs some help. Finds Fire Energy. That means the option is available to use Phantom Dive. We'll decide to keep it. Monkey Dory to the bottom of the deck. 2 more cards from Recon Directive. It's just a buddy Poffin that cannot be played on this turn. And now, Emily, do you stay disruptive or go aggressive? It looks like the disruption is preferred in this spot.
You just can't, and the problem is, while Luke is playing Hero's Cape, which does at least buff the hit points for the Dragapult EX, you never want your Dragapult to be taking the first Phantom Dive damage to itself. We saw how Luke utilized that a little bit earlier to set up those combo turns. So now Yuta is going to be able to find another Lily's Determination. That's 3 out of the 4 in the deck to find another fresh 8 cards.
Still looking for Dracloak, as well as those Dusclops to evolve and threaten Dusknoir on the following turns. When the position to be able to wipe your opponent's attackers off the board is present, the game can get scary very quickly. We'll see, of course, the Recon Directive available for Yuta. Finds 2 Dracloak and a Dusclops. An incredible draw for Yuta, as well as a Boss's Orders for the following turn.
Not just that, I mean, you have the whole suite available to you as you so choose to. And while granted, yes, you're under item lock, you can't imagine that Luke is going to keep him under item lock for much longer. Now that Yuta is essentially going to get all 3 Dracloak online this turn and a Dusclops as well.
Finds Dragapult EX as well. Can evolve the rightmost Dracloak into that Dragapult EX to protect it from being KO'd from Boss's Orders. And like you mentioned, there is going to be no ability to item lock on Luke's side since Night Stretcher cannot recover the only Badoo available.
And that is going to be forcing Luke into a position where he has to get aggressive. But as we've talked about practically this entire set, Ethan, the target is sometimes a little bit more difficult to say. There's the Boss's Orders, just about to talk about it. You definitely want to get those Dusclops and the Duskull out of there, but still that Dragapult is going to be the first one taking some damage.
No more basic Pokemon found. All of the Lily's Determination being summoned to the hand. Boss's Orders and decides to target down the Dusclops and this Duskull on the bench to wipe out Curse Blast as a potential option.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Curse Blast does. It essentially weakens down the hit points and allows for Dragapult to be taken out essentially in one turn. Granted, that Hero's Cape is now on the Dragapult EX, but you have to be wondering, Ethan, what is Luke going to do about this damage? I see a Monkey Dory in hand, but where's the energy to go along?
Time will tell on the following turn as Yuta kicks things off with a Recon Directive. Can now play those item cards previously shut off. See Monkey Dory brought to the hand. There's a Pokepad, Boss's Orders kept instead. Do we see a Psychic Energy and Dragapult EX? There's the Psychic Energy, Rosa's Encouragement as well. Fanning to the discard pile, not quite enough energy to get full value from that supporter. So now with it being to the point in the game where Dragapult EX is powered up, Duskull just becomes a lot less attractive of a Pokemon to put in play.
Yeah, definitely don't want to at this point here, but as Yuta did in game 1, maybe it's worth just evolving all of these Dracloaks up to avoid those multi-combo turns. The thing is, what I'm very curious about is I'm wondering if Yuta's going to try and get Monkey Dory into play. He does only play one copy of it, but at least he knows that there's going to be some damage counters sent back, and that Pheasantipity is always a target for that one damage counter for boss's orders down the line and a free 2 prizes.
Would have to be in a future turn. We've seen the supporter card be played and no energy card attached just yet. Looks like Badoo has done its job. Yuta planning out a Phantom Dive on this turn, and now the question becomes hit points. How much is Luke able to protect this Dragapult EX, essentially his boss Pokemon, from being KO'd over the least amount of turns?
And what's unfortunate for Luke is that all of that energy acceleration that we had talked about, Ethan, is all prized. So it's unable to get Double Monkey Dory completely in play unless he were to find that Crispin off of a prize in a future turn. So he, at most, will only be able to send 1 or 3 damage counters back, excuse me. That's not going to be enough to protect this Dragapult for more than 1 turn.
You see protecting these Pokemon from easy KOs, shutting off that Recon Directive ability at the advantage of giving your Pokemon more HP. Badoo doing its job, retreating to the bench, Phantom Dive being used. Now the question is, where do you put these damage counters? And I like this choice here from Yuta to put 6 damage counters on this Dracloak.
Yeah, this lines up perfectly to have Monkey Dory take that Dracloak down the line with Adrenabrain as well here. Luke gonna draw at least into the risky ruins. So now the question is, what was off of the Recon Directive? Instantly grabbing the Meowth EX. Is it too late to put it down?
I'm not sure if Luke knows that both Crispin are a prize. That would be an ideal supporter card this turn, just to power up Monkey Dory. We'll check the deck with Pokepad and see the bad news that those cards are prized. Looks like Dracloak will be the choice. No supporter card played yet, no energy attached. And with this aggressive thinning, I wonder what the supporter of choice will be.
The only issue is, Ethan, because Luke has prized both Crispin, this Dracloak on the bench is going to be in range of a Phantom Dive knockout. No matter which way you put it, can only move 3 damage counters back over onto Yuta's side here. So it's unfortunate for Luke, but this is kind of what he has to do here. He has to set up a Dunsparce to try to get things going. Now, granted, he's at least guaranteed a prize card if he were to attack the Badoo here, but then it goes back to, does Luke want to use that combo turn?
Believe no dark energy in the discard pile. That would be an easy way to access that card for Adrenabrain. He's gonna see this Monkey Dory come down, Drapey number 3 hitting the board. And it looks like just considering thinning as many cards out of the hand and relying off of a Lily's Determination for 6 cards to find this dark energy.
It's just so unfortunate. Not exactly what you want to see from Luke. But to be fair, both competitors have been back against the wall because of prize cards at some point here. So Luke forced to evolve this Dracloak into a Dragapult again, playing a little bit more defensive. And here we go, Ethan. Lily's Determination. Can dark energy be found?
Takes that Dragapult EX out of range thanks to the evolution. The bigger question becomes this active Dragapult EX. As it stands, would not be KO'd from a Phantom Dive. However, a Monkey Dory on Yuta's side puts it in range. That dark energy is so important.
Yeah, and the question is, does Luke even retreat into something like the Dunsparce and let it go? But still, you absolutely want to use these damage counters to your advantage when you're throwing them with Phantom Dive. That's a big miss, Ethan.
No energy, not even a fire energy to power up that bench Dragapult EX, and the doors are wide open for Yuta to take care of this powerful EX Pokemon.
The only thing that Luke can really do is thin the deck for next turn, and like you had mentioned, I mean, there's already 2 damage counters on that Badoo, so Yuta is going to be able to take the knockout onto the active Dragapult with that Hero's Cape. The A-Spec going down, you just don't want to see it.
Luke needs to announce Phantom Dive this turn. It's the only way he can stay in this match. Present a threat, deal damage to this Pokemon, and maybe down the line, try and provide some disruption. So there we go. Phantom Dive onto the opposing Dragapult EX. 6 damage counters on the Dracloak, taking a little bit of a page out of Yuta's book on the previous turn to try and get back in this game.
I'm wondering if there's going to be a line down a couple more turns from now, where that Budu is going to at least get one damage counter, excuse me, to take the knockout. Still only gives up one prize card, but Luke had checkmate last game with a 4 prize knockout here. So I'm wondering if Utah is going to try and find Monkey Dory this turn to try and start sending these damage counters back.
Monkey Dory already in the hand. Ultra Ball found from the Recon Directive. There is the Pokepad to search out another non-rule box Pokemon. Just finding Pokemon that can be taken out of the deck. Dracloak most likely not going to come into play in this game. We've seen how beneficial it's been early on. Deck will be shuffled. So that does signal that Utah may be reliant off of a different supporter outside of Crispin or Lily's Determination, which almost all of them are gone at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Lily's Determination, is that it's great in those opening turns when you can't really find your Pokemon off of items because you're under item lock here. Considering pitching the Dark Energy, Ethan, I know that's kind of key for Monkey Dory here. Question is, what is Utah looking for? It is just going to have to be the Dragapult EX to try and protect the Dracloak on the bench.
There is a world where you're not in a rush to take the KO on this Dragapult EX. By taking a KO, you do activate a couple of cards that could be scary, a lot of them being hand disruption cards.
Special red card, as we talked about it just a little bit earlier, it would bring Luke down, or Utah down to 3 prizes, excuse me. So still both players really trying to play around these crazy turns of just trying to set up these multi-prize knockouts here. Both players checking the discard. Resource management is a very key skill you learn in the Pokemon trading card game.
So that Darkness Energy being discarded does signal Utah may want to attach a different energy card. This Dragapult EX on the bench, if 6 damage counters are placed onto it, thanks to Phantom Dive, would spell disaster. But there we go. We're going to see Boss's orders onto the opposing Dragapult EX, bringing it into the active spot, dealing damage with Phantom Dive, and this presents an issue for Luke. If he wants to attack this turn, he'll either need to retreat or commit a Fire Energy, both of which is not a Darkness Energy on Monkey Dory.
Now Utah essentially setting up checkmate once again here on both Dragapult EXs in play, putting them in Phantom Dive range and Monkey Dory range as well here. Pheasantipity always can receive 1 damage counter as well, so that could even equal a 6 prize turn for Utah.
What does Luke have access to? He'll, of course, check the damage, make sure everything is correct. There is, of course, all of the energy acceleration, so that is off the table. Starts off evolving Dreepy into Dracloak. Recon Directive keeps the Night Stretcher in the hand. There is the Dunsparce as well, Lily's Determination. So at minimum, Luke can see 9 cards from his deck. 6 off the Lily's Determination and another 3 from that Runaway Draw ability.
What's just so unfortunate is that Monkey Dory on the bench just doesn't have a Dark Energy. We saw in game number 1 how double Monkey Dory essentially set up checkmate for Luke, and it was so useful in those moments here. But now both Dragapults can be knocked out essentially next turn. The one in the active from just a very quick Adrenabrain over here. Will Luke use Runaway Draw to keep seeing cards? I mean, you have to take Pokemon off your bench at this point.
Rosic making an appearance yet again. No energy cards, so big 3 from Runaway Draw. Is there a way to get energy? I believe there's none in the discard pile for Luke. No energy cards immediately. Just gonna check and see how many cards are in the hand. I believe there were, how many cards were drawn? Just have to double check. We did see 6 cards in the hand plus the plus the Dunsparce ability. So here we go. Night Stretcher now. Is there an option to bring an energy back? Of course, you can retreat the Dragapult EX if you'd like to then get that energy back into play. But it does seem like Luke is really up against the wall and doesn't have a play that seems great at the end of the day.
Well, here's the problem, Ethan. You retreat this Dragapult with 30 hit points remaining. That goes to the bench, and that Dragapult is going to get knocked out from a Monkey Dory Adrenabrain with 3 damage counters already on the bench Dragapult on Utah's side. So it's really if Luke wants to just keep trying to find ways to stay in this game.
So close to a 5 prize turn, just a couple of damage counters short. Dragapult EX on the bench with no energy and so many damage counters on it. you may even wonder if you're Yuta, do you ignore that Pokemon and just go after the energy cards?
You might as well. I mean, you've seen Luke struggle to find energy this entire game here, launching all 6 damage counters. I believe the signal was over to Monkey Dory, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, Monkey Dory taking 6 damage counters from that, from Phantom Dive, but do promote it into the active spot. Now Yuta does not have access to that Recon Directive ability, really relying off of the cards in his hand or with the assist of a Pheasantipity EX.
Did draw the Crispin for turn. Unfortunately for Yuta's list, he doesn't play 2 Monkey Dory, he does only play 1, so wasn't going to find double Adrenabrine action here. But there is the line to get the Dragapult on the bench and the Dragapult in the active here. But what do you do about the Dracloak on the bench that can evolve next turn to go back up into a Dragapult?
This is scary. It may get scarier for Luke as the special red card comes into play, forcing Luke to shuffle his hand, place it on the bottom of the deck, and draw just 3 cards. There are so many factors at play, mainly those energy cards left. If Dracloak goes down from an Adrenabrine plus Phantom Dive damage, that Dragapult EX is hanging on with just 30 HP remaining, and we know for Luke, his energy acceleration is so limited.
And the problem is, too, I mean, while Luke, yes, is going to lose a couple of Pokemon this turn, if that Dracloak stays up, which I don't think it will for much longer, that Pheasantipity will be able to draw him some more cards. There's the Phantom Dive, but still launching one onto Fez here. Here comes Dragapult, boss's orders.
Needs to find something off of these 4 cards. Is there an energy? Flip the script, drawing 3 cards. There's a fire energy, needs some way to disrupt Yuta, and it feels like no matter where Luke is able to retreat, his Pokemon will be knocked out. Yuta ties things up at 1 game apiece.
It is so unfortunate for Luke to have prized every single energy acceleration within the deck, so Yuta had free range to get completely set up in the way he knows how. Now granted, Luke did such a good job of targeting down the Dusclops and the Duskull to prevent those combination turns, but the problem is when you leave it up to chance to find your energy, not a supporter which automatically grabs it for you, you can whiff it. And unfortunately for Luke, not finding Monkey Dory Adrenabrine led to an unfortunate loss game 2.
As we look back on that second game, like you mentioned, going after Dusclops was a piece that Yuta was able to establish in this second game, but at the end of the day, Luke just was not able to deal with the constant onslaught of pressure. Thanks to Phantom Dive, thanks to Monkey Dory, that piece just so valuable, really put on display in the second game.
And here we are. I mean, Yuta able to fire back here. I mean, Ethan, these players are champions within their own right. We just saw Luke not too long ago win NAIC, and Yuta as well, the Japan national champion as well here. Both of these players are so ready to take home game 3.
Tensions building, just under 30 minutes left in this round. See these players shuffle up and find those 7 cards to start the game off. And your heart has to be beating in this spot. These may be the most important opening 7 cards of your Pokemon TCG career up to this point.
Many players kind of dread the Dragapult mirror here, but as we have shown you, there are many intricacies of this matchup, many things that are so important here. But you know what else is really important, Ethan? The people that have supported these players along the way. As we're going to resolve some mulligans, I think somebody's on the floor with some friends and family.
Of our competitors to ask them a couple of questions about how they're feeling right now. So Luke up there on the big stage, how does it feel to be in this situation? We're going to a game 3 and you've supported him all of this way.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's my youngin', so like whatever he wants to do, so like we're just gonna do it. But game 3, his last game as a junior, here it comes.
That's pretty big. How are you feeling?
今、ユータさんが、この世界大会の舞台で立っているのを見て、どういうお気持ちですか？
はい、世界のポケモンカードプレイヤーが憧れるこの舞台で、自分の力を精一杯出してほしいです。
In my opinion, now that he's here battling like this, I want him to do his best to win.
Well,
You've heard it here from the fathers of our competitors. Let's jump right back into the action with the boys to see who will be our champion.
Well into game number 3, PokePad to start things off. Usually a sign when your opponent plays that first item searching card, and it's not Buddy Poffin, that they may struggle to get a lot of those basic Pokemon into play.
And well, as we are looking at the prizes, Ethan, that special red card that always seems to be looming in the background is going to be at the top of the prizes. But for Yuta, still going to have full access to the entire deck. But look at what Yuta is doing already, saying, you know what, I'm going first, so that means Luke is going to put me under item block next turn. I might as well burn all these items right now. But the problem is, look at what he's burning. He's burning a Night Stretcher here. Does play at least 3 in the deck. But when it comes down to finding those energies back, especially when you retreat, you really want to make sure you're keeping track of what you're throwing away.
Could have grabbed many different Pokemon off the Ultra Ball. What do you think is the thought process behind grabbing Monkey Dory as opposed to a Duskull or a Dreepy?
Well, while Badoo is in the active, you know that these 10 damage counters are going to and from your Badoo here. So this is actually Yuta taking a very aggressive line, going to be sending these damage counters back. But speaking of items here, it is going to be the Ultra Ball going into play. Hey crowd, how are we feeling about this game number 3? I think everyone's hyped up to crown their champion, but while yes, Luke is going to have access to that energy acceleration he sorely missed, that Hero's Cape is now offline.
Powerful A-Spec unavailable, especially due to it being at the top of the prize cards. That Meowth EX also unavailable. We've seen how crucial a well-timed Crispin or Rosa's encouragement can be, as well as, of course, the boss himself coming into play. So here we go, 8 cards off Lily's Determination. The Badoo already in play, guaranteeing Itchy Pollen is an attacking option. Now just looking to find more Pokemon, some energy cards, and more importantly, Dracloak for the following turn.
As we said, these 8 cards in this opening turn are so important here, Ethan. 8 to go, ideally in energy, as you mentioned. Does also find not only just in energy, but I believe that's also another Buddy Poffin as well here. So at least 3 Dreepy are online. So Luke definitely finding what he needs here. Does also have a Lily's Determination for next turn as well.
Excellent setup in a crucial game number 3. Just has to now make the decision of which 2 basic Pokemon to grab. Really valuing Dunsparce in this matchup, along with a second copy of Dreepy.
Also gets the energy attachment for turn 2 here. So now it is going to be the Badoo, the Itchy Pollen here. And now the thing is, I mean, with Monkey Dory already with an energy on it, Ethan, it's going to be time soon for you to use those damage counters against Luke, forcing Luke to promote Pokemon that don't exactly want to take damage, or even just one here would set it up for a Phantom Dive down the line.
And more importantly, being strong in the Badoo war. If this Badoo takes another Itchy Pollen head on, Monkey Dory can move those 2 damage counters to take a KO on Badoo and force Luke to make a decision on which Pokemon to promote on that same turn.
Last-ditch catch with Meowth here, finds that Lily's Determination. As we've seen now for all 3 games, it really depends on what you find off of this Lily's Determination. Ideally, another energy. The Monkey Dory already has the energy on it, but unless you're using Mind Bend, you really want to start getting at least a couple of more Dreepy into play as well. That is the only one on Yuta's bench.
Dracloak of dire importance for Yuta, opening up so many doors. The support, of course, from the Recon Directive, but also Dragapult EX down the line with Phantom Dive. So here we go, the tension building. Just under 20 minutes left in this game. Looks like we are just getting a little bit of confirmation on what's going on down at the table. It's a high-stakes match. There is a lot of pressure, and things do happen in the Pokemon TCG.
People make mistakes, and especially when you are surrounded by this beautiful crowd, you are playing on a stage that is lighting up below you. There is a ton of pressure. So Luke going to give Yuta's deck a shuffle before 8 cards here. Like you had mentioned, Ethan, this Badoo war now coming into play is very important.
Looking for energy, looking for Dracloak. That's just a couple of Dracloak, you know, nice 3 to find on that, but no Dreepy and no energy. See if this Recon Directive can assist Yuta in any way. There is a Duskull. Ultra Ball, of course, cannot be played. So can at least threaten something. And here we go. Risky Ruins, Monkey Dory to move those 2 damage counters, and Badoo goes down on the first turn, or rather the second turn of the game, not going to allow Luke to use that Itchy Pollen on the following turn.
And the thing is, the difference between Yuta's list and Luke's list is that there's no automatic acceleration to get into Dragapult EX. So now Luke is just going to have to sift through the deck once more to find these Dracloaks here. He's severely far behind. I mean, granted, the Dracloak doesn't have the energy on the bench, but there is still Crispin available to Yuta. And now that there is a Duskull in play, Luke could see both of these three be gone next turn if he doesn't evolve.
Going to see a ton of cards this turn, despite being under item lock. 8 from the Lily's Determination, and a guaranteed 3 cards from the Dunsparce. Looking for Dracloak to evolve. The imminent threat of that Phantom Dive on the following turn, definitely an option. We see 1 Dracloak found. There is another Dunsparce. Not a lot of energy cards, it seems, so 2 cards from Recon Directive. Does find Boss's Orders for down the line. Trying to take a look at this hand. No energy cards, so here we go. Benching that Dunsparce. 3 cards from the Dunsparce. Psychic Energy, Buddy Poffin. Does not find a second Dracloak, but at least getting that energy attachment for the future turns.
It just feels unfortunate for Luke because I feel like he's forced to promote this Dunsparce here up into the active. I mean, there's only 1 Dracloak and 1 Dreepy to essentially protect here. I don't believe there's anything else that he can really do at this point. He is still technically under item lock, even though Badoo were to take the knockout here, but maybe committing this energy, of course, over to the Dracloak to try and find an attack for next turn. But still, I mean, Ethan, the threat of Dusknoir and Dusclops is coming.
This is a huge opportunity for Yuta. If he can find a Dusklops or Dusknoir, he can take out Dracloak. Who needs Phantom Dive? Rare Candy, a card that has not come into play in this matchup. Now Yuta finds an opportune time to skip that stage of evolution, trade 1 for 1, but it's at a great advantage for Yuta, taking out the main attacker looming on the board for Luke on the following turns.
Does also have the Buddy Poffin as well to get another Dreepy set up as well. Does also still have the Monkey Dory with the energy attachment, so those 2 damage counters can be sent over as well. There's the Curse Blast onto the on the Dracloak. Will this Dreepy survive until next turn?
It's so close. Yuta can win the game this turn. There is a combination of cards. Crispin plus Dragapult EX plus, then that's actually just it. You could use the Crispin to power up Dragapult EX and then use Monkey Dory. All the pieces are there. Yuta has absolutely popped off in this third game. 2 energies accelerated. Monkey Dory, Adrenabrains to move the 2 damage counters from Duskull onto the bench Dreepy. And as long as there's a Dragapult EX in the hand, Yuta can knock out the only 2 remaining Pokemon in play. We'll see him go through the motions. Energy attached, Dragapult EX in the hand, Adrenabrain to put the damage counters onto the Dracloak, the Dreepy on the bench, and there it is. Yuta Araki emerges victorious and becomes your Juniors Division 2026 World Champion.
A smile to the camera, a champion already of Japan, but why not take the world to Yuta, masterfully playing around, not having access to Duskull in game number 1, and bringing it all the way back. And thanks to a very early attachment, Ethan, onto this Monkey Dory, making this explosive game number 3 possible. But Luke, his father said it. It is his final year in the Juniors division, but he is still leaving a Worlds finalist and NAIC champion. Both of these players so accomplished in their right.
So young and so talented. We rarely see matchups like this played to perfection as almost from these 2 young competitors. Absolutely a treat to watch as we had an incredible 3-game set. Emily, if that is just a glimpse of what today will bring us, we are in for a treat on Championship Sunday.
It wouldn't be the trading card game without a Dragapult mirror to start us off for the day. And like you had said, Ethan, we are just at the juniors division. There are still plenty of games to be played. I cannot be more excited to see what our seniors and what our masters division is going to give us.
Taking it all in, I'm sure. Yuta is a world champion, and he has done everything this season, winning a Champions League, the Japan Championships, and now what many would consider the most prestigious event of the year, the World Championships for the trading card game.
One of the things that Yuta had mentioned that I think really kind of drives it home is the fact that he is always playing with his friends. And I always have to say it, the best way to play the Pokemon trading card game is at your locals with your friends in person. Those are your future best friends, your future training partners, and the people that you are going to travel around the world with.
Congratulations to both of these competitors. One thing's for certain, we can see how powerful Dragapult EX is. Combined with the many different ways to build a deck is why it has done so well this weekend across multiple age divisions.
I mean, it has been dominant since the day it was printed. It was used as an attacker in one deck, and now the way that you can actually build it is so creative. We've seen lists with Dragapult EX without a Dragapult EX, using just Dracloak and that Recon Directive to really keep sifting through the deck. I mean, it has it all, right? It has a built-in draw engine. You can spread damage counters, and it feels like every single deck in the Pokemon trading card game has one question to answer. Can it beat Dragapult EX? And maybe not.
Maybe not, maybe so. Of course, building up to our Masters Division Finals, where Diego Casiraga sees if he can become the Dragapult Slayer to take down one of the best representatives. So much more Pokemon TCG action to come today on Championship Sunday.
And of course, that Masters Finals, not only with Diego, who is gunning to be a two-time world champion, Andrew Hedrick, kind of who feels realistically, Ethan, the king of Dragapult EX himself, looking to take home his first World's title. I mean, the action for the Masters division was absolutely explosive over the past couple days. We've seen a variety of decks to make it through, but for Diego to pilot a very, I would say, secret Alakazam deck, we don't want to give it all away. We just want to hear from our champion himself.
Hello, everyone. I am beyond honored to be here on the stage with our first official TCG champion. What a match that was. Yuta, first, I want to know, what was it like competing on this stage? How did that impact your performance?
WCS の舞台に立てて決勝を行えたことはどう思いますか？
すごい嬉しいです。
I am very happy.
I can imagine. Now, you did start this series in a deficit with that initial loss. Can you walk me through game 2 and how you were able to turn things around?
1回戦目、惜しくも負けてしまいましたけど、2回戦目から逆転してどう思いましたか
？1戦目負けて気持ち落ちてたんですけど、2戦目が勝っててすごい興奮しています。
So I did lose the first match, but I composed myself and I was able to win the second match and beyond.
And it paid off, that's for sure. Before we let you go and enjoy your celebration, who would you like to shout out when it comes to this victory?
誰かに感謝したい人いますか？
たくさん練習してくれたりしてくれた人や、いつも連れてってくれるお父さんお母さん。
So I want to thank all the friends and people that practice with me, and most of all, my parents.
What a deserved victory here today. Everyone in the arena, give it up one more time for your TCG Junior World Champion. We have Yuta Araki. We'll let you go and bask in the glory of your victory. Like I said, that was just one of our TCG World Champions we have dubbed today. And now we have 2 more to go. Are you ready to find out how the finalists in the senior division are gonna show out on this stage? It sounds like it. All right, it is time for your seniors. First, we're gonna welcome out nice and loud. Give it up for Kobe Ho! Next up, keep it going for JNG! You are no stranger to competition, but this is a very unique venue. Can you walk me through what the experience has been like for your first couple of days of competition to get here?
It feels amazing to be here and just to get an opportunity to win or final.
The opportunity has arrived, but not just for you. You're looking to make a name for yourself on this stage. What has it been like these past couple days as you've prepared yourself for a stage like this?
To be honest, it hasn't really synced in yet, but I'm sure it will once I win.
Okay, I think we need to let things simmer on this stage a bit. Players, please go to your battle stations. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Gabby, and congratulations to these 2 finalists on getting to this point. What a journey it has been for the pair of them. Kobe Huh from the United States, Jake NG from Australia. Quite the journey, quite the season, and they have one final match to play.
Absolutely, Chip. What an exciting moment here at the Chase Center. We're in the big arena here at the 2026 Pokémon World Championships, and we're here to crown a senior division world champion. We have an interesting matchup, we'll say. We'll get into that as we go along, but what an opportunity, what a moment for both these players.
A chance to be etched into Pokemon trading card game history. There comes but one opportunity every single year to become the world champion, and these opportunities do not come easily. Such a tough field to get through for both of the trainers up to this point, and it's one more match to see who will come away the champion.
Absolutely. I mean, it's amazing to see how we got here, but let's take a quick second to check in with some friends and family that may have helped these players on their journey to get here.
Hello, everybody. Of course, we're back on the stage with the fathers of our senior competitors. How does it feel for your sons to have got into the finals in these anticipation?
Sorry, I couldn't even hear because of the noise. Very excited though, very nervous, very anxious.
Yeah, how about yourself?
Yeah, very excited. Thankful for all our friends and family back home from Australia supporting us here. Thanks.
Incredible. Who do you think is more nervous, the boys or you guys?
Probably me.
Yeah.
You think yourself? Amazing. What really inspired their competitive streak?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What inspired their competitive streak?
I think he's just competitive in nature. Anything we play, whether it's basketball or golf or any board games at home, he never wants to lose.
A competitor through and through. How about?
I love Pokemon from a little kid, and I think that just drives him the whole way, just to love the game.
Honestly, the love of the game is a lot of the reason that most of us are here. Now, if you had any final words that you could say to them before they draw that very first card of this finals at the World Championship, what would that last thing you want to say to them be?
I think he's just put in the work and he deserves to win. And I just hope he does the best he can because this was a celebration on its own.
Very well said.
Like I always say, just smile and have fun. That's why we're here.
True words through and through, but I shall hold you no longer as we have a riveting game to get to. Let's jump straight into the action. The boys are ready on the stage.
Great to hear from those who have supported these two young trainers the most on their journey to get to this point. And speaking of that journey, we've got to take a look at the bracket to see what the fight looked like to get through top 8 up to this point.
Yeah, Kobe did have to go through Prince Williams in the top 4, a close friend and even testing partner in the past. So maybe a bittersweet moment there, taking down Prince to advance to the finals. Jake, did have to go up against Jones Diaz in the top 4, which I believe was playing a Mega Lucario deck. Tends to be very favorable for this Alakazam deck that Jake is bringing to this tournament, but it's always a difficult road to make it to the finals of the World Championships. Both these players have fought hard, practiced so long to get here, and now it's just one more match to go.
And let's take a look at that matchup that we will be featuring. It will be Kobe with that big basics deck featuring Mega Kangaskhan EX and the Lily's Clefairy EX up against Jake and his Alakazam to Dunsparce.
And you can see our predictions here. I think very emblematic of what we tend to see in this matchup. Alakazam is very strong against this kind of deck with big basic Pokemon EX that give up multiple prize cards, but we'll see, Chip. Anything can happen in the Pokemon TCG. We've seen it time and time again. Even bad matchups can be won.
Anything can happen indeed, and if there is a time for some sort of miracle, perhaps it would be this stage, this moment inside the Chase Center with this incredible crowd cheering these two trainers on, shuffling up the decks, getting ready to draw those opening hands. And this matchup is an interesting one, very much so favored by the Alakazam player, but Kobe's got some tricks. There are some things he could potentially do to give himself a fighting chance.
Absolutely, and both these players very accomplished. Kobe is no stranger to the world stage, made top 4 in Honolulu in the junior division. So maybe more comfortable in this kind of a situation, whereas Jake, has made the finals of a special championship, some top 4 at regional events. But this is such a huge moment for both these players. Kobe's dad did mention loves basketball, and I think very fitting to be playing a World's Finals match in the arena like this.
Just getting things all squared away for these opening hands to be drawn. I want to hear from our crowd out there supporting these players. If you're excited for this senior finals match, make some noise!
We're getting fired up here in San Francisco. These two players, they've been waiting all day for this moment, probably running all different simulations, thoughts, situations through their heads on how this could play out. Will one of them be able to manifest their dream of being a world champion?
And what they are playing for, so much glory, so much recognition, respect from their peers and fans alike, that incredible Pikachu trophy, that first place trophy card. Words cannot describe what must be going through these young men's minds as we see those opening hands being drawn, just getting everything squared away. And we'll get right into the action here shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you got to imagine the nerves running through you at this point. This is a huge crowd here in the Chase Center, and so many people here to watch the finals. Plus, I think you got to know going into this on both sides. Alakazam tends to be very favored into this matchup. So I think if you're Jake, it's pretty simple. You just want to execute your game plan, get that Alakazam up and running, get those big one-hit knockouts. If you're Kobe, trying to find ways to, find a way, some sort of opening to get an advantage in this matchup. It's going to be tough, not impossible though.
Looking perhaps for spots where Jake has stumbled, maybe a slower setup, chances for Kobe to pounce, attack that draw engine of the Dunsparce, the Alakazam, whichever piece seems most suitable at any given time. There's, of course, Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, that's a potential. Of course, worth noting, these players, have had an opportunity to review one another's deck lists. We are at this top cut phase of the tournament, so both players have a chance to see the other player's list, get very familiar with their unique tech counts, their different inclusions, and sometimes more importantly, exclusions for a given tournament weekend.
Yeah, I'm sure both players are well aware of what the other is playing at this stage. Sure, both players probably have support group, testing group, helping them theorize the right way to approach this matchup. As we do go through here.
And we're gonna throw this poll up here. Scan this if you're in the arena right now to participate. Take a little scan and see what we are asking here. Figure out which of these competitors is gonna come out on top. Who do you think will win this grand finals? Cast your vote now.
All right, here we go, Chip, a live poll.
It's pretty close here, Puka, 50-50. Perhaps a little bit of a hometown favoritism for Kobe being here from the US.
I do believe Kobe has the support of the Tabletop Village, that big group of players who travels all across the country as well. Big following here. I'm sure big support groups for both of these players. We have to call out, this is a big moment for both of them, but just reaching the finals of the World Championships is such an incredible accomplishment. A lifetime memory being formed here. This is just what you dream of. You play an entire season to qualify for the World Championships. And your hope, how many players went into this thinking, this is how I'm gonna do it. This is how I'm gonna make it to the finals. I'm gonna play on that stage. And these are the two players that made it happen.
And look at this poll, dead on, just about 50-50. Pretty split here in the audience on who they are going to be rooting for, who they believe to be our soon-to-crown world champion, Jake NG versus Kobe Ha. We'll get this match sorted and get underway very soon. Once again, Alakazam from Jake up against the Mega Kangaskhan big basic toolbox deck of Kobe. Which one of them will claim their glory to become the world champion?
Celebrating 30 years of Pokemon, Chip, and over 20 years at the World Championships. It's brought us here to the arena as we take a look at these prize cards.
Players setting out those 6 cards off to the side. 4 energy cards in the prize cards for Kobe. That is potentially awkward. Also, Latias EX, he does play 2 copies. That is a very important card for this archetype. And over on Jake's side, he's prized that Pheasantipity, and it looks like our players are ready. Our judges are ready, production is ready. I hope our crowd is ready here in the Chase Center. And there's the fist bump. We're getting in to the Senior Division final match. There's gonna be an opening of the Mega Kangaskhan EX on the side of Kobe Ha. Kicks it off right away with that Run Errand ability, drawing 2 cards from the top of his deck, attaching a Lightning Energy for turn, and it is the Relor in the active spot for Jake. But not much working for Kobe on his opening turn. Just that attachment, and now a pass over to Jake.
A little bit of a David versus Goliath situation to start off here, Chip. The 300 HP Mega Kangaskhan EX staring down the 50 HP Relor. Of course, Jake's deck is Alakazam. You're trying to start off small and work your way up big. Start with Abra, evolve up into Kadabra, Alakazam, and build up cards in your hand to use that powerful hand attack. Does more damage for each card in your hand. So the whole strategy here is draw as many cards as you can.
We see Jake taking a moment to check his prize cards, making note of what Pokemon he does and does not have available. And a key one that he's just found out was that Genesect. It looks like he's brought that to the front to make sure that is available. Of course, Kobe's A-spec of choice is the Unfair stamp, something you do not see very often from these big basic decks. It's what Kobe's chosen to run, so Jake wants to make sure Genesect is potentially available. And here is that Telepathic Psychic Energy, bringing out a pair of Psychic Pokemon. 2 more Abra join the party.
Crucial opening, Telepathic Psychic Energy there. Your big goal on the first turn of the game, just get a lot of basic Pokemon into play. In the Pokemon TCG, Your Pokemon need to be in play for a full turn before you can evolve to the next stage of evolution. So the sooner you get down these Abra and Dunsparce, the sooner you can evolve them up, and sooner you can start attacking.
And there is one of those Dunsparce joining the party on the bench, played down by Jake before passing over to Kobe, who does have a Teal Mask Ogerpon EX and attaches a Grass Energy through the use of that excellent Teal Dance ability, accelerating an energy into play and also drawing himself one card. Of course, Run Aaron's still available, but not before the use of the Meowth EX and that excellent last-ditch catch.
You know, Kobe's deck all about basic Pokemon. No evolutions at all in this deck. It's kind of what we call a toolbox deck. Lots of different types of Pokemon for different situations. And one that could come up early on in the game is Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. It has an attack that allows you to hit a benched Pokemon as well as the active Pokemon and take multiple prize cards in a turn. If Kobe's able to do this early in the game, he could establish enough of a lead to put pressure on Jake. And that's really going to be necessary because once Jake's Alakazam is fully set up, the prize trade is fully in his favor. Alakazam only gives up one prize card, whereas things like Meowth EX or Mega Kangaskhan EX give up 2 or 3 prize cards, and it's a race to see who can get all 6 first.
Kobe may be going aggressive here with the grab of Crispin from this Meowth EX. He'll be able to search out 2 basic energies of differing types and accelerate one into play, put the other one into his hand, a Psychic and a Grass Energy offered up for him off of this search. And is he just gonna go in with this Mega Kangaskhan, get aggressive?
Sure seems like it. I think this is a valid strategy at the start of the game. Again, Mega Kangaskhan EX has 300 HP. That means 15 cards in hand for Alakazam to knock it out. That's not easy to do on the second turn of the game. One of the ways you can maybe throw the prize trade back in your favor is finding spots where your opponent can't knock you out in one attack. And then you have some tricks to take advantage of that later.
And there's the attachment of the basic water energy to the Mega Kangaskhan and a rapid fire combo. Kobe strikes first, taking the opening prize card in this final match. Jake will promote his Dunsparce and immediately goes into the Kadabra using Psychic Draw number 1. And here comes Psychic Draw number 2.
This is how this deck operates. Kadabra and Alakazam both have abilities that when you play them from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon, you get to draw cards. Kadabra gives you 2, Alakazam gives 3. The one card we want to find in this situation, if you're Jake, is the rare candy to skip a stage of evolution and go right into Alakazam. But we also see an A-Spec card here, Chip.
There it is, that enriching energy grabbed off of the Hilda alongside the Dunsparce. Such a powerful card just for your energy attachment. You get to draw 4 additional cards, and he can cycle this card back into the deck thanks to the runaway draw ability. Now, Puka, if Jake can piece together a rare candy and an Alakazam and manage to get up to 15 cards in his hand, he could take down this Kangaskhan on the second turn of the game.
And if that happens, that means 3 prize cards are taken. That's halfway to taking all 6 of your prize cards. Rare candy is the thing that still needs to be found here.
There's the runaway draw, 3 cards added to his hand, and no, Puka, I do not see that rare candy just yet, so it does look like he has missed out on an Alakazam attack this turn. He's expended all of his potential draw power. Pheasantipity EX once again not available in the prize cards, so just a push of this Abra and a Pokepad to find out one more piece, grabbing a Kadabra.
And for Kobe, that's exactly what you were hoping to see. Your opponent unable to get an Alakazam out on this turn. Your Mega Kangaskhan EX makes it through the turn without getting knocked out. You need every possible turn you can get in this matchup to do attacks without seeing a response from your opponent.
And here is a unique inclusion from Jake this weekend, that Forest of Vitality alongside Rabska. Evolving Relor up as soon as it comes into play, and then protecting the bench with that Spherical Shield ability.
Yeah, Forest of Vitality, a stadium card that allows you to break that rule of evolution and evolve your grass-type Pokemon immediately. We see Shaman a lot in these sorts of decks. Jake opting to go for the Rabska since it provides a bit more protection compared to the Shaman.
Run errand for Kobe on his turn, draws a couple of cards. Latias getting a little bit of mobility into the mix, that excellent Skyliner ability, allowing him to move his Pokemon around freely. And here comes the Crispin. Once again, 2 turns in a row, Kobe will get an extra energy card into play. This is what this deck aims to do.
Absolutely, but one of the reasons this Rabska is so important in this situation is, again, Kobe can only take 1 prize card at a time. All of these Pokemon on Jake's side only give up a single prize card when knocked out. One way you can swing that is with the Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon EX, Torrential Pump. Rabska blocks that play from happening since it protects your benched Pokemon from being damaged by attacks.
Fighting energy attached from that Crispin onto a second Mega Kangaskhan. And that's a bit of a risky Pokemon to power up, Puka. You called it out. If 1 Mega Kangaskhan gets KO'd, that's half of the game. So in theory, Jake could close out this game only attacking 2 times.
That's true, but for now, we see another rapid-fire combo. Kobe putting on the pressure.
And here comes Alakazam, Psychic Draw, 3 cards from the top. If Jake NG can increase his hand size up to 15, he'll be able to topple the mighty Mega Kangaskhan EX. And Dawn, an excellent supporter to see in a position like this, searching the deck for a basic Pokemon, a Stage 1 Pokemon, and a Stage 2 Pokemon, adding them all to hand.
I think it's almost a foregone conclusion. Jake's going to get to 15 cards on this turn, Chip, but one thing he needs to find as well is Genesect. Need to find that Pokemon that can use this Ace Nullifier ability. One weakness of Alakazam is the popular Ace Spec card, Unfair Stamp. It makes you shuffle your hand in and draw 2 cards, which of course resets your whole strategy for Alakazam. Genesect is the main way of counterplay for that big Ace Spec card.
An energy attached to Kadabra, preparing for a second attacker in the future of this game. And he did not grab the Genesect off the Dawn, perhaps already waiting in the hand. That certainly will be a big piece, but no, Puka, he misses the Genesect. He takes this KO, half of the prize cards. He'll jump ahead, but this is a huge opening for Kobe. If he can find his Ace-Spec card, Unfair Stamp, he will be able to reset Jake's hand and leave him with only 2 cards.
Big opportunity for Kobe, but a huge knockout for Jake. That's 3 prize cards on this 3rd turn for Jake. Can Kobe respond? If he doesn't find the Unfair Stamp, I mean, there's so many cards in Jake's hand. It's really got to be Unfair Stamp this turn.
It's all about finding that pink card. If he can see Unfair Stamp here, he's got a real chance. He's got this second Mega Kangaskhan EX ready to go, and energy attached. And look at that in the hand. It is there, Puka. He's got that Unfair Stamp. Gonna play Cyrano first, searching the deck for 3 Pokemon EX. Adding them into his hand.
Do you see the Cyrano as well, finding 3 Pokemon EX, putting them into the hand. We see the Area 0 Underdepths come into play as well, potentially.
There's that Pheasantipity hitting the board with that Flip the Script ability. And since Jake did take a KO on the previous turn, Kobe would be able to use that to draw 3 more cards, perhaps saving it for the other side of his Ace-Spec use. But not seeing the Genesect is perhaps curious from the perspective of Kobe. Could he ever key in on maybe that Pokemon being prized and try to save his Unfair Stamp for next turn, Puka? He may not get another turn.
Exactly. You're not going to get another turn if you don't use that this turn. Your opponent can just boss his orders up your Mega Kangaskhan EX and win the game.
What is he digging for here? Flip the Script once again, using this before the use of his Ace-Spec.
Don't see a Stadium card in that massive hand for Kobe. May have been looking for that, but there it is, Chip.
Unfair Stamp. Both players sending their hands into the deck. Kobe will get 5, still a solid bit to work with, and Jake will be left with only 2.
This is a huge moment for Kobe in this game. This is the one opening that he has to disrupt Jake's strategy, putting his opponent down to just 2 cards in hand. Intentionally going with the Mega Kangaskhan EX once again. It's going to be really challenging to get up to 15 cards again after being reset down to 2.
We have spoken about the difficulty of this matchup from the perspective of Kobe, but if there is an opening for him, this perhaps is it. He'll take this KO with rapid fire combo and leave Jake with just a couple of cards. Jake could win this coming turn. Should he get to 15, that seems so difficult. There is the KO. Kobe will tie this game back up. 3 prize cards apiece. Jake promoting that to Dunsparce and draws for his turn. Alakazam right away. Psychic draw, 3 cards from the top. Let's see what he can chain together here.
It's a long road ahead, and those aren't actually very good cards, Chip.
And not much help off of this Dunsparce either. There's 3 more cards available, but he is going to miss this KO. He cannot win the game this turn any longer. I don't think he has any additional dig, and he's going to just promote this Rabsca.
The unfair stamp might have worked. There's just not a whole lot going on in Jake's hand. Found the Alakazam at first to draw a couple cards, but I don't think there's any supporter cards. Wasn't able to redraw the enriching energy. Wasn't able to find another way to get an Alakazam. Seems like there's so many ways that Jake could have found to draw more cards, but somehow didn't get any other ones.
Telepathic Psychic Energy as well being used and not finding any Abras, so there will be no future Psychic draws on Kadabras this turn. This opening for Kobe here seems to be piecing together. Both Abras there in the discard pile for Jake, so no viable targets from that Telepathic Psychic Energy, and just a pass. Let's see what Kobe can do with this opening as he draws for turn. Mega Kangaskhan in the active position.
Yeah, now Kobe's going to have to make some big decisions. Does finally find Area 0 under depths, if that's something he wants to go with this turn.
Teal Dance attaches a Grass Energy, drawing him 1 more card. Perhaps if he could find that Chen Pao, he would be able to put that Area 0 into play and then get rid of Mega Kangaskhan as a liability.
I think if you're Kobe, you're kind of hoping that Mega Kangaskhan can tank a hit this turn. Ideally, maybe finding a boss's orders to go after either Alakazam or maybe even Kadabra.
Honestly,
that's the way to draw more cards.
That is an interesting choice here. Alakazam, obviously the threat, the Pokemon that can attack you, but if you take Kadabra away, that removes some of Jake's outs to draw more cards.
So the last ditch catch does find boss's orders. Which Pokemon will Kobe go after? Is it Alakazam or Kadabra? Clearly you need to go after one of these. Knocking out Rabsca, not going to be enough here.
It is not a clear-cut choice, and Kobe is still thinking through what the best option will be. He'll bench another Mega Kangaskhan and use this Glass Trumpet item card, allowing him to put some energy cards into play onto his colorless Pokemon, thanks to there being that Terra Teal Mask Ogrepon EX on the bench. Looks like the Meowth gets a Water Energy, Kangaskhan a Psychic, and there's boss's orders, and he is going to chase after this Kadabra, take away the draw engine.
And this is huge. Jake's really only going to have 1 turn to try to respond to this. There's only going to be 1 Alakazam left after this. A lot of the Abra are in the discard pile at this stage as well. Looks like Kobe's going to switch it up and go into the Teal Mask Ogrepon, understanding my opponent might be out of Abra.
Using that Myriad Leaf Shower, Kobe will jump back ahead here. Just 2 more prize cards, and he will win game 1 of this final match. Jake here with a question of what to promote, and is going to concede the fact with this promotion that it is going to be very difficult for him to get a knockout this turn. And Juka, I think that hand is completely dead. He has absolutely nothing to work with.
Unbelievable. The unfair stamp really giving Kobe an opportunity in this game. Jake does have the Sacred Ash, able to shuffle in 5 Pokemon from the discard pile back into the deck. Would have loved to play that before using a Telepathic Psychic Energy on a previous turn to find another Abra. One of the issues is there's just not any of those support Pokemon in play to help Jake draw cards.
5 Pokemon going back in, but another boss's orders from Kobe on his next turn would basically spell checkmate. Jake would be left with just a Rabsca. He has no way to put an Abra into play this turn. And that would mean he would be unable to attack on the following turn. Kobe is just 2 turns away from winning game 1.
Some brilliant tactics from Kobe. Can he find a boss's orders to essentially close out this first game?
It wouldn't win him the game on the spot, but it would spell checkmate if he can find boss's orders here. Only 1 in the discard pile. There are 3 Meowth in his list. He's got 2 in play, so still the potential of a last-ditch catch. See some energy being moved around with these energy switch. Powering up the Latias EX, not a very common attacker.
You gotta think at this point, though, even if Kobe just, and is able to clear out all of the Mega Kangaskhan and make it so that Jake has no 3 prize card targets.
Puka, I think this is it. I think this is checkmate. Kobe can take a knockout on this Rabsca. Jake has no way to take 3 prize cards on the next turn. And then Kobe can attack with the Latias, KO anything in Jake's deck. And that will mean Kobe will win this game 1. I don't know if Jake has a response to this play.
What a masterful setup in this very challenging matchup. It seems like Kobe has figured out a way to attack some of the weak points of this Alakazam deck just using these big basic Pokemon EX and Mega Evolution Pokemon EX. Sometimes simply attacking with big Pokemon gets the job done.
Cyrano played to thin the deck a bit, getting a few of those Pokemon EX out, and taking a KO now is Kobe with that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. Jake will draw to kick off his turn. It is just a Dunsparce. I don't even think he's doing enough damage to knock out Ogerpon, and Jake's gonna pack it up. Kobe wins game 1.
A stunner to kick things off here in our senior division finals. Really all about that unfair stamp. That was the game changer here. Jake got off to a big lead with that Alakazam knocking out the Mega Kangaskhan EX, but unfair stamp. It's got unfair in the name, Chip. Sometimes that happens.
That's what it feels like coming out of this game. Jake just did nothing after that unfair stamp happened, and the setup was so good for Jake. I mean, look at this board. 3 Kadabra, Dunsparce, Rabsca. He's prepared for all of Kobe's tricks, and it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, one area that we may look back on here is, yes, the Rabsca was nice. Makes you feel safe, not having that potential of the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX to target your bench Pokemon down, but the bench was a little bit constrained, not a lot of Dunsparce. And so when it came time for that unfair stamp, there wasn't a lot of draw support there readily available. And crucially, did not have the Genesect either. We'll see if there's any adjustments here from Jake in game 2.
Yeah, of course, you need both the Genesect and a tool card. We know he had access to Genesect. Could have grabbed it off the Dawn, but I'm assuming he did have it in his hand, and he just missed out on one of his 4 tool cards to activate that Ace Nullifier ability.
Wow, crazy. And that's sometimes what can happen when you take a knockout that appears in front of you without fully setting up yourself for the remainder of the game. That is where unfair stamp can come in and cut off all of your momentum. I think Kobe, we've seen here, has practiced this matchup quite a bit, has a clear plan of attack, and we'll see if Jake can figure out a way to play around it now and make some crucial adjustments.
Jake was exuding confidence walking up to that final table.
Said he was gonna win.
He did indeed claim himself the champion, but Kobe has put a wrench in that plan, winning game number 1, and now just one more game separates Kobe from becoming the world champion.
And now, in this situation, feels like you may have to recompose yourself, right? That was maybe a shocking way to lose the first game if you're Jake. I think Kobe has to be feeling great about how that all played out. But again, this is a big stage. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of pressure here. Will these players be able to stay focused here with so much on the line?
And Kobe is going to get an extra card to work with here. Jake did not find a basic Pokemon in his first attempt at an opening hand. Of course, when setting up for the Pokemon TCG, you do draw 7 cards, and one of those 7 must be a basic Pokemon for the game to begin. And since Jake did not find one, he's forced to take what we call a mulligan, shuffle in, draw again, and Kobe is awarded with an additional card for that.
Looks like a basic Pokemon was found off of this one. We'll set out those 6 prize cards. Those ones you set to the side at the beginning of the game, you don't have access to until your opponent's Pokemon is knocked off. A game 2 getting started.
Here we go. Jake is going to kick things off with the draw for turn, benching of an Abra and a telepathic psychic energy right away. And similarly to game 1 in the active spot, Puka, Mega Kangaskhan facing off against Relor.
Having deja vu, Chip. Mega Kangaskhan, Relor, and Abra with the telepathic psychic energy. I think this is just the first game again.
Ooh, and look at these prize cards as Jake is doing his opening search. A couple of Kadabra. Psychic draw very important for fueling his engine.
And crucially, that Eerie is in the prize cards as well. That's one of your defenses against Unfair Stamp. You can just discard it from your opponent's hand before they get an opportunity to use it. This might be tough for Jake now. Doesn't have all the resources at his disposal that he may want.
Still searching off this telepathic psychic. It will be a couple more Abra brought down. And it is a Buddy Poffin as well, searching the deck for 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less, putting them into play. Looks like 2 Dunsparce brought to the front of the deck immediately. You mentioned the clogging of the bench in game 1. Not really a problem when you're putting out Dunsparce, as it can clear those spots up.
Yeah, it's one of the great parts about this support line. Of course, a great combo with that enriching energy, draws you more cards. But yeah, need to have those in play later on in the game.
Kobe is going to open up with the use of a Run Errand to draw a couple of cards from the top of the deck. It looks like he's got Cyrano and Crispin in his hand. No Teal Mask Ogerpon though, so I don't think we're going to see the potential of a turn 1 attack. And Cyrano will be his choice here to search his deck for 3 Pokemon EX, reveal them, and put them into his hand.
Trying to see if there were any energy cards in that hand. Could be an issue. If not, really want to get an energy in play on the first turn so you can set up for an attack on the second turn. And you can see the prize cards for Kobe here. Again, a lot of different types of energy. I think not overly relevant, but the water energy will make it so he cannot use the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX in this game.
It does cut him out of that potential play. Of course, Jake does have that Rabska, which also cuts Kobe out of that play. It seemed like Kobe wasn't even keeping that line open very much in game number 1 as he attached the water very, very early, recognizing that Rabska is very easy to establish for his opponent.
And one of those just 2 bosses orders in the prize cards as well. We saw that was a crucial card in the first game, being able to target down some Pokemon at the right moments. But overall, I think should have a clean game here. Let's see what Kobe decides to go with on this first turn. Again, you really do want to establish some sort of offense in the first couple turns.
And a part of that offense is finding an energy attachment. And if he's going to miss an energy attachment here, that is going to put him effectively a turn behind. He can make it up a little bit through the use of Crispin in the future and some Teal Dances. So it's not necessarily the end of this game, but it is definitely a big miss. He's going to use the Cyrano to find out Latias EX, give that chunky Mega Kangaskhan a little bit of movement. Of course, the hefty 3 retreat cost brought down to 0 thanks to Skyliner. Teal Mask Ogerpon EX and Lily's Clefairy also a part of this equation.
All right, so as Kobe looks through the deck, does see that the Unfair Stamp is in there. That'll be a crucial part of this equation as well. More big basic Pokemon EX coming down onto the bench, including a second Mega Kangaskhan, but where's the energy?
It's the same thing we saw from Kobe in game number 1, getting that second Kangaskhan established, respecting the potential of a big play from his opponent of taking out this Pokemon. He wants to be able to promote it should his active go down, and here it is, Jake's second turn. Pokepad immediately fetches out the Dunsparce, ready to go with a runaway draw.
in the first game, we saw Jake miss finding rare candy on the second turn of the game. That's going to be even more important in game number 2 with those 2 Kadabra and the prize cards. You want to see that rare candy so that you can skip from Abra to Alakazam right away. Will Jake be able to find it in this second game?
Yeah, again, possible here for this Mega Kangaskhan to go down. Jake needs to get into an Alakazam and get 15 cards, and there is the Alakazam rare candy bringing it out. Drawing himself 3 cards. He does also have that enriching energy, so he can attach and draw some more, though he would lose out on his Relor unless he, retreating it off the Relor, unless he was to find an air balloon. Here comes a Kadabra from this Pokepad. Be able to draw himself a couple of more cards.
You know, in this situation, I think it's always very tempting to take 3 prize cards, right? It's, again, halfway to getting to all 6. So it's, you know, always when you have that knockout in front of you, we're like, I could just do it. But this may be a situation where Jake wants to be a little more patient. You know, wasting that enriching energy could backfire later, and doesn't seem to be under a lot of pressure from Kobe after the missed energy attachment on the first turn. So we could see a situation where Jake is just content to pass the turn, evolve up some of these Pokemon, and set himself up for a longer game.
We'll see if he chooses to remain patient. And he is going to attach this enriching to his active.
Wow.
Drawing 4 more cards. Does have that Dunsparce he fetched off of the Pokepad. Getting a count, looks like 10 cards in his hand currently. Still a long way to go to get to 15. And there is the Dunsparce coming out. The second Dunsparce hits the board as well. Seems so unlikely for him to reach to a one-hit KO. He is going to retreat into this Alakazam and not take a one-hit knockout, still lay a bunch of damage into this Mega Kangaskhan. But so often we are used to seeing just knockout after knockout after knockout when piloting Alakazam.
Yeah, and we do see the runaway draw, so Dunsparce going into the deck, and you have to see that the air balloon was drawn off of that. That could have potentially been used to retreat the Relor without having to use that enriching energy. Gotta wonder if that's gonna come back later for Jake, not having access to that powerful A-Spec card.
You only get to play 1 A-Spec in your deck. There are so many powerful ones to choose from. And for Jake this weekend, it has been the enriching energy. But for him now, it is in his discard pile. He has no access to it, but he's got boss's orders to bring up the Latias EX. And if he has enough cards in hand, he can still take a 2-prize KO this turn.
Sure seems like he was in that awkward middle ground, having enough to knock out a regular Pokemon EX, but not enough to knock out Mega Kangaskhan. So still a huge turn here. But it's a fragile feeling here, Chip. You get a knockout, but you, once again, don't have the Genesect.
And this is another opening for Kobe. If he can find that unfair stamp, he could leave Jake susceptible to being stuck with a low hand size. Kobe does play a couple copies of the Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, and that's a way he could guarantee himself this card draw.
We would love to pair the unfair stamp with an attack, though. And right now, we need to probably play Crispin to get an attack, unless you can find multiple energy switch in combination with that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. Could potentially attack with something like Lily's Clefairy EX instead, if you wanted to go that route.
Another card Kobe does play as well is the one Lily's Pearl, so he could make the Clefairy worth just 1 prize card. Here comes that Meowth EX using that last ditch catch. Of course, that Lily's Pearl, only when knocked out by damage from an attack. Powerful Hands is an effect of an attack. So he's going to look through here and search out any supporter from this last ditch catch. And it does look like it is Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking being lined up. Any 2 cards placed on top of the deck in whatever order he pleases.
Oh, are we going to see the unfair stamp once again? Of course, you can put unfair stamp plus 1 more card on top of your deck. You'll draw them both with the run errand. So you could both draw the unfair stamp and set up a combo for an attack here.
Does look like that Cypher Maniacs will be the choice, and we know Unfair Stamp will be one piece of this equation. Question now, what will his second card grab be?
Well, one's pretty easy.
Sure enough, needs the Unfair Stamp for this play. Could get that energy switch to guarantee an energy over to the Clefairy. Looks like he landed on a basic Psychic Energy, Puka.
That signals an attack with Lily's Clefairy EX. I believe there's an energy switch in hand already. So Kobe gonna try this strategy once more. Unfair Stamp, knock out your Alakazam, and let's see what happens.
Run errand, drawing the 2 cards that Kobe just placed on top of the deck. He's gonna use an Ultra Ball to discard a couple more cards from the hand, fetching out any Pokemon he would like, adding that to his hand, and also thinning some cards out of his deck that he doesn't want to draw anymore. Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, one of those cards going to the discard pile. He's going to thin just one more Pokemon out of his deck. If he's got Area 0, he could put more Pokemon into play, of course, if he would like to, or just discard them. Raging Bolt, not super necessary whenever you're dealing with Alakazam, which only has 140 hit points. Really nice to knock out high HP Pokemon, perhaps some of those Mega Pokemon we've seen in the format, like opposing Mega Kangaskhan's, like Mega Excadrill EX, but not useful in this matchup at all.
Yeah, that's exactly what you can do here. Discard those cards with Ultra Ball so that you don't draw into them off of this Unfair Stamp.
There's the basic Psychic onto the Clefairy and an energy switch off of the Teal Mask Ogerpon, and Unfair Stamp will give him 5 cards refreshed and leave Jake with just 2 cards. He's already got the attack lined up. Kobe will take down this Alakazam, and these 2 cards here for Jake NG are massive to keep him and his hopes of becoming world champion alive.
Chip, there's just one problem. There's no Latias EX in play currently, and the bench is full. Kobe needs to find Area 0 Underdepths and Latias EX to even retreat.
We're so used to seeing those cards just automatically being in play. That is not the case in this game and in this situation, and off these 5 cards, it does not look like he has been able to draw into them. That's why he was debating so long on that Cypher Maniacs, Puka. He just has to pass now. And it's over to Jake on his turn, and he's got Alakazam.
A crucial miss for Kobe on that turn. When you can't combine the Unfair Stamp with a knockout, your opponent gets more time, and time is not something you can afford to give to Alakazam in this situation. And Jake draws a wonderful hand off of that Unfair Stamp. He's going to be drawing all sorts of cards.
Alakazam into the Dawn, Dawn into Alakazam to Dunsparce, and Pheasantipity EX. Runaway draw, 3 more cards from the top. Buddy Buddy Poffin to replenish the board. If Jake can get to 15, he'll be able to take this knockout. He'll go down to just 1 prize card remaining. Let's see if he can piece it all together.
And even with no knockout here, I think the damage has been done. Jake has so many cards in hand now, has the opportunity to set up those Dunsparce for future to Dunsparce and a rare candy.
3rd Alakazam, all 3 Alakazam into play now for Jake. And I don't think he's going to get to 15, but like you said, Puka, the damage has been done. Kobe's one trick, his one chance in this matchup is the use of that Unfair Stamp. He's already expended that resource, and it was for not enough of a payoff.
Yeah, let's not forget Jake is ahead on prize cards. He's already taken the first 2. Kobe still has to take 6 knockouts to win this game, and there's no other way for Kobe to disrupt that hand. If we keep seeing those runaway draws with the Dunsparce filling up the hand every turn, there's no way to set it back down to a low enough number where Alakazam won't be able to knock out these Pokemon EX.
Jake can just feel free to replenish this board with the Dunsparce over and over and over again. There's no reason to worry about getting the Genesect established now. Unfair Stamped has been utilized. No way to recover that A-Spec. Kobe's gonna continue to draw here and see what else he could possibly do, but if he doesn't get off an attack here, I fail to see a real path. There's an attachment to his active. Looks like an energy switch, so he's going to attack with this heavily damaged Mega Kangaskhan EX.
It's not a good feeling if you're Kobe.
Oh, is he going to retreat it?
That's not a good feeling either.
He is going to manually retreat that hefty Mega Kangaskhan into the Lily's Clefairy EX. It will be able to attack. It will take the KO on Alakazam. Kobe's going to put a couple energy cards into play with this Glass Trumpet. But Jake is just 2 attacks away from closing this out. He's already got the 2 Alakazam on his board, and his hand is no longer in danger. There is the KO. Lily's Clefairy takes down Alakazam. That handheld fan on Jake's end will bounce the Psychic Energy over to Teal Mask Ogerpon on the bench. Kobe finally taking a prize card in game 2. And let's just see if Jake can stream together a couple of attacks in a row.
We did see in the first game, Jake got to a spot where he kind of ran out of steam. And let's remember, there's no enriching energy anymore. That was discarded early on in this game. So it might be a little more difficult to build up the hand than it would be normally. But there's still a pretty healthy number of cards in that hand. Alakazam did 180 damage, and there's the flip the script to add more.
Serendipity EX using its powerful ability as a KO was taken on the previous turn by Kobe. Jake, should he have an energy card, which is attached now, he'll be able to KO this Lily's Clefairy. A couple of the Dunsparce put into play as well. I don't think he even has to use these runaway draws to get this KO. There is the powerful hand. Jake down to just 2 prize cards remaining.
There you can see how powerful that hand really is, knocking out that Pokemon EX for just a single energy card. And what can Kobe do from here? The pressure is on, and you can see why this Alakazam deck is so difficult for Kobe to deal with.
Here is Flip the Script of the Pheasantipity EX to draw himself 3 more cards. If nothing else, he'll be able to draw through quite a bit more of his deck this game. You see that Teal Dance of Teal Mask Ogerpon EX to get an extra energy out. And here is that Run Errand ability to draw himself 2 more cards. Not much else here for Kobe. The options feeling so limited. There's no one prize Pokemon he can really efficiently attack with. And Jake's already got so many cards in hand. Perhaps the one hope here for Kobe would just be if some energies were prized for Jake. But no, Kobe's going to concede this one and send us to game 3.
Unfair stamp, not enough. That time, Kobe's setup was not as robust as it was in the first game. And Jake was able to draw out of it this time. See why this single prize Alakazam for just a single energy favors, or trades so favorably with these Pokemon EX. Even just knocking out something like a Latias EX, like we saw here, that's 2 prize cards. Basically means you just have to knock out 2 more Pokemon to win the game.
I mean, and that knockout was huge. It's what prevented Kobe from getting into his attacker on the following turn. Getting rid of that pivot ability was a really heads-up move from Jake, and it ensured that he would cruise to a game 2 win.
All right, everyone here, let's hear from Pablo. Pablo, what are you seeing in this match, and what can we expect to see as we go into this crucial game 3?
I mean, obviously, defense against the unfair stamp is going to be the key thing, having that Genesect down, and we saw that very smart play taking out Latias in order to remove the mobility, right? So we'll have to see what they can do, but Genesect, I think, is going to be key in game 3 and could be defining.
Yeah, waiting for knockouts, 100% huge. Not playing a way to take a KO until you can establish that ace nullifier ability. That is the main way in this matchup that Alakazam struggles, just not building up a large hand that it can keep later on in the game.
I think what's so interesting about this list is the Forest of Vitality and the Rapska actually coming into the fray at this point to use that Spherical Shield to actually prevent the bench from being damaged here. It's unfortunate that the Sacred Ash was prized, but that's the thing. When the Unfair Stamp gives you so many cards to draw back into that opening beautiful hand, anything is possible.
Thank you so much, Pablo, Ethan, and Emily. Appreciate your insight and thoughts as always as these players are setting up for game number 3. And Kobe will have the opportunity here to choose Puka first or second. Give himself a chance to get established, and here it is, game 3 of the Senior Division final match. Let's hear it for these trainers. As Kobe is gonna kick off this opening turn. Latias EX in the active spot, a Lily's Clefairy, an energy attached, and just a pass, no Mega Kangaskhan, and Jake NG has started that crucial Genesect.
We're off to the races here in the 3rd game. A world champion will be crowned after this one. Pokepad, the first card being played for Jake, needs to set up those Abra once again. And we heard our analyst talking about that Genesect finally hitting the board in the 3rd game. We thought this was going to be a crucial part of this matchup. There's actually some tricky stuff that can happen on Kobe's side as well. Will we finally see this ace nullifier come into play?
It's going to almost be forced at this point since Jake has had to start it. He'll most likely be able to move it with an air balloon, which will just naturally get a tool card onto this Pokemon. But Jake's opening play here is just that Pokepad to get out the Abra and a Dawn to search the deck for 3 different Pokemon, a basic stage 1 and stage 2. And it looks like right away Pheasantipity being potentially eyed up. Is his hand that weak that Pheasantipity was considered Puka?
I don't love that. Unless there's a lot more good stuff in that hand. That is a bad signal. Oh my goodness, Pheasantipity EX being taken off the Dawn right away? Unless there's more like Buddy Buddy Poffins, things like that. This could be some trouble.
It does look like it was a Pheasantipity ultimately as the choice because Abra can be fetched with that Pokepad. And that will be put onto the board, and just a pass, no energy on the side of Jake. And as we see this hand here for Kobe, there's also not much going on. His only bailout being, I think, this Cypher Maniac's code breaking. I don't think he has anything else.
And I don't think there's enough Pokemon in play for Full Moon Rondo to even knock out this Genesect. What does Kobe have here?
Gonna search through the deck and, of course, check those prize cards. Kangaskhan, Clefairy, a couple Pokemon there, a couple supporters also prized away. I'll have a think about what to stack up on top of his deck. And he has the mobility with Latias in play right now, so he could retreat into Clefairy and attack. But yes, Puka, there's nowhere near enough Pokemon in play here. We're so used to this Full Moon Rondo being almost automatic to KO whatever you want, especially when that Pokemon only has 110 hit points, but it's not going to happen here this turn.
Things are getting weird in the 3rd game here to decide our world champion. Not optimal starts for either player. Who can adapt and figure out a strategy on the fly when things don't go completely according to plan? See, these are the adjustments you have to make when you're playing at a high level like this.
Teal Mask, Okrapani X, and Cyrano played on top of the deck, and makes a lot of sense when you look at the hand here for Kobe. He'll be able to Teal Dance into that Cyrano on the next turn and fill his board with a bunch of powerful Pokemon EX. He will retreat, and he's going to deal just 80 damage with this Full Moon Rondo. 2-hit KOing a Genesect. I don't think that's how you draw it up, Puka.
Definitely not. Big 2 cards off the Psychic draw here, though.
Does find an energy card. It is that Enriching Energy, his A-spec of choice. He's going to attach, draw himself 4 cards, and continue to fuel forward this position. It's not going to be possible now to attack. There's no Wondrous Patch in this list from Jake, so no KO potential, but a second Dawn played. We'll search out a bunch of Pokemon and continue to help him get his board established. It was seeming a little scary at first for Jake, but I think he's begun to stabilize.
Yeah, the key was just kind of survival in this situation. Oh, only 2 cards found off the Dawn. No stage 2 Pokemon found.
Yeah, that means no Alakazam remaining in the deck. They're hiding out between the hand and the prize cards. We're going to see another Psychic draw here of the Kadabra. 2 more cards. There is a basic Psychic. Dunsparce will hit the board. And it does look like just 2 Alakazam in the hand, so 1 is hiding out in the prizes. He's got Battle Cage in his hand, thinking about just playing that card out, and he will do just that and passes now over to Kobe.
And we see Jake once again not valuing the Genesect in this matchup. Could have retreated it to try to protect it and save that ace nullifier for later, but deciding, no, this is the least important Pokemon I have in play right now.
And this is the play Kobe set up last turn with his Cypher Maniac. He uses his Teal Dance, draws that 1 other card he put on top, and it is going to be the Cyrano. Searching the deck for 3 powerful Pokemon EX, adding them into his hand. Pheasantipity, Mega Kangaskhan EX, and then Meowth EX as well. One of the things I love about this Cyrano, being able to chain supporters thanks to Meowth EX.
Kobe will certainly get a knockout on this turn. But the question is, will he be able to set up for a big follow-up after that? The opening turn has been fairly weak at this point. Not a lot of acceleration. You really feel like he's got to be gearing up for that unfair stamp in the next couple turns. What's going on here? Looks like just the full moon rondo. There could have been an awkward situation there with a cruel arrow from Pheasantipity with the right mix of cards, but now Jake has a golden opportunity.
Let's see if he's able to capitalize. He'll lead off with that telepathic psychic energy, searching out 2 basic psychic Pokemon, putting 2 more Abra into play on his bench. We know he has Alakazam waiting in hand, and he already has so many cards available.
The only ways to get back that Genesect that just got knocked out, there's 1 Sacred Ash and 1 Alana's Aid. And those are both kind of difficult to find early on in the game. So once again, we might be headed for a situation where Genesect is just not a factor. We came into this thinking that was going to be one of the main interactions in this matchup. It just hasn't come up yet. But Jake has still been able to find a way to get this Alakazam up and running. Certainly has enough cards to get a knockout here.
And he's going to use the Eerie, trying to perhaps catch that unfair stamp. Unable to do that, but does get 2 Energy Switch.
Wow, 2 Energy Switch. That will definitely limit Kobe's options on the following turn.
Flip the script, Pheasantipity EX, drawing a few more cards. Here is that Forest of Vitality. Getting rid of that Battle Cage, putting this stadium into play now. And as long as he's got 10 cards in his hand, powerful hand will take the KO. Jake NG strikes. 2 prizes down, 4 more to go.
How will Kobe respond here? The pressure is mounting. The hand is built up for Jake. Alakazam is up and running. Is this the time to find unfair stamp? Starts off with just 3 cards off of this.
Flip the script to draw those first 3. And Kobe's used 1 Cypher Maniac's code breaking. He does play 2 copies, so he could piece it all together with his Meowth that he grabbed last turn off of the Cyrano. Gonna draw with a few of his other abilities first to see if he can perhaps find it naturally. Of course, not only does he want to play the unfair stamp, he wants to pair it with an attack, with a KO, which is what he missed out on in game number 2. And here comes that Meowth.
So one major difference in this third game is Jake was able to put down Pheasantipity EX before this unfair stamp is potentially coming. It's going to weaken the effectiveness of that. You have to wonder if there's even an opportunity for Kobe to take advantage of the fact that Pheasantipity is down. Could potentially, use things like Sob with the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX to trap it for a little bit so you can set up a bigger play later. But no, Cypher Maniac is the choice here.
And he's going to grab a Grass Energy and the Unfair Stamp here. He's lined up this KO. He's going to play a few more cards out of his hand to thin as much as possible, and there it is, Unfair Stamp. Kobe will get 5 cards, leaving Jake with just 2, but Jake has prepared his board well for this situation. Not only that Pheasantipity, but there's also a Dunsparce already in play.
Will the third time be the charm for Kobe's Unfair Stamp? It worked the first time, wasn't as effective the second time. He needs it to stick one more time to have a chance to become world champion here. This ace-spec card is the game changer that could decide this tournament for these two players.
Here are the cards being drawn. Kobe's already expended everything he really needs to this turn. He's used all of his draw abilities. He's got that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX set up and ready to fire off a Myriad Leaf Shower, taking down the Alakazam, tying this game up. 2 prize cards taken apiece. Let's see what Jake has off of this draw, promoting his Dunsparce, ready to use that runaway draw ability. And he's going to kick it off with a Pheasantipity EX and flip the script.
Do see a Hilda and a Dawn in the hand. That's going to represent so many additional cards on this turn. A Kadabra and Alakazam. That's going to end up drawing 5 additional cards. You have the runaway draw with Dunsparce available as well. Things are looking great for our Australian player, Jake, lining up all these cards for this Alakazam.
Plenty of cards still to draw this turn. Dunsparce available in the active spot. Needs to make sure he can find an energy card. There are so many cards for him to draw to see one. There are 2 found from the psychic draw of Kadabra. There are 3 coming in from this Alakazam. And still 3 more to draw with the Dunsparce available. He only needs 11 in his hand to get this KO.
Yeah, crucial difference between this and the first game as well. Mega Kangaskhan was the one following up after the Unfair Stamp. Now, a much smaller Pokemon that's much easier to knock out.
Much easier to get to 11 cards compared to the 15 required to KO a Mega Kangaskhan. And should Jake have an energy card, which he does, this powerful hands will take down this Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, taking Kobe's only Terra Pokemon out of play, taking all of Kobe's energy cards out of play, and leaving him with a board simply full of Pokemon.
Jake setting things up to just secure a victory if possible. Improve the odds where you can. Put more Kadabra and Alakazam for you to draw on your future turns.
There is that KO. And just one more knockout separates Jake NG and this champion title. Kobe will promote his Mega Kangaskhan EX. Let's see what he can piece together. So much card draw available. Pheasantipity EX and the use of Flip the Script. 3 cards right here. Peeling them one at a time. Still more to find with the Mega Kangaskhan and its run errand ability. What could Kobe possibly attack with here to give him a chance to get reestablished?
That's the question, and that's the question Kobe's going to be asking himself as well. You have a couple different options here. Obviously, you can't just leave things the way they are. You'll lose immediately if nothing changes on this board, whether that means attacking the active Pokemon, knocking it out, or trying to get a little crafty, maybe using something like Boss's Orders to bring out Pheasantipity EX and try to trap it. I don't know if that'll even be enough at this stage, but you got to try something.
This is the last game of this seniors division tournament. The last couple of turns. Kobe's going to see it out and try to find some path here. Perhaps through the use of a Meowth EX, which is found off of the Ultra Ball. Gonna put down a Lily's Clefairy. Oh, he cannot bench that Meowth Puka. There are no Terra Pokemon in play. He put down that Lily's Clefairy first. Of course, Area 0 Underdepths expands your bench to 8 Pokemon, but only if you have a Terra Pokemon in play.
Something we've probably all done at some point, just assuming you have a Terra Pokemon in play and that Area 0 Underdepths is always expanding your bench to 8 Pokemon, but the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX was knocked out on the previous turn, so you can't fulfill that condition for the Area 0 Underdepths, and the first card that Kobe played down was the Lily's Clefairy. Now won't be able to bench the Meowth EX or anything else in this situation.
What can he do here? He has to find Crispin if he wants to attack this turn. That's now his only path with no Teal Mask Ogerpon in play, no opportunity to get extra energies out through the use of a Teal Dance. So if he does not find a Crispin here, he's gonna miss an attack. Psychic Energy will come down onto the Lily's Clefairy EX. Gonna take stock of the discard pile on Jake's end. Looking for any way out of this situation. He will use a Boss's Orders to bring something into the active spot. Banking perhaps on lack of energy cards available for his opponent, hoping that maybe a couple energy cards are prized. It is entirely possible. If that were the case, Jake may have a hard time moving this Pheasantipity. He will draw for turn. There is that air balloon. There is the Boss's Orders. And Jake, NG, is the 2026 Pokémon TCG World Champion.
Congratulations to Jake, taking it all with Alakazam, and that powerful hand was able to draw enough cards to become our champion. Well played by both players. Such an amazing match to watch. At the end of the day, Jake will be taking home the crown. Congratulations.
And congratulations due, of course, to Kobe as well to get to this point, to be able to play on this stage. What an incredible memory. What is something he'll be able to cherish for the rest of his life. It feels unfortunate to come up just short, but what a run it has been for both of our players. Congratulations, Jake NG, the world champion in the seniors division.
He said at the beginning he was going to be the champion, and he followed through on his promise. Congratulations to Jake on getting the job done. Very confident player, and you gotta think there was a moment he may have been questioning himself after that first game and how that match started off, but Alakazam just too powerful against this big basic strategy.
And we are standing by with Jake for an interview. We've got to see how he's feeling fresh off of his win.
Oh my goodness, what a match we just witnessed. And we officially have our world champion for the TCG Senior Division. All right, Jake NG. Many were talking about the fact that the Alakazam deck was favored in this matchup, but this did go the distance. Can you give me the breakdown of this match from your perspective?
So game one, I just drew nothing off the stamp, which just lost me the game pretty much. I think I might have made a slight misplay. I didn't Sacred Ash back Abras into my deck, which probably lost me the game. But in game 2 and 3, they were pretty clean. I just drew a supporter off stamp and I won.
Now, the senior division offers a unique opportunity to start building your reputation as a player nice and early. As you continue down your competitive career, how would you like for people to describe you as a player?
I hope they view me as a top player. Ultimately, that's just my goal, to feel like I'm good. I don't really care that much about winning as long as I feel I'm at the top of the current player base.
I mean, there's nothing like a world championship title to prove to people that you're good. Before I let you go, who would you like to give any shout outs to?
I'd like to shout out my dad first for bringing me to all the events I go to. He takes a lot of time off work just to come with me. I'd also like to thank out Yuichi and Addison for playing the same list as me to Worlds, as well as everyone who's tested with me and helped me build my deck.
Truly is a team effort. Well, thank you so much, Jake, for joining me right here. And everyone here in the Chase Center, give it up one more time for your TCG Senior World Champion, Jake G. We have had some very interesting matches so far today. But I do think we have one more matchup when it comes to TCG, am I right? There's something else we have to do. That's right, the TCG Masters division is on the way. So let's get you set up for our final matchup.
For nearly 30 years, the Pokemon trading card game has continued to evolve. New cards, new strategies, and new generations of trainers. But the dream of becoming world champion has remained all the same. The best trainers of the 2026 season earned their place in San Francisco, and after countless hard-fought battles, clutch plays, and crucial top decks, only 2 remain. One final match will decide the next Pokemon trading card game world champion. Diego Casiraga is one of the most storied players in the game's history, having 3 prior Top Cut finishes, including his World Champion title in 2017. His run this year has been fueled by the powerful hands of Alakazam.
And Diego Casiraga is back! We'll see him in the Chase Center tomorrow.
After defeating Henry Chow in top 4, Diego proved that he is still one of this game's top competitors as he battles for a chance to become a 2-time champion.
Con todo en este partido.
He will be facing off against Andrew Hedrick, who has dominated the Pokemon TCG for the last few seasons. Andrew is playing Dragapult EX with Crushing Hammers. This is an archetype that he popularized after winning the Los Angeles Regional Championships earlier this season. Andrew Hedrick finds boss's orders. He will win the game. He defeated former #1 ranked player Brent Tonneson in top 4 to punch his ticket into Championship Sunday. This finals match is a story of the experienced veteran versus the young superstar. But only one of them can leave this stage as our champion.
This time, it's my turn.
One of our trainers is looking to become the first 2-time world champion in the TCG Masters division. The other has already rocked this deck towards victory in a regional this very season. Everybody, it is time to meet our TCG Masters finalists. First up, we have Andrew Hedrick. And on the opposite side, give it up for Diego Casiraga. I know I'm stoked for this matchup. I know everyone in the audience is. Andrew, 5 regional victories, an NAIC title. This would mean the trifecta. What is it gonna take to actually achieve that?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess gotta try to treat this match like you would any other, right? Gotta try to play the best you can, do what you can with the cards you draw and to see if it works out.
And Diego, the last time we saw you on this stage, your wife was 7 months pregnant with your first child. Now you have returned as a father of 2. Walk me through the journey back from 2017 till now.
Y es un orgullo que ellos estén acá conmigo y poder vivir con esto con ellos.
I'm really proud to have them here with me, supporting me here in the sidelines.
We appreciate the support of everyone that is in the audience right now. Keep it cheering while we send our trainers off to your battle stations. All right, casters, what do you got to say about that?
Oh, we got a lot to say about that, Gabby, but we're hopefully going to have time to say it all. We've got Andrew Hedrick, Diego Casaraga. We have crowned our Junior Division World Champion. We have crowned our Senior Division World Champion. Now just the Masters Division left. I'm Ross Gilbert, and I'm here with the lovely Joe Bernard. Joe, how good is this final going to be?
Oh, this is Goliath versus Goliath. That's with you, Ross. This is a combination of modern era versus veteran. We have the mastermind of the modern era in Andrew Hedrick, looking to complete the Pokémon Gauntlet. He's already a regional champion. He's already an international champion. Just what remains. The World Championships is just one set away. But he faces down a veteran of over 20 years of experience at the very highest level, Diego Casaraga. He has a resume better than anyone, barring Jason Klaczynski, at the world's level. He's already got 2 top 8 finishes. His dream came true in 2017 with Gardevoir GX, and he's hoping to do it again today.
Well, back in 2013, we saw Jason Klaczynski win the World Championships for the 3rd time. But since then, the player base has grown immeasurably. Yeah. Tournaments have gotten infinitely harder, and we ask that question, will we ever see another player repeat as the Masters Division World Champion? Well, Diego's coming here saying, look, I won it in 2017, it's 9 years later, I'm back, and he has got an excellent chance, just one more hurdle to get over, but he's proven he can navigate this. He's been in Dragapult along the way, just one more game to go, and he could do what people thought might no longer be possible.
If anyone can, it could be Diego, and we've got the friends and family standing by, so let's hear from them.
Thank you so much, guys. Of course, I'm here with the friends and family of our competitors, and I've got a couple of posing questions to ask them. How does it feel having supported them towards this point, and now they're on the world stage?
I mean, to me, it's no surprise. I think Andrew Hedrick is on a different level from every other player in the world, and it's pretty rare that the best players get to actually make it to the finals of Worlds, so I really want him to bring this one home because he's a great friend of mine.
Sorry. That's okay. I mean, it's really, I've been seeing him playing all my life, and being here, it's really crazy. I'm so proud of him.
I'd love hearing that. I think we're all so proud as well. Feels like we've all become family watching both players grow and now get to this point. How much preparation goes into events like this that people just might not understand from home?
I mean, I have spent countless hours just sitting in call with Andrew, playing, sharing screens, playing, the PTCG Live Ladder. He gets to the highest eloads I've ever seen. It's incredible. He's put in so much work, and he really deserves this.
Can I read? I mean, it's seeing him practicing and being with family, and it's really nice.
I love that. That's so good. Still makes plenty of time for the family. And if you could give just one final breath of support, what would you say to them right now if you were over there?
He can do his best, and we will support him no matter what.
Use Phantom Dive to knock out all his Abras and win the game.
Good advice. Well, let's go see if that's going to be what unfolds. Good luck to our players as we embark on this journey together.
Well, it's hard to argue with that advice. Use Phantom Dive, knock out Abra. Ladies and gentlemen, we have met the players. Give me a cheer if you're cheering for Andrew. And on the other side, if you want to see Diego Casaraga take it home, make some noise! I think they're both pretty popular, Joe.
And who can blame them? They've had such historic placements. Andrew, more recent success, but Diego, over many years, such a strong competitor. As we see how they made it to this finals, actually quite similar runs from both players. You'll notice that both Andrew and Diego were able to take out Crustle in their top 8 matches, and then were both able to defeat Dragapult in their top 4 matches. It was really amazing to see Diego up against Henry Chow in that previous game.
Oh, that was fun.
Coming up against Dragapult again in these finals, so you know that he's got a lot of experience in this matchup,
Actually, throughout the tournament, he is 4 wins and 1 loss. His only loss of the entire tournament so far has been Dragapult.
That is a little bit awkward, but there are a lot of Dragapult out there. He has beaten a lot of them. Let's see what the casters think about this particular matchup. Where did we come down in terms of our predictions? Who do we think is going to take this home? And I know, Joe, we ended up on different sides of this bracket. I'm in Team Diego, but you think Andrew's bringing it home.
Well, it's a dead heat between the casters, and you can see why. It's hard to back against a previous world champion. I'm feeling that from what I've seen from Andrew, he's just such a phenomenal competitor. And I do happen to think that his build of Dragapult EX will have enough answers to this single prize Alakazam archetype. Diego does have a lot of defensive cards that can help out against the dangerous Phantom Dive attacks, against the Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory, but I think that Andrew just about has the edge here with his list.
I've been looking at recent tournaments, and Dragapult has been the best deck for a while. No one's arguing that. But it didn't win the last European regional of the season, and it didn't win the last North American regional of the season, and it didn't win North American internationals, and it didn't win Japan championships, and it was the best deck in all of those tournaments going in. And I just think sooner or later, Dragapult gets got, and I think this is the game where Dragapult gets got. But I do think it's going to be close. I think it could go either way, and I do think might be a pretty good matchup we're going to watch.
Well, if the casters can't decide who's going to win, it's going to come down to these players. Let's have a look and remind ourselves at some of the accomplishments from both sides here. Andrew Hedrick, a 5-time regional champion, NAIC champion. His best world's finish to date has only been top 32. He's absolutely eclipsed that right now. But another great stat for Andrew is that he's only come second in the 7 finals that he's attended in. He is so locked in for these finals.
He has lost 1 final out of 7. That is a pretty good record as you go in, and Diego, a whole bunch of results there. But the one that really stands above all of them is that World Championships final, that title over in 2017 with that Gardevoir GX. Let's take a look at some prizes. Anything coming down that terrifies you, Joe?
Not too much.
Well, Witching Energy's not great.
Night Stretcher and the Ace Spec for Diego, not ideal either. So both players are going to have to navigate their prizes in this situation.
Okay, looks like we are getting ready to start. People in the Chase Center, it's time to get loud! That's exactly what I was talking about. Good work. Now, proud of you, Chase Center. Doing your job very nicely. Helping us out here.
Players have the fist bump. We are off in the Masters division.
This is game 1 out of a best of 3, and it looks like we're starting off with Andrew Hedrick with a Badu in the active. Diego has got an Abra. It is a buddy popping for Andrew. That is going to allow him to go and grab 2 basic Pokemon. Joe, give us a quick rundown of his Dragapult deck while he searches.
Well, it may not be the first time you've seen it this weekend. We even saw it in the Juniors division, but this archetype is built all around the Stage 2 Dragapult EX, meaning that Andrew's priority will be finding, first of all, early Dreepy, and then working his way into Dracloak. Having that Recon Directive ability grants you so much access to the deck that you will be able to string together all sorts of combos, and it's no bad thing that the Dragapult itself has a phenomenal attack in Phantom Dive, dishing out 200 damage to the active, but also, crucially, placing 6 counters on your opponent's benched Pokemon in any way that you like. And it's how creative Andrew can be, where he's going to find his edges in this set.
Yeah, you're looking to take multiple KOs, set up Pokemon 3-4 turns down the road. You need to be able to see the future if you're playing this Dragapult deck. Well, the Buddy Poffin is going to go out, get Andrew a couple of Dreepy down onto the bench. That is going to evolve up into Dragapult. And a second Buddy Poffin, turn 1, double Poffin. That is a dream of many a Pokemon player. So we can start seeing even more basics here. If you want to get an army of Dreepy down on the bench, this is a good way to start, but we are weaving in a Dunsparce there, which of course evolves into Dunsparce. That is going to be your draw engine.
Both of our players here are utilizing this as a sort of secondary engine within their main evolution line. So it's an amazing start for Andrew here to have access to 3 Dreepy in addition to the Dunsparce, opening up all sorts of opportunities for him to draw on that second turn of the game as he evolves up into his Pokemon. So all things considered, this is a phenomenal turn 1 for him.
It's everything you're looking for. Turn 1 going first, you're not allowed to attack, you're not allowed to play a supporter. What you really want to do is establish a whole bunch of basic Pokemon. You'd like an energy. Does not look like we're going to see that, Andrew. That is, well, can you see one in the hand there, Joe?
All I can see is Dracloak for next turn, a Meowth EX possibly for next turn as well. That's all I'm seeing here right now.
Well, at least you got your basic Pokemon. You don't get your energy, but you can pass over to Diego knowing you're in a pretty good position. And we do pass over Diego's first turn of these finals. Aber in the active, decent start. What do we have? We're looking for Pokemon Search, and it's only one Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Yeah.
But we do have a Buddy Buddy Poffin.
One seems to be enough. I think there's also a Pokepad in this hand as well. So Diego will start to sift through his cards. Once again, his evolution line, not only a great attacking threat, but also he can draw cards throughout the game as he evolves up. The Kadabra allows you to draw 2 when it comes into play with that Psychic Draw ability. Alakazam gets you 1 additional card, a great bonus, and that powerful hand attack as well, dishing out more damage counters for the number of cards in your hand. So throughout this set, we're going to be looking at Diego's hand, not just for what it contains, but also the raw size of the hand is what's required to reach knockouts.
And that's something we're going to be tracking throughout the game. We're going to be looking at Andrew's opportunities to disrupt the hand. We're going to be looking for things like the special red card, things like the unfair stamp, these cards that can lower Diego's hand size, trying to make it as difficult as possible to rebuild it. You need 16 cards in hand to get a KO on a clean Dragapult EX. It's absolutely possible. We've seen it plenty of times this weekend, but Andrew's job is to make it as difficult as possible for Diego to pull that off. A Dunsparce of his own for Diego, and just having a little bit of a look. Now, it is worth noting we have 6 cards that go down as your prizes to begin the game. Those cards are inaccessible until you draw them as prize cards by taking knockouts. So the reason you see these players doing long searches in the early game, they are just looking for which cards are missing so that they know what they don't have access to. Diego right now is thinking, oh, that enriching energy, hope I draw that soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially important as Hilda is one of the crucial supporter cards he will look towards throughout this game. The Enriching Energy would be a way to unlock some draw out of this supporter, but instead he's just going to have to rely on the telepathic Psychic Energy to not only attack, but also to get additional Abra into play, because it can search out basic Psychic Pokemon. Part of the reason why this archetype is so consistent is the 4 copies of this telepathic energy.
Yeah, perfect order coming in with that. Really did give a power spike to this deck. We've gone and grabbed a Kadabra for next turn. Of course, we know that Badoo with that Itchy Pollen attack is going to be turning off the use of item cards. So it is in your best interest when you're playing against Badoo to proactively play your items, maybe even a turn early, because you can Pokepad now and get your Kadabra. Next turn, that Pokepad will not be available, but you will have the Kadabra ready to evolve, draw 2 cards, and hopefully work towards your main attacker. A Battle Cage goes down, and that's going to be big in this matchup, right, Joe?
This is going to be a crucial war that we have during the entire series, where the stadiums land, because Diego wants to keep this Battle Cage in play for as long as possible, preventing the damage counters from being placed on benched Pokemon by effective attacks or abilities, which is essentially everything Andrew is trying to construct. So whenever you can find those stadium bumps, that's really important. But look at this, Recon Directive into Recon Directive. Andrew is flowing right now.
All 3 Dracloak come down nice and easily. You had 3 turn 1 Dreepy, 3 turn 2 Dracloak. Absolutely what you're looking for. Each of those lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, 1 to your hand, 1 to the bottom of your deck, and that gives you your draw engine as you keep rolling. This is what you want to do. Slow the game down with Badoo, build up your Dragon Army on the bench, and it is going beautifully for Andrew.
The Crispin is the supporter for the turn here, so Andrew can begin to power up multiple Dracloak. He could likely put 2 energy onto 1 bench Pokemon or spread out his attachments just to save him the headache later on in the game. But no, we are seeing 2 energy onto 1 Dracloak here. It may not indicate that we're going to get aggressive this turn with a Dragon Headbutt, but he's certainly eyeing up an attack on the next turn.
He absolutely is. One of the things you've got to watch with Dragapult, it is a 2 energy attack. So cards like Crispin and cards like Rose's Encouragement, they are played in the deck so you can cheat just a tiny bit by getting 2 energy attachments in your turn rather than 1, so that you can get this Pokemon up and rolling a little bit faster, especially if you, say, miss an energy attachment on turn 1. There is that tiny chance that Diego could potentially go Rare Candy, Alakazam, Energy, Boss's Orders, KO Dracloak. Is that something Andrew's worried about?
Not so much, especially if you're going to use the Itchy Pollen here. I feel like that has to be the line of play this turn.
Yeah.
You're just going to go for Itchy Pollen and hope that this item disruption can really slow down. No.
Oh, it is proactive, Joe. He's going for it. It is a Dragon Headbutt. onto the Abra. First KO goes to Andrew Hedrick. No more Badoo, no more item lock. It is a proactive first KO here. That is not what most people would have been expecting.
Things get really odd already in this finals. There's a Dawn top deck from Diego Casaraga. Perhaps the only reason Andrew went for this line of play was there was no supporter from Diego on his first turn of the game. But now we're going to see the runaway draw. If we can find a rare candy from these 3 cards, Ross, things could get explosive.
You don't
Not quite, but we do find the Pheasantipity EX.
That's going to be 3 more cards. It's got the ability, flip the script. If you had a Pokemon code last turn, you get to draw 3 more cards. So you're going to have access to more cards. And now you don't even need to use something like a Boss's Orders. If you just get Rare Candy, Alakazam Energy, you not only knock out the Drag Cloak, but more importantly, you remove all the energy from the board. There's your telepathic psychic energy. That's going to go and get a couple more Abra if you want to, if they're available.
Yep, absolutely. This is a really disciplined choice from Diego. Make sure you pull these Pokemon out of the deck before you use your Flip the Script from Pheasantipity EX. Possibly you might even think to use the Dawn Supporter as well before committing to this draw 3, because you can continue to pull Pokemon out. There we go. We are going to see the Dawn Supporter. So the Alakazam will be a crucial. The stage 2 is a no-brainer. What else is he going to cherry pick here? Already has access to the Genesect in hand.
There's your Kadabra. That's going to be able to evolve next turn, draw a couple of cards. And then you get to get a basic as well. Presumably, I'd think a Dunsparce to evolve up into the Dunsparce. There we go. So that's going to essentially reset your draw engine. The Dunsparce draws 3 cards, but goes back into your deck. So one of the things you need to do is to just keep resetting it. Try and make sure you always end your turn with a Dunsparce on the bench, so that next turn you can evolve, use Runaway Draw, and then round and round we go. You don't need many cards in hand. You only need 5 to KO a Dracloak, so I'm not worried about hand size.
No.
It's just Rare Candy now. That's all we need.
And there are 3 copies within Diego's list. And here we go. 3 cards from Pheasantipity.
Show me Rare Candy. No, no, no. Oh, that's a bit sad. That would have been great. That would have been such a huge turn, because you get rid of all the energy, you get rid of the Dracloak, you even up the prizes. Instead, you just don't really have a great response. And that's going to allow Andrew to really go as the aggressor. Draw 2 cards here. And we've got Buddy Buddy Poffin and a Dedenne. We're going to bench that Dunsparce to potentially evolve and draw cards next turn. But a real missed opportunity here. The lack of Rare Candy, not through lack of trying, I might add, but the lack of Rare Candy means no evolution here, no real attack. You can Super Psybolt for 30, but that's not the same, Joe.
I don't think we're going to see that. And it looks like Diego considering benching Dedenne or Genesect here, because he wants to retreat out of this Kadabra. Could also use this Buddy Buddy Poffin while he has the opportunity to possibly even put another Dunsparce into play here. That would be a decent sacrificial Pokemon. Expecting a Phantom Dive to come back your way next turn.
And hoping that that Battlecade sticks. That Battlecade will stop the residual damage counters from Phantom Dive KOing an Abra. Because Abra's only got like 50 HP. It's very, very, very low HP for an evolving basic. So that will just be cleanly taken out by a Dragapult, but Battle Cage is stopping it right now. It means there's a single KO coming from from what we assume is going to be a Dragapult next turn, rather than a double. If you're Diego, you are hoping that Battle Cage stays in play. Andrew does have 2 copies of Risky Ruins. That is going to be target number 1 next turn. Yep. Well, after a Dragapult.
No doubt it's going to be the retreat from Diego so that he doesn't have to find the Rare Candy on the next turn. But it's a big sigh of relief. Andrew took a gamble in this game number 1 with the Dragon Headbutt, but it's really worked out.
It really did. That could have absolutely been punished by a Rare Candy Alakazam. It wasn't, and now Andrew gets some potential to just keep taking prizes. We've got an Ultra Ball in hand, so the Dragapult isn't going to be an issue. It is a stadium we're really looking for at this point. We've got a Pokepad. That's going to go and get a non-rule box Pokemon, generally a non-EX nowadays, and it is going to be the Dunsparce to go and draw more cards. This could go really, really well for Andrew on turn 2.
We're seeing 3 cards already from Runaway Draw. We also have a 7-card dig in total if we're looking with our Recon Directors for key pieces. There's already Boss's Orders in the hand for Andrew as well that he might look to use either on the Kadabra, once again forcing Rare Candy, or even trying to bring on that Pheasantipity EX can be such a nuisance for Diego. It's a Pokemon that he would rather not put into play, but you can see why he opted for it. Trying to find that Rare Candy would have been massive. The fact that it's whiffed and now that there's this Liability EX in play things could get even more awkward for him.
It's one of these huge swing turns. Had Diego hit the rare candy, you get to take all the energy off the board, get rid of a cloak, but by missing it, you give your opponent the opportunity to potentially have a huge swing turn of their own. It's the stadium card, Risky Ruins. That's what we're really looking for here. Remove the Battlecade, allow a double KO. Second recon directive comes down, and it is a Risky Ruins that he's drawn off the top. That is going to allow a double KO here with that Dragapult. Absolutely huge hit off of that recon directive for Andrew.
This game is already looking so incredible for Andrew. With the Ultra Ball already in hand, he can find a Dragapult EX. And now that he finds the stadium, it's a no-brainer to bring up that Kadabra, being able to knock out both a Kadabra and Abra, leaving Diego with just one of those vulnerable basic Pokemon, and forcing him to find more throughout the game will also open up even more opportunities for Andrew to take those cheap prize cards.
Absolutely. We see an Ultra Ball discarding 2, Crushing Hammer, because why get rid of energy? You're doing very well, and there is no energy. The Dragapult comes down, so all we need now is to replace the stadium. The double KO is there, but I agree with you, Joe. We're looking to see a boss's orders. That is what Andrew is probably going to be playing here. Bring up that Kadabra, and then go and get the double KO. Get the Kadabra, get one of the Abra, and really put Diego in a really bad position. Not just down 3 prizes, but down 3 prizes with just one of that evolution line, one Abra, and nothing else on the board.
Andrew even gets to stay topped up on attachments. Everything is going flawlessly for him in this game number 1. And you have to see the boss's orders coming into play. No, it is going to be the Pheasantipity EX coming out.
And this is not too shabby. Now, you do
200 damage.
Absolutely. And the thing here is, you then leave it with 10 HP remaining. At some point, there's going to be a Phantom Dive. You're going to drop a damage counter on there. Interestingly, chose not to play the Risky Ruins. Didn't go for the double KO. Now, one thing that is worth noting now, if there is an Abra left, and that's a big if, 5 damage counters on an Abra, 1 damage counter on a Pheasantipity. Right. We could get a triple KO next turn, but now we're over to Diego drawing a whole bunch of cards. We've already got the Alakazam. Do we have, is there any way we could get this Dragapult this turn?
We absolutely can. There's already the Air Balloon in hand, so Diego could retreat the active Pokemon and still have a manual attachment to the Alakazam that he's just evolved into. And with a flurry of more Psychic draws and potential Runaway draw, there's no doubt that we can reach here with Diego. Already has a lot of cards in the hand.
We just drew 2 more with Kadabra, that Psychic draw. We're now drawing 3 more with the Runaway draw of the Dunsparce. You get 2 cards when you evolve into Kadabra, 3 when you evolve into Alakazam. Now, it is worth noting that Andrew didn't take a KO last turn, so Pheasantipity will not be able to flip the script and draw 3 cards. That was probably part of his thinking when he chose not to take the KO. And Diego here, the magic number is 16. 16 cards in hand. You need to play the Air Balloon, you need to play an Energy, and you need 16 cards in hand to pull this off.
I counted 17 in the hand, and you have to play 2 from here, but you still have your supporter that can plus you cards. But crucially, it means he can't play Eri this turn. And there's currently the special red card in Andrew Hedrick's hand from early on in this game.
Oh, it's a double Air Balloon, but the second one comes down onto a Genesect, which means the Ace Nullifier is active, which means Andrew is not allowed to play his Ace Spec, which in this case would be the Unfair Stamp, which would put Diego down to a 2-card hand, which is very, very bad. But now we play Dawn. You get 1 card out of your hand, you search 3 Pokemon. That is a +2 in hand in total. And I think if I followed your maths, that might put us on to 16, Joe?
I'm hoping so. If not, there is still the final Runaway draw that's available to Diego. He would much rather hold off of this, if he can, to have some sort of springboard back from potential disruption.
We're going to have to wait and see. In a moment, we unfortunately do not have a live count of cards in hand. If nothing else, we know that Diego is very close to having 16 cards in hand and getting this KO.
This one is 15, and you can rare candy into Alakazam. That would -2, but you're getting the +1 back from the Psychic draw. So Diego would be able to really bolster up the hit points of lots of his Pokemon here. You can see he's eyeing up that rare candy in hand.
I just got a note in my ear. We've got 15 cards in hand. That's what we're seeing right now. So if we rare candy Alakazam, that goes down to 13, but the Psychic draw draws 3, puts you up to 16, and that would be the magic number, and that would be an absolutely gigantic KO from Diego. That would be a huge point in the... It feels like every turn so far, Joe, has been a huge turning point in the game, but I'm sorry, we're not exaggerating. That's just what's happening.
And Diego's going to have one final check, but he has already counted a couple of times.
I counted with him. It is 16. It is definitely 16 cards. We retreat the Fezandipti. The Alakazam goes into the active, and we are going to see a powerful hand dropping 32 damage counters and getting a fresh one-hit KO on an undamaged Dragapult. There's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16. That's the KO. Diego Casaraga takes his first KO of the game, and it is a gigantic one.
Even plucking the enriching energy from those prizes might end up being influential as well. It wasn't just that we were able to take the knockout, but Diego was also able to do it with the Ace Nullifier Genesect coming into play with a tool attached as well. So Diego is thinking, from this position, he can't be hand disrupted this turn. Diego is going to be able to sit on this large hand size.
Special red card only comes in if you've taken 3 prizes, which you haven't. Unfair stamp can't be played if there's a Genesect with a tool, which there is. And there's no judge in Andrew's list like we've seen on other games this weekend on the stream. So right now, Diego's hand is safe with an enriching energy as well for next turn. And now Andrew's in a really awkward position because it now feels a little bit like your prize racing, but after that giant KO.
Well, he still has a decent amount of draw to help him get there, and he does already have a Dracloak powered up with 1 Psychic Energy, so I feel like he's going to be still working towards at least the Phantom Dive, and we've seen the Risky Ruins come down as well. So Andrew had the opportunity on the previous turn to take out a Kadabra and an Abra, but he's been holding off on this Stadium card. There's no doubt that he has a plan in mind, because from where I was standing, it seemed like an obvious play, but Andrew has something else cooked up.
And Andrew knew that that was a possibility. When he took that chance last turn where he hit the Fezandipti but didn't KO it, he knew that this could have been the plan. He is planning for this. Let's see what he's got.
I can see why. He's holding the Rosa's Encouragement supporter cards. You need to have a Stage 2 Pokemon in play, but crucially, you also need to be behind on prize cards to gain access to the acceleration effect here. As you can see, a Psychic Energy and Fire Energy that was just removed from play instantly back into the equation. So Andrew is being able to chain these Phantom Dives no problem. And now he has a really strong opportunity here. Can he even weave in a Monkey Dory attachment from this position to take advantage of his own Risky Ruins? Doesn't look like it, so he's just going to have to come into the active with his Dragapult EX.
This is going to be 3 prizes. KO on the Alakazam is easy. 1 damage counter on the Fezandipti for a 2-prize KO is easy. And there, it's just where does the other 5 go? You could put 5 on a Genesect to leave it 6 damage counters away from being KO'd, or you could spread it around some of the Pokemon on the bench if you prefer. Here comes a KO, and it is 1 onto the Fezandipti, 5 onto the Genesect, and that means that Genesect is now a sitting duck. At any point, Andrew can just go 6 damage counters, yay, extra KO.
Andrew has put himself in a position where, as long as he's able to bounce a Battle Cage that we've just seen Diego draw into and will certainly re-establish, it will just be 1 Phantom Dive to close the game on the next turn. What can Diego do to respond in that instance? We know his hand size is colossal.
But needs to be a KO on the Dragapult, and he needs to get this Battle Cage back down. There is the Battle Cage. There is an energy. So the attack is here. You've got the free retreat with the Air Balloon on the Genesect. You've got your Alakazam with an energy. That's fine. Cards in hand. I mean, he's just counting it here just to make sure there are 16 cards.
That's the deck, Ross. I can see why you're confused, because they're about the same size right now.
I keep seeing Alakazam players, they pick up their hand and their deck, and it's a pretty even ripple shuffle. We see them pulling off.
I actually think Diego has more cards in the hand right now.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 by my count. That is going to be enough to get a KO on that Dragapult. And then you're just asking questions of Andrew at that point. That's what Diego's going to be doing, asking these questions. Do you have a Fire Energy? Do you have a Dragapult? Do you have a Risky Ruins? If the answer to all 3 is yes, it might not matter what Diego does. So here we have a look at the hand. What do we get? Oh, special red card is being selected, and a Night Stretcher as well.
2 big hits, honestly, Ross. That Night Stretcher might be even more impactful, because all Andrew has to construct next turn is a knockout with Phantom Dive, as long as he can find a Stadium. And Diego has already now got the information that there's no draw supporter in Andrew's hand, and there's also not that second Stadium yet.
It would need to be a Meowth, search for a supporter, and then try and hit everything you need off of that. You don't, look at Andrew's hand. There's no energy, there's no Dragapult, there's no Risky Ruins. There's 3 things Andrew needs. Right now, he has none, and Diego knows. he doesn't have any of them. So here we are going to just retreat the Genesect. Alakazam is going to go into the active, and it is going to be, and I mean this literally and figuratively, a powerful hand, which is going to take a KO. But first, it is just going to be that runaway draw, drawing 3 cards from the Dunsparce.
Yeah, forcing that Eerie meant that we had to use runaway draw here to still have a critical mass of cards in hand. So Diego's going to shuffle up the Dunsparce that was just back into the deck. But it looks like we are now topped up back into the critical mass for a KO with powerful hand here. The good news for Andrew is after this Dragapult is knocked out, it's only a single prize board. So he may have a couple of turns. He may not even go for a Meowth EX next turn. He may just try and go for a few turns, trying to recon direct and use the Dunsparce over multiple turns to close out this victory.
That could be a plan. We have a couple of Dunsparce hitting the bench there for Diego, and it is just going to be a powerful hand. There's a big KO on Dragapult. Diego goes down to just 2 prize cards remaining. One more Dragapult KO, and Diego will take this first game, but Andrew has something to say about it. Purdue goes into the active. It's got free retreat. It can pivot really easily. That's why we see that. And now the question is, what does Andrew have? Big top deck here. It's an unfair stamp, which isn't allowed to be played. But we got a runaway draw, and that is going to be used immediately. Fire Energy gets hit. That's
Dragapult already. That means we're just a stadium away from closing the game here. Genesect on the bench has 60 hit points remaining. That's perfect for Phantom Dive. It could all be over here after a couple of Recon Directive.
I just want to go back a couple of turns when Andrew hit that Pheasant Dipty for 200, which meant he only needed to put 1 damage counter on Pheasant Dipty, which meant he could put 5 on Genesect, which means he can now put 6 on Genesect and take the game. That is what Dragapult players like Andrew do. They are setting up these, free turns ahead. So there we see a second Recon Directive. We're looking for Risky Ruins. If we see that, Andrew should be taking this first game. It's a Psychic Energy. It's not Risky Ruins, Joe.
It's not what you're looking for, but it might be enough. Now you can attach Psychic Energy to your other Cloak, and even just go for an Itchy Pollen this turn. This gives you another chance at it, because Diego still has 2 prize cards left. Yep, that's what we're going to see, the safe line of play from Andrew Hedrick. Just having 2 threats online.
And it's worth noting that Genesect isn't going anywhere. It can't evolve out of it. Nothing is moving. We do see a Boss's Orders played by Andrew. That is going to grab a Dunsparce into the active. Really just trying to make things a little bit more awkward. There is an Itchy Pollen. There will be no item cards for Diego next turn. And Andrew just says, look, I don't have it this turn. Give me a minute. I'll find it.
Just 1 stadium and still a fairly sizable deck for Andrew to sift through on the next turn. As for Diego, it's really easy to get this single prize knockout. We can already move our active Dunsparce whilst drawing additional cards here. He's used his only disruption. The Eerie Supporter is all Diego has. Otherwise, he tries to be an aggressive deck in every situation. One cool play Diego could look for is the knockout with Kadabra here rather than Alakazam, seeing as though it's just a 30 hit point Budu. Alternatively, Diego could go for a Boss's Orders play to limit the Recon Directive or the potential of runaway draw from Andrew. That's probably his highest impact supporter this turn.
I would think so. I think you really need to try and do this if you have the option, which absolutely Diego does. Dracloak comes into the active, and this is going to be 1 fewer Recon Directive. Because honestly, Diego's winning this next turn. That is not an issue. Diego is going to get the victory next turn. The issue is, can Andrew get it 1 turn earlier? Can he get the Dragapult, the Fire Energy, the Risky Ruins, and get this double KO? Diego has to make it as difficult as possible while keeping up with this prize race. There is a KO on the Dracloak. Easily enough cards in hand. He needed 5. He had, I don't know, like 15, 16, something like that. I'm not even counting. It's too many. Now, this really is the turn. Andrew has to have it this turn. Diego is 1 knockout, 1 prize away from winning game 1. Andrew has to piece it together right now, or it will be too late. We need Dragapult. We need Fire Energy. We need Risky Ruins.
2 of those pieces already in the hand. Andrew already has access to Meowth EX and Ultra Ball as well, so could be a Flip the Script getting involved, could also be a Dunsparce once again helping him out here. The Fire Energy is always going to be committed as we are getting down to the final turn of the game, and we are always evolving up into our Dragapult EX as well. Will we simply, well, we're going to try and thin the deck with Buddy Buddy Poffin if there is anything. Is there that final Budu even in the deck? Yes, there is.
This is something we see a lot of players do. You take cards you don't need out of the deck so that when you're blind drawing, like just a draw free, your chance of hitting what you want is slightly higher because there are fewer cards that you don't want to hit in the deck. We're going to see an Ultra Ball get played here. Andrew is going to be searching for something. You think Pheasantipity, Joe? I think you might be right. It draws 3 cards, and Andrew is thinning the deck beautifully while we see this. Now, we are going to see the Meowth come down first because we need to take the supporter out before we draw with Pheasantipity. It is going to be a Lily's Determination, which the question is, are you going to hit it better when you Lily and then Fez, or Fez and then Lily?
You absolutely Lily first in this instance. There we go. We're going to be shuffling up, and Andrew is trying to give himself potentially 12 draws out of this deck. He's actually doing a full count of his deck right now.
There's 13. I think 13. I counted 13.
The reason to go for Pheasantipity in this instance before getting the Dunsparce is that now he also has outs to the Poker Pad that remain in his deck. So he will be able to see 6 cards from this Lily's Determination, in addition to potentially 6 more from his abilities.
And it is all down to the risky ruins. Right now, Dragapult is KOing that active Alakazam. That is not an issue. But you need to be able to drop 6 damage counters on that bench Genesect to get the KO, take your 6th prize, and win the game. Right now, Battle Cage is stopping those damage counters being placed because it is an effective an attack. So Andrew is searching for the risky ruin Stadium card. That will get rid of the Battle Cage, and that will allow the damage to go through. Show me risky ruin. There it is! In the hand! And Andrew is going to get rid of the Battle Cage. Dragapult comes active. KO on the Alakazam, KO on the bench Genesect, and Andrew Hedrick is going to take game number 1, just 1 game away now from being crowned World Champion.
What a thrilling game number 1 here in the Masters Division Finals. Andrew Hedrick taking things slow on those final couple turns. So well identified to take a turn off while he had a single prize board state. But Ross, I'm most interested in that turn number 2, where we got aggressive with a Dragon Headbutt.
Absolutely. Well, let's go back to the whole of game 1. Let's have a little bit of a look how we got there. We see the retreat from the Badu here, the Dracloak. This was that turn number 2, the aggressive KO on the Abra, starting the prize trade, saying, I don't need Badu right now. Diego's deck did what Diego's deck does, drawing a whole bunch of cards, but it was the whiff of the rare candy on that second turn so that you didn't get the Alakazam attack. That put Diego 1 turn behind, which turned absolutely crucial. Here we see the Dragapult putting 1 damage on the Pheasantipity for the KO, 5 on the Genesect, setting it up for what would be the turn later. Diego takes a second KO on a Dragapult, but it's irrelevant in the end. Andrew hits the risky ruins. The Dragapult gets a double KO on the Alakazam and on the Genesect, and that was enough for Andrew to take a victory. Diego was 1 prize away, 1 turn away. It didn't matter. Andrew got to 6 prize cards first and is 1 game up in our World Championship final.
What an impressive display from both players so far in this Masters final. They both put themselves in the best position possible. Diego was almost certainly winning on the next turn. Andrew was able to find those pieces and really pick together a nice combination. Diego's been in these tough positions before. He's been on this stage before 9 years ago. He's not going to be put under too much pressure. He's seen it all in the Pokémon TCG. And you can see that he's not even sweating out there, Ross, despite having that beanie on his head.
I mean, he's already got one of these trophies at home. He's just trying to add to his trophy cabinet. Andrew might have to make one, although to be fair, he's got a few victories of his own. Now, what we see happening here is a mulligan. When you start the Pokémon TCG, you need to have a basic Pokémon to begin the game. If you don't have a basic Pokémon, you shuffle your hand into your deck, you draw a new opening hand, and then if you've got a basic Pokémon, you carry on. If not, you repeat. For every time you mulligan, your opponent has the opportunity to draw 1 extra card, almost as like an apology. Sorry you had to wait for me to go and get a basic. Have an extra card, and then we go.
So getting into this game number 2 then, will it be Hedrick's Hammers or Casuraga's Cutlery? The fist bump from our players. And one big advantage for Diego in this game number 2, he should have the advantage of going first. As we saw, Andrew took full advantage of his evolution Pokemon early in that game number 1. In this case, Diego could be the aggressor.
Absolutely could. We see the first Buddy Buddy popping. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Chase Center, we've been a bit quiet. We are in the Masters Final. Make some noise! I like these guys. They make noise when we ask them to. It makes me very happy. Having a look at Diego's prizes here, there is an Abra and a Kadabra and a Genesect. He plays 2.
Yep.
But that enriching energy is somehow there again, Joe.
Well, the only good news is that it's towards the top of those prize cards, so in theory, Diego could access them once again.
Just move one spot over to the right.
Yes, absolutely. Ooh, look at that. 2 Budu and the Risky Ruins, and the only copy of the Dunsparce for Andrew.
That's bad prizes. The early game is Badu. Risky Ruins is your answer to Battle Cage, and like you say, there's only one the Dunsparce in the deck. That is genuinely horrible prizes. That's some of the worst we've seen all weekend.
That is far from ideal. So often the Dragapult EX archetype relies on Itchy Pollen in the opening turns to sort of stem the setup of other decks so that you can pick apart lower hit point Pokemon. That won't be available to Andrew, but also we know that the Stadium is such a key card in this instance that Diego will try and lock that Battle Cage in play for as long as possible. Game number 1 was decided exactly because of the Risky Ruins, so Andrew, without having immediate access to that card, may have far less options.
Absolutely. And the thing is, Diego's playing for Battle Cage, so you don't think, when do I play it? You just play it. It just hits the board. You don't worry about it. And it's then down to when your opponent can bump it and how often they can, and then when you can re-establish. If that Risky Ruins takes a while to come out the prize cards, and Diego can just get rid of the first Risky Ruins, that is going to be absolutely huge. So we do see Diego doing this first deck search here, trying to figure out which of those 6 cards are in the prizes. So far, we've got an Abra in the active, we've got an Abra on the bench, and a Dunsparce on the bench. Decent start, and it's worth noting that because Diego has a single prize attacker, this turn 1 energy attachment so much less important than it is for Andrew.
Yeah, all things considered, this is already a very decent start for Diego. We'll also get to peek his hand at this stage. It looks like he's holding on to a decent chunk of supporters there as well for the next turn. So action over to Andrew then. Let's see how at least his opening hand has treated him. I see an Ultra Ball. We might be trying to find a Meowth EX to save us here. His hand otherwise is pretty poor.
Yeah, that is not a great opening. I mean, we're eyeing up a Dracloak and a Dreepy to be discarded with Ultra Ball. You can't really get rid of your special red card because that's one of only 2 hand disruption cards you've got, and they're absolutely crucial in this matchup. But you see Andrew changing his mind a little bit. It's a really horrible decision here. It is a Dracloak, and it's either Dreepy or Darkness Energy. That's the decision he's making right now. And he is changing his mind.
It's so unorthodox to think about getting rid of your key evolution line and draw engine. Andrew is playing 3 copies of Night Stretcher in his deck. That might be part of the reason why we're seeing him be so liberal discarding these Pokemon. In many ways, it actually gives you more outs towards your Dracloak during the game. So Andrew might be doing the unorthodox play that may pay off. And the reason why he was valuing that Darkness Energy so much was to try and get an early Budu. But it's not there, Ross.
It's not there, unfortunately. Both Budu are in the prizes, and that energy was going to give a nice way to retreat your active Dreepy,
Right.
put Budu active. He's got a 0 energy attack. Andrew's just figured out his prizes are absolutely horrible. His opening hand is, to put it lightly, far from ideal. So Meowth comes down, searches out a supporter card. That is going to be Lily's Determination. You shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 6 cards. But if you haven't taken a prize yet, if you've got exactly 6 remaining, you get to draw 8 cards instead. And hopefully this lot of 8 cards is going to be better than the 7 with which Andrew began the game.
The irony here is that Andrew may still just use this Night Stretcher and get back Dreepy before using this Lily's Determination. Yeah, I think now that the Darkness Energy is just far less useful, he may just grab back this basic. Yep, it's coming back into play. That was always an option from the hand, and now he will see 8 fresh cards. Chooses, of course, not to attach the Darkness Energy. That would have been so handy with access to Budu. That's what he already had in mind, but that's not available to him in this position. So instead, he's going to look to try and find the Psychic or Fire Energy, possibly to stash on the bench somewhere.
And the difference here is essentially you're setting up like you would normally, but you don't have Itchy Pollen. You're still setting up your Dracloak. You're still trying to get your energy down. You're just not able to turn off items while you do so. But Andrew does have free Dreepy out turn 1, which is not too shabby. Going to be looking for a bunch of Dracloak next turn. Let's see how these 8 cards from Lily's Determination treat him. There is another Dreepy, so we can go up to 4 if we wish. There is a Dunsparce, although by now Andrew knows the only Dunsparce is prized.
And look at that, case in point. He's drawn into a Night Stretcher. That's his only way to cloak next turn, so that discard from Ultra Ball is really saving him right now.
I Absolutely. You can draw into it, you can draw into an Ultra Ball, or you can draw into a Night Stretcher. And there is a Night Stretcher, and it is just going to be straight for that Dracloak. That will be evolving up next turn. All things considered, you got 4 Dreepy, you got your energy attachment, not too shabby. We pass on over to Diego. We get the evolution into Kadabra. Psychic Draw gets 2 cards. It's a Psychic Energy and a Telepathic Energy, which is lovely for getting more Abra if you need them. And we've got some options in hand if we're Diego.
Yeah, already the telepathic energy in hand, so some more Abra can flood onto this board. And with a Dawn supporter, there's still the opportunity to run away, draw, and see a rare candy. If that could come together, once again, Diego could be in such a powerful position. A reminder, 3 copies within the deck for Diego, currently not in the hand, but he would have 3 draws to help him get there, and he's already thinning the deck quite nicely of these basic Pokemon.
That is the goal. Early doors, get your basic Pokemon, thin your deck, and then draw as many cards as you can afterwards. When you evolve into Kadabra, you get cards. When you evolve into Alakazam, you get cards. When you evolve into the Dunsparce, you get cards. Fezandipti goes down, what does that do? It gets cards. That is most of what the deck does. Genesect is the outlier, but we like him. He turns off A-Spec so he can stay.
Yeah, he keeps your hand large, especially against the unfair stamp A-Spec from Andrew Hedrick. So far, Andrew's just discarded his A-Spec in game number 1 because of the safety net of that Genesect. In this instance, we're seeing Diego grab that runaway draw to Dunsparce and will end this search on an Alakazam, no doubt. But will he opt to draw these 3 cards? There's opportunities for rare candy. Even finding that air balloon could be so vital for him. Oftentimes we've seen Diego opt to not take prize cards until he has the Ace Nullifier developed.
That is sometimes what we are going to see. Well, it is going to be an Alakazam, a Dunsparce, and a Genesect coming out from Dawn. That is your stage 1, your basic, and your stage 2. Such a good supporter in a deck like this, where you are playing a stage 2 line. Here is your first runaway draw of this game 2, drawing 3 cards with the Dunsparce, popping it back into the deck. What were you in, Joe?
Rare candy action.
Oh, I like a bit of rare candy.
Could be getting into an early attack. Now, there is the threat of the unfair stamp that can sometimes be scary, but you've not been item locked. So you give yourself a huge amount of outs, even after going down to a 2-card hand, and that's even if, in the hypothetical situation, Andrew has access to it. So well, I feel like getting the pressure in early could be amazing for Diego here.
Any chance Diego might have a tool to attach to a Genesect, turn off, turn on Ace Nullifier, turn off Unfair Stab? I've not seen one myself.
No, I don't think it was there in the hand. I think that's the only thing holding us back from an obvious play, but I still feel like we're going to use Rare Candy. And of course, Alakazam can also help us see more cards, so there's still a chance for one of Diego's 3 tools to make their way into the hand.
It does feel like, and stop me if I'm wrong here, Joe, it feels like Unfair Stamp is way better when you're established. When you've got 4 Dreepy and no evolutions, it does feel like Unfair Stamp isn't as good. It's a lot of Pokemon draw, 2 Pokepad, and a Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, I don't see a tool in there, but you can at least try and establish maybe another Dunsparce with this final Buddy Poffin that's come into the hand. Having a board of 2 Dunsparce already feels pretty reasonable to get aggressive. I feel like Diego's going to do it here.
I mean, I would, but I always do, Joe. When there's a KO, I'm going for it. Diego's somewhat of a more careful player than I, but I do agree with your reasoning there. You've got 3 Dunsparce on the bench. You are set up as well as you can. So if you draw a Kadabra, you evolve and draw. You draw an Alakazam, you evolve and draw. If he draws the Dunsparce, he evolves and draws. He's got so many outs next turn, if an Unfair Stamp does come down, that it feels like he's protected as well as he can without playing a Genesect.
And in the best case scenario, Andrew would want to use Unfair Stamp alongside KOs. And right now, his board is just basic Pokemon, and he does not play Rare Candy of his own in the deck. So I think that's also something playing on Diego's mind, that he would quite welcome an Unfair Stamp if he could still just announce an attack on the next turn and still do some reasonable damage.
Yeah, that sounds like it might be pretty gosh darn nice. We have 2 Dunsparce in hand for Diego here. That means a potential draw of 6 more cards next turn.
Yep.
Now we need 4 in hand. I feel confident there is at least 4 in hand. It's not going to be a KO. It is just a pass. Does not want to run into the threat of Unfair Stamp. So a cautious start here from Diego. See if it pays off in the end. But we're seeing some unexpected plays here in the final, Joe.
Well, that's why they're there and we're here, Ross. Let's see the second Dracloak now come onto the board for Andrew. Already holding on to a couple Crispin. Does have his 1 Stadium card. that he has available to him in hand right now. Of course, this will be a building turn. There's not much else going on, so it will be a Crispin coming into play. Just start accelerating these energy. He can stash a Fire Energy to hand this turn. Maybe even attach the Darkness Energy to the active position. Could be an option for him. If Diego's going to keep waiting until he can find his tool, you may still want to attach to the Streepy just in case.
Well, we're going to be having a little bit of a search here with our Crispin. And, you know, whenever you play these cards like Crispin, it is another opportunity to just look through your deck. Yes, you did your first turn search. It's always nice to have a quick look again. Just double check. The deck is private information. No one's allowed to look, not even yourself. But anytime you get a chance to look in your deck, you can have a good look and just remind yourself what's there, especially when you're in a high-pressure situation like a World Championship final. So we do see a Psychic Energy coming down onto that Dracloak, 2 Dracloak, each with a Psychic Energy. It's a decent setup for Andrew, but it does feel like Diego has had a great start. Do you think you might regret not taking that KO last turn?
The more I justify it, I can see exactly why Diego's gone for this approach. You naturally play around the special red card much better by not taking a single prize KO, but also crucially, unlike in that game number 1, as we do see a Crushing Hammer Heads, the first of the set, the big difference from game number 1 is that there is also a Meowth EX in play. So Andrew can't do that sort of slow single prize board that he attempted to do in game number 1. Diego knows that if he's firing on all cylinders, he should be able to find a position to take 3 2-prize knockouts.
Well, there we go. If you can take 3 2-prize knockout, who worries about a little single-prize knockout here or there? It is an evolution into a Kadabra, drawing a couple of cards. We see an evolution into the Dunsparce, going back into the deck and drawing 3 more cards. So are you telling me, Joe, we might see a boss's orders coming and bringing that Meowth up, or is that something for later in the game?
You can certainly use the boss's orders now if you would like to. If you have access to that option, I think his priority really is getting this battle cage into play, but also trying to find a tool desperately. I imagine that there will be no knockout unless there's the Ace Nullifier developed.
Well, we just saw 3 cards drawn from that runaway draw onto Dunsparce, and I had a good look. I did not see a Pokemon tool coming out in there. So right now, that Ace Nullifier is not online. We know Genesect's in hand, but without a tool, it doesn't do very much. Alakazam comes down. That's 3 more cards drawn off of that Psychic draw. Still, no tool card being drawn. Diego's got a monster hand of cards, but I am not seeing any Pokemon tools in there whatsoever. Almost everything else. Oh, has he got an energy, actually? Yes, sorry, there's a telepathic.
That Crushing Hammer Heads is actually pretty impactful because we can't even use Enriching Energy to draw any additional cards because you have to attach a Psych Energy this turn to attack.
Well, that's something we didn't hit earlier, and it is worth pointing out. Generally speaking, single prize deck, a single energy deck, you don't mind too much about Crushing Hammer. But if you've got Crushing Hammer down, still no tool. But if you've got an energy already on the board, that means that you can weave in that enriching energy to draw 4 more cards. If you don't have an energy down, then you really can't use it on the same turn. But seriously, how has he not hit a Pokemon tool yet?
So unfortunate for Diego. We've just seen 3 runaway draws and some Psychic draw. Does that change the complexion of this game? Diego now thinking that there is a genuine threat of Phantom Dive once again sort of taking over the board if he's not careful. He's not been the aggressor so far because he thought he was a shoo-in for most likely a 2-prize knockout this turn whilst developing Genesect, but you can see him shift through the deck. There's the 3 tools all still there.
And the board here is fine. You've got 2 Dunsparce down, you've got a Kadabra down, you don't have an Abra, so Kadabra turns not into an out right now. But there's still, if you get an unfair stamp hit the board, Diego's still in a decent position to potentially try and draw out of it, but you're absolutely right. We wanted to see that Genesect, Diego especially. We see an energy coming down onto the Alakazam. Are we going to see a boss's orders? Yes, Diego's put it right to the front of his hand of cards there. I think you said yourself, Joe, we need to see a KO this turn. There comes a battle cage. It's actually onto the 2 energy Dracloak instead, so hunting energy rather than prizes here.
Yeah, he really wanted to not be forced into this position, but he felt like he sort of had to. In this case, you know that Andrew is only on a 4-card hand. You've limited one of those Recon Directive. On the previous turn, Andrew just used a Crispin, so in this case, Diego trying to attack Andrew's hand on his draw options. So it is just 1 Recon Directive. Andrew doesn't have much right now.
Well, let's see what the Recon Directive gives him an option for.
Catapult EX.
Okay, so that does give a Dragapult, but is there a Fire Energy in hand? Because you're going to need a Fire Energy if you're Andrew, if you're going to be attacking this turn.
But this is the worry. Again, with no rare candy in the list for Andrew, having to attack with this Dragapult feels so awkward, because then it can easily get knocked out with no hand disruptors for Andrew in his hand.
And in game one, every time Andrew Phantom dived, the damage counters had a really nice place to go. Onto the Pheasant Dipty, onto the Genesect, and then KOing the Genesect. Look at this board, Joe. Do you see, where do the damage counters go? Where's the best place?
It's tough right now. I feel like even attacking with Phantom Dive is just such a trap. I feel like we have to get out of here. But again, it's so intimidating when Diego's sat on a catalog of cards. You have to expect there's more Boss's Orders in there, even though there's only 2 copies within his deck list.
Absolutely, and that could punish. Well, we do see a Dracloak in the active. There are 2 energy on, so Dragon Headbutt's going to be there. There's a Darkness energy to retreat. Andrew doesn't want to leave it in harm's way. Puts the Meowth EX into the active. Oh, is he? Yeah. He's just giving Diego the opportunity to KO this Meowth for 2 prizes. That cannot be Andrew's plan A, but unfortunately the draws have put him there. Here comes Enriching Energy for 4 more cards, and we've got Boss's Orders as well. It could be the Dracloak with all the energy, but we don't have it. It's in the prizes.
This retreat from Andrew is going to work out. Again, such a situation where Diego normally can access so much of the deck, it would never even be a consideration. Finally a tool, though, for Diego, so that's a good break for him.
That's going to be awesome. That means that Diego can put down that Genesect, attach the tool, and then Ace Nullifier is turned on, so there will be no unfair stamp coming down. That's a bit of a win. Of course, if you KO the Meowth, that does potentially open up special red cards.
It does.
Because Diego will have 3 prize cards remaining, which is probably another thing that Andrew was thinking when he put the Meowth into the active.
That's 100% what he's trying to go for here. Trying to force more thought out of Diego at the very least.
Is there any chance Diego has Eerie ready?
No, I don't see it in this hand either. And that's really the only draw that we have outside of other supporter cards to grant us access to Hilda or Dawn.
Well,
there is one psychic draw.
Eerie here would be kind of awesome. No, there's a Dawn, but no other supporters seen. Offer that Alakazam Psychic draw for free. There's a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Diego's going to be able to search for some more low HP
Look at
basic.
those last few cards.
Oh, it was literally the last card in the deck.
And you would much prefer to put a Air Balloon onto a Genesect than a Lucky Helmet because of those Crushing Hammers that Andrew still has access to.
Yes.
In random situations, if Andrew can bring up a 1 retreat cost Pokemon, then get a Hammerheads on the Alakazam, that could be another potential turn of reprieve for Andrew, especially on a Pokemon that has a tool other than Air Balloon already committed to it.
We do see an evolution into the Dunsparce. That's another few cards drawn.
Finally, an Air Balloon comes into the hand.
And there is another Dunsparce.
I feel like in this position, you'd want to just evolve into a Dunsparce, finally establish that Genesect, crucially with Air Balloon, and then you will launch this attack. You have to be still so scared, though, of that special red card. The only good news for Diego is that Andrew hasn't really drawn many cards, hasn't played a vital supporter over the last couple of turns, just a couple of Crispin. So Diego knows that Andrew's basically sat on nothing, and he's really just banking on a Recon Directive.
That Eerie does like sticking to the bottom of the deck. Twice we saw, twice it was there. Now we're going to see that Dunsparce come in hand. The Dunsparce, it is more draw. Could he be searching for that Eerie? It does come into hand, so if he wants to go hunting for that special red card, it is going to be in there. And if you can put down the Genesect, if Diego does that with the Air Balloon, yeah.
It's a miss, just the Buddy Buddy Poffin.
But there's no draw in there. There's 1 Recon Directive, and that is it if you're looking for the special red card.
He already knew that, really, from the last couple of turns. Diego has definitely been keeping track of these things, but no doubt, Diego's done his best to discard that special red card. Didn't quite come off for him, so there's still that option for Andrew. Now we've seen the Ace Nullifier come down, so there's no opportunity for Andrew. Ooh, just thinking about that Lucky Helmet, if he's going to draw too many cards, if he is getting hit by certain attacks. But we're seeing a big count here. Inevitably, this is going to be enough to deal with this Meowth EX. So Diego will be going down to 3 prize cards remaining.
Yes, absolutely, he will. Meowth goes down. Diego takes 2 prizes, 3 away from evening up this set. Reminder that if it's the beginning of your turn, what have we... Oh, we red card. Not deck the special red card.
Diego did everything he could. He played the Eerie, so if it was there, he could get rid of it. Andrew top decked without even needing Recon Directive to go and get it. This could be absolutely devastating for Diego.
Andrew Hedrick in the Masters Division Finals. I think he's just picked up, oh, was that a Lily in the hand? Yes, it is. Those two Recon Directive were crazy.
They were absolutely what you need there. And that means that Andrew is going to be in a great position. Look at Diego's hand. He's got 4 cards left in deck. He literally counted his deck to make sure he wasn't going to deck out from a lucky helmet draw.
Hold on. Andrew's thinking about not launching Phantom Dive at all here. He's thinking about not using special red card either. What are we missing, Ross?
Well, his unorthodox plays in game 1 absolutely work. Chooses not to play special red card to reset Diego's hand. Chooses not to evolve up into Dragapult. Just plays a Lily's Determination, getting a new hand of 8 cards, no prizes having been taken. This is an unusual line of play, Joe. Tell me I'm not seeing things here. This is unusual.
Andrew's up to something. It might involve that lucky helmet that Diego has just attached to his Pokemon. Forcing draw when you get damaged. Andrew may be trying to deck out Diego in this game number 2.
Well, that's going to be an interesting thing to see. Special red card is in hand. If Andrew's changed his mind, he is going to be able to go ahead and use it.
I don't think he's changed his mind.
No. Dunsparce comes down. Dreepy goes up into Tricloak. And that is going to give an option for another Recon Directive here to maybe see a few more cards. Lucky Helmet, by the way, if you attack into it, draws 2 cards. But it's worth noting that when you use the Dunsparce, it goes back into your deck. So Diego can use that to essentially reset.
That is something to consider. Of course, you need to have cards remaining in the deck to be able to use the runaway draw.
You do indeed.
There we go. It's going to be 70 damage. Procking the Lucky Helmet in this instance brings Diego down to just 2 cards remaining in the deck, and he will have to draw for the turn here, Ross.
And I think he might... I'm trying to work through how these next couple of turns go. I think Andrew might have done the maths here and gone, even when you run away draw, I think I'm going to be able to deck you out using your own Lucky Helmet. Here we go. You draw a card, 2 go down. Now, if you can't use any more runaway draw to put any more cards in there, if you've got 2 cards, if Andrew attacks, you draw 2, it goes to your turn, you draw for turn, there's no card there, and you deck out. Is that what we might be seeing here?
Andrew Hedrick going to be using Dunsparce to ram his way to a World Championship title. Have you seen anything like this, folks?
And Andrew's already 1 game up. If he wins this 2nd game, he will be your Pokemon Trading Card Game 2026 Masters Division World Champion. Diego's just having a little bit of a look. He's counting. He's realized what Andrew is doing at this point, and now Diego's thinking, how is this going to work? Playing the next few turns in his head, trying to figure out if he is going to deck out or if he's got a way around it.
This is absolutely incredible scenes. Andrew Hedrick has not taken a prize card in the 2nd game. There are no Pokemon in the discard pile for Diego to use any of his Pokemon recovery to increase the size of his deck. Diego just figuring things out here. We're not going to see the retreat on Alakazam. He can't allow this Lucky Helmet to proc again.
But that just means all Andrew needs to do is gust it into the active and attack and deck Diego out. He's got a boss's orders already in hand, Joe, and that might be all that we need, any attack. Andrew has been around for a long time at this point. He's been a regional champion 5 times. He is a North American champion. He won the North American International Championships in 2024. He got a top 32 finish at the World Championships in the same year. Now he's trying to add the World Championships. He's got Dunsparce, that's the boss's orders. He attacks. Diego decks out, and Andrew Hedrick is your 2026 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
Can you believe it? A Dunsparce Ram just concluded the Masters Division Finals. Andrew Hedrick, take a bow. You have just entered the Hall of Fame. The mastermind behind the Dragapult Hammers archetype takes it all the way. This man eats Pokemon. He sleeps Pokemon. He breathes Pokemon. Already a 5-time regional champion. Already an international champion. And now a world champion.
Well, let's hear from our world champion. Let's go down to the stage and talk to Andrew Hedrick, your world champion.
Hey everybody, we just finished our TCG Masters Division Grand Finals, and I am now joined by your world champion, Andrew Hedrick. We spoke before your match about your existing accolades, and now you can add World Championship to your NAIC and regional titles. Tell me what it means to actually achieve the trifecta.
Yeah, I don't know, it's pretty unbelievable. I mean, I never imagined I would actually be up here winning Worlds. I mean, I thought it was possible, but it's just insane to actually get the opportunity to do this.
And it's not like this is the first time this year that you won with this deck. How have you been prepping and just continuing to commit to your strategy that you have proven time and time again?
Yeah, I don't know, throughout the last couple months, I tried some different decks, but I really found that this Dragon Ball deck is just like too good, it's just too consistent, and I can kind of have so many options with it. So the last few weeks, I just played as many games as I could with it to get ready for the tournament, and it worked out.
I don't know if you know this, but the hat that Diego was wearing is older than you are. He wore it on the stage when he won the previous World Championship in 2017. While you have your own experience, were you ever intimidated by the veterancy on the opposite side?
Yeah, I know, playing against a great player in the finals, obviously it's pretty scary, but all you can do is focus on the game in front of you, and that's what I tried to do, and tried not to think too much about my opponent or how good they were.
And to give you the opportunity to think of some loved ones, go ahead and give a shout out to whoever you'd like to address.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to all my friends who, I talk to every day, I test with, just so many, can't name them all. Shout out to my parents, my mom, and my dad for always supporting me. And my dad was the one who actually forced me to play the TCG at first. I just wanted to collect when I was in elementary school, but, he kind of made me learn how to play the game, and I would say it worked out. And shout out to Pokecolor for the support, too.
A family affair indeed. Congratulations once again on your victory. And everyone here in the stadium and at home, give it up one more time for your world champion, Andrew! All right, well, I know you put up quite a show, and our analysts have something to say about it. So let's hear it.
Thank you, Gabby, and congratulations once again to the 2026 World Champion, Andrew Hedrick. What an iconic moment, decking out his opponent with Dunsparce. Thanks to the lucky helmet that Diego put into play. An incredible moment and an incredible player. I can't think of anyone more deserving than Andrew Hedrick of this moment.
Absolutely. That lucky helmet turned into an unlucky helmet for Diego. Ended up costing him, but you have to admire the ability to just be flexible and adapt to situations. Andrew showing why he's worthy of being world champion this weekend.
Honestly, an amazing play by Andrew, finding that line. Diego trying to prevent every possibility of being able to recover his hand, and all of a sudden, the lucky helmet ends up working out against him.
Yeah, absolutely well deserved from Andrew. He eats, sleeps, and breathes Pokemon, always practicing, always thinking about the game, and it's great to see that effort pay off.
We have now crowned 3 world champions in the trading card game. Let's take a look at that junior division bracket as Yuta Araki became our world champion, winning a close 3-game set against Luke Giffen.
Yeah, absolute pleasure to see 2 young players do so well in the Dragapult Mirror match, a matchup that is still being explored, still being played. Congratulations to Yuta, completely well deserved.
And in the seniors division, we of course saw Jake NG defeating Kobe Huh, that incredible Alakazam, able to take the win.
Yeah, Kobe came in with a clear game plan of how to attack this very challenging matchup, was able to take the first game of the series, but at the end of the day, Jake's advantage with that Alakazam was just too much for Kobe to overcome.
And in the Masters division, after an entire season spent with Dragapult EX, after a regional championship win, after defining the metagame with Crushing Hammer, a 2-0 victory, Andrew Hedrick over Diego Casiraga.
Amazing final. We had very exciting game. Came down to that draw of the stadium, and then the lucky helmet. Nobody could have seen that coming, Chip.
Incredible foresight from Andrew Hedrick to recognize that line once that lucky helmet came into play, immediately checking through what Diego had still available, knowing that if he went this route, he would have the safe deck out option, and it makes him the world champion, a player who has had so much success the last few years of the game. 5-time regional champion, an international champion, and he will now add that iconic Pikachu trophy to his extensive trophy collection.
And another shout out to this incredible top 8, specifically the top 4. This may be the most stacked top 4 we have ever had at a World Championship. We have international champions, we have world champions, we have players who have won multiple regionals in the same season. So much talent this year at Worlds.
It was certainly a global affair with players from across the world competing, but it is Andrew Hedrick from the United States taking home that $50,000 first place prize.
It's gotta feel good to take home that prize. I'm sure this will sink in later for Andrew, but I do want to take a moment to acknowledge Diego's accomplishment as well. Pablo, I know you've been friends with Diego for a very long time. What does it mean to see him so many years later make it back to the finals of the World Championships and have another great accomplishment?
Generally extra special. I mean, he defeated me on his run to becoming world champion in 2017. Watching him in the final, seeing him be the closest person to get to a potential 2-time world championship since Jason Klasinski, really, really amazing. It means a lot to me. I'm sure it means a lot to him as well. And he was really pumped to make it all the way.
And of course, with his family here supporting him as well, you know, when he won the 2017 World Championships, his partner's still pregnant with their eldest son, and now their eldest son here to see dad up on the big stage. I mean, what a special memory for that family.
Yeah, and Pablo, you did mention Jason Klasinski, of course, only 3-time world champion in the Pokemon TCG. I do see a lot of similarities between him and Andrew Hedrick. You know, both very calculated players, tend to go for very consistent, streamlined strategies and just try to outplay, outwork their opponents in order to get victories. Could this be the start of the reign of a new legacy with Andrew Hedrick?
And I do believe we are ready to crown all 3 champions out on the stage. Gabby, take it away.
That's what I like to hear. The Pokemon trading card game is one of the oldest pillars in competitive Pokemon. Yet our trainers continue to innovate, keep the competition fresh, and awe-inspiring across every single age division. Today, we add 6 more names to the record books as we celebrate our finalists and crown our world champions. Let's get into it. Starting with our junior division, in the runner-up position, we have Luke Gifford. And your champion, Yuta Araki. On to seniors, the runner-up position, Kobe Ha. And your senior division TCG world champion, JNG. Last but not least, in our Masters division, in the runner-up position, we have Diego Casiraga. And your final TCG World Champion in the Masters division, give it up for Andrew Hendrick. Six fantastic trainers. Everybody, one last time, give it up for your TCG finalists. It's fantastic to have new names to speak of. And I know our analysts have something to say about that. So what is it that you have to say?
Thanks a bunch, Gabby. Yes, congratulations again to these finalists and our newest world champions. we are not done. We, of course, have our video game competitions still to come. While we get set up, we're going to just talk a little bit about this whole event, how we got to this point, and continue to congratulate all of these champions.
Yeah, it's such an amazing moment to be here in the Chase Center to experience this. You know, Pablo, you and I have both been attending the World Championships since the 2004, over 20 years at this point, and to see where it started to where it's grown to today, it's just amazing to be a part of this with, you know, you, all of us here at the desk and everyone here in the arena. Thanks so much for making this such a special moment all of these years for Pokemon TCG leading up to this.
Over 2 decades of World Championships, from hotel, underground facilities, ballrooms, until the Chase Center. It really is a pleasure to be here with you guys and with everyone here right now.
And the competition just continues to get more intense every year. Players get better, decks become innovated at a higher level. It just shows that the future of the game is so, so bright.
Now, talking back to that Masters Division Finals, I don't know if there's anyone more experienced in Dragapult than Andrew Hedrick. I mean, even back to before the rotation when all the talk was about Gardevoir, Golden Go, Charizard EX, Andrew remained true to this Dragapult EX archetype. He, of course, popularized this Crushing Hammer build after the rotation. It became the standard way to play this deck. And all that led to his title. I mean, you have to imagine that that experience is really what backed this moment.
Yeah, experience, practice, putting in the time, and you know, there's something to be said for just continuing to use the same thing, identifying what the most powerful strategies are. And if you can hone your craft, perfect your skills, you can find yourself overcoming even disadvantageous situations by simply identifying things that other players maybe couldn't.
I mean, we all knew Dragapult had a very, very big target on its back heading into this event. Maybe the biggest a deck has ever had, I would say. And to still come out on top, to still remain faithful to that archetype, even when before rotation Gardevoir EX was dominating Dragapult, Andrew was still faithful and found a lot of success with Dragapult.
And you know, that was like kind of a point of contention coming into the World Championships, right? A lot of people said Dragapult EX can't win. It's gonna have too big of a target on its back. Sure, you could make Top Cut with it, but surely when you get into Top Cut, you'll run into one of those counter decks and it just won't be able to close it out. But Andrew proved everybody wrong.
And he did not have an easy path to this championship title. In top 8, he played against Crustle, and if you saw his list, he does not have any counter cards besides Crushing Hammer. Still played through every single option. That's what he does so well. You can clearly see it in that top match, in our finals match. He found a way through, lots of heartfelt matches, and well-deserved.
If there's gonna be a line to find, Andrew Hedrick is gonna take it, and that is proven by the Lucky Helmet play that we just saw up on that big stage. I don't know if I'm gonna get over that anytime soon, Puka.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be one for the ages, of course. We had so many amazing, memorable matches this weekend, but that's one we're not gonna forget. And I do wanna mention, I believe it was a clean sweep for Andrew Hedrick in the Top Cut, winning 2-0 over and over and over against such high quality opponents as well. So he came prepared for this weekend, and you know, there's a lot to be said for preparation, but also staying focused throughout as the pressure keeps building through all these matches as well.
I mean, why don't we relive the moment of the Lucky Helmet? We have it right here. Let's jump into it. That Lucky Helmet, the crucial attachment. Even Diego had doubts, right? And probably in his mind, he was thinking about the special red card, which coincidentally was Andrew's top deck next turn. But turns out that ultimately was his demise.
Yeah, as soon as Andrew didn't play the special red card, we knew something was up. He had other plans, and he wasn't wanting to KO this Alakazam, something that seems so counterintuitive to your general Pokemon TCG strategy. What a pivot to see this line.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, seeing the line, playing as safe as possible, drawing into that dark energy, and putting it onto the Dunsparce to make sure he could claim the World Championship title in as much style as you can. You know, Dunsparce not a Pokemon known for really getting in there and dealing a lot of damage. It assisted his opponent in drawing the cards that eventually led to Andrew's victory.
Yeah, and I think Diego may have thought this through a little bit and thought, oh, well, even if I get hit by Dragapult EX, my Alakazam will get knocked out.
Yes.
I have the Dunsparce to go ahead and make sure I don't deck out. But didn't account for the fact that Andrew does not have to knock out Alakazam can just attack it multiple times without doing enough damage, and that slight oversight may have cost him the World Championships.
Yeah, I think we were definitely all perplexed about Andrew's line of choosing not to evolve into Dragapult. Even the whole crowd were like, oh my gosh, and then he didn't draw Dragapult again out of the Lily. It wasn't a clear line, right? It's a very unexpected decision or unlikely decision, but ultimately these 4 cards is what led to this amazing play. I don't think we're ever gonna see something like this again in a finals.
Also, Andrew had not taken a knockout this entire game, and that is why this play works. Diego plays Sacred Ash in his deck, but he doesn't have Ultra Ball. There's no way to put Pokemon in the discard pile for him to shuffle these Pokemon back into the deck to replenish. And since Andrew had not taken a single KO, there were no live targets for Sacred Ash to refuel his deck.
Yeah, not the line you typically see to end the game off. And you could see immediately Diego just trying to figure out a way out, thinking, can I shuffle in 1 to Dunsparce, maybe multiple to Dunsparce to change things up? But just slowly realized that the writing was on the wall, and that is how one small decision can snowball so quickly against somebody who could identify alternate win conditions.
Now, the Dunsparce does, of course, shuffle attached cards back in. Diego had a lot of cards in hand. Was there perhaps an opportunity to put an energy onto a Dunsparce, put a tool card onto it, to put even more cards back into his deck?
Yeah, we did have that option, right? I do believe we had to run our whole deck. There was an Herballoon. There definitely were energies as we retreated, trying to prevent this play. And ultimately, I mean, with the pressure, the moment, everything on the line, I feel like it's not an easy thing to realize.
I think that Andrew's play caught Diego off guard. I think that's pretty safe
for sure.
Yeah, and I think it goes to show you even the best of the best sometimes can get caught off guard and have a hard time adapting and seeing every single possible play. Sometimes, you know, it's not your day. Sometimes you're really locked in and you can find those things, but you know, Diego is so focused on other things, he may not have seen that in front of him. Now, who's to say how this game would have ended anyway, but that was an immediate way to perhaps not duck out.
What an epic moment. The Dunsparce coming up, they ran for a game with the boss's orders. That was not in anyone's
that one was not a part of the script.
Not
that
a part of
is
the
sure.
Fez DPT could not have flipped this one.
Incredible foresight from Andrew Hedrick, and he becomes the 2026 World Champion. He is a 5-time regional champion. He is a singular time international champion. He got top 32 at Worlds a couple of seasons ago. He's had tons of other great international and regional successes. You know, we spend so much time at these events talking about the greatest Pokemon players. Of course, Jason Klaczynski, his 3 world champion titles. Tord Reklev, his 5 international titles, 2 incredible runs at world championships for him. Andrew Hedrick does not have the time in the game that those 2 players have. He's still very, very young, but I think it's time he starts making his way into those conversations.
Yeah, it's definitely making a case at this point, and if he keeps this up, like you said, Chip, it's only been a few years of racking up all of those accomplishments. The future's pretty bright for him.
Yeah, I mean, even the fact that he has accomplished so much in so little time, I think just speaks volumes of he should be in this conversation, because the other players, right? How long did it take Diego to get that World Championship, and how many years did he try? So yeah, Andrew definitely on another level at this moment.
Yeah, and he and his friends who prepare and play, consistently finishing at the top level this season, whether it be championship points or regional wins or international placements. And that is scary when the top minds are together and working towards every event. You know that when you show up, there is a group that is prepared and ready to take down an event.
It almost doesn't feel fair to the rest of us trying to play, right? All of the best players working together. How are we supposed to compete? They're dominating up at the top of the game, and it is a really fun thing to be able to watch.
Yeah, and I do think we've seen a trend in the last several years of kind of these young up-and-coming players being the ones to dominate at this level. I think it is inspirational, though, for some of our older folks that Diego was able to make a run as well, proving that, you know, it doesn't matter what your age is when you're playing the Pokemon TCG. Skilled players are skilled players, the best are the best, and anybody can compete, and it's always a great time to jump in and learn how to play the game.
43 years old, the oldest player to grace this World Championship stage, and I wouldn't be surprised if he improved that in future years as well.
Best line I heard all weekend is Diego could have been the oldest player to have won the World Championship since Diego won the World. That was amazing to hear.
I believe 35 whenever he won the 2017 World Championships, and still doing it now 9 years later. Well, it's been an excellent journey with the trading card game, Pokemon Go and Pokemon Unite. So many world champions already crowned, but we are not done yet. It is time to kick off Pokemon Champions, where we will crown 3 first-time Pokemon Champions World Champions.
We are in San Francisco, the land of the Golden Gate Bridge, and this bridge is angry.
Basculegion with the Aqua Jet to take the final KO, and it's gonna be Hiroshi Onishi to take the set 2-0.
And with the last respects connecting onto Whimsicott, brings it down to Focus Eyes, but that is it. Joao, Felipe Leite is moving on to our top 8.
They're trying to get a one-shot onto the Sneasler.
Oh, and it
it's
survives!
so close.
Joao is going to be moving on to the top 4.
The damage is done. Sneasler's at 33%. And the forfeit comes through. Zach Weed moves on to the top 4 of the World Championships. Heat Wave following up in the sun into both targets is enough for Hiroshi to get the double KO. 2 turns, and with that, Hiroshi Onishi moves on to Championship Sunday.
We are just watching a boxing match between these two, and they are truly trading blow for blow. Garchomp's Earthquake is going to deliver the finishing blow, and Takuma will be moving on to the finals here at the Pokemon World Championships.
Shea Center trainers, are you ready to get started with Pokemon VGC here on Championship Sunday, starting with your juniors finals. Kazuki Kage going up against Kazutaka Hadahori.
It is that moment, the culmination of all that hard work, the determination, and the talent that these trainers have put on the line this season. It all comes to a close here. One more match to go for both of our trainers, but one of them will be walking away a world champion.
Here to take you through the action, to be kicking off VGC, Sierra Dawn, Lee Provost. It is an honor to be here at such an incredible stage, an incredible arena, to be crowning your first Pokemon Champions World Champion.
That is the most exciting thing. Champions has just come around, and to be the first world champion of the Champions era, what a title to take away with you. And yeah, it's been an incredible weekend so far. But starting off with the juniors, it's always so exciting. It gives us hope and a bright future ahead for the VG scene, and we know we can get to see these talents rise up and become these new heroes of art.
This is the next generation of Pokemon trainers, and the opportunity to earn a World Championship title today, to be cementing their spot as one of the best so early on in their journey. And for it to start in an arena like this, a stage like this, is truly incredible. 2 trainers that have battled it out all weekend and have shown that they are amongst the best. Now one more battle for our world champion.
Yeah, just soak it in, take up the moment. The trainers are going to get themselves ready. The teams are very interesting going into this match. We can take a look at Kazuki's team here. The Frozlass, which has that Mega Stone. So Mega Frozlass, Mega Scovillain. We've got the Basculegion, the Kingambit, Lycanroc, and the Sneasler. Very familiar set of Pokemon we've seen do extremely well. This one making to the finals. Can it get Kazuki over the line?
This Lycanroc team, this variant, has been so popular and so strong with how dominant Charizard has been. And we've seen this team, this variation, take down those big bad Charizard teams over and over. But of course, having the other powerful options here with the Sneasler and the Basculegion and the Kingambit, one of the most powerful Pokemon we have in this current regulation, no matter what other team is on the opposing end, you have options. The fact that you have the setup King Gambit as well, and options to really be able to pivot around to allow this King Gambit to try and set up, if you can get a Swords Dance, that could be momentum completely shifted in your favor.
Yeah, you've got the Sneasler to help out with that fake out there to get that King Gambit set up, whether it comes in the early game to soften things up for that Basket Legion or in the late game to close out. It is a formidable threat and something that Kazutaka is going to have to consider when approaching their game plan. Of course, we've got that Charizard Y, the Swampert, the Archaludon, the Grimmsnarl, Pelipper, and the Venusaur. The common trend here is that double weather. The options, you've got the Charizard bringing the Sun to speed boost the chlorophyll ability on that Venusaur. You've got the Pelipper bringing the Rain that powers up the speed on that Swampert, giving it that swift swim ability when it does Mega Evolve and becomes a formidable threat, going to be able to handle a lot of those issues on the opposite side of the field. The Lycanroc that might come to check the Charizard. The Sneasler, the King Gambit as well, and that Wave Crash under the Rain is so powerful.
This is a Charizard team with Dimension, having this dual weather mode, which gives Kazutaka so many options in how he wants to approach this matchup. You can try and just go all in on one of your weather modes, or you can bring a couple of options that you think would fare really well into Kazuki's team. And I would be so interested to see how he wants to play this, because if you lead your weather right, that could be everything for you. But as well, having the dual weather going up against the single weather mode of Kazuki gives you, I mean, twice as much potential to get ahead.
Yeah, it makes it very difficult to bring that Frostlass, to get that Aurora Veil set up, that you want to support the rest of your team. The Grimmsnarl makes things even more difficult because it's got that prankster parting shot. So you can lead it next to maybe one of those Pokemon like the Swampert or the Venusaur that take advantage of the weather, and especially in the Swampert scenario, you can pivot out first before anything moves after a Mega Evolution and override that weather, get in your favor and get that Swampert in that preferred.
For the leads, right away, an aggressive look coming out from Kazutaka and going into a range of this other mode, this Swampert for Kazuki.
Yeah, the Swampert's in a nice position. It does have to worry about the fake up from the Sneasler. Of course, that could slow it down. The Archaludon's pretty free here to just get an attack off, but is it pressuring a knockout? That's the question. Probably not on this stage of the game. You probably don't want to fake that out because it will activate that stamina ability and give it a free defense boost. But the King Gambit does feel like it's in a great position to get that Swords Dance off. If the Sneasler goes for the fake out into the Swampert, stop it in its tracks this turn, there's not much being able to stop that. And we've already talked about how impactful that Swords Dance could be once that is set up. It's already boosted by that Life Orb. That will be starting to really take Pokemon on the opposite side of the field.
A swap out, Archaludon is out, Pelipper joins the fray, and with it, setting up the Rain. This is going to enable the Swampert with this Mega Evolution. It's going to be oh so speedy and dealing oh so much damage. Looking right away to start dealing out powerful attacks onto the two Pokemon on the opposing end, potentially, but will just be a protect on this turn. With potential of the fake out on the opposing end, you do have to make sure this Pokemon stays safe, and correctly calling that protect is big. But when you have to protect, there's always the opportunity to set up already a Swords Dance use for the King Gambit to deal so much attack on this next turn.
Yeah, and that's a huge play for Kazutaka. He's got that King Gambit in the perfect position. Now it offers support with that Sucker Punch. It's going to be able to go before anything can attack on the opposite side of the field, doing some big damage to that Swampert. The question is, can it take a +2 Sucker Punch? That is what we're going to find out probably very soon. The question is, though, is it going to be enough to just soften this Swampert up for maybe a Basket Legion to come in later in this game, take advantage of that Rain, and then pick up a knockout with that Aqua Jet that has just protected, so it's a sitting target now. But you've got to think the Pelipper as well is threatening that Hurricane damage onto the Sneasler. It does threaten a knockout there. Super effective damage, and also the Weather Ball into that King Gambit. If a double up comes out with the Earthquake, it could be detrimental, take that Pokemon down.
+2 Sucker Punch from the King Gambit, not enough for a KO into the Swampert. Holding on 7% HP, can go ahead and attack and return. Sneasler, no damage done, but Earthquake into the King Gambit is going to deal a lot. King Gambit doesn't normally appreciate these hits and will be brought down to 26%. Follow up here from the Pelipper, no attack, but making sure you're set up for success going on forward. Tailwind with the speed.
Yeah, the Tailwind's really useful because once that Swampert does leave the field, then the Swift Swim goes with it. You need to support the remaining Pokemon in the back when they do come onto the field, especially because the Sneasler will threaten that Archaludon with those big fighting type attacks. Now, what do you do here? Do you attack with the Swampert? It's in a great position. You could go for another Earthquake. It would be enough to get that King Gambit, but it is threatened by that Sucker Punch. Do you maybe switch it out, save it for later, and use that Pelipper, leverage that into the King Gambit? That is the biggest threat here. You need to go after that. Hope that the King Gambit doesn't target the Pelipper.
A little swap around, a double swap around, actually, as Grimmsnarl and Archaludon come back out. Archaludon loves being in the rain, and of course, the double swap means you won't take any damage if there was a potential Sucker Punch on the opposing end. And the switch with the Archaludon catches that data gunk shot.
Fantastic switch here from Kazuki, putting themselves in a great position now. Got that Grimmsnarl on the field, and the one thing that you want to set up next to your Pokemon, if that Sword Dance has been activated on the King Gambit, is a Reflect. You've got the Prankster Reflect you can set up now. It's going to give you perfect protection and put that Archaludon. It's in its perfect environment. The rain setup, it's got access to Electroshock. It can go after that King Gambit now. Get a +1 to its special attack and start getting some momentum back and getting them back into the game. Because right now, this King Gambit is still a big threat with that +2 to its attack.
Going into this next turn, Grimmsnarl joining in. If you're worried about a lot of this damage from this King Gambit or even the Sneasler, you can go ahead and set up some screens. Reflect is going to mitigate a lot of that offensive pressure from here on out. Sucker Punch in the Archaludon though, +2, but already showing how big this Reflect was and defense to help it later on. Life Orb slowly chipping away at King Gambit's own health. Follow up from Sneasler, nice, but right now it's Electroshot. Of course, in the rain, this will be a one boosted up move. You get the special attack, you don't have to wait for next turn. Go ahead and fire off a powerful attack. Sneasler down to about a third. Gunk Shot going into this Grimmsnarl instead. Such a powerful attack, but again, Reflect paying off huge.
Yeah, that Reflect's so valuable here. Oh, the poison as well. That's put that Grimmsnarl on a timer. There's a matter of time before it will fall down. Leftovers coming in really handy for the Archaludon, just putting it out of harm's reach, especially when you've got that Reflect kind of bolstering those defenses. Now you've got that Electroshot off. Where's your targeting going? You can't be careless with it. You can parting shot out if you want with the Grimmsnarl, maybe lower the attack on that Sneasler. And remember, you can't go for it into the King Gambit. There is also the option of going for a Spirit Break, maybe protecting the Archaludon, just getting a little bit extra health, getting into a better scenario for the following turns to hopefully get a big swing with it going into the latter turns of this game.
Grimmsnarl on a timer with that poison, already such low health. Setting up the screens was certainly nice, but how can you make the most of this Grimmsnarl while it's still sticking around? And of course, for the King Gambit, you have those boosts, but you got to make sure these attacks count. The Life Orb has been dealing so much damage to yourself. Archaludon with Protect won't be hit by a Sucker Punch, as it will fail. Now close combat, already such low health on the Grimmsnarl, will take it down.
Yeah, it's a really nice play to get that close combat into the Grimmsnarl. Yeah, you can go for another Gunk Shot. It's quite risky. It's not the best accuracy here, but the main thing is it activates that White Herb. That is doubling the speed on the Sneasler, so even in a Tailwind, even if the rain's set up to support that Swampert that could come back onto the field, you're going to match speed. You're going to be actually outspeeding those. And with the damage that the Swampert's already taken, the Sneasler are going to be in that position where it can just pick that off. Now the Pelipper, though, good timing to bring it back onto the field. It is going to set that rain up again for another 5 turns, so that Electroshot is now enabled. It is going to be able to start powering up that Archaludon a little bit more each and every turn. And the big threat now is the Pelipper alongside it that does offer a little bit more offense than that Grimmsnarl was the previous turn.
The perfect timing with the Grimmsnarl going down to Pelipper, setting the rain up perfectly, and offering so much offensive pressure within itself too. You get that full 5 turns of rain going on forward, but you still have to be oh so careful. If you eye up an attacking move with this Pelipper, this King Gambit still puts so much pressure on the board. There has been a lot done to really being able to mitigate what this King Gambit's been able to do with these swaps, with these well-timed protects. But we'll have to see if we can make a little bit more use of it. No Sucker Punch though. Sneasler first to act, close combat for those drops, and another defense boost on the opposing end. Now Electroshot in retaliation, boosting up its special attack once again, into either one of these Pokemon that's already taken quite a bit. Special attack boost, now going for the attack into the Sneasler, will take it down.
Yeah, and that +2 now on the board for that Archelodon. It's going to be hitting extremely hard. Each and every turn that goes past it is acquiring a little bit more health. Now the follow-up from the Pelipper, that Weather Ball, finally taking that King Gambit down, but Kazuki got a lot of value out of that Pokemon after getting that Swords Dance up and really punching holes, softening up the opposite side of the field.
This rain mode has put in so much work. Joining the battle, though, we had highlighted Lycanroc and Frostlass as two really big key pieces to this. Lycanroc, though, not necessarily in the same level of success you would want to see, but with Frostlass, could override that weather.
Yeah, this is the perfect scenario for Kazuki. Now you can Mega Evolve, override the rain, take away the Electro Shot from a 1-turn attack to a 2-turn attack. On top of that, you've got your Lycanroc on the field. Yes, it might be threatened by the Pelipper, but you are taking away the rain, so that Weather will become an Ice-type attack, not something that Lycanroc has to worry about too much. The more important thing is that offensive threat that it's got. It's got access to close combat, it can go after that Archelodon. It's so low health at the minute as well. If it does land, even through a Reflect, you've got to expect it's going to be close to picking up a knockout if it's doubled into with a potential Shadow Ball or Blizzard.
First on the turn, though, if you want to override the weather, you have to go ahead and Mega Evolve. Frostlass coming out with this snow warning, so you can't rely on those 1-turn Electro Shots anymore. And if you do want to get that weather back, Pelipper has to swap out Protect from Archelodon, Accelerock into Pelipper. This is going to be great for dealing a little bit of damage here, which could add up going on forward. The Protect Archelodon, though, won't be any damage, but Kazutaka looking to keep going and pushing on forward with that Tailwind.
Yeah, it's a really smart play from Kazutaka just to protect that Archelodon this turn. The biggest threat for the special attacks because of defense boost this is required, but now with that Tailwind activated, everything that Archelodon is going to be ahead of the Frostlass and the Lycanroc. The Lycanroc does have a little bit of security with that Focus Sash, so it can go after either of these targets, but we've seen the damage already. The Accelerock not going to be enough to get the Pelipper, or do you focus all your attention down into that Archelodon that now is a slot that is going to be vulnerable? It has just protected, it's not likely to go for it again, and it is in a position where it will attack. Which targets are going for, though? The Lycanroc to break the Sash, or that Frostlass? If you can get the Protect right on Kazuki's side of the field, you could really get yourself back into this game.
If you want to look at overriding the weather to get your own out as well, you need to swap out the Pelipper, and probably only the last opportunity to do so. So Mega Swampert comes out with a well-timed Protect on the opposing end, but it's Lycanroc, the target of choice. Flash Cannon, Lycanroc brought all the way down to its Focus Sash.
Yeah, we'll see where this Lycanroc goes. It's got the Pelipper again, or is it the close combat? It looks like it is into the Archelodon. Is it enough? It's not. It's on.
Those defense boosts have added up. Archelodon with 4%. And another one, it's going to stick around for one more turn and get a little bit of recovery back. And now Swampert out on the field. Both of the Pokemon have such low health, but you can switch in the Pelipper and have the Swampert really be able to pressure.
Yeah, and that's the beauty. That's how well Kazutaka is controlling this board right now. Yes, he might have to forego the Archelodon boost and things, but is it putting the Swampert in a really advantageous position? Got to be careful about that Accelerock. Both Pokemon very low health. The Archelodon will definitely be able to take one, so maybe the preferred switch here is the Swampert out, Pelipper in, and then utilize the Archelodon. The plus to the Swampert, though, is it's got that spread attack, so it can go for an Earthquake. So Frostlass has just protected. It is going to be vulnerable now to a Flash Cannon, though, so the choice is probably better to keep that Archelodon. Maybe Swampert go out, but it is sticking around.
No swamp and a priority move from this Lycanroc. Swampert already at such low HP. No chance of sticking around. Follow-up Flash Cannon. So much special attack. And a Frostlass that has absolutely no chance trading KOs on this turn. But now, for Kazuki, it's only a Lycanroc with one HP.
Yeah, and I mean, a fantastic play there, saying, okay, well, I can utilize the Tailwind, it's still in effect. I don't need to risk my Pelipper coming in on that Accelerock, and that's exactly what we saw there. Now coming in, getting weather control, and we talked about how important this weather control was. Kazutaka doing extremely well in this match to keep control, but that's the majority of the time. One turn of Tailwind left to take advantage of. That's what we're seeing the Protect on the Lycanroc. It might get one more turn, but from a double attack, it looks like it's getting closer and closer to being wrapped up.
Well, if you're eyeing up trying to go for something like this Rock Slide, Pelipper on the opposing end has the Wide Guard to be able to stop it. So Lycanroc, you stay safe for now, you can run out the Tailwind, but beyond that, if you go ahead and click the Rock Slide and there is the wide guard on the opposing end, that is still just a loss.
Yeah, and that's the problem with these spread attacks, especially when Pelipper's on the field, present. There is always the thought, and it's the mind games that it plays there, forcing your opponent into maybe alternative options. Close combat does feel like a preferred option into the Archaladon, but again, is it going to be enough? It is the Rock Slide, though, going through those mind games. No wide guard, going to connect.
It's going to connect into both. No KOs, but if you can go for a flinch instead, it could be your way to try and make something happen here. 2 Pokemon remaining. A single attack will be enough to take you down as you only have 1 HP, and no flinch is going to spell your doom. Archaladon, another Electro Shot for the road. 1 HP is all you have to do. And Kazutaka to take the first game in the set.
Wow, what a first game, so explosive, and great game plans from both players coming into this game, but Kazutaka really taking advantage of the weather on their side of the field, and some of the tools are really leaning into that Archaladon in particular, doing it so well to just get damage, soften things up on the opposite side of the field while kind of setting up that special attack and being overall in the end with that timed Tailwind just so perfectly to just overcome all those threats on Kazutaka's side of the field.
Even looking at earlier on in the match, this Kingambit with the Sword Stance boost becomes so scary. But there was a great job done by switching around Pokemon well, Time Protects, to really make sure this Kingambit never got out of control. And once you take that threat down, get your Pelipper in safely later on, you can Tailwind, you have the speed, and you just do so much damage to these remaining Pokemon.
And I mean, the Brimstone was so pivotal there.
Yeah.
It didn't really do much offensively, but what it did provide the team was that defensive support with the Reflect. If we hadn't seen that, I think the Lycanroc would have easily been able to take down the Archaladon on that spot, and the game would have turned out a little bit different maybe, but Kazutaka just using those tools so perfectly at the right time, and not panicking too much either when that Kingambit got that Sword Stance set up. I think controlling the game and keeping calm and composed was such a great thing to see, but all for Kazuki to do coming into this next game is to tie it up. Does have options. Did we see maybe the Basket Legion come if Kazuki's thinking that the rain is going to be the optimal mode? I feel like that is going to give a lot of problems to things like that Swampert. It will get the boost in the rain to its Wave Crashes, and it can be an endgame Pokemon with that Last Respects as well that can really cut through and get the damage you require on those remaining Pokemon.
Kazutaka having so many ways to pilot this team, but now Kazuki knows that rain was the answer for game number 1, giving you so much information on how you want to handle this game number 2. Maybe Lycanroc gets left at home, try and switch up the Pokemon just a little bit, or override that weather just a little bit sooner. So many questions in mind, down a game in the set with a World Championship title on the line.
Yeah, it's really difficult to set up against this Sun Rain team as well, because you think you're going down one route. Kazutaka might be conditioning their opponent as well in a lot of ways, where they might switch it up and bring that Charizard instead of the rain.
Getting into game number 2, it's time to see if there could be the bounce back, but a big switch from the get-go. Rain mode left at home. Kazutaka to bring out the Sun instead. Venusaur and Charizard going up against the Sneasler and Kingambit.
Yeah, and now there's Charizard in prime position to Mega Evolve. Of course, both Pokemon here are going to be susceptible to that Fake Out. But can you risk being passive here? I think, although you don't want your Venusaur Sash being broken, yeah, can you protect in front of a Kingambit that can potentially set up a Sword Stance and then become that big threat once again? Because Charizard and Venusaur aren't as good defensively as the Pokemon we saw in game 1, not anything like the Archaladon or that Swampert. They're not going to be able to take those priority sucker punches as well. So do you just go for 2 attacking options here? You go for the Heat Wave and maybe even the Sleep Powder into that Kingambit to slow it down.
Mega Evolution with the Charizard from Kazutaka. And it was not a problem in game number 1 to let this Kingambit set up, as long as you have an answer later down the road. Charizard doesn't protect, will just eat that fake out instead, as it's actually just a double up fake out. Charizard doesn't move, but was still eyeing up an attack, which means Kingambit can still get the Sucker Punch off. Sleep Powder though in return. Kingambit does your one move, you bring the Charizard down low, but on the next turn, you have to take that mandatory turn of sleep.
Yeah, and that's the advantage of actually the Sucker Punch coming out, the Sleep Powder going after it. Now there is that guaranteed turn that the Kingambit isn't going to move this turn, and now that Sneasler is susceptible to the Sleep Powder as well. This Charizard pretty free now to go for a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball into either one of these targets, and now you can start building that momentum. The Venusaur, a big part of why this is working. Has Kazuki got a way to get around this? Is maybe the Skull Villain in the back? If it is, you could maybe switch it in. It is have the immunity to that Sneasler, but at what cost? You're going to take super effective damage from that Charizard on the way in, boosted by that Sun as well.
No swap seems really too strong at this point, so Sneasler stays in and will protect. So Venusaur will still fail the Sleep Powder for that reason, and Kingambit will take that first turn of sleep. Heat Wave from the Charizard though, you have the Sun on your side, a super effective hit, and Kingambit has no chance at waking up the first KO taken in this match.
Yeah, what a way to handle that threat in Kingambit without taking any damage really on your side. The Charizard has been softened up, so it will be susceptible to damage later on, but with this Venusaur on the side of your field, in the Sun, you're in a great spot to keep that pressure on. The problem now is the Frostlass comes onto the field, it will be override that Sun with its Snow, and the Venusaur will lose that Chlorophyll boost. It will become susceptible also to that Blizzard that threatens from that Frostlass at the same time.
If you want to get the weather back for Kazutaki, you have to swap the Charizard back out and in again as Snow with the Mega Evolution. Charizard will protect on this turn. You've already taken a lot of damage, and if you want that weather back, you can't afford to get KO'd. Double protect on the board. Now we get an opportunity to see what we're seeing, and Blizzard is going to do nothing, and same with Sneasler's attack.
Yeah, and now the double protect is kind of what your opponent's trying to do. See the close combat going into that Venusaur, maybe expecting a switch there, but it's not too bad because all you need to do is chip the Venusaur slightly if it stays on the field, break that Focus Sash, and the Blizzard will be enough to get that and that low health Charizard as well. So Kazuki in a really commanding position now. It's all on Kazutaka to respond in this scenario. They need to get that Charizard off the field if they want to take weather control again. But the problem is, we just protected that Venusaur, so are we going to see maybe a double switch? The big question is the Pelipper lurking in the back? If it is, it's a great Pokemon to bring in now, get rid of that Snow, and really start to get back into this game.
Charizard needing to swap out our Chaladon to join the field instead, as it will be that double swap. Is it the two modes of weather? It is. Pelipper comes out, and with it, the rain, bringing both weather modes to this match to contend up against the snow. Not the most accurate, but will connect into both targets. Pelipper and our Chaladon taking some damage. That's a freeze onto the Pelipper. That could swift so much momentum in this match. It will be a close combat as well, the follow-up. But on this next turn, Pelipper has the opportunity to just not move. And with that close combat, you've already done so much damage, and you're going to be so fast on this next turn with the Unburden.
Yeah, now there is the scenario where you can go Blizzard and then close combat into the Archaladon, and that combination will probably be enough to get the Archaladon here. There's no Reflect helping it out this time, that White Herb activating as well on the Sneasler, and really, really difficult scenario. Can the Pelipper thaw out? Can it take another Blizzard? It might be a roll, so Flawless does have to connect though. The accuracy isn't the most reliable when the rain's on the field. It's not the preferred environment, but you could maybe switch it out to regain control of that. But are you just better staying on the field and exerting that offensive pressure that you've got right now?
For Frostlass, if you stick around going for those inaccurate attacks and knowing that there's an Archaladon that could go for that Flash Cannon into you to start making sure that Kazutaka has all the momentum in the match, you need to swap. Lycanroc, yet again, brought into this match. Follow up close combat into the Archaladon. It already had one of those defense boosts, so it will take this hit, even though it's getting oh so low on damage. The Pelipper, though, frozen. Is it going to thaw coming up next? It's going to be the big thing, because our Chaladon still looking to get those boosts and really be able to kind of take more momentum into this match. But if Pelipper keeps staying frozen through these turns, that's where you could really get slowed down, as Sneasler will hold on. Frozen solid, so you can't double up to take it down.
Yeah, really difficult now. If the Pelipper thought there, you would think maybe a Tailwind could propel Kazutaka into a more commanding position. Now you've got the Frostlass to bring it in at any point and override the weather, but I think you've got to plan it and time it so well because you know the Charizard's in the back. Kazutaka. Now you can utilize your close combat, although the Charizard's have the defense boosted, is going to be susceptible to going down to that powerful attack. And the Lycanroc, the perfect Pokemon here, the Accelerock into that Pelipper. There is no Reflect, we talked about that already. So the Accelerock probably will be enough to pick up the knockout there and force one of those remaining Pokemon in the back out onto the field.
And with your Chaladon already having taken so much damage, it's forced into a Protect as Pelipper goes down with that Accelerock. So now one of your modes of weather is gone. You still do have the Charizard to be able to contend, but again, if you bring it out here, Kazuki can go ahead and bring the Frostlass back in. So maybe you just have to go for the Venusaur, swap the Charizard into the other slot. But again, if you get that turn wrong, you might never get control of the weather again.
No, and that's a big problem. The one plus that Kazutaka has right now is the Venusaur does have its Focus Sash, so it does have a little bit of room to maneuver. It is going to threaten Sleep Powder if it goes for that, but it does threaten super effective damage into that Lycanroc as well. Pretty much any of those options, even the resisted ones onto the Sneasler, will probably be enough to take it down, so you have to be very careful not to lose a slot and then really lose a resource as well.
Close combat yet again into our Chaladon. Turn after turn has really stacked up, and another KO taken in Kazuki's favor. Now just down to the two. Rock Slide to break the Focus Sash on the Venusaur and deal a lot of damage, and Sleep Powder will be a miss. Lycanroc stays awake, sticks around, and Charizard being forced out onto the field doesn't appreciate that at all.
That's a huge miss now, and now in a position, it doesn't matter with the sun coming onto the field because you've got that straight switch from Sneasler, you would imagine, into the Frostlass. Overwrite that sun, and then the Lycanroc is enabled. That Chlorophyll ability is taken away. The Rock Slide can come out if it does connect. Will it be enough to get the Charizard? Will it be enough to get the Venusaur, though? That is the question.
Sneasler swapped out. Kazuki has won the weather war as snow set up once again. Venusaur is going back to being slow, and Charizard so pressured by this Lycanroc. Rock Slide, yet again, not being tricked into going for the single target, so you can get some damage into the Venusaur, take the KO, and only one Pokemon remaining in your quest to get this to a game number 3.
Yeah, it doesn't miss its target. It takes down the Venusaur, and that Charizard just waiting in the wings. We are going to the game 3, Sierra, like you say, and a well-played match from Kazaki to get themselves back into this game. The adjustments here, and doing it in such a great fashion. The Accelerock into the Charizard, the target that it's after all this time, right at the end of the game to lock it up, take us to a game 3.
A series going the distance, so expertly played, coming out from Kazuki, contending up against not one but two weather modes. You have to be so careful with that Frostlass and those pieces and the perfect preservation of that Lycanroc to make sure you can force the Charizard out onto the field, put so much pressure onto it to really be able to clean up that match. Something like the Sleep Powder is quite important, but at the same time, when you look at the Sneasler allowed to keep doing all the damage turn after turn, you were able to get so much pressure from the get-go to force that.
Yeah, and the freeze was big here. It did prevent maybe a Tailwind being set up, but I don't really know if it really changed the outcome overall. I think the big thing we've got to point out here that Kazuki wasn't really conditioned into not bringing the Lycanroc. Would have been easy to say, I expect the rain mode again, so I'm not going to bring the Lycanroc. I'm going to replace it with that Basculegion. If you'd done that there, then the Venusaur would have been an even bigger problem in this game. I think bringing it to this game was a huge, huge play, and it really paid off. And now they're back in contention to lift the trophy. One game is going to decide this, Sierra. Which trainer will be able to overcome the other?
Two very deserving trainers, both with a win under their belt, with one more match to determine who our world champion is going to be, whether it's going to be Kazuki Kage or Kazutaka Hatahori. One more match for who is going to be starting off their Pokemon journey in the juniors division with the highest title of them all. Only one more match. And so much pressure. Pressure that no trainers really get to face on a stage like this. They can all wait to see who's going to come out on top. Trainers, everyone here at the Chase Center,
Gotta make some noise for these two young trainers. Let's give them that energy. Let's get one more game here to determine our junior world champion.
What adjustments are we going to see from both trainers coming into this game 3? That is the question on everyone's mind. Are we going to see the rain mode from Kazutaka? It was so successful in that round 1. Game 1. We're going to see the Charizard mode again. The Venusaur was very potent. You can land those sleep powders and it's in the right position and you can keep control of your weather. It's going to be hard, Kazuki, to control that, keep that contained. Or are we going to see the Basque Legion finally come to the game? Is that going to be the Pokemon that could be used to soften up some of these targets on the opposite side of the field? If you're expecting the rain, it makes a lot of sense for that Pokemon to come. It can cause a lot of issues for that Swampert, but if you're expecting that Venusaur, and this is what makes this matchup so beautiful, and I think why the intricacies of it are all dependent on the leads.
Getting into the game, it's time to see where these trainers' minds are at. What adjustments will be made as Swampert joins the fray next to Archaludon on the opposing end, King Gambit and Sneasler. If we tell you this fake out and the setup Sword Stance, once again, King Gambit can put on so much pressure. But do we get to see a swap and just a Swampert that tries to go on the offensive? And do we see a switch up from that fake out Sword Stance play from Kazuki?
Yeah, I love the lead here from Kazuki. They've got the option where they can take advantage of the rain from either of their leads. You've got the Archaludon with that Electro Shot. It's not likely to get faked out because of that stamina activation onto that slot. Well, you've got the Swampert. Well, if you don't fake out into that and the Archaludon switches out to the Pelipper, then you've got the instant ability to Mega Evolve, get access to Swift Swim, get the jump on both of these targets that are weak to that ground-type Earthquake attack. And that is going to be a huge, huge detriment, even if you get a Sword Stance set up. But that is the key. You do have your perfect partner next to you. You have that fake out in the Sneasler. Sword Stance is required to get the damage that you need on the opposing side of the field.
And when you eye up a Swampert on the field, of course, we're going to see a Mega Evolution and a Pelipper coming on out to bring that rain. The question is, will it be a fake out from the Sneasler to make sure no damage is there? Sure enough, Swampert will flinch and no Earthquake. Now Sword Stance +2 for this King Gambit. A big Sucker Punch next turn could happen.
Yeah, and the chip damage really important onto that Swampert. Now +2 Sucker Punch. There is the question where is it enough with that chip damage to get the Swampert? Might be just out of range. So that Swampert, if it is out of range, it will be in a scenario where it can get an Earthquake, and you've got to think Pelipper is going to be able to follow up, but not want to keep it in harm's way. Maybe get a Reflect setup like we saw in that game 1 to protect everything, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
Kazutaka in game number 1 had no fear letting that King Gambit set up with well-timed switches, and another one there. Grimmsnarl coming on out, no damage from King Gambit. Now Sneasler early on will get that White Herb activation, stats brought back to normal, and speed. So important with Tailwind from the Pelipper. You want to make sure that this Sneasler can continue to pressure with potentially a Gunk Shot onto this Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, and either into that Pelipper as well. That Citrus Berry hasn't been activated. This Gunk Shot going to be enough to get the Pelipper before it can attack. The Sneasler in a great position, even despite the Tailwind going up. But the problem is that Grimmsnarl now on the field, it is going to have that Prankster ability to set up that light. The Reflect, it was so vital in that first game to get around the threat of that King Gambit. The difference in this game is that King Gambit hasn't taken any damage so far, so it's full health. It's sitting in a perfect scenario just to constantly apply pressure. But you start going for that Kowtow Cleave rather than that Sucker Punch.
We Sucker Punch, but it will be enough. Reflect from Grimmsnarl to mitigate the damage, but the +2 King Gambit with that Life Orb still is so significant. Sneasler with the follow-up Gunk Shot will connect. Grimmsnarl is at full health. It will survive the hit, but it's brought real low.
Yeah, real low, and probably in range of even a resisted Sucker Punch the next turn. Just decide to go for an attack. Of course, it has got access to other options. It can party shove in Sneasler within that slot. Now, you've still got the scenario here. The Swampert comes in a bit of a better place now. It can Earthquake, but it will be hitting the Grimmsnarl, which isn't ideal. You've not got your preferred partner. Pelipper has been taken down, so Grimmsnarl is going to be susceptible. You've not got the option to switch either because you can't bring your Archaludon into an Earthquake. Do you rely then on the Wave Crash? And is that going to be enough to get the King Gambit? That has to be your target. You've got to be careful going overcompensating into that slot though, because if there's a Protect there, it opens the door for Sneasler to get some more damage on the board.
A light screen set up for later on. Sucker Punch into Swampert Not enough for the KO. But again, if we see this wave crash, you're going to do so much recoil potential to yourself. We're going to put it all on the line, though. Earthquake hits everything on the field. 2 KOs. One of Kazuki's Pokemon going down, but also your own Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, it's a really big play here. You make the correct call there, Sierra, saying the wave crash probably not the most optimal because you're hurting yourself, and taking the Sucker Punch puts you in a really awful position where the Swampert now is not going to be able to really take as much value out of this rain as you would like it to, but at least getting the Sneasel off the field removes one threat, and now you can take full advantage of the Tailwind turns that are still in effect.
What's really scary, though, is earlier on, game number 1, you were able to take care of this King Gambit so much sooner. Now it is still sticking around. The Swampert's taking so much damage, and there's only 2 Pokemon left for Kazutaka. You have to get the most well-timed protects to make sure this King Gambit doesn't get a KO onto the Swampert or deal so much into this Archaludon. But if you get that call wrong, that could be game-losing.
You really could. I think the Swampert in a pinch here where it needs to protect, I think it's the obvious target to go after the Sucker Punch, even despite the Tailwind. That's what we're seeing. But does Kazuki see that, go after that Archaludon instead? And they do!
They do! Sucker Punch into the Archaludon, bringing it down to less than half of its health. King Gambit is on a sliver, but if it's a follow-up, Archaludon's taking so much. Blast Cannon into the Lycanroc. Focus Sash still intact, means it does hold on for at least one more turn to fire off the powerful attack of its own. Close combat, but we split the difference. It did target into the Swampert instead.
You were hoping there that the close combat might be into that Archaludon, but a really smart protect there. But the one thing that Kazutaka hasn't been able to do is remove that threat in the King Gambit. Now it's still threatening another Sucker Punch. It will go down to the life of recall damage here, but it's done so much work already in this game. And the Archaludon now not in the rain, not in its preferred environment. The same with the Swampert as well. You have Tailwind in effect, but is that really going to help you against the priority attacks from the King Gambit?
Goes for the double, but the fail means that Sucker Punch still isn't going to do anything, so no damage. If Lycanroc follows up there, it could be the KO, but into the Archaludon instead. Swampert sticks around. Archaludon survives the hit with that defense boost, and now you still have 2 Pokemon for Kazutaka to contend with. Flash Cannon into Lycanroc on 1 HP is enough to claim the KO, and Swampert, it's still around. You still have to worry about the King Gambit on the next turn, but you can go for Protect again, and this Archaludon's done so much work. The problem is, for Kazuki, there is still another Pokemon to join the field, and with it being this Frostlass, you can go ahead and get this Mega Evolution. You are at full health.
Yeah, and this is a great time for Frostlass to join the party. It is going to be able to get the snow on the field, and it is going to be able to pressure that Archaludon with those Shadow Balls, a single target. It will be into that slot. It doesn't care about that Reflect on the field. It's only got 1 turn remaining as well. But like you say, the Swampert is going to be susceptible to a Sucker Punch. Do you go for a Protect again? Can Kazaki call it maybe and say, is it worth going for a counter deep to that slot? I would probably argue no. I think you just keep it checked with that Sucker Punch. Remember, the light screen is still in effect, but I don't think it's going to be enough to allow that Archaludon the room to get another attack off.
That's the problem. The health bar for Kazutaka's Pokemon are so low, and Frostlass with the Mega Evolution, with the Snow, can offer so much damage. Archaludon with the Protect, and if it is a Sucker Punch into that slot, it wouldn't do much, which does get it right. A failed Sucker Punch, Swampert on the other side. Unfortunately, with it being a Blizzard, a dual target attack, Swampert is not safe, and it's enough to take another KO. Only 1 Pokemon left in Kazuki's journey to becoming a champion, with only Archaludon remaining on the opposing end.
Yeah, the Frostlass and the King Gambit have this pin now. The Sucker Punch, the Archaludon cannot attack without taking that Sucker Punch damage first. And even if that's not enough, the Frostlass dead is going to be able to follow up and close things out. Can the Archaludon do it? It's looking slimmer and slimmer each tick of the clock.
Attempt of the double protect, but it will fail. Sucker Punch does no damage, but this Frostlass has this opportunity to attack. And with the Blizzard, it is enough. Congratulations to your junior world champion, Kazuki Kage!
Phenomenal, phenomenal play there from Kazuki. How well they got that King Gambit in the right positions at the right time and got the maximum value out of that Pokemon. Incredible trainer, the talent showing through the testament, the dedication. It's all come to a culmination here, and they are a junior world champion. Absolutely fantastic.
To be a trainer so young and achieve a feat unlike any other, becoming a Pokemon World Champion is incredible. And being down a game in the set, but never wavering, bouncing back in game number 2, and of course that incredible game 3. I am so excited for his Pokemon journey going on forward because he has a very, very bright future.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they managed the ball position throughout those games, it looked a little bit shaky after game 1. Where you saw this Swampert kind of dominating the weather control kept. But I think keeping the Frozlass so key until the last moment, the right time to get it onto the field, and maybe leading with that King Gambit with the Sneasel, it's perfect partner, right? The fake out, giving room for that sword stance, and you're thinking, well, it's there to soften things up. We talked about that. So something like the Frozlass can come in late game and then do the damage, get the knockouts that are required to close things up. But it turned out that Kazuki just played that King Gambit so well, and it stuck around longer and longer and longer, and that pressure it applied, it gave openings, and it meant that Kazuki could get into those positions, swing that momentum, and then clinch those wins that were all important for them taking this crown this weekend. Just phenomenal play.
That's what makes him such a strong trainer and what makes this team so incredible. Because if you don't target down the King Gambit, there's other options on the team to be able to just sweep the entire thing. A match so expertly played, such a well done job. But it's time to go hear from our newest world champion.
Thank you so much. Let's hear it for our first ever Pokemon Champions World Champion, Kazuki Kage! Kazuki, congratulations. How does it feel to be the first ever Pokemon Champions World Champion?
おめでとうございます。初めてチャンピオンになれた気分はどうですか？
最高です。
It's the best feeling ever.
Who was the most valuable Pokemon on your team throughout this competition?
この大会通してチームの中で一番大切だったポケモンはどれですか？
雪目の子です。
It's definitely Frostlass.
Of course, there were many family and friends who helped you throughout your journey to become our first ever world champion here today. Do you have any shout outs or any messages you want to give to anybody watching at home?
ここに来るまでに家族や友達にいろいろ手伝ってもらったと思うんですけど、誰かに送りたいメッセージとかありますか？
家族に連れてってくれてありがとう。
Thank you for my family for bringing me here.
Let's hear it one more time for our Junior 2026 World Champion, Kazuki Kage! All right, that is one World Champion down in the video game division. 2 more we go. Casters, back to you.
Let's turn our attention to the Senior Division World Championship Finals between Carlos Verastegui and Vikram Thiagarajan. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm so honored and excited to be here next to Aaron Zane to bring you through this next Grand Finals.
San Francisco! Let's do this! It is so exciting to be here with you, Rosemary. My name is Aaron Cybertron Zhang, and I have been waiting a long time to be here. The 30th anniversary of Pokemon Champions, first ever World Championships, and we are here in a legendary arena in Chase Center. We're about to crown a brand new World Champion as well.
It's already off to such a great start on this championship Sunday that we got to crown our world champion in the juniors division, but now we move our way up to the seniors. And these are 2 competitors that are so ready to take the stage, both regional champions, but they still miss out on that elusive title. Can they claim that
final crown, the World Championship, to add to that trophy case.
I want to hear you all scream right now!
Under my feet, Aaron. That's how loud this stadium is getting.
It is unbelievable. You all are here as a part of Pokemon history. The senior division in particular is an age group that many of the game's best players initially started their careers in. I think about 2014 World Champion Sejong Park. He finished second at the World Championships in the seniors division a few years before that. There are so many of the game's greats who start their Pokemon journey here and of course evolve to become the Pokemon master that they eventually turn into. And it's a big opportunity for our two players here.
Especially because you don't get too many years either to be able to try to grab this crown, and it's an amazing proving ground before you do age up into the Masters division and see if you can continue the legacy that way. But for both of these competitors, one comes from Europe, one comes from Latin America. It's very exciting to see them both be able to clash here on this global stage, and we're going to get a chance to see them do it for the first time in this World Championships.
What's also exciting is we just saw this dual weather team win, right? However, our Chaladon, Charizard, Venusaur. That is one of the two teams that will be represented in the finals here. Staring down actually the very first team that was crowned champion in Pokemon Champions over at the Indianapolis Regionals with Charizard and Palm Mine Mega Floette. So it is the tale of a brand new team that has popped up leading into the World Championships versus one of the strongest teams coming out right when we started this game as we take a look at our players' accomplishments.
Both regional champions. Carlos getting that title at the Special Championships in Lima just this year, as Vikram took home that accomplishment in Lille in 2025. But for both of them, this is one of their greatest achievements, to be able to be here in the final two at the World Championships. What an incredible experience to have.
And it's going to be a potential battle between the Charizards here. Of course, one of the most crucial Pokemon in this format. This Pokemon has been dominant ever since we started in Pokemon Champions, only fitting to see it here be crowned World Champion. But, Rosemary, the question is, which partner, Mega Evolution, will be crowned World Champion alongside it? Is it going to be that Floette, or is it going to be Swampert?
Both of them very powerful Mega Evolutions in their own right. Floette looked at as we started out our journey in Pokemon Champions because of the immense offense that it can dish out with those fairy-type attacks. But with a Pokemon like Swampert, when you do have this dual weather option, that gives you another Mega Evolution just to keep your opponent guessing. Let's take a deeper look at Carlos Verastegui's team, as you do see that Charizard and Floette at the top that can both Mega Evolve.
Dual team here with Mega Evolutions, and the Charizard is the ancient power. So that means that it can have a big edge against the opposing Charizard. And one of the things that I want to stress in this matchup is which Charizard is going to be faster, because both of these Charizards can actually hit each other for super effective damage, right? And so Ancient Power being a really powerful attack, 4 times super effective. The Venusaur is a really big glue on the team that is able to be the super disruptive, can threaten with Sleep Powder, can be led with that Charizard. A big question I have for you, Rosemary, in this matchup is which Mega Evolution do you want to commit to if you're Carlos? Bringing Charizard in a matchup when you see that rain on the opposing side often can feel really tricky. So you might want to think about going with the Calm Mind Floette, try to get a boost up. Once it gets Calm Mind, you get that special attack and special defense boost. It's difficult to knock out. If you pair it with the Incineroar, Sinistcha, and Venusaur and protect it well, Floette often can just overwhelm the opposing side. But Floette is staring down a very big physical threat on the opposing team, which is going to be the Mega Swampert.
Mega Swampert can do a lot to every piece on Carlos's team, and that damage can add up really quickly. That's one of the key differences between these two team compositions, is that Carlos may take a couple of turns to actually get that engine started and then be able to press the go button. But for Vikram, there's damage all over the place. Whether or not you want it to come from this Mega Swampert, Mega evolving immediately, getting that Swift Swim activated with the Pelipper with the rain, or you can just go on the offense with something like the Charizard or even the Chaladon in the rain.
Exactly. For the viewers, I think that Pelipper, Archaludon, and Venusaur is going to be a trio that we will see a lot of throughout the course of this set. Now, what really makes Vikram's team unique is your ability to flex your Mega Evolution. You can pick Charizard, go with the Sun. You can also bring Swampert, and Venusaur outside of the Sun is still really threatening. That is one of the key Pokemon I'm looking at for Vikram in this matchup. And it can be really disruptive with Sleep Powder, but also don't discount it defensively into that Floette. Floette can take a lot of damage from Sludge Bomb, and Venusaur can be used to slow down its offensive pressure. The main question, though, is how comfortable do you feel bringing Swampert in a matchup where you're staring down not one, but two different Grass-type Pokemon on the opposing team?
Right, you've got the super effective damage from Machagacha and Sinistra, and then the Venusaur from Carlos can threaten with a one-hit knockout with the Leaf Storm. And so there's a lot of different threats that you have to think about when choosing your Pokemon to bring to this first game. And is that actually going to be something where you have to think a couple steps ahead and try to bring some counter picks?
I expect this to be a Venusaur-heavy set. I think Venusaur can be led on either ends. For example, Incineroar and Venusaur on Carlos's end is a defensive lead. You get an Intimidate off, which can neuter the opposing Swampert. The Venusaur can also immediately go for Sleep Powder. And for Vikram, you have a lot of different options. For example, you can lead with Charizard Venusaur, set up the Sun, immediately start going for Sleep Powder. You can consider something like Venusaur and Swampert, where the Swampert exerts a lot of offensive pressure, while Venusaur says, hey, you have to respect my Sleep Powder. So it is a big decision on which Mega Evolution to commit to. And I think there's also maybe a world where you see Charizard and Swampert in the same battle, with Swampert not Mega Evolving, although I think that is probably a less likely path for Vikram to take. And I think Grimmsnarl is a really difficult Pokemon for him to bring into this matchup because you are staring down Fake Out from Incineroar and a set-up Pokemon in Calm Mind Floette.
Something to call out on both of these team sheets is going to be the stat alignment of both of these Venusaur. One, for Carlos, is going to be Timid. So that's going to be a stat increase to its speed. On the other hand, for Vikram's Venusaur, that is a modest stat alignment. That's going to mean more power and special attack.
I think that's a really good point. And another thing to pay attention to is going to be how these Charizards interact with each other should we see Charizard come out as the Mega Evolution pick. And this is because you have Ancient Power on one side, you have Weather Ball on the other side. A Weather Ball in rain is one of the ways that this Charizard can deal with threats like opposing Charizard and opposing Incineroar. And so whoever has the faster Charizard will have a big advantage. And here we go, folks, Game 1 of the Senior Division World Championship Finals.
For Vikram, it is going to be the Swampert and the Grimmsnarl, and for Carlos, it's going to be the Sun. Charizard and Venusaur hits the field.
It's going to be the Grimmsnarl, not a pick I actually expected to see here, and so the Grimmsnarl immensely helpful in setting up those screens, but right now Venusaur exerting so much offensive pressure into Swampert. If you are Vikram, you know that the Swampert can just get knocked out by a Leaf Storm immediately. So Swampert may consider going for a Protect. You may consider switching out into your own Archaludon, for example. But right now, Carlos has all of the offense with this duo, and if you switch out and Carlos calls you and goes for a Sleep Powder, it can be disastrous.
Sleep Powder would put a Pokemon to sleep and stop them from moving on this turn, but a swap in on the weather would also be able to stop something like the Mega Evolution on the Charizard. First up, though, it is going to be the Mega Evolution of the Swampert, and Charizard just protects itself, hoping to scout out whether or not a sneaky Pelipper in the back can be weather that it overwrites later. But Swampert also willing to protect itself in the face of a Leaf Storm from this opposing Venusaur as Grimmsnarl gets up a Light Screen. That's going to be great against both of these special attackers.
Oh, and the first Sleep Powder comes out and it will miss. Like I said, folks, expect to see a lot of Venusaur in this set. That means Carlos is not able to accomplish anything this turn. However, of course, Venusaur still threatens that Leaf Storm onto the opposing Swampert. So if you are Vikram, Grimmsnarl here could go for a parting shot, right? And of course, neutralize damage up, but if Charizard Mega Evolves, well, Charizard will set up the Sun, parting shot will come out, Pelipper can come in, immediately changing the weather back into rain. And so it's a big miss to start off. And Charizard does not want to get knocked out immediately, so we'll switch into the Incineroar, a really big Intimidate here.
Intimidate's going to neuter the damage output of this Swampert, who likes to be a physical attacker, but that Swampert's going to shed that drop immediately as it switches out for the Archaludon, a Pokemon that would handle the... Ooh, I was going to say the Leaf Storm a little bit better. We are going to see that parting shot fail because as Grimmsnarl is a prankster Pokemon and then Incineroar is a dark type, you cannot use those support groups into it. Archaludon switches into that Leaf Storm, takes the stamina boost, and that's going to help increase its defenses.
Really nice defensive play there. If Swampert just gets one-hit KO'd by Leaf Storm, it's a disaster. Swampert is such an important Pokemon to thread in one-hit knockouts onto things like Incineroar and Charizard. For Vikram right now, his goal is to start getting a little bit of damage onto the Venusaur. Then, ideally, you put it in Ice Punch KO range from the Swampert. For Carlos, your goal is, right now, you don't have a lot of damage on the board. We also saw the commitment to Charizard. It's not going to be that setup Floette, right? And so Grimmsnarl right now is going to pivot out. This does leave it vulnerable to a Sleep Powder for the switched in Pelipper.
But the Pelipper is at least going to set the rain, so you...
But it hits.
Oh, it does hit. But it's going to set the rain for the Archaludon that is sitting next to it. You're going to have those one-turn Electro shots now. But as we see this Incineroar still waiting with bated breath, it has not gone for a fake out on this turn. There's likely some type of attack going to come out in a moment. But first, the special attack boost, our Electro Shot gets unleashed, and you're going to start to stack up damage against this Incineroar. Not enough to put it in range of being able to consume its Citrus Berry, but then our Chaladon is immediately going to get that special attack increase taken away with the Parting Shot as Carlos gets a nice pivot out.
I think that was a really big defensive turn by Carlos. While he has not done any damage there, putting Pelipper to sleep and Pelipper not taking any sleep turns means that he's incredibly vulnerable right now. And the question is, well, do you really want to switch out, right? Swampert, obviously an incredibly powerful Pokemon, but if you switch it in and it eats up something like the Sleep Powder or Leaf Storm, well, you're throwing away what might be your biggest win condition. Parting Shot into our Chaladon also neutralizes his damage output, so I think Carlos has found a really good position for Charizard and Venusaur to do a lot of damage right now. Pelipper is going to switch out, Grimmsnarl I think being the safest defensive switch here. Charizard's going to finally Mega Evolve, and crucially, now the Grimmsnarl can potentially Parting Shot out once again, bring the rain, but where is Carlos targeting right now with the Venusaur? Could it be a Sleep Powder into our Chaladon or even the Grimmsnarl switch in?
You got to get through this next turn first, and it's going to be the Leaf Storm. Venusaur has already taken a special attack drop, and with the light screen up, that's going to be even less damage to this Grimmsnarl. A great defensive switch, but it will be the Weather Ball also targeted towards that slot, so our Chaladon gets out of these first couple of attacks scot-free. Means it can go for a Dragon Pulse into the Venusaur, start to whittle it away, and that's going to be 56% left.
You can see Vikram celebrating there, knew that there was a potential Sleep Powder like could go into our Chaladon or a Heat Wave or Weather Ball. Sleep Powder neutralizing our Chaladon, Heat Wave or Weather Ball doing so much damage. Right now though, Vikram does not have the heavy damage dealer, which is Swampert, right? The light screen is also slowly expiring. I think if you're Carlos, it's so important to try to conserve this Venusaur for the endgame against Swampert. Incineroar is going to come back in for yet another defensive pivot here, saying, I don't want to face a Parting Shot with Pelipper coming out. Grimmsnarl actually says, look, I saw you switch in Incineroar earlier. Parting Shot doesn't work against Dark types, so I'm just going to manually switch into Pelipper instead. Oh, but Sleep Powder connects on our Chaladon.
That's going to be two sleepy Pokemon on Vikram's side with the Pelipper stopping in still asleep. Our Chaladon now going to take a nap on the field, and feels like the momentum has swung into Carlos's favor.
Yeah, it's really back and forth because the main thing is for Carlos, how are you going to deal damage into our Chaladon? The answer is Charizard. You have to position it well, but you also want to conserve the Venusaur, right? Because Venusaur, of course, is going to be such an important tool to deal with Swampert. So Carlos played really nice defensively, has gotten okay damage, obviously got into Sleeps Off, won't pressure with too much damage right now, so looking to pivot into something a little bit stronger, and Charizard's going to be the perfect answer here.
Very safe to get this in because you do see the Pelipper and our Chaladon asleep on the other side. As our Chaladon is going to take its first turn, Parting Shot from this Incineroar is going to drop this special attack again and let Carlos get this Incineroar out to keep it with these Intimidate drops for later when that Swampert makes a reappearance. But now we actually get some valuable information. Maybe we see this fourth Pokemon that Carlos has brought to the game, or Venusaur comes back out.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is I think both Sinistcha and Garchomp provide a lot of options, right? It is going to be the Garchomp here, okay, and you can see Vikram actually maybe a little bit surprised to see the Scarf Garchomp. Pelipper takes a turn to sleep here, and so now you have basically what is your strongest offensive duo on the team, right? You have a lot of damage pressure. Pelipper, though, of course, could potentially wake up, has that wide guard, and so you have to be cautious of clicking your spread moves like Earthquake or Heat Wave. I think if you're Carlos, you might expect Vikram to make a switch with that Pelipper right now. So if you anticipate a switch, it's an opportunity to do a lot of damage. I think for Vikram, Grimmsnarl as a Pokemon Lab is not super important at this point in the game, but the Swampert is so important to try to get to the end game, right? So Pelipper is going to switch out right now, but this is Carlos' opportunity to burst down in terms of damage.
Swampert has to switch into these attacks, and the first Dragon Claw is going to do a good chunk as Heat Wave now connects onto both. Our Chaladon is also going to take a considerable amount of damage, but these stamina boosts can start to stack up against this Garchomp. Our Chaladon wakes up though and gets that super effective Dragon Pulse into the Garchomp on the other side, but this Garchomp will still be around for the next turn.
This has been a really defensive game back and forth. You can see the screens, the parting shots, they just really add up. And so both players are slowly doing damage, 20 to 30% here and there, but no big knockout yet. Right now, though, of course, Vikram is threatening a big play. The Archaladon or the Swampert can switch into Pelipper, and then the other Pokemon can just target down the Charizard, right? Swampert did eat up a lot of damage on that switch in. Charizard on Carlos's end feels like you kind of need to conserve it, right? And so, of course, if Vikram predicts that and targets the Garchomp down, you can just get an immediate knockout onto the Garchomp. And so now Vikram, once again, going with this Weather War, being able to pressure and set up the range, gotten his main ace in Swampert in on the field, but it's taken a lot of damage. And so key dynamic this turn is, do we see a Pelipper switch into either slot? And yeah, does Charizard switch? Does Vikram call it and knock out the Garchomp?
Charizard has the ability to protect itself, but Garchomp does not with that Choice Scarf. As Incineroar comes in, it's hoping to get that Intimidate drop down onto the Swampert so that maybe Garchomp or a partner can come in on the next one. But Pelipper decides to switch in for the Swampert to shut that Intimidate drop, also set up the raid now for that partner, our Chaladon. And Pelipper is also going to be able to take that Dragon Claw as our Chaladon gets set up. Another Electro Shot to boost back up its special attack. It can only go in one direction, and that is going to be the Incineroar on the receiving end. A great defensive switch by both parties here.
For Carlos, recognizing, I think if I lose Charizard, I actually cannot beat the Archaladon. This is what makes Archaladon feel like a final raid boss. And so Carlos recognizes I need to get to an end game where I can basically have Charizard in the sun against Archaladon. I'm going to switch out. Garchomp's Dragon Claws are doing okay damage, but that Dragon Claw into Pelipper did under 50%. So another one is likely not going to knock it out, can activate that Citrus Berry as well. Incineroar on the field right now, of course, does pressure with Fake Out. Normally, you don't really want to give stamina boost over to Archaladon, but you might be okay with that, saying, look, my goal to deal with this is going to be Charizard anyway. Another defensive switch here. It's just constant rotation throughout this battle. And Charizard's going to hit the field once again in a battle versus Sun and Rain.
Feels like just a matter of time before we're going to see the first knockout, but both competitors being methodical about how they get there. Our Chaladon free to go for another Dragon Pulse. Would have loved to be able to see the Garchomp there, but you'll still take some good damage onto the Charizard. As Incineroar, another parting shot helps reduce the damage output of this Archaladon and get another switch.
Really beautiful defensive play by both here. You can see how much both players are looking to have weather control. We've seen the sun, we've seen the rain, we've seen the sun, we've seen the rain, and this tension is so crucial to the battle because if you lose your weather setter, it will just be a huge advantage given to your opponent. However, Charizard and Venusaur now out on the field, pressuring Sleep Powder once again. You can go for something like Sleep Powder into Archaladon and a Heat Wave. The Grimmsnarl, of course, could go for a parting shot, bring that Pelipper in, and of course, the rain is up. Charizard and Venusaur just don't have offense really to deal with the Archaladon. So for Vikram, likely makes sense to try to get that Pelipper back in on the field once again. But Rose, how many times have we seen the weather change at this point in the game?
Too many to count right now as the pressure cooker has continued to mount and intensify. Venusaur is going to swap out again for another defensive pivot into this Incineroar, hoping that it will take one of the attacks from these Pokemon a little bit better. But our Chaladon has opted to protect itself instead, knows that the threat of the Charizard in the opposition is just a little bit too scary. Waiting for the Grimmsnarl to set up the light screen so that the special attacks are not going to be as powerful. Charizard, though, still can't connect onto this Grimmsnarl, and there's been a lot of damage stacked up onto it. That will be the first KO of this game number 1. Grimmsnarl goes down, and a fresh switch in with the light screen that was just set up for Vikram.
I want to explain that dynamic because I think that Venusaur, obviously, for many, was exerting a lot of offensive, or I should say sleep powder pressure there. The Incineroar switch in there was hoping to see a parting shot go into Venusaur potentially, block it by being dark typing, and say, now I just get a knockout onto you. Still accomplishes a KO, and now Incineroar is out on the field with fake out pressure. But once again, you've got our Chaladon in range, so it feels like the Charizard needs to pivot back out. And so I do think like getting that first KO is a big deal. Carlos is inching this advantage just a little bit more, but I feel like the tides can turn so quickly. Once again, though, conserving this Charizard, saying, look, Garchomp here can switch into an Electro Shot.
Garchomp's ground typing will make it immune to the Electro Shot, but there's also no threat of that if you just fake out the Archaladon and stop it from moving on this turn. But can Pelipper finally wake up? It has been asleep this entire game after that first sleep powder.
Crucially, does stay asleep there, so that Pelipper, had it woken up, could have gone for something like a Weather Ball to knock out either of these Pokemon, maybe set up a Tailwind as well. Now it will be able to wake up on the following turn. Garchomp is not actually exerting that much offensive pressure. The Archaladon has these defense boosts. You can go for a Dragon Claw into the Pelipper slot and maybe swap back out into Charizard. Once again, it is this dual weather going back and forth, and I think Garchomp has gotten decent damage on a Pelipper. For Carlos, you really want to just get one more knockout and just win the Weather War, right? If Pelipper falls, that's it. It's going to be really difficult for Swampert and Archaladon to beat your Charizard in Sun. And so Incineroar once again pivots out, uses its fake out, and it's going to be Charizard coming back in.
But this might open the door for Vikram to finally get some type of knockout. As Garchomp goes first, Pelipper is going to survive with just a sliver of HP, and the Citrus Berry is going to help him recover some. But Archaladon lets loose a Dragon Pulse, a KO now secured here for Vikram as Garchomp falls.
Garchomp will fall, but I think that it actually did a decent job in this game. Pelipper wakes up now, gets that Tailwind up as well, so speed over in Vikram's favor. However, there now is a free switch in, and Venusaur is a very strong Pokemon to have out on the field. Another thing to consider, Pelipper cannot protect Rose, and so as a result, that means that you can always target that slot. For example, a Leaf Storm into that slot would knock out Pelipper or the incoming Swampert. So even though Tailwind is up on the opposing end, Carlos does have a Venusaur in Sun, which of course doubles its speed, and the Archaladon has even so many parting shots where it don't think it'll get a knockout onto either of these Pokemon with its damage right now.
You would like, if you were this Swampert, to have the rain to activate the Swift Swim ability, but at least you have the Tailwind to try to make up some of that deficit you're not going to be able to have if you have to switch out this Pelipper. Either way, though, to get the rain back, it's going to require 2 turns. Vikram to manually switch out this Pelipper, but then you don't want to give up too much damage from this Swampert either. Right now, Carlos has a great position in this game. Letting the Sleep Storm loose means that the Pelipper is going to get knocked out, and weather control firmly in Carlos's hands.
And this is what I was saying, Pelipper can't protect. If you stay in, you get knocked out. If you switch into Swampert, you get knocked out. Dragon Pulse doesn't do enough either. And now it feels like Carlos has full control of this game. Even though Tailwind is up on the opposing end, look how much damage that Weather Ball does. Like I said, this Charizard is your win condition into our Chaladon, and Carlos has conserved it perfectly throughout the course of this game. And so Vikram now will be able to bring in that Swampert. Tailwind is up, but it is going to expire soon. And like you said, Rose, that's Weather just completely gone in Carlos's favor. Right now, if you're Carlos, you are probably looking to stall out this Tailwind. There's only 2 turns left. So you can consider something like protecting one Pokemon, switching in Incineroar for the other slot. Then you have Fake Out pressure the following turn, and so Carlos is getting very, very close to winning this first game.
Still some speed control turns that Vikram can use to try to get back into this one as Swampert protects itself for the first one. Doesn't want to give up too much damage over to the Venusaur, and maybe is hoping that it will switch out here so that Swampert can have something to do on the next one. Archaladon, though, is hoping to make up the difference. That Dragon Pulse does knock out a big threat on the field to the Swampert, and so we are down to a 2v2 in this first game. But make that a 2v1 as Charizard lets loose the Weather Ball, another knockout secured, and Swampert is going to have to do the work of 3 more Pokemon.
And Carlos saying, you know what, I'm okay actually just staying in because I have that Chlorophyll up. My Venusaur basically, with its boosted speed, will neutralize the Tailwind on the opposing end. And because Swampert's actually already taken a lot of damage, I can close out this game with the Incineroar and the Charizard combination. And so now you can go for something, of course, like a Fake Out. Crucially, this Charizard does not have Solar Beam, right? So we'll have to go for Weather Ball. It goes for the double protect. That's actually a big fail because it means now there's a lot of free damage coming onto Swampert.
Swampert, with 3 of its allies fallen, has a lot of work cut out for it, but the Weather Ball is going to do enough that even if you get one big wave crash down into Incineroar or Charizard, you are going to end up falling to the recoil damage.
And that should be game over. Carlos should take this first game. Had a double protect come out, you don't take the fake out chip, you don't take that first Weather Ball, and then you can retaliate back with a wave crash. That being said, Intimidate was already activated. Swampert is going to go for a protect now, but this is Carlos's game, and I think both players are already probably thinking about their game plans for this second match.
In the second match, then, what do you consider? You brought your rain mode, if you're Vikram, to this battle, so do you actually consider bringing Charizard instead?
It's a really good question. Yeah, I think the Venusaur is actually a Pokemon I'm looking at. Grimmsnarl was something that I mentioned coming into this game where it was nice defensively, right? It was able to set up screens, but I think the problem is that Vikram did not have many opportunities to get big swings. Our Chaladon, when it does not have any special attack boost, just won't do very much damage. And so Weather Ball will finally come out, and Carlos's perfect pivoting of Charizard. Ooh! Swampert will survive, so it'll take itself out and actually knock out the Charizard as well, showcasing how powerful it can be, but still not enough, obviously, as it'll fade from recoil.
You gotta give Swampert the effort, though, for not going down without a fight. But Incineroar, the final Pokemon left standing in his first game, means that Carlos wins game number 1.
So as we head into the second game, I think part of what makes these teams so scary and flexible is how many different modes that you can lead into, right? I think if you are in Vikram's shoes, you can consider, like you said, Rose, going into the Sun mode instead, maybe going for Charizard and Venusaur. I think that the Venusaur in particular is a really valuable pick for Vikram because you can use it to Sleep Powder the opposing threats, right? Landing a Sleep Powder into the Charizard, big deal. We take a look at this first game. Big Sleep Powder miss right away, but the Venusaur otherwise was quite clutch, hitting basically all of its other Sleep Powders and also getting some 2-turn sleeps along the way.
Yeah, that Pelipper spent the majority of that first game asleep with all of the methodical pivots that were made. You had to make sure that the positioning and the timing was just right for this Charizard for Carlos to finally start dishing out damage. But once the damage was mounted, it was impossible to mount the comeback as Vikram watched one by one his Pokemon falling to the hands of these Venusaur and Charizard duo.
Yeah, I think if you are now in Vikram's shoes and you're thinking about adaptations, you can run it back with the same 4 Pokemon, but it felt like Carlos just was one step ahead in terms of the pivoting, right? So Charizard Venusaur is one adaptation. You can match the opposing Charizard Venusaur. Like I said, Venusaur Swampert coming into this game is also an interesting one where you do pressure with Sleep Powder while kind of protecting the Swampert. I think the goal, ideally, if you're going to bring the Swampert, is you have to knock out that Venusaur on the opposing side. Swampert, as you saw at the end of that first game, is a big damage dealer, but it only basically got one big attack in that entire game. And the reason for it is it never found the opportunity to hit the field very safely. It's just very difficult to pilot. So I do think, like you said, Rose, that Charizard might be the adaptation, and maybe you bring it and the Venusaur together.
Sometimes I wonder if you can't beat them, maybe join them, try to dish out those Sleep Powders. And since it was such an effective strategy for Carlos, you might want to consider doing it. But as you had called out too, just the offense on the Charizard, you don't want your Venusaur to be on the opposing end of that. And so it's also still a tricky positioning game, no matter how you slice it.
Could it be a Charizard Venusaur versus Charizard Venusaur mirror? I think when I was looking at this matchup coming into today, I thought that the Sleep Powder and the Venusaur is just so strong on both teams. It is a very scary move to click. We saw the finals start with that miss. Of course, 25% chance to miss, but it can swing things so heavily in your favor, especially when both players are looking to switch so frequently, right? We saw Pelipper switch in and just immediately get put to sleep. Well, if you take a look, of course, on Carlos's team, there's also no protect on Incineroar, so landing a Sleep Powder into that or whatever switches in would be a big deal. And so I wouldn't be shocked to see Charizard Venusaur now come out from both leads. And I think if you are Carlos, you can also consider maybe saying, now I actually reveal the Charizard strategy, I'm going to go with Floette and try to go with the Calm Mind-based strategy, right? If you want to go with Floette, you can lead something like Incineroar and the Floette immediately, which of course allows you to pressure with Fake Out into Calm Mind. You can also play more defensively, leading something like Incineroar and Venusaur, which allows you to go for something like Fake Out Sleep Powder early, neutralize the big threats, then bring in the Floette and start setting up. And so the options are endless for both players here, but Carlos has that game advantage.
And I wonder how much more Vikram will lead on this Archaladon. That was a Pokemon that I feel like had a lot of potential in that first game, but you saw those stamina boosts not mounting to anything particularly effective, since a lot of the damage from Carlos's team actually was coming from special attackers.
I really like that point because If Orchaladon is able to be in the rain, well, it can keep clicking Electro Shot, right? But the problem for Vikram in that last game was the rain was not up for half the battle because Charizard was just swapping out and in and out and in. And so as a result, if Orchaladon can only click Electro Shot every other turn, its damage output is just way lower. And you saw I was able to chip away, right? Maybe do 30%, 40%, but it's just not enough. And here we go, folks. Game 2. Carlos 1 game away from becoming world champion, but Vikram can still pull it up. And like I said, Charizard Venusaur, there it is, folks. And I called it.
Besties on the field and a mirror really pointing at each other right now as the Charizard and Venusaur stare down across you from each other.
Rose, I'm scared. I'm scared for both players right now because both players have the pressure of Sleep Powder, right? This first turn already is really interesting because you can protect your Charizard, hope that Sleep Powder goes into that slot, and go for something like Sludge Bomb and Heat Wave to just try to knock out the opposing Venusaur, right? So Mega Evolution is going to come out, and of course, this allows Venusaur to now move first on basically both players' end.
You have to worry, though, again, and keep in mind that Carlos's Venusaur is timid, so it is likely to be the faster between the two, even though we haven't seen them up against each other in this match just yet. But it's a Mega Evolution for both as they have hit the field. So now what comes next? Which Venusaur will move first? It is going to be Carlos's getting the Sleep Powder into Vikram's Charizard to stop in his tracks for this first turn. But Vikram's Venusaur can respond as well with a Sleep Powder of its own. And so both of these Charizards will Mega Evolve and be asleep in the job.
Oh my goodness, you can see Vikram's Charizard, by the way, Mega Evolving first and also taking the sleep turn first. So unless they're speed tying, might just be indication that Vikram's Charizard is faster. Like I said, coming into this battle, whoever's Charizard is faster will have a pretty big advantage there. And so now, lots of things that can happen, right? Pelipper can switch in on the opposing side. Then you can go for a Weather Ball into Charizard. But as you pointed out, Rose, it is going to be timid Venusaur here. Modest Charizard on the opposing side as well. And so Venusaur is going to pivot out. Is it going to be the Pelipper to change the weather into rain? It is. I expect the Venusaur on Carlos's end to still move first here. And could it be a Sleep Powder into that slot?
If it is, that would be a great call out. Of course, you cannot put the opposing Venusaur to sleep, but you could put either the Pelipper or the Archaludon to sleep. But it's just a Sludge Bomb, so that Steel-type Archaludon coming in and not taking any damage.
Okay, so turn 2 of sleep now gone. Archaludon has now been positioned in the rain. If you are Carlos, you're probably looking to get a Sleep Powder off, maybe put the Archaludon to sleep and pivot that Charizard out. It's the same dynamic that we saw from the first game, but I do like the adaptation from Vikram. I think Charizard also just poses decent damage throughout the course of this game. And so the big question I have right now is what is Venusaur able to accomplish? It likely wants to go for Sleep Powder into either slot, but a miss would be absolutely devastating.
It is too bad that this Venusaur doesn't have Earth Power in this particular case, because you would love to be able to get some damage down onto the opposing Archaludon, but you will take another Sleep Powder connecting onto the opposing Pelipper. Archaludon, though, now has this opportunity to get the Electro Shot, get that special attack increase. Maybe it will be useful for these subsequent turns, but is this going to be an Electro Shot into the Garchomp that switched in, or the Venusaur? Venusaur is the one on the receiving end, and that's just going to be some chip.
It's a fantastic call there, and unlike last time where Incineroar was able to neutralize the Archaludon early, this time there is no parting shot. And so an Archaludon at +1 is so much stronger than a neutral Archaludon, right? You're pressuring that Dragon Pulse into the Garchomp. Venusaur now maybe wants to angle for a Sleep Powder into Archaludon, but Carlos just does not have that much damage, and that's the thing with this Choice Scarf Garchomp. Like we saw earlier, what Dragon Claw does, under 50% to Pelipper, you can go for a ground-type attack, but the Archaludon is just going to stack up those stamina boosts. So Garchomp, once again, kind of in an awkward position, which is why I was thinking Sinistcha makes sense in this matchup. And okay, you know, who needs damage? You can go for Rock Slide. That gives you a flinch chance. Actually still does a decent amount to Pelipper as well, but of course will start stacking up that stamina.
Looks like it's still going to be 3-hit knockout from the Rock Slide onto the Pelipper, but we're not going to find out whether or not this Archaludon will flinch because of the Rock Slide, because Venusaur has said you're just going to go to sleep. But Pelipper wakes up, so that is a damage. So that's Hurricane onto the opposing Venusaur. Super effective knockout, and that is going to be a huge Pokemon out of the way.
An absolutely huge trade there. Now Venusaur can no longer Sleep Powder. And I think this is what's really awkward about Choice Scarf Garchomp as a pick in this matchup, right? Yes, it's fast, but it is not necessarily threatening one-hit knockouts. And once you commit to a move, well, now you're just locked into that Rock Slide, right? Charizard, of course, however, does hit the field. And so you do pressure a Weather Ball into the opposing Archaludon. That'll obviously do a lot of damage. And so I think Vikram got a really great turn there, eliminating Venusaur, meaning no more Sleep Powder is big, but Charizard now regains weather control. So Vikram says, okay, I want to reset for rain, time to bring out Venusaur.
But this is so risky, because what if it is just going to be a Weather Ball into that slot? You also have to worry about the Rock Slide. Switching your Venusaur, that Focus Sash is now no longer going to be able to keep this Venusaur in this if it does take a super effective attack. Charizard wakes up as well. Weather Ball does go into the Archaludon. Venusaur around for the next turn, but Archaludon has to count its lucky stars for that survival.
So intense right now. Archaludon does manage to hang on. It's a big offensive turn for Carlos, but now Vikram once again has the ability to either pivot in Pelipper. I actually don't think you want to do it right now because you've got the Venusaur out in the field. So you might want to angle for something like a Sleep Powder into Charizard, and it is going to be that, and it does connect. Vikram inching closer and closer to taking us to game 3.
Garchomp can still go for Rock Slide though, which could stop this Archaludon from moving if it does manage to wake up on this turn. But the stamina boosts are starting to really add up here against the physical offense of this Garchomp. But Archaludon wakes up. Dragon Pulse now is a tornado onto this Garchomp. And so 2 Pokemon left here for Carlos as we enter into the latter parts of the second game.
And that is the difference between getting that special attack boost on Archaludon and having being at neutral or even -1. Huge knockout there. That's 2 KOs, and now that is weather control over in Vikram's favor. Carlos, of course, still does have Charizard, and it is sleeping. It is just so scary. I think the Incineroar right now obviously has fake out pressure into either Pokemon, right? You could fake out Venusaur, Charizard, hope to wake up, go for Heat Wave, right? I think that's basically the best bet. But it is still so tough because Vikram, of course, can pivot in the Pelipper and, of course, change the weather.
Wonder if you can go for an Ancient Power, though, with this Charizard. That's the one attack that I'm thinking of. Can Carlos keep himself in this game if he gets a big call right?
That, I think, is a really great point. Venusaur is going to swap out here. It's going to be the Pelipper. So, the weather now turning once again back into rain.
Rain active as Archaludon protects itself, just doesn't want to be on the receiving end of a fake out and a double up. Because even if this is going to end up being a water type Weather Ball from this Charizard, that could be enough to knock out the Archaludon on the other side. You also afford yourself some time to get some leftovers recovery.
For Vikram there, maybe there was an opportunity to actually just have attack with the Archaludon, knowing that the Charizard wasn't guaranteed to wake up there, 1 in 3 chance. It was a throat chop, it wasn't a fake out. Electro Shot there actually would have probably knocked out Charizard and just won the game. But Vikram saying, look, I'd rather just guarantee that I get the Pelipper in safely. Of course, did risk an Ancient Power. Charizard now guaranteed to wake up, does wake up. It's going to be the Weather Ball to knock out Archaludon, but that means the Pelipper will be able to get a Weather Ball or a Tailwind up right now.
Tailwind for speed control, but a Weather Ball would be super effective into either of these Fire-type Pokemon. As Incineroar goes for the Parting Shot to limit some of this Pelipper's special attack output, still might not save itself from the partner coming in and trying to get some damage down. Tailwind to set up that speed control, and let's see what Vikram brings in next.
So it's going to be the Tailwind. As you saw, actually, crucially, Carlos' Incineroar faster than that Pelipper, so being able to drop that special attack immediately. It's going to be Venusaur. Can Vikram put it all together? The Pelipper's offense right now is quite good. As you mentioned, Rose, there is that Ancient Power on Charizard. That is super effective damage into the Pelipper. Right now, Incineroar on Carlos' end cannot protect itself, and so it is very vulnerable to a Weather Ball. Sleep Powder targets the Charizard and is going to find its mark there. That's a big connect. Will Pelipper follow up with a double up with the Weather Ball?
So Ancient Power is off the board, but the Weather Ball is hoping to secure some big damage into the Charizard. At -1 special attack, though, it is not going to be enough to get the knockout now, but you should be able to follow that up on the next turn, as Throat Chop will not knock out this Pelipper here.
You can just see the strength of the rain, right? Of course, Carlos has that Flare Blitz, could have gone for it potentially onto the Venusaur slot, but maybe doesn't want to take that much recoil either, maybe predicting Venusaur to potentially go for a Protect. Either way, though, right now, Vikram just is in the driver's seat. Charizard, however, has taken Turn to Sleep, so it can go for something like a Protect. However, even if you Protect, what are you going to accomplish, right? Incineroar can maybe Parting Shot into Pelipper, maybe you Flare Blitz Venusaur, but there's still 1 turn of Tailwind left, and so Carlos right now back against the wall, and this Pelipper showing how it could be a huge offensive tool in this matchup.
the damage is going to start to add up, and Charizard stays asleep. So now, really nothing that it can do in this turn. As Sludge Bomb comes out, that's going to be damage down onto the Incineroar, as Weather Ball finishes off this Charizard, and now it's just the Incineroar, the last Pokemon standing in game number 1, has to make up for its allies here. Another parting shot to drop this Pelipper special attack down to -2, but a 3v1 is too much for this cat to handle.
And there's just no way to close out the game in terms of damage for Carlos. So Vikram decides, I'm going to drop Swampert, I'm going to bring Charizard. Both players lead Charizard and Venusaur, but it is Vikram that strikes back here in the second game. And I think now both players are likely already looking towards game 3, of course. Still not over yet in the sense that the Incineroar is standing on the field, but there is no way for it truly to deal with all of Vikram's remaining Pokemon. If you are Carlos, then you've got to start thinking about maybe that Garchomp slot. Garchomp's going to come out, continues to chip away at the Incineroar. It's got that Sister's Berry, but it is just slowly going to faint. And of course, the Weather Ball comes out in the rain, has eaten up a couple special attack drops, but will still faint. And we're going to get game 3, folks.
What an exciting series so far between these two incredible trainers, Carlos and Vikram, evening up the game count, and it will be this decisive game 3 that determines the world champion in the seniors division.
So tense here. What do you do if you are Carlos? You went with the same Pokemon, and I think the Garchomp is something like sometimes felt like a liability. The question though is, well, what do you replace the Garchomp with? It's not like Sinistcha necessarily feels better, right? And so is there a mode where you potentially consider going into Floette? We haven't seen Floette hit the field once throughout the course of this battle so far. The thing about Floette, though, that's very awkward is obviously into Charizard and Venusaur. Those are two Pokemon that resist fairy-type damage. So it might feel tricky to weave in, but if you're able to get a free Calm Mind boost with it and have Sinistcha healing in the back, it's a Pokemon that can be very difficult to deal with. Carlos might also just say, look, I'm willing to run it back, and I'm just going to change how I play those opening turns. We're both going to go Charizard, Venusaur. But I think for Carlos now, seeing that the Charizard is likely slower than Vikram's is a really big deal.
The speed interaction super important. We confirmed that Carlos's Venusaur is faster and Vikram's Charizard is faster. So now do you think about going back, maybe hoping that maybe some of those sleep turns are a little bit luckier for you? Is it one sleep powder the difference that might make you a world champion?
Thousands of fans here in the crowd as we get into game 3 here of the Senior Division World Championships. It has been a back and forth battle. Honestly, incredible play by both players here, and I'm really excited to see what the mix-ups are for game 3. I think there's a world where Vikram also could maybe say, I'm actually going to go back to Swampert. I do think that it feels more unlikely, but Venusaur Swampert is one of the mix-ups that you can go with on that side of the field. Otherwise, I think the Charizard Venusaur lead with Pelipper or Showdown is very scary, and knowing that you are faster with Charizard is a big deal. If you're Carlos, though, and you say you want to bring the Choice Scarf Garchomp, you can consider leading it immediately because, of course, the Garchomp is actually quite nice defensively into most of the moves. You pressure with Rock Slide. If a Venusaur just misses Sleep Powder on Garchomp on turn 1, well, Garchomp's like, okay, cool, I'm just going to Rock Slide, I'm going to break your Focus Sash, I'm going to do a lot of damage, maybe even potentially knock out the Charizard depending on how it is trained. And so, if Carlos says, I don't want to go with the Floette mode, I am looking at Garchomp as a lead potentially.
Garchomp and Incineroar, you have Fake Out as well to guarantee that you could potentially get a Rock Slide off on that first turn. But the dual weather mode has definitely made this a more exciting matchup between these two trainers. Pelipper and Charizard both available to try to command the weather from each other. But I do wonder whether or not we will see either of the other Mega Evolutions in this game. One way's for sure, though, it's going to be an exciting Game 3 finish to crown our world champion in the seniors division. Everybody get ready. Carlos, Verastegui, and Vikram Thiagarajan are almost going to get into this final game.
And for our competitors, you can see they're playing on this grand stage, the largest stage that we've ever had in competitive Pokemon. Game 3, everything on the line, a world championship title on the line. Let's see what the mix-ups are.
Well, for now, it's going to be a run back for Vikram of the Venusaur and the Charizard, but we do see Carlos switch things up. Venusaur hitting the Charizard hitting the field, and Garchomp with that Choice Scarf.
There's that Garchomp I was talking about. If you were expecting Charizard Venusaur, now you say, look, I'm going to put the odds a little bit more in my favor. The way that the Charizard Venusaur normally wants to deal with this is I'm going to Mega Evolve, I'm going to Sleep Powder your Garchomp, I'm going to go for something like a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball, and crucially, because it's Leaf Storm on Venusaur, you can angle for a knockout immediately onto Garchomp the following turn. However, if Sleep Powder misses Garchomp, it's an absolute disaster. I think that's what we're going to see here on turn 1 to start the game.
Mega Evolution first, though, as we wait with bated breath to see what will happen next. As Charizard for Vikram Mega Evolves.
Oh!
Not a Mega Evolution for Carlos. It's just going to be a Protect of Vikram's Venusaur and a double Protect here. Scouts out what this Garchomp is going to lock into with this Choice Scarf. We get confirmation, it will be the Rock Slide, so that makes this next turn even more important.
And crucially, Carlos's Charizard did not Mega Evolve there, right? That's for 2 potential reasons. One, if you think Vikram's not going to Mega Evolve Charizard, you don't want to set up the Sun, allowing Venusaur to now outpace the Scarf Garchomp. The other thing that I think is unlikely, but I do want to bring up, is there ever a world in which it's Floette there in the back? I think unlikely. Vikram says, look, I do not want to play with the potential Sleep Powder miss. Let me switch in our Chaladon, and Charizard now is going to Mega Evolve, so it's not going to be the Floette in the back. Carlos just saying, I don't want to give you the speed advantage early on turn 1. What's interesting here is Venusaur could actually Sleep Powder the Charizard and say, yeah, go for Rock Slide, give me a defense boost.
Would be quite nice, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So Vikram does get that first part correct. A sleeping Charizard, and that Garchomp across the way from the Rock Slide is going to get that stamina boost set up on the Archaladon, and buy this Archaladon some valuable time if that Pelipper is waiting in the wings.
Charizard will crucially take its first turn of sleep here. Now, if you're Vikram, you have the play to switch Venusaur out into Pelipper, set up that rain, and immediately launch Electroshot into the Charizard slot. The Garchomp is locked into Rock Slide, so it will not really deal any damage to our Chaladon. We'll do around 40% to Pelipper, but that's not the most. You see how good this defensive Pelipper is. And I think Carlos feels forced to switch out the Charizard, right? Because you don't want to just take a lot of damage or faithful Electroshot. It's going to be Incineroar coming in here. So the Intimidate not really making any big difference. It's actually just Leaf Storm here, not going to switch in. And Garchomp takes so much damage. Vikram saying, look, I'm going to prioritize knocking out your Garchomp, which clears the path for my Charizard.
There's no way to stop the Archaladon from attacking on this turn unless you're able to get the Rock Slide flinch. There's a 30% chance to do so. So is it going to be this time that gives Carlos a favorable turn? Not this one. Dragon Pulse is going to knock out the Garchomp here as we get that second attack into that Pokemon.
And I think it is a perfect opening here for Vikram. Really well done. I think, you know, one approach to knocking out Garchomp is, like I said, Sleep Powder and then Leaf Storm it, right? But with that, you know that you might miss the Sleep Powder, so basically Vikram says, I'm going to make your Choice Scarf work against you. You're locked into Rock Slide now. My Archaladon basically completely walls you, finds an amazing position for the Archaladon, and knocks out Garchomp without it getting a Rock Slide into Charizard. I think the whole point of bringing Garchomp in a matchup like this is ideally to get that Charizard, and so I would say the advantage now heavily goes in Vikram's favor, but of course there is a Sleep Powder on both sides right now.
Carlos's Sleep Powder would be able to connect first onto the opposing Archaladon since this Venusaur has been confirmed to be faster. But there's also a fake out in play since that Incineroar freshly switched in. So there's a way for you to be able to stop the opposing Venusaur from doing something on this turn. That's why we're going to end up seeing a Protect here. Incineroar could also just fire off some offense. So we see a double Protect from this Venusaur and this Archaladon to make sure there's no funny business on this turn.
Sleep Powder, not going to do anything. Flare Blitz, also not going to do anything. The main question for Carlos is how are you going to deal enough damage? The Archaladon on the opposing side right now still sitting fully healthy. The answer, of course, is going to be the Charizard in the back, but that is still asleep. It's only taken one turn of sleep as well. So for Vikram now, okay, Sleep Powder comes out, and it's going to be a miss on Archaladon!
That's buying some valuable time here for Vikram's Venusaur to actually get some damage out with that Sludge Bomb. Dragon Pulse as well is just going to help to whittle away at this Venusaur's HP, but it leaves this Archaladon to have to eat a Parting Shot to drop its special attack. But with only 3 Pokemon remaining, Carlos has to bring back out this sleeping Charizard.
Charizard comes out, but it is such a difficult position right now. Sunlight also fades, and so that means that you don't even necessarily have to switch in Pelipper, right? The risk of switching in Pelipper is it comes out and then it gets hit by a Sleep Powder, and then you just can't wake up with it in the following turn. It has to take that one turn of guaranteed sleep. Right now, though, of course, if you're Carlos, I think you still want to shut down that Archaladon, so you can go for a Sleep Powder onto it once again. Charizard here maybe just says, you know what, I'm going to stay in and I'm happy to just put Heat Wave. I want to try to knock out your Venusaur. Vikram, of course, can pivot in that Pelipper. He's got the Pokemon advantage right now. The momentum is definitely on his side and no switches here. You can see Vikram saying, I don't know about this one.
Charizard stays asleep though, so maybe we do get to see some damage go in that direction, but right now it is the Sludge Bomb felled by the Protect, as it was a double up as well with that Dragon Pulse.
It's not much accomplished that turn, but Charizard does stay asleep. Had that woken up, it might have just been a Heat Wave, knock out the opposing Venusaur. Vikram decides, I don't want to switch him Pelipper there, maybe out of respect for a Sleep Powder or Leaf Storm into that slot. Now it is going to be Carlos' Venusaur that is switching out into Incineroar. Can Carlos retaliate back and get a knockout right now? Are we going to see Venusaur potentially switch out into Pelipper? There's the swap.
Right, so we do have one unrevealed Pokemon in the back, and now we know it is the Pelipper. Coming to set the rain here, and that's going to be weather control for Vikram. Charizard is taking all the sleep, but it does get to double connect the Heat Wave onto both Pokemon. But look at how little damage that's going to do with the rain and neutralizing that fire type damage.
And it's the Electro Shock coming out from our Chaladon. No Sleep Powder, Venusaur pivoting out. This is such a powerful attack. You have to imagine it wants to target down that Charizard, and it is going to land its mark into Charizard. It's not going to get the knockout, but it gets Vikram 1 inch closer to becoming world champion. This game was already difficult for Carlos, but now it feels nearly impossible to win.
It's really tough when that Charizard doesn't have a lot of HP left to play with, and you have to rely on your opponent to set back up the sun with their own Charizard so that your Venusaur can come back out with that speed advantage. But right now, Pelipper and our Chaladon really looking tough here for Carlos to take down.
It is so tricky, especially with Sleep Powder missing. The first thing you have to do if you're Carlos is you need to find a way to get Venusaur back out onto the field, get a Sleep Powder off, and so Charizard is going to protect you. You would think it wants to switch out, but if you switch out, or the Venusaur is just vulnerable, Electroshock comes out once again. And folks, this is our Chaladon, a Pokemon that often feels like it is as strong, if not stronger than Mega Evolutions in Pokemon Champions. Will target Charizard here, as Incineroar won't be able to pivot out, so this is what I was saying. Number one for Carlos is get Venusaur out on the field.
And also reducing the special attack stats that our Chaladon has been getting from those Electro Shots. No, you didn't get the damage down in the Charizard, but you did make that our Chaladon a lot more threatening by adding +1 to its special attack. So the Parting Shot coming in very handy there from that Incineroar. But now that the Venusaur is on the field, you don't really have a lot of HP to play with for either of these Pokemon on Carlos' side.
And what's tricky is, well, you have Sleep Powder, but what is the Charizard slot going to do, right? It does not have the sun for it. It feels like it wants to switch out. All of its moves basically will just dent the Chaladon on Pelipper, and so I think Carlos probably wants to look for a Sleep Powder. Maybe you can go for something like a Protect and switch an Incineroar, but the problem is then you just get doubled up into. It's just going to be staying in, so it's going to be Sleep Powder. Does land on our Chaladon, but this means Pelipper can get a lot of damage. It will get a knockout onto either of these Pokemon. Ancient Power, though, super effective damage. Does not do that much, and will Pelipper retaliate back and just knock out Charizard? If so, that just feels like it's game over.
Our Chaladon's going to take its first mandatory turn of sleep, though, and Pelipper fires off the Hurricane. That is going to be a knockout onto the Venusaur. Just 2 Pokemon remaining here for Carlos, as it's the Incineroar and the Mega Charizard that has to go up against the world. Vikram still has 4 Pokemon to play with.
And with Venusaur going down, I mean, this Charizard now cannot beat the Chaladon. Our Chaladon in itself is such a strong win condition. Ancient Power does okay damage in a Pelipper, but now that the rain is up, Vikram basically just has to say, look, I'm just going to keep our Chaladon in rain. You are not going to be able to handle it. And I think we're going to see our Chaladon claim another World Championship here, Rosemary.
I think you're right. We feel like we're just moments away from being able to see that. And Vikram beat the world champion. But you can't give up here, Carlos. You still have some fight left and Pokemon on the board. As we play out the rest of this positioning game, we see the Pelipper leave the field for the Venusaur on the other side. So that is going to be the Pokemon that takes that Ancient Power. Our Chaladon wakes up though, so Electro Shot is ready to get fired off. And if that's into these Charizard, that's going to be a knockout and leaving Incineroar on an island.
Vikram has come so close on this stage before. Top 4 at the World Championships. Charizard is going to faint. And he is 1 Pokemon away. Incineroar, one of the most classic, iconic Pokemon, staring down our Chaladon. It's not going to have enough damage. And Vikram now feels it. He knows that the title is his.
What an incredible season here for Vikram. Got top 4 at the Turn special event earlier this year. Hasn't been able to make it past that in this season. So imagine being able to get to the finals of the World Championship and take home the World Championship title just to bookend an incredible season. Venusaur lets loose a Sludge Bomb, poisons this Incineroar to put it even more on a timer. But as our Chaladon gets this Electro Shot ready to go and to fire off into this Incineroar, this could just be the final attack to get Vikram the World Championships. But we're gonna have to wait one more turn as this Incineroar does not fall to that one Electro Shot.
To go for a Flare Blitz into the Venusaur, get one more knockout on the world stage. You have to give so much credit to Carlos here. Such a phenomenal player. And this matchup, I think, was quite tricky, right? When you are a team that only has sun, the rain is so tough for the opposing side. The ability to flex between dual weather. There's a reason why this is one of the top teams coming into the World Championships. We saw it win in the junior division, and I think we're about to see it win in the senior division. Pelipper coming back out, and it's going to be the final turn of the battle now.
Incineroar cannot help but look across at this Pelipper on our Chaladon and wonder how it could even stand tall to this offense. As we do see the forfeit come through, that's going to confirm Vikram the Agarajan as your world champion in the seniors division.
An absolute treat to watch both of these players. You can see the sportsmanship there. Absolutely amazing for these incredible senior division players to be able to play on this stage. That first game, I think, was a masterclass by both. So much constant pivoting and switching. Take a look at that crowd, Vikram. That is your World Championship winning crowd. You can see the fans celebrating there in the seats. And wow, the Charizard and Venusaur plushie, that was the adjustment that Vikram needed. And I love how he baited out the Garchomp in Game 3, switching in our Chaladon. What a treat it was to watch these two players go up against each other.
It was just an incredible positioning battle, even going back all the way to that first game where Carlos was able to take that in style. So methodical, thinking several turns ahead about how am I going to get my Charizard into a position to really put this Swampert into a bad spot. And so Carlos really setting the pace and the mental for how the rest of the series was going to go.
And that was a marathon. Like that first game, it was just constant switching back and forth. The mental fortitude that you need to have to be able to play this game at the highest level, not through just one game, but through 3 games, is incredibly taxing. And I think like Carlos put up an amazing fight. Of course, Sleep Powder with Venusaur. Coming into the match, we're saying we expect to see a lot of Sleep Powders. It's going to hit, it's also going to miss. And I think that the positioning battle in that third game, Vikram just knocking out Garchomp so quickly, giving him a huge advantage. And just absolutely amazing by both of these players. And once again, they're playing at the freaking Chase Center. That is a memory that they will remember for the rest of their lives.
And what a great display, and we can really see why both of these competitors came into this World Championship as regional champions, but only one gets to walk away as the world champion. So let's hear from our newest world champion.
Let's hear it one more time for your senior world champion, Vikram the Agarajan! Vikram, you just said you can't believe it, but I have to ask you, if you had to describe it, how does it feel?
Just absolutely amazing. I've been dreaming of this for about 3-4 years ever since I started playing competitive Pokemon. So to finally get this achievement, it feels absolutely amazing.
I mean, tell me about that team, dual weather. That was such an innovation coming into the World Championships. How did you pilot it throughout the weekend?
So just most games you use Charizard, Venusaur, and then Switch Belly in, Arch, yeah. Venusaur was not very good in this tournament, but in this game it was absolutely amazing, so can't complain.
Showed up where it counted for sure, right?
Yeah, 100%.
And I'm sure you have a lot of friends and family who helped you make it to this incredible moment. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to them?
I want to thank my family for bringing me here, taking me to all the tournaments across the world. I want to thank all the UK community, the Indian community. There's way too many people to thank, so just thank everyone who helped me along the way.
Let's hear it one more time for your 2026 Senior World Champion, Vikram Thiagarajan! We have crowned 2 of our video game world champions. We have 1 more title to go. Let's go ahead and take it to our casters for our Masters Division title match.
Wow, that was an incredible set. We have had 2 incredible finals already here in the Chase Center to kick off our Champions era of the video game championships. My name is Evan Latt, and I have the distinct privilege of being joined by my good friend Scott Glaze here to take you through the Masters Division finals coming up.
It's going to be an incredible match here. 2 really impressive players and 2 players with very different stories, right? Kind of one hand, we have the champion for the PJCS, I think considered by most trainers to be the most difficult tournament other than the World Championships to win. On the other side, we have a player with fewer accomplishments that has really surprised everyone by getting to this point and proven that he's just as equal of a threat.
Absolutely, this is going to be an incredible matchup between 2 highly skilled players from Japan. Like you mentioned, Hiroshi Onishi is our current PJCS champion out of Japan, and that is a title that comes with a lot of pressure behind it and a lot of history. In fact, 2 of our former PJCS champions have gone on to then win the World Championships in the very same year that they won that tournament. And now, Hiroshi Onishi is going to try to put his name right next to those legends.
Yeah, but I think it's worth noting too, there have also been 2 champions who have made it to the finals and fallen just short at this final step. So don't count his opponent out either. May not have that decorated resume yet, but hey, you know, having a World Championships there really changes how it looks, and he's just a few games away.
Absolutely. His opponent, Hakumo Yamazaki, is also a very strong trainer who has gotten hot at exactly the right moment. This is a competitor who has been competing since 2009 and finally has a big finish to put on his resume. I know this is something that he has worked so hard for. Even when the results weren't there, he kept at it, he kept going forward, and that persistence, dedication, and hard work have landed him a spot here in the finals.
Yeah, I think that's really impressive. You know, it's going to be a very frustrating game when things aren't going your way. You know, some formats just kind of don't suit you as a trainer. Maybe, you know, kind of just doesn't play to your strengths. Maybe it's more offensive than you want. Maybe it's more defensive than you want. You know, maybe your favorite strategies just aren't good. Maybe you just were unlucky, right? It happens to all trainers sometimes, and they can be really hard to push through those situations in this game where it just doesn't seem like anything that you do works. And I think to stick with it for so long, it's a really deserved achievement to do so well at this tournament.
Absolutely, and I am so excited to be getting into this match. Let's go ahead and take a quick preview of this finals.
Over a season of furious competition, which saw the introduction of Pokémon champions to the competitive scene, over 390 of the best trainers in the world battled their way through the year to make it to the game's premiere event. The culmination of their effort brought them to San Francisco, each trainer chasing the same dream, becoming the first ever Pokémon Champions World Champion. Now, after days of unforgettable battles, only 2 trainers remain. 1 match, 1 champion, history begins here. Hiroshi Onishi came into the 2026 World Championships as the reigning Japan Championship Series champion, winning after making an incredibly bold play.
This could be disastrous. Earthquake first, Heat Wave following up for Hiroshi to get the double KO!
Throughout his run at the World Championships, Hiroshi continued making these bold plays and catching his opponents off guard and earning him the opportunity to compete for the biggest title of his career. Takuma Yamazaki, on the other hand, is competing for the first time at the World Championships, making it through Phase 1 of Swiss with a strong 7-1 record. But after losing in the first round of Phase 2, he had to win every single match from then on to find his way into the first ever finals matchup of his career. Their paths couldn't have been more different, but on this stage, they now collide with a World Championship title on the line. And while they both enter as competitors, only 1 trainer can leave as the first world champion of VGC in Pokémon Champions.
明日は絶対負けません。
お互いいい決勝戦にしよう。その上で俺が勝ちます。
Oh man, I am so ready for this matchup. Hiroshi Onishi versus Takuma Yamazaki. Scott, are you ready for this matchup?
I'm so ready, Evan.
Chase Center, are you ready for this matchup? That's right. In just a few moments, we will know who our first Masters World Champion is going to be of this Pokemon Champions era. And I could not be more excited to have these two strong competitors on stage. We're going to see some incredible action out of both of them.
I think it should be a lot of fun here. A little bit different sort of a matchup than maybe we saw in the junior and the senior divisions, where the teams we saw in those divisions maybe a little bit built more around the chemistry of the Pokemon, right? Kind of how the abilities interact with one another. These teams are much more about power. On one side with Hiroshi, we have the Big Six team that's kind of been dominating this format so far, built around the strongest attackers in the format. You know, Charizard and Mega Float largely considered to be the strongest Mega Evolved Pokemon in this format. You know, Garchomp, Kingambit, Basculegion, so scary, and both trainers have those Pokemon in common. On the other side of the field, we have just 6, right? Critically missing that Charizard that's been the most used Mega Evolved Pokemon throughout the entirety of this Pokemon Champions era. Instead, that Dragonite that we saw hanging out with Takuma during the video. Really cool adjustment here. So two fun approaches to trying to make the strongest team you can in order to defeat the strongest trainers in the world.
Absolutely, that is exactly what you need to defeat the strongest trainers in the world. You need the strongest Pokemon, and Hiroshi Onishi knows exactly what it takes to do that. Of course, he is our defending PJCS champion, and like you mentioned, this is a classic BGC team here in the Champions era with that dual Mega Charizard Y and the Floette Eternal Flower.
It's a little bit different coming from Hiroshi, though. I think it was incredibly impressive watching him play his matches earlier in this tournament on stream. I think a lot of the players maybe thought, hey, you know, I have to deal with this team, but I can skill my way around it. I'm experienced against this composition, and it just felt so different coming from him. Particularly that semifinals match where he made a really aggressive read to pick up a big double knockout. It's just not a move that most other trainers would have been willing to go for, and you see why he's probably the favorite in this match.
Absolutely, and you have to take note of these small little adjustments here. I'm looking specifically at this Kingambit. Kingambit has been one of the most dominant Pokemon in the MB regulation here, and you can see Hiroshi has opted for the 4-attack variant, so not Swords Dance, no Protect here, and also critically using the Aka Berry instead of the Chople Berry to reduce fire instead of fighting.
Yeah, the other Pokemon that team to keep in mind too is that Whimsicott will be very important as a difference between those teams. You know, one of the 2 Pokemon that's unique on his team, that Tailwind could be very important. The Pokemon on his team kind of would naturally be a little bit slower perhaps than his opponent's Pokemon because he does have that speed control option. So if he's able to get Tailwind active, he's going to have a pretty big advantage both by moving first and kind of having more stat points because his Pokemon are trained a little bit differently. It can be very important this matchup to keep Whimsicott in mind. If his opponent's able to stop a second Tailwind from going up, that could be very important for him. But we see on his side of the field, there's some fun tricks as well.
Absolutely, and the big difference, of course, is that Dragonite over the Charizard. This is a Pokemon that was added to this team specifically for opposing Charizard and Venusaur matchup, so no Venusaur on the other side, but the Charizard does not like looking at this, probably enough to scare that Pokemon away.
Yeah, I think it's very likely instead we get the Mega Floette, which then makes things a little bit tricky here, right? Where you know, the Mega Dragonite, the Choice Scarf Garchomp that was so impactful throughout the Swiss stage and in the top cut round 8, maybe going to have a little bit more difficult of a matchup here. Again, very important for that Whimsicott to get the Tailwind active so that the threat of that devastating Rock Slide is weakened a little bit. But hey, you know, if there's a Floette-centric strategy, that Sneasler is also a Pokemon that's different between these two teams. I think very likely that Sneasler is going to be an important Pokemon in this matchup. I think how much Sneasler can get done is going to be very important. While it can do a lot of damage to any of the Pokemon on his opponent's team, you can't attack both Pokemon at the same time. It's a bunch of single target attacks, so I think targeting wisely is going to be very important for Takuma, where on the other side of the field, I think trying not to let Sneasler get too much, punishing it anytime it attacks, making sure that it doesn't get 3 or 4 super effective attacks off, which would be devastating.
Absolutely. Keep your eyes on that Sneasler. If you are cheering for Takuma out in the crowd, you are going to want to see that Pokemon go to work. Our trainers now have exchanged team sheets. That means that they are in a team preview and getting ready to hop into game 1. Let's hear it for both of our finalists here as they head into their first game of our finals. Garchomp hasn't even hit the field, and already the ground is shaking up here at our desk as we are headed right into Game 1. Hiroshi Onishi rocking his PJCS champion title up against Takuma Yamazaki and just the competitor title. But that's going to be Floette and King Gambit led from Takuma alongside the Basculegion and Floette from Hiroshi. So as expected, that Floette, a central Pokemon for both of these competitors.
Yeah, I think both sides likely choosing as their Mega Evolved Pokemon, though we don't know that for certain. Certainly, you can choose to bring one of these other Pokemon in the back and hold the Mega Evolution on Floette. I think Dragonite much more likely to appear and as regular Dragonite than Charizard, who in this matchup I think is going to struggle a little bit more. And then initially too, next to the Floette, the Pokemon are important. King Gambit has the type advantage against the Basculegion, threatening a very powerful Sucker Punch into it, or an Iron Head into the Floette. So what will happen here? A double target for these Pokemon could still pick the King Gambit up as well. So in a format about reads, we'll have to see what both the trainers decide to do on this first turn.
Well, let's see if they've been studying their opponents. Takuma will be the first to Mega Evolve his Floette. Now, Mega Floette on the field for Takuma, immediately matched by Hiroshi Onishi as well. So both of these competitors have opted to activate their big power modes. Floette both on the field next to two strong partners. Basculegion gets the Aqua Jet out to avoid any Sucker Punch coming out from that King Gambit. That's some important chip and does catch the Sucker Punch. King Gambit is not able to use its priority attack and instead just takes some chip. However, Takuma is able to fire back with a Dazzling Gleam, but here comes the Light of Ruin, just blasting into that King Gambit and eliminating, erasing it off of the field. King Gambit, the #1 threat of this meta, is down, but Floette taking an immense amount of recoil in return.
Yeah, a lot of damage going down both directions there. The first knockout going to Hiroshi, and that's a very important Pokemon to deal with in this matchup. If you can't get the Tailwind up, another option with these slower Pokemon is try to use moves with increased priority instead, such as the Sucker Punch, such as the Extreme Speed. It's kind of the way this team gets around not having speed control, and that's now one powerful means of dodging being slower taken out.
Yeah, and what a smart line there from Hiroshi with the Aqua Jet and the Light of Ruin, guaranteeing the KO on that King Gambit in turn 1. However, Takuma now is able to match Basculegion, bringing out his own. And of course, what we know and love about Basculegion is it just loves when its partners faints.
Yeah, it does even more damage that Last Respects in, but you might not even need the Last Respects here, right? I think you're just kind of using it if you're calling a switch here. Potentially a big advantage here in the board state, even though there's a disadvantage in the KO count. Both these Pokemon weaken, Floette easily in range of an Aqua Jet here, so you can kind of use whatever you want. Maybe that's like Basculegion being threatened by a knockout from either of the opposing Pokemon now. And again, we gotta assume the Pokemon on Takuma's side are likely quicker because there is no speed control here, so these Pokemon are probably both pinned.
Okay, well, just trying to use that Basculegion to pressure the pin on Floette and Basculegion, and Takuma gets the Protect out of the Floette. Does not get it out of Basculegion, which fires an Aqua Jet into Floette, dealing just over 40% of its health. Takes a little bit of recoil back jump. Sneasler gets in for free.
Yeah, loving that situation, especially the opposing Floette has just blown its Protect, so very vulnerable on this turn. And also Basculegion escaping the battlefield safely is a big deal too. But loves to be the last Pokemon remaining. After 3 Pokemon, his team has been knocked out. Last Respects one-shots almost every Pokemon in the format, easily every Pokemon in this particular matchup other than King Gambit. So great thing to have in the back here. And looked very good for Hiroshi as this battle started up. And now as Takuma, it looks like he has a big advantage.
Well, Hiroshi has now been able to bring in the Whimsicott with that major priority threat King Gambit off the field. So there is the opportunity for Hiroshi to go for Tailwind. However, like you mentioned, Floette just whipped its Protect.
Yeah, so it's really complicated. Right? It's great to have the Whimsicott in the back. You get the Tailwind. At this point, it'll likely last for the remainder of the game, but how do you have enough Pokemon remaining for it to matter? Potentially both these Pokemon being threatened with a lot of damage or a potential fake out, so kind of have to guess what slot a potential fake out's going in, or maybe just a double up to knock out these Pokemon. Do you risk sacrificing this Floette that's already been weakened very much and trust that final Pokemon, or do you try to get the Floette out of dodge here and maybe try to use it to deal some damage into the Tailwind? I think it's going to be difficult to win with Floette from here because there still is that Basculegion in the back who who could check it with Aqua Jet later. So, and maybe that unrevealed Pokemon's going to have to win this one.
Okay, Whimsicott here is now forced to protect. A fake out into the Whimsicott and a Dazzling Gleam would have been devastating, and Hiroshi knows he's on the back foot, tries to go for a double protect on the Floette, but does not get it. Instead, Takuma will be able to clean up the Floette on Hiroshi's side with another Dazzling Gleam. And now, all of a sudden, Hiroshi is on the back foot. 2 Pokemon remain.
Yeah, Hiroshi's going to have to do a lot here now. There's a lot of action that still need to be taken. That Focus Sash and Sneasler hasn't been broken. It's going to have to be attacked at least twice. Floette threatening a lot of damage, so it could be very difficult to throw a double target there. And you still have to worry about the Basculage in the back. You know, even if Whimsicott's able to use a Tailwind here, which ensures Sneasler is going to survive the turn with that Focus Sash, and this is not necessarily enough of an advantage. And that final Pokemon is King Gambit, a Pokemon that's often a little bit slower, even in the Tailwind.
Yeah, and this is really rough for Hiroshi, staring down the Sneasler with that King Gambit. This is, again, the 4-attack variant. It has the Aqua Berry, not the Chople Berry, so it cannot take a close combat from that Sneasler.
Yeah, so how do you deal with the situation, right? You're going to have to hit the Sneasler twice first, and you know, even a Sucker Punch and a Moonblast might not be enough, right? So is there a path out of this Game 1 for Hiroshi?
Well, Hiroshi has to hope there is, or come up with something else in Game 2, because right now it is Takuma Yamazaki who is in complete control of this finals. The Sneasler and the Floette exerting so much pressure onto both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe the players go for a Tailwind and try to Iron Head flinch the Sneasler. That might be the only out here.
Yeah, if you can get the Iron Head flinch here, that could be helpful. There is the King Gambit going for the Iron Head, this time into just the Floette. So getting that Pokemon off the field and trusting in Whimsicott with the Focus Sash to maybe be able to close this out. But like I mentioned, no Chople Berry. King Gambit is knocked out in 1 hit from that Sneasler, which still has its Focus Sash.
Yeah, likely able to close the game on its own, but it won't need to. The Basculage will be able to come in and help out, and there's not really anything Whimsicott can do here about the combination of you know, an Aqua Jet and a close combat. I guess you could try and Encore to stall things a little bit, but I just don't think there's a path for Hiroshi in this first game. He's going to have to think about how he's going to recover and win Game 2 and Game 3 in order to keep his chance of becoming World Champion alive.
Yep, time to start planning for Game 2 if you are Hiroshi Onishi. If you are out there cheering for him, he is going to need your energy, because Takuma Yamazaki, despite not having a finish to his name, his resume is blank except for this finals appearance here at the World Championships, and he is about to be 1 game away from being the world champion.
Hey, it's the right time to get hot. Nobody cares about a tournament win more than this one. This is the one everyone plays all year to try to win. It's the greatest prizes, and I think critically for these trainers, the greatest prestige. Everyone wants to be able to call themselves a world champion.
All right, and Whimsicott will just protect. That is Hiroshi stalling out for a little bit more time. You can see it on his face, trying to think through these lines, trying to understand where things went wrong for him in this Game 1, and time to go back to the drawing board for Game 2.
Yeah, I think one thing important to keep in mind here as the trainers prepare for the next game is we have a team preview of the subsequent game, right? Moonblast's going to come down here, not be nearly enough on the Basculage, but you know, what do you lead, right? It's so difficult in this format to pivot out of bad lead matchups, as we saw in this game, where there's not a whole lot you can do with how difficult it is to make good defensive switches. Whimsicott Focus Sash going to be activated here, but Poison Touch going to finish it off as if it had any chance, unfortunately, either way.
Well, that's okay. Basculage sends its last respects, and Whimsicott will go down here, and Takuma Yamazaki with the game win, 1 win away from becoming a world champion, from nowhere to the top.
Yeah, and that's just how this set is going to go. A little bit different pacing than we saw in the senior division finals, right? No pivoting here, no parting shots. It's going to be all about these big blows, and because of that, again, the lead matchup is so important where there's just no pivoting. There was that huge trade on the first turn here where there was a big knockout picked up that Light of Ruin, but the damage in return was a huge problem. I think critically, there was no speed control earlier in the game. By the time Whimsicott was able to come in and set up that Tailwind, it was just too late. The game had already been lost, and I think going into the second game, Hiroshi's going to have to be careful about making that sort of trade. His Pokemon are naturally slower. All of these Pokemon do a huge amount of damage to one another. You can't afford to take a trade, especially picking up a knockout, which can be really dangerous in this situation, right? Where, if one Pokemon in your opponent's team is threatening yours, and the other one isn't so threatened, and you pick up a knockout, you can just bring the perfect Pokemon in there to continue to push that advantage. You gotta be careful. You gotta take knockouts at the right time. You need to win by knocking out 4 Pokemon, not by getting the first knockout.
Absolutely, and while that was a very cool line, like you mentioned, just so much damage taken in return. And you have to wonder, of course, these players do not know everything about each other's teams. I think Hiroshi probably got some very important information about the speeds of his Pokemon relative to Takuma and recognizing, okay, maybe I definitely need that tailwind and speed control much earlier on.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested to see how Hiroshi adjusts as well. I think one of the advantages I was kind of expecting him to have is the more established players. You'd think, hey, these players have had 24 hours to prepare for this event, but probably is a bigger network of players to help him prepare. I think the biggest advantage of that is in game 1 when both sides are kind of playing blind. They don't know how their opponent is going to approach this matchup. However, game 1 went to the underdog here, and from that point, you kind of think that, hey, things are more even. So Hiroshi may be in trouble here, but I'm sure he has a plan for this second game, and he's been very good in the clutch throughout this tournament and throughout the PJCS, so definitely don't count him out yet.
Absolutely, and as our players are getting ready to hop into game 2, let me hear you if you are out there cheering for Hiroshi Onishi, because he needs your support right now. Needs this second game in order to force a third game, decisive game here at the finals. But of course, Takuma Yamazaki is so close. He can taste it, I am sure. He has stuck with it. He has worked so hard year after year after year to be ready for this championship.
Yeah, such a tense moment for these trainers. Again, the lead matchup is so important in these matchups. I think we often speak about, turn 0 team preview being the most important turn of most games, but it's so true in this regulation MB where there's so few Pokemon who are great at pivoting, and neither of these teams are especially good at it, right? They're really strong because of their offensive power, because once you get those advantageous board position, it's so good at pushing those advantages. You kind of can't afford to get on the back foot in this matchup because it's so difficult to recover.
Here it is, game 2, and Dragonite out on the field for Takuma Yamazaki. This crowd is going crazy for Dragonite. Fun fact, this would be Dragonite's first ever World Championship should it win here, but up against Floette and Basculegion, 2 devastating Pokemon.
Yeah, Dragonite appropriately trying to claim the trophy with its own hands, but an awkward matchup here where both sides kind of have some advantages. I think it's important to keep this Dragonite's options in mind as well. It is holding that Mega Zone. It can become Mega Dragonite, but it's much stronger than some of the other Pokemon that can Mega Evolve in its regular form. It doesn't have to Mega Evolve. So while Floette being shown on one side of the field, it's a good indication that Charizard isn't coming. I think especially because it's a difficult matchup here anyway. Dragonite isn't nearly as strong of a tell. It may Mega Evolve here, but there may also still be that Floette in the back. So Hiroshi's going to have to try to solve the puzzle here, figure out the way Takuma has opted to approach this matchup.
Okay, and Takuma again just trying to show a damage threat and then retreat it, but also you're going to see Mega Dragonite on the field at the finals of the World Championship. And Floette will respond by Mega Evolving as well. So Mega Dragonite on Takuma's side, next to that Basculegion that has switched in for the Sneasler, next to the Floette and Basculegion for Hiroshi. That's just going to be a protect, a mega protect, if you will, from that Floette, afraid of the Sneasler. And Dragonite makes the call. Dragon Pulse into Basculegion, over 50% health. That is going to be a 2-hit KO, but Hiroshi catches the Basculegion on the switch. Basculegion does nothing. 1-hit KO for Hiroshi.
Oh, that's a huge knockout. I was kind of wondering if maybe he was going to get caught there with Floette protecting in front of that Dragon-type Pokemon, but I think he'll be very happy with that trade, not having to deal with the Basculegion for the rest of the game, and still winding up in a fairly good position here. Dragonite's multi-scale is intact, but it's going to be a tricky turn to play here. He has committed the Mega Evolutions of providing the information that probably we're not going to see Takuma's own Floette this game, and you just don't threaten something like an Aqua Jet to break the multi-scale on top of a Fairy type attack to try to pick up the Dragonite. So it's going to need some help from its partner here, maybe to end up in a safer position. We have seen the Sneasel already, and he's going to come back in to try to dissuade a double target of that slot. Hey, did you really want to ignore me while I'm sitting in front of a Floette that's just protected, much like we saw in the previous game?
Yeah, I'm going to say if Dragonite wants to rely on one of its partners, Sneasler, a pretty good partner to have in this moment right now. not only threatening fake out pressure into Floette, but also big damage from Dire Claw.
Yeah, an interesting spot here for the Basculegion as well. You've already seen it's slower than the Dragonite. It would be knocked out by a Dragon Pulse, but Sneasler can't deal with it quite so well. Obviously, it's immune to a close combat as a Ghost-type Pokemon, and that Dire Claw is not going to do enough to pick it up. So Dragonite would need to deal with it itself. It wants to pick up a knockout this turn, but I think it's also relatively likely that Hiroshi like, hey, your Basculegion, you've done good enough. You've knocked out your opposite number. Maybe I'll save you for later in the battle, but instead it's Floette, so we're going to switch out for now.
Well, Takuma's Sneasler has been exerting so much pressure on this Floette, forcing a protect and now forcing a switch, and huge damage coming out from that Life Orb Basculegion onto Sneasler with Aqua Jet. Dire Claw will whip into the King Gambit, but the Dragon Pulse will follow it up to deal pretty decent damage for a resisted hit.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't seem that resisted there, but kind of an interesting call. The combination of those attacks, hey, you know, if you leave Floette in, I will pick up the knockout with Dire Claw, and then, you know, the Dragon Pulse would move over to Basculegion. If you make a switch to something else, the combination of those two attacks is difficult for most of the Pokemon on this team to resist, but King Gambit, the best possible option to switch in there, immune to one attack, resist the other, takes some pretty important damage there, but critically, Sneasler has taken a ton of damage. We've mentioned before, it's a very important Pokemon in this matchup, especially because maybe you don't have to deal with Dragonite just yet, right? It's a Mega Ball Pokemon, it's very powerful, I get it, but Floette will easily win that 1v1 if the two Pokemon are left together at the end, so focus down to Sneasler makes a lot of sense. If you can knock that out and the final Pokemon, Floette can finish the game and send us to a game 3.
Yeah, we were talking about 4-attack King Gambit. We also have to talk about 4-attack Sneasler. No protect available for Takuma, which means Sneasler will retreat for King Gambit. The Basculegion fires off another Aqua Jet, dealing good damage into the King Gambit on the switch, and running out of time to deal damage, though, with that Life Orb. Here comes the Heat Wave. Aqua Berry proving itself to be extremely useful here, allowing it to not take super effective damage, and Basculegion, 1 hit point and a dream.
Critical survival there.
There's the Kowtow Cleave from King Gambit. That's going to connect onto the Mega Dragonite, dealing a decent amount of damage, but even more importantly, multi-scale has been broken.
Yeah, that could be very critical later in the game. With that multi-scale active, the Floette would have to use something like a Light of Ruin to pick up the knockout. Now, any of the fairy type attacks would easily knock it out, and this poor King Gambit is weakened pretty significantly on the opposing side as well. It's far from being in Dazzling Gleam range, but that could be kind of the win condition now, right? If you could somehow keep Basculegion alive to check the Sneasler and get everything else weakened enough to pick up the Dazzling Gleam, that could be a way to win too. And there's still an unrevealed Pokemon on Hiroshi's side of the field. He has a huge advantage here, both in terms of the health of the Pokemon and also in information, where it's much more difficult for Takuma to plan his endgame not knowing what that final Pokemon is.
Absolutely, I was just noticing that at the same time. Not all Pokemon are revealed from Hiroshi. He still has plenty of options while Takuma is trying to find a way back in. Sneasler in for the Mega Dragonite, and another Aqua Jet from Basculegion on its way out. Life Orb will take the damage that Basculegion needs to faint here, and a Sucker Punch from the King Gambit on Hiroshi's side will also connect onto Takuma's King Gambit. And he had to go for that because the low kick is plenty to pick up that little bit of hit points remaining.
Things getting much closer now, where 2 knockouts getting picked up in that turn, and potentially Takuma's now only 2 knockouts away from becoming a world champion. But not so simple, where Floette's going to be able to re-enter the battle, as well as that unrevealed final Pokemon. We'll have to see if they can do enough to keep us in this game, send us to a game 3.
Yeah, we are still missing a Pokemon on Hiroshi's side that has not come out. Who's that Pokemon? If it's Whimsicott, Tailwind plus Dazzling Gleam goes crazy right now.
Absolutely, and a very interesting spot here as well, where Hiroshi kind of just thinking through his turn, where, hey, I know what my last Pokemon is, you don't, so I can think about what we're doing in the next turn with full information while you cannot, and it is that Whimsicott. So we wind up in a very interesting situation here. The Fairy Aura from Mega Floette going to boost the damage of both these Pokemon, as you say. You know, a Tailwind would be very critical here, allowing the Floette to speed up and knock out the Sneasler before it's able to get a big Dire Claw off. You know, a Sucker Punch from King Gambit would be great and all, but just not nearly enough, especially because we know that final Pokemon in the back is a Dragonite, who's certainly not going to be able to deal with these 2 Fairy-type Pokemon in Tailwind.
Absolutely, Whimsicott and Floette, best friends forever, ready to help Hiroshi force a game 3 here in our Masters Division Finals. Both of these players, you can feel how important this game is to them as they are taking their time to figure out what to do. Tailwind from Whimsicott, allowing Hiroshi's Pokemon to be the fastest on the field. Sucker Punch will whip. Here's that Dazzling Gleam, connects onto both Sneasler and King Gambit. That's a double KO. And with just Dragonite in the back, Hiroshi Onishi is about to force our third game 3 of our championships.
What incredible play. And this time you see how the strategy is meant to work. Able to make a much better trade earlier in the game, picking up that big knockout on Takuma's Bascu Legion, and then get the late tailwind in order to ensure this game state where there's not really anything Takuma can do. No way Dragonite's going to be able to beat these two fairy-type Pokemon. Whimsicott in the back isn't something we often see, but I think it makes a lot of sense in this matchup. We mentioned during team preview, hey, you know, you get a second tailwind up, you're going to win for sure, but I think it's very difficult to realistically do that in this matchup. Instead of trying to trade a little bit early in order to get that delayed tailwind where you don't need a second tailwind to win.
Well, Takuma just checking his calcs there to make sure he knows exactly how much damage that extreme speed could do into Floette, as Whimsicott cleans up game 2 for Hiroshi Onishi. And now all comes down to this. One game for all the marbles.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right way for this to end, right? Who would have wanted any other way? These first Pokemon champions, Pokemon Video Game Championships, World Championship, going to come down to this final game here. Have to see what both trainers opt to do. We've seen both trainers path to winning this game, right? Where there's a way that they can do it. I think the switch up for Pokemon was very interesting for Takuma there. Like, when we've been looking at the match, we think, oh, it's really difficult to bring Mega Dragonite here, right? And it looked pretty good early in the game. I don't think it's impossible by any means to win a Mega Dragonite game. I think that switch into Bascu Legion was really the problem there. Yeah. Not necessarily Mega Dragonite itself, but Floette was hugely impactful in that battle, and I think the opposing Floette to check it maybe would have been made things a little bit easier there. I'll be very excited to see what Takuma does there. It was possible he was expecting a different switch of Hiroshi, who ultimately tried to do the same sort of thing in the second game.
Well, here it is, game 3 of your Masters Division Finals. Get loud for our 2 finalists. Yeah, Garchomp hasn't come to any of these games, but he is in the arena for sure.
I can't imagine what's going through these trainers' minds right now. It's such a critical decision. Again, this is not a format where you can do a whole lot of defensive switching, right? You saw what happened in that second game where one bad switch really made things difficult for Takuma, and that makes this position so important. You have to get your lead Pokemon correct, and you have to select the best Mega Evolving Pokemon as well. Neither side forced to do it in the previous game, but they both shown some of their hands now. I think both trainers have a good idea of how their opponent would like to approach this matchup, and now you have to make that read, right? Well, my opponent do the same thing. Have they gotten in my head? They figured out what I'm going to do, and you know, they've also had 24 hours of preparation. They spent a lot of time thinking of what they believed the best path through this matchup was. You know, how is this working in real life? Do you now still think that, hey, the way that I looked at the matchup before was right, or are you making a last-minute adjustment here, trying to improvise your win to get the World Championships in this final game of the season?
Gosh, it's such a spooky position to be in this game 3 scenario, potentially having to improvise a solution to this matchup. But these are 2 players who have proven time and time again throughout the course of this tournament they are more than capable of doing so. Hiroshi Onishi, of course, as the JCS champion, has excelled at this highest level throughout the entire season. Takuma Yamazaki has been dreaming of this day where he could become a world champion, hasn't gotten there in the past, and now finally 1 game away from pulling it off.
I can't imagine how nervous these trainers must be. 1 game away either from the biggest accomplishment they'll probably ever have in their Pokemon careers, or a loss that they'll consider for the rest of their lives what could have been.
Game 3, it all comes down to this. The Floette and Charizard team versus the Floette and Mega Dragonite. I am so thrilled to be seeing this 3rd game here, and I really want to see how these 2 players are going to adapt, because it looked like I was so shocked at how good Mega Dragonite looked at the end until Floette had full health the whole time.
Yeah, if Whimsicott is going to continue to be that staggered Pokemon in the back, I think it's really difficult for Dragonite to handle it, right? Where maybe not the last Pokemon may be available, but hey, Takuma's not afraid. It's like, I'm going to bring the Dragonite. This time, perhaps he gets what he wanted. It's the Charizard on the other side of the field. The whole point of bringing Dragonite to this team, rather than Charizard, is it helps you against opposing Charizard. And here it is in this 3rd game. Perhaps Dragonite's caught Charizard right where it wants it.
What a call out from Takuma Yamazaki. I showed Mega Dragonite and it didn't work in game 2, so you must think that you're free to bring the Charizard, but no. Takuma believes in that Mega Dragonite and catches the Garchomp and Charizard. A classic lead.
Still a lot of potential trading back and forth, and not something we see so often. One side, maybe the most iconic lead combination of Pokemon Champions so far. On the other side, Mega Dragon and anything's a little bit weird, but particularly this. Keep in mind that Garchomp going to be pretty bulky at that Stitch Fairy, probably going to be able to take a single attack pretty well here. So both trainers still have to make a read. We'll have to see what they do.
Yeah, that's going to be the Mega Evolution right away from the Charizard. That means that Floette is most likely left at home here, which is exactly what you want if you are Mega Dragonite. There it is out on the field now, both Charizard and Dragonite Mega evolving. Fun fact, this would be their first world champion for either Charizard or Dragonite. That's just going to be a Protect coming out from Dragonite as Kingambit fires off a Sucker Punch into the Charizard. Deals a decent amount of damage. Garchomp goes for the Rock Slide to try to break that multi-scale and deal super effective damage onto Dragonite. Just a little bit of chip onto Kingambit, and it's going to come down to this Charizard. It gets the Heat Wave off. It will miss into the Protect of Dragonite, but connect onto Kingambit. No Ultra Berry, but 1% health remaining. Kingambit gets to threaten another Sucker Punch at whatever it wants.
Yeah, no Akaberry, no problem, and that creates some really fun situation in this turn. May not want to go for a Sucker Punch on the Garchomp where you knock yourself out of run skin damage, but now Charizard's the one being threatened. A combination of a Sucker Punch and an extreme speed would knock it out, so do you want to risk losing your Mega Evolved Pokemon so early in the game?
Yeah, and this Mega Dragonite is so happy to be facing down Garchomp and Charizard. With its multi-scale still intact, it can easily survive a Rock Slide and a Heat Wave double up from Charizard.
And another awkward thing to keep in mind, Mega Dragonite, Mega Charizard, same speed, so we'll have to see how these Pokemon are trained, but we may not even know how this turn is going to play out, even if both that Pokemon opt to attack.
Oh, Rock Slide from Garchomp connects onto Basculegion and Dragonite. Super effective damage, breaks the multi-scale. Heat Wave from Charizard will connect onto both the Dragonite and Basculegion. Does Dragonite get to move on this turn? It does! Dragon Pulse connects onto Garchomp. One hit KO from Mega Dragonite.
And then you see why the Mega Dragonite's so powerful. It gets led against that combination of Pokemon that have been so iconic, and it shows the advantage it has. Picks up a Garchomp in one knockout. It's still in a great spot against this Charizard, right? What is Charizard really going to do in return? Now these Fire-type attacks looking not quite so dominant as they normally do against two Pokemon that resist them.
Yeah, absolutely devastating for Hiroshi Onishi. Not being able to pick up the KO onto the Kingambit means that Takuma still has that resource in the back and got the Basculegion in without getting burnt by the Heat Wave, threatening big damage onto that Charizard by itself.
I think sort of a fun spot here too. We've seen the ancient power on these Charizard being so impactful in the past, but Dragonite's type matchups a little bit differently. However, it's very fun here. We get the Basculegion facing off against its opposite number, and we've seen this interaction before, but not really with so much of them attacking in the same turn, right? In the second game, we saw the Basculegion catch the opposing Basculegion on a switch, so we get to see these Pokemon face off. But again, you would expect in a team matchup like this one, the team with Whimsicott usually has less speed training in the Basculegion. So perhaps the Basculegion on Takuma's side going to be faster here. Going to be very critical of Hiroshi to get this turn right. Already a little bit down in resources, can't afford to lose Basculegion for nothing.
But an awkward position for Takuma to be in with that Kingambit sitting on 1 hit point. Would have loved that additional hit point to be gone so Kingambit could faint and boost the power of Last Respects. Instead, just base power on that attack, which means that Takuma is going to double protect to see what Hiroshi is thinking into this matchup.
To see that ancient power, Dragonite going to take it a lot better than a Charizard would, but finding out what his opponent is doing, and yes, so we see the Last Respects targeted into his own Basculegion, ancient power, which would have been super effective into the Dragonite, and now we see an interesting position. Okay, well, we've seen what one player wants to do. On Takuma's side of the field, how do you adjust to the right? Do you try to sacrifice Kingambit, maybe, as you said? I think it's going to be difficult to do now with both these Pokemon having used their Protects. They're both vulnerable. Tough to make a sacrifice in which you want to double switch. So how will you try to target these Pokemon down? showdown, often when you're going for a double protect, you're trying to fish for a protect on the other side of the field to allow you to double target, especially if you believe your Basculegion is faster, but doesn't find it there, and now Hiroshi could protect either of these Pokemon, potentially baiting Takuma into a game-losing mistake.
Oh, it is so tense right now. These players are on a razor's edge. Charizard gets the Ancient Power, connects onto Dragonite. Not enough to pick up the KO. Dragonite is holding on. No boost for Charizard either, and they Dragon Pulse into Basculegion, dealing just over 50%. But that means that Takuma gets to fire off the last respects and pick up the KO on Basculegion before it can move. And now, Hiroshi Onishi, the JCS champion, is down to his final 2 Pokemon.
Charizard stuck on the field as well. That drought's not going to last forever. It could greatly reduce Charizard's ability to be an impact in this game. We'll have to see what this final Pokemon is. But we're in a similar position in the previous game, and Hiroshi was able to turn things around. We'll have to see again what that final Pokemon is. Hasn't really done as much damage in this third game as the second. Is there still some way he can bring this one back?
Well, if there is, Hiroshi is going to need to find it out of Whimsicott. Focus Sash intact, has the ability to set Tailwind, but Basculegion has priority, so does Dragonite. Tailwind doesn't matter as much to these Pokemon.
Yeah, but it's still all going to be about making a read. And again, there's still that King Gambit in the back. 1 HP and a Dream, but can still get a Sucker Punch off regardless of this speed condition. And then once again, there's still another Pokemon we aren't sure what is. So Hiroshi probably going to want to at some point get a Tailwind, though. Maybe not so helpful here, where he already has the speed advantage.
Well, both of these players are making their decision. They know that each and every turn right now could spell victory, could spell defeat, and they have to make their moves exactly correct.
Basculegion can get out of dodge. You're going to create some problems later. Then Aqua Jet could just check Charizard for the remainder of the game.
Ooh, there's the extreme speed coming out from Dragonite into Whimsicott, making sure that Whimsicott no longer has its Focus Sash. And here is the power of 1 hit point King Gambit, able to switch in toward the Basculegion, protect that Pokemon, and allow Takuma to have a new switch in next to Dragonite. Unfortunately, Dragonite will go down to a single target Heat Wave critical hit, but that means that it's now down to 2v2.
We'll have to see if it did enough. The harsh sunlight does fade, and Basculegion could love that one. At some point in the game now, an Aqua Jet would cause those 2 Pokemon remaining to be a World Championship for Takuma. All he has to do now is find a way to knock out this Whimsicott, and Sneasler is a fantastic Pokemon to do it with.
However will I knock out this Whimsicott with my Sneasler?
Yeah, well, it could be a big advantage there. Still, maybe have to hit the protect, but Takuma is so close now. He had exactly the right final Pokemon, and he can taste the World Championships.
Takuma Yamazaki has worked so hard. He has grinded at this year after year after year to just have an opportunity to compete at the World Championships. And he has taken the most out of it possible, getting here to a decisive finals. Whimsicott will protect itself. Charizard will protect itself, trying to catch something from Takuma here, but that's going to be the feint from Sneasler. Takuma showing his text. Charizard falls for the feint, breaks through protect, and the Aqua Jet cleans it up. Incredible from Takuma, calling out the double protect.
What a huge knockout. We almost never see feint in this level of play. It's so difficult to get in situations where it makes a difference, but there's just nothing Hiroshi can do. He had the perfect Pokemon out at the perfect time. There's no counterplay to that. Picked up the big knockout. I don't think there's anything Whimsicott can do.
There's nothing remaining for Whimsicott but to go back home and try again next year. Takuma Yamazaki with the Dire Claw knocks out Whimsicott. And with that, Takuma Yamazaki is your world champion. What an incredible moment. Takuma Yamazaki has worked so hard, so many thankless years grinding away, competing in this game that he loves. And after all of that work, all of that dedication, he gets to stand tall in the center of the Chase Center as our world champion.
I think he should be an inspiration for all trainers. He shows that if you stick to it, if you're dedicated, if you keep battling through, those struggles are worth something. He has earned that world championships. He has worked so hard for so many years, and an impressive style with such a flashy feint play to win that decisive knockout.
Such a flashy way to become a world champion. We almost never get to see feint work, but when it does, oh boy, it feels so good. And oh man, Scott, I'm tearing up a little bit back here because seeing someone like Takuma out there competing still after all these years, competing at the highest level and becoming now the world champion. If you haven't won a regional, it's fine. If you haven't won an international championship, it's fine. You can still come to the world championships and be a world champion.
Yeah, if you haven't started playing yet, start now. Now, he proves the dedication is what matters. He did everything he had to do. He put all of that work in. It's just so awesome to see a trainer put that work in. I think definitely the underdog according to most trainers coming into this matchup. But hey, it doesn't matter if people don't believe in you. You have to believe in yourself, and he did. What an impressive way to play. And again, I just love how things worked out, probably just how he drew them up, right? The combination of feint and all these quick Pokemon, all these increased priority moves. You're dreaming of situations like that one where there's nothing your opponent can do. You've set up this perfect pin, and usually try and practice. It doesn't quite work out that way, but he had such a great plan for this one. I think it's just such a cool way to win.
Absolutely, and incredibly well-deserved from Takuma to be our world champion. And of course, congratulations to Hiroshi Onishi, our finalist here at the World Championships. No small feat to go all the way at the JCS and now make it to the finals, but it was Takuma Yamazaki who just had a little bit of a better plan there in the end and came out on top. And you know what? Congratulations to Dragonite on your first World Championship.
Fan favorite Pokemon there. Great that it could pull it off, and great that it earned it too. I was kind of wondering if we were going to see Dragonite in this matchup, but wound up being pretty pivotal there, set the stage for its friends to finish it off.
All right, well, it is time to go back down to stage. Gabby, introduce our new world champion to the world.
Let's hear it one more time for your first world champion in the Masters Division for Pokemon Champions, Takuma Yamazaki! Takuma, you are our first world champion in the Masters Division for Pokemon Champions. How do you feel?
Pokémon Champions マスターズカテゴリーの初代世界チャンピオンとなりました。今どのようなお気持ちですか？
信じられない気持ちです。本当に嬉しいです。
I absolutely cannot believe this. I am over the moon right now.
The casters were talking about how you started competing in 2009 and you never gave up to make it to this stage today. Do you have any advice for anybody who is on their own Pokemon journey and who dreams of becoming a world champion?
世界チャンピオンになりたいと思っている他のプレイヤーの人々にとって何かアドバイスありますか？
はい。私はこの競技を始めてもう15年以上経ちます。最初から強かったわけではありません。ずっと勝てなくても諦めずに長く続けたことが今回の結果につながったと思います。なので皆さんも諦めずにポケモンを一緒に楽しみましょう。
I've been doing this for longer than 15 years now. I've been doing this a long time, and it's not as if I was winning all the time right from the start. So to other people who are playing out there, just keep playing. Don't worry if you lose. That's why I was able to make this far. So just don't give up. Keep going.
And of course, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody who might be watching?
最後に感謝の言葉伝えたい人いますか？いましたら一言メッセージどうぞ。
はい。 今回自分が勝てたのは一緒に調整してくれた仲間や、このアメリカに来ることを手伝ってくれた家族の助けがあってからだったと思っています。本当にありがとうございます。
Yes, so many people practiced with me for me to be able to make it this far. People in America, that's why I was able to come all the way here. People who practiced along with me. Thank you all so, so much.
Let's hear it one more time for our 2026 Masters Division World Champion, Takuma Yamazaki. All right, analysts, take it away.
15 years of playing the Pokemon video game, culminating to this moment. I know you've all cheered once, but let's cheer one more time for our world champion, Takuma Yamazaki!
What an amazing grand finals that we have had here for all three of our video game divisions. It has been just so inspiring to watch everybody to take the stage and to claim that title.
15 years. I was there at the very first Pokemon video game showdown when VGC officially became a part of the competitive Pokemon circuit. We were playing Diamond and Pearl. There were 32 players. We were in a small ballroom in a hotel. And here we are in 2026, so many years later, making Pokemon history. I cannot tell you guys what it feels like to be a part of this. And you all are all a part of history as well. So give yourself a round of applause.
Aaron, those ballrooms, they were a magical, magical experience way back then, and to be here now is truly unbelievable. Kazuki Kage, our juniors finalists, both of our finalists here showed us such an incredible match. We were watching here backstage along with all of you in the crowd, and I said just then, if you hadn't told me that these were our juniors, I would not have had any clue that they weren't our Masters Division players. Such a bright future for these two champion competitors, and I cannot wait to see what else we have in store for them.
It was just such a fun matchup as well, featuring 4 different Mega Evolutions, and both of them playing their hearts out. It was such a thrilling 3-game set.
And to see 2 of the most popular team compositions go up against each other, this weather war, 3 different weathers represented as well, with the Frostlass, the Charizard, and the Swampert. It was just such a good set, and the fact that all 3 finals went to 3 games just made it that much more intense.
Now, I'm going to have a little bit of personal bias here because Vikram is coming from the UK, as do I, and I could not be prouder to see just how far our community has come, and Vikram just showed us all the way through that game. That was back and forth all the way. Carlos played it so well, but they were just toe-to-toe in the end in that game 3. I couldn't believe how well Vikram positioned his Archaludon just to take it to that final placing.
And both of them were on the precipice of history for their respective regions.
Right.
Vikram being the 2nd world champion from the UK. But of course, Carlos had a chance to do something amazing for Latin America as well. Coming in as the top points leader, it was very impressive. No holds barred brawl.
And what a Masters Finals that was. I think coming into this tournament, the big question is, are we going to see Charizard dethroned by another Pokemon? For Mega Dragonite to come out in Game 2 and Game 3, I cannot tell you, the cheers in this stadium, the roars when it Mega Evolved, every time it got a knockout, every time it took a survival, just unbelievable. And to stick with Dragonite, right, this classic gambit of Dragonite's really good into Charizard, it's not that great into Floette, and to stick with it in Games 2, even after losing to it, and then bring it in Game 3, just absolutely phenomenal. And you couldn't have asked for a better picture finish.
For all 3 of our champions here at the World Championships, let's throw it over to the stage. We're going to be crowning our champions here in San Francisco.
Championship Sunday, baby. Once again, living up to our expectations, shaped by an entire year of anticipation, granting us the grandeur this community deserves. Thank you again to everyone here in the Chase Center and all of you watching at home from all around the world for supporting these extraordinary titles and these tenacious trainers who showed everything they have to offer on this stage. As amazing as today was, we're not done yet. Let's go ahead and crown our final world champions of the 2026 competitive season. Let's celebrate our finalists for the Pokemon Video Game Championships. Starting off with the junior division, your runner-up, Kazutaga Hadatori. And your world champion in the junior division, Kazuki Kage. Moving on to the senior division, we have in the runner-up position, Carlos Verastegui. And your senior division world champion, Vikram Thiagarajan. And for our VGC Masters division, your runner-up, Hiroshi Onishi. And your final world champion of the 2026 Pokémon World Championships, we have Takuma Yamazaki. And with that, the 2026 competitive season has come to a close. With everything that our trainers have showed us and all of you watching from home, what more could we really ask for? Well, there is one thing. Soon enough, our closing ceremony will begin. But as we prepare for what's to come, let's head back to our analysts as they recap these matches and all of the tremendous fun we have had throughout this weekend.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Of course, we've had a riveting day. So much action, and honestly, that finals in VGC, just to put the icing on the cake, was beyond phenomenal. I wasn't expecting Mega Dragonite. I don't know about you guys at home.
My heart's still racing, honestly.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of VGC, Mega Dragonite pulling through in this first Champions. Amazing to see.
100%. I mean, you know, it wasn't on really any of our radars coming in. The question was, which dragon-esque Pokemon was going to be making it all the way, right? We thought it was going to be Charizard. The question was, is it going to be dethroned? Well, Takuma just showed that actually there was a different path to victory here. And not only that, another Dragonite made it through top 8 as well. So it's not even just like this was a one-off, this was a miracle run. It happened twice in this World Championships.
And not only that, they didn't even work together on that team. Like, 2 people independently decided that Dragonite was the call for this tournament, which is super exciting. So, Mega Dragonite fans, I know there's a lot of you out here in the arena. Make some noise, yeah? Yeah? Yeah! I had to do that once, forgive me.
All right, I'll let you off this time, but let's jump back in time just a smidge and let's celebrate those Pokemon Go finalists once more and take a look at how the day wrapped out with Pokemon Go, because really it was something special. We had so much fun, and honestly, there were plays that I had never expected to see before on Pokemon Go either. I've been playing a little bit myself this season, and the meta has changed so much in such a short span of time.
And what's really cool too is that we've been getting new metagames for each of the international championships. So coming into the World Championships, I also wasn't sure what we were going to see, but it was really exciting.
I'm always looking forward to those bracket resets.
Yeah. Yes.
Gosh.
Watching someone's journey from the losers bracket all the way to the grand finals, being able to take that set away and just bringing everything down to, for TCG, the equivalent of game 3, everything on the line. It's very exciting to watch.
Exactly that. I mean, it's just that those close finishes, that exactly what you want on Championship Sunday. You you want to be thinking about like, hey, how can I do everything that I can in that moment? It wasn't just Pokemon Go, of course. Pokemon TCG has had such a roaring finals. We were watching backstage in the green room, and even though those games were so tight, our players showed so much skill.
I mean, I was watching these juniors play and their sequencing was absolutely incredible. Like, I mean, Pablo, you're our like TCG analyst. I mean, surely you must have been like taking notes and just breaking the game down mentally. Like, they were playing what looked to me flawlessly.
Absolutely. I mean, Masters level play for sure from both of them. Dragapult mirror matches are always very hard to navigate correctly, and both players playing different lists, having different options at their disposal, knowing when to go aggressive, when not to. Both players played absolutely amazing this weekend.
It really goes to show that we truly are at the World Championships when players of this level just shine. And that really showed in our TCG Seniors bracket as well, where one might have thought it might have been a one-sided affair. If I gave you an on-paper analysis of both of these decks, you would say, oh, easy peasy lemon squeezies, I know who's going to win. However, Kobe put up such a fantastic fight, even winning game one of the set by a landslide.
And that's the point, isn't it? When you win game one, you get that leg up, and if you've got a disadvantage in the matchup and you're thinking like, hey, I've got one chance to get a game off of my opponent, and then maybe, just maybe in the next two games, I can take it all the way, maybe find some opportunity. But I mean, it came back the other way. The one-sided matchup reared its head in the end in that seniors finals.
And honestly, the TCG Masters Finals was one of the most exhilarating games of TCG I have ever had the pleasure of witnessing. Andrew Hedrick versus Diego was phenomenal. I could watch that again and again.
Honestly, that ending of the match, the lucky helmet, finding that incredible line by Andrew Hedrick, Diego having the option to possibly revindicate from that moment, but not seeing the way out of that situation. Just amazing play between a veteran of the game and a brand new name that is, well, not brand new anymore, but really someone who's been in the game for a bit less, but making a big name for himself so far.
Absolutely. Andrew has had so many fantastic finishes, winning regional after regional, and now finally converting that into a World Championship title.
Such a great way to do it as well, and what a great way to also crown some more young players in VGC that have been able to show us an absolute masterclass. Looking at this matchup, looking at all the matchups that we had over the finals, this was one of the most technical between all three of our sets of finalists, and to see it in juniors is not only a credit to the way that they're approaching it. They're using the same sort of teams that we're used to seeing in the Masters division, with all of their quirks, all of their game plans, all of their flow charts, and seeing the way that both of these trainers piloted those teams, it was honestly unbelievable.
I think it was Scott who said backstage that he thought this was honestly like a Masters finals if you just didn't show the player cameras. It was so well played by both Kazuki and Kazutaka. I really can't wait to see more from these trainers as they continue to grow in the Video Game Championship Series. But our seniors finals as well, I mean, again, another technical match between both Vikram and Carlos. It just felt neck and neck the entire time.
They were trading blow for blow all the way through. That game one, I don't think there was a KO until turn 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Which is almost unheard of in this metagame, where players are making trades, they're trying to get in the right position, and especially when you've got a team like Vikram's where you're using the sun and using the rain, and you've got to try to get in the right position. In this case, it was about getting that rain up against the sun that Carlos was bringing, and he was able to do that so masterfully. And then in game 3, I mean, just both of game 1 and 2, they were so close, they were so tight, they were neck and neck all the way. Then game 3, Vikram just turned something on and was able to just take it by storm and become our world champion.
I was watching down here with Ben, and we were both just in awe at the players. And then I learned a little bit about these two from Ben as well. And my goodness, I was floored with some of the information. You know what, Ben? Why don't you go over what you told me back here?
You know, this is crazy. I really did think, looking at this matchup, no way. No way are we going to see that Dragonite coming out, right? Game 2, it comes out. Takuma doesn't win that game. You know, Hiroshi finds a way through using the double fairy, the Whimsicott, the Floette, boosted by the Fairy Aura. It's putting so much pressure on. You had the Basculegions battling up against each other, the two Life Orbs battling it down as well, the two King Gambits facing each other down with different sets. So many things in common, but so many things different between these two teams. And then, Game 3, Charizard, Dragonite. I feel like this is the ultimate way to dethrone a Charizard in the World Finals, right?
In the 30th year of Pokemon as well, the two OGs from red and green and blue.
We've been waiting 30 years to see whether or not it's Charizard or Dragonite, and we've got at least some evidence as to the answer.
And of course, we have to save the best for last, at least for this year. We have to talk about Pokemon Unite, as they were able to finally, our final crown, their final world champion here this year. But let's talk about some usage stats first. And what I find really interesting about Unite is just how different their metagame looks compared to some of the other titles present here. I mean, if you would have told me that there would have been 86% usage on Feraligatr, only next to 85% usage on Zacian throughout the weekend, I mean...
But this is also like picks and bans, right?
Exactly,
When it comes up in the draft, how many times has that happened all the way through the tournament?
I mean, I'm sure VGC is a little jealous that they get to use Mew because we haven't had mythicals available.
I'm looking at
the variety here.
I'm looking at the Psyduck. I'm looking at the Psyduck. The Psyduck's looking pretty juicy right now.